Learning system asterisk, it is a system. A system. The very system that humanity yearns for the most. Yet, it has encountered a professional debacle, bound to such a slothful individual. Nan Xi asterisk, she is an academic underachiever, a top-tier slacker. How could a system claim to guide her to university? What a farce! A student who has barely studied, embarking on a year-long journey to higher education. It's as if they intend to use her like a beast of burden, offering no respite. She resolutely declined. She could not endure the rigors of study. But the learning system was tenacious, binding her before she could even refuse. In protest, Nan Xi lay flat. The learning system, desperate yet powerless, found itself at an impasse with her. Just when the standoff seemed interminable, the learning system finally discovered a means to manipulate Nan Xi. Do you know about that heiress sitting in front of you? Her father is an orthopedic surgeon, and her mother is a writer of sensationalist literature. The classmates, initially eavesdropping, transformed from bewilderment to excitement. Heiress. Nan Xi asterisk ecstatic. Sleep is not an option. I demand the juicy gossip. Please solve this math problem, and this system will unlock all the processes for you. What the actual? The smile on the heiress's face froze. What? What? In pursuit of the latest gossip, the entire class focused intently on Nan Xi's studies. To satiate their curiosity, Nan Xi had no choice but to toil over the problems. To ensure her host's diligent study, the learning system dangled the allure of gossip before Nan Xi, compelling her to engage in her studies. Learning system asterisk, damn it. I'm a learning system, yet in my quest to entice my host into studying, I am nearly transitioning into a gossip system. Asterisk asterisk chapter 1. Has he returned from abroad with his wits left at customs? Asterisk asterisk. I've said I won't do the problems anymore. Can you find someone else? Asterisk asterisk, no way. What will it take for you to solve problems with me? I'm begging you. Just move a little. Asterisk asterisk. No. I want to sleep. Asterisk asterisk. The learning system, unable to contain itself, shouted, Nan Xi. Nan Xi lifted her head from the desk, revealing a delicate and petite face, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lazily gazing at the dictionary that had been chattering incessantly before her. Indeed, it was a dictionary. She was astonished when she first encountered this peculiar little system. Having read countless novels, she had never before seen a system resembling a dictionary. Perhaps she simply hadn't read enough. When she first laid eyes on it, she thought she had seen a ghost. A dictionary floating in the air was a rather unnerving thought. Propping her chin on her hand, she squinted at the dictionary before her. What is it? Are you hoping to switch to someone else? The learning system entertained such a notion, but it was impossible. It had expended all its energy to bind a host. How had it ended up with such a lazy host? It must be at the bottom of the annual summary at that moment. An extravagant voice echoed, Dear classmates, this young master has been absent from school for a few days. Did you miss me? A boy, tanned from the sun and clad in his uniform, strode into the room, swaggering confidently to the podium. Friends, I have brought back local specialties from the land of Asan. Asan? Local specialties? How disgustingly mismatched those terms are. Asterisk asterisk. A sweet, clear voice reached the ears of the tanned youth. He scanned the room, but found no one speaking. He called out, Who doesn't like the local specialties I've brought back? Speak up. This young master will generously let you off. The classmates, in perfect unison, turned their gaze toward Nan Xi at the back. Nan Xi, captivated by the tanned boy at the podium, couldn't help but mutter, Has Zhao Qianqian returned from his trip abroad with his brain left at customs? Why does he seem increasingly foolish? Isn't it said that in Asan, even mosquitoes must cover their behinds? Though he seems a bit dim, he still possesses a fair face, a typical pretty boy look, despite the mystery of his current dark complexion. But what had he been through before? He was such a pretty boy, I wonder if everything is all right down there. Asterisk asterisk. As she pondered this, she stole a glance at Zhao Qianqian, but the podium concealed his lower half, and she saw nothing. What a pity, I couldn't see. As soon as she spoke, her classmates nodded in agreement. They too had seen nothing. Feeling the weight of countless gazes, Zhao Qianqian instinctively covered his backside, his dark face flushing crimson. He glared fiercely at Nan Xi in the back, having recognized her voice. He stormed over, confronting her. Nan Xi, what do you mean? How dare you call me foolish? As for the matter of his backside, he conveniently ignored it. Nan Xi, bewildered, regarded the table-pounding boy before her. I didn't say anything internally. She cursed. Is this person unwell? Doubting her innocence, Zhao Qianqian was about to unleash a tirade when he suddenly heard Nan Xi's voice. Oddly enough, she hadn't even opened her mouth. His eyes widened, pointing at her. Yet he was at a loss for words. Nan Xi gazed at Zhao Qianqian in exasperation. He truly is unwell. I had my suspicions that his brain had been left behind at customs, but now I'm convinced he returned without it. Asterisk asterisk. Zhao Qianqian, accused of lacking intelligence, slammed the table. Nan Xi, you're insulting me again. Calling me brainless. Nan Xi could only roll her eyes, feeling as though she was being haunted by a lunatic. I didn't. Zhao Qianqian, fervently speaking, uttered, B. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Could he really be insane? Zhao Qianqian grew more agitated. B. Asterisk asterisk confirmed, he's not insane, but it's as if he's contracted epilepsy. If bitten by epilepsy, should I go get a shot? Asterisk asterisk. At that moment, a youthful, mechanical voice chimed in. That depends on the severity of the bite. For instance, if it draws blood, then you must go to the hospital. Asterisk asterisk. Zhao Qianqian. Yet he could not utter a sound, his eyes fixated on Nan Xi. Seeing Zhao Qianqian's demeanor, Nan Xi grew increasingly fearful of being bitten. Zhao Qianqian B. Nan Xi. Zhao Qianqian's friend, Li Shu, led him away. He wished to speak, but all that escaped his lips was B. Li Shu, draping an arm around Zhao Qianqian's neck, whispered, Stop talking. You can't say anything. Just check your phone in a bit. Upon returning to his seat, Zhao Qianqian pulled out his phone, realizing he had been added to a group chat. Asterisk asterisk the Chosen One's Heartfelt Whispers Group, 24, asterisk asterisk. Class 23 of the second year, with a total of 25 students, all except Nan Xi were in this group. Class leader Mu Xin asterisk welcome, newcomer. Li Shu asterisk welcome, newcomer. Su Liao Liao asterisk welcome, newcomer. Yu Kersen asterisk welcome, newcomer. Su Heng asterisk 1. Zhao Qianqian asterisk you all knew? Li Shu asterisk everyone knows, except you. Class leader Mu Xin asterisk and now he knows. Zhao Qianqian asterisk what on earth is going on? Class leader Mu Xin asterisk this story begins 3 days ago, asterisk asterisk 3 days prior, asterisk asterisk. During math class, most students in class 23 were sprawled over their desks, asleep, while the teacher at the podium had grown accustomed to the sight. Class 23 at Xinghua High School was the most troublesome for teachers. Simultaneously, it was the class that was the hardest to manage. Calling their parents was futile, as they were all perpetually busy, and even the students rarely saw their own parents. Punishments. Ineffective. All methods had been exhausted without success. The teachers at Xinghua High had no choice but to give up on them. It wasn't that the school leaders didn't want to intervene. They hoped to survive a few more years and didn't wish to be driven to an early grave. Nan Xi struggled against her drowsiness, fixated on the blackboard. She was indeed very sleepy and longed for slumber. She believed this could not be held against her, as teacher Zhang's math class was utterly hypnotic, drawing out her sleepiness. Unable to endure any longer, her head drooped onto the desk, and she fell into a deep slumber. It is truly not her fault. She is the one who is entranced by the teacher, and she is the true victim. At that moment, a youthful yet mechanized voice reverberated, proclaiming, Congratulations, host, binding successful. This proclamation was akin to a bomb being cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading across its previously placid surface. Simultaneously, it startled the students of class 23 in their second year. However, Nan Xi remained as if in a deep meditative state, unperturbed, shifting her posture to continue her slumber. The system. Could it be that he is the chosen one? The students of class 13 shared a tacit understanding, each silently proclaiming themselves as the chosen ones, inwardly chanting, System. System. In response, an unsettling stillness enveloped them. They presumed it to be a mere figment of their imagination, preparing to drift back into slumber when that voice resonated once more. Congratulations, Nan Xi. Successful binding of the system? Oh, it's about Nan Xi. Then all is well. Everyone disperse. Suddenly, they all shouted in unison, Nan Xi. This outburst jolted Nan Xi, who had just been in a deep sleep. She rubbed her mouth, where no drool had existed, and inquired, What's wrong? What's happening? The entire class 23 burst into laughter, saying, It's nothing, nothing. You may continue your slumber, insane. Nan Xi muttered inwardly, dismissing them and returning to her dreams. Chapter 2. The System. The Learning System. No longer interested. The mathematics teacher at the podium was so furious that he felt he might snap the pen in his grasp. He was aware of the unruly nature of the students in class 23 of the second year, but he never anticipated such audacity. It was one thing to be inattentive during his lecture, but to shout and create a ruckus was beyond the pale. Did they not fear waking the other slumbering classmates? When Class 23 became rowdy, it resembled the chaos of mischievous monkeys on a May mountain. In a fit of exasperation, the teacher vented his frustration before resuming his lecture at the podium. Teaching was an increasingly arduous task. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, yearning for his mother. Alas, the students here were quite ferocious. Were it not for the generous salary, he would have seriously considered fleeing. The remuneration for the teacher of Class 23 was the highest in the entire school, several times greater than that of teachers in other classes. While others scoffed at this, after just a few days in their class, they understood. They did not envy him. Rather, they felt a twinge of sympathy for the teachers of Class 23. The educators still teaching in Class 23 were indeed a band of warriors. The students below, except for Nan Xi, were fully awake, their attention fixated on her slumped figure, eager to ascertain whether the earlier commotion had been a mere figment of their imagination. The learning system did not disappoint their expectations, as its voice resonated once more. Please, host, do not sleep any longer. I am here to introduce my functions. An introduction to functions? What manner of system could this be? The students of Class 23 pondered in silence, some imagining a time travel system, others a wealthy benefactor system, a savior system, or a post-apocalyptic survival system. Upon hearing the words learning system, they all wondered what this system truly entailed. Was it akin to their own speculations? Seeing that Nan Xi was unresponsive, appearing like a slumbering corpse, the learning system could no longer contain its irritation. With a swift motion, it struck her on the head, successfully rousing her from her stupor. Nan Xi jolted upright, ready to shout at the culprit who dared to ambush her, only to behold a flying dictionary hovering in midair, prompting her to scream in terror. Ah! There's a ghost. Though the teacher had mentally prepared himself, he could not withstand the commotion caused by Nan Xi. He slammed his hand on the podium and pointed at her, exclaiming, Nan Xi, is it that my lesson is so unbearable that you must shout in class? Nan Xi, trembling, pointed at the dictionary before her, stammering, Teacher, there's truly a ghost. I saw a flying dictionary. A flying dictionary? How peculiar. The students of Class 13 turned their gazes toward Nan Xi, yet saw nothing, only hearing the system's voice declare, I told you, I am a system. They cannot see me. Nan Xi was further astonished, shouting, Teacher, there's really a ghost. It just spoke to me. The teacher, having reached his limit, sent Nan Xi to stand at the back of the room. She shuffled out, sobbing, followed closely by the flying dictionary. The eyes of the Class 13 students trailed after her as she exited. Curious as to why everyone was staring at her, Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. Are they all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Upon hearing this, the students immediately averted their gazes. Standing at the back, Nan Xi conversed with the learning system for quite some time before finally believing it was indeed a system. Moreover, it was quite an unattractive one, which made her feel a tad disdainful. What do you want with me? The learning system cleared its throat and introduced itself. Greetings, host. I am the learning system. As soon as the learning system made its debut, it extinguished much of the enthusiasm in Class 13. They had expected something impressive, yet it turned out to be a learning system. Disperse. There's nothing amusing here. Nan Xi's reaction mirrored theirs. She yawned and uttered a mere, Oh. I am a system. Do you even know what a system is to treat me so dismissively? Leaning against the wall, Nan Xi narrowed her eyes and mentally remarked, Not human. The learning system was taken aback. The students of Class 13 stifled their laughter, the commotion causing their desks to shake. Hearing this, Nan Xi turned to see most of her classmates trembling over their desks, and she raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. Are they having seizures? Why are they all shaking? Is epilepsy contagious? Should I make a run for it? The students, who had been shaking, suddenly ceased, returning to their usual composure. Nan Xi found them even more peculiar. What a bunch of strange individuals. Class 13 students could no longer contain themselves. They silently cursed Nan Xi. Who was to blame for their odd behavior? It was none other than a certain someone's overly active thoughts. They had never imagined that the typically quiet Nan Xi could have such an exuberant inner world. Not only was it exuberant, but she even cursed them for having seizures. Ah, that felt good. Perhaps due to their desire to hear Nan Xi's thoughts. They unified in their silence. The teacher at the podium, witnessing the calm, seized the opportunity to compose himself, repeating a mental mantra. It's fine. It's fine. After all, the salary is high. Just treat it like serving young masters and mistresses. It's normal for them to have a bit of a temper and odd behavior. It's fine. It's fine. Money, money, money. The teacher picked up his textbook, cleared his throat, and with a stoic expression, stated, "Class, let us examine this problem." Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and the teacher's face flushed crimson. Yet as a teacher, he possessed formidable psychological resilience. He stifled his embarrassment and pressed on. The noise had banished Nan Xi's drowsiness, and upon glancing up, she noticed the teacher's face was as red as a baboon's rear. She raised an eyebrow. "What just happened?" "I merely zoned out for a moment, and now the teacher looks like a baboon." The students of class 13 giggled. Why did everyone suddenly burst into laughter, resembling the old men from a May mountain? The students of class 13 retorted, not giggling. "The system has forgiven your lack of discernment. Now I shall introduce myself." The learning system felt magnanimous for forgiving such a rude host so swiftly. "I am the legendary learning system. As long as you study earnestly under my supervision, I can help you gain admission to Qingbei. Isn't that exhilarating? Don't you wish to join me in studying right now?" Leaning against the wall, Nan Xi exhaled a nonchalant, "Oh." The majority of class 13 shared Nan Xi's sentiment. They found the system exceedingly dull. They deemed Nan Xi's inner thoughts far more entertaining and shifted their focus from the system to her musings. The learning system appeared to suffer a grievous blow. "Oh?" Nan Xi lowered her gaze and lightly nodded. "Oh." The learning system collapsed to the ground, resembling a tattered rag, as if it had been ruthlessly torn apart and stomped on. Chapter 3, No. I must bind to a slacker. Otherwise, how can I demonstrate the prowess of the system? The learning system was somewhat aggrieved. Why was it that other systems could bind their hosts so effortlessly? Why was it such a struggle for it? This host seemed to be in opposition to it. Even if it managed to bind her, she was unwilling to undertake tasks with it. What set it apart from the other systems? In its frustration, the learning system queried, "Why do you not desire me as your system? I am the system that all humans long to bind." Nan Xi regarded the suddenly materializing small dictionary with a raised eyebrow. "Do you truly wish to know?" The learning system, now irate, replied, "Yes, very much. I truly wish to know." Nan Xi, feeling a pang of compassion for the frustrated learning system, suggested, "Why not try to obtain a certificate from another system? If you were a different system, like a time travel system, a gossip system, or a dimensional trading system, I would gladly undertake tasks with you. Or perhaps you could become a curtain. As long as you assume the role of the celestial canopy, there is no need for you to urge me. I shall complete the tasks nonetheless." The learning system was left utterly perplexed, its thoughts trailing off into confusion. The other students in class 13 nodded with eager excitement, wishing they too could forge a bond with another system. The learning system, unable to comprehend the situation, inquired once more, "Do you truly not aspire to attend Qingbei? Do you not desire to enroll in a prestigious university?" Nan Xi toyed with her fingers, letting out a soft exclamation. "What did you say?" The learning system, maintaining an impassive expression, repeated its query. Nan Xi shook her head. "I am a mediocre student. Perhaps it's best to let it be. There's only a little over a year left. You want me to attend Qingbei? Are you trying to use me as a pack animal?" The learning system was baffled, as it had always believed that gaining admission to a good university was the dream of every student. Wasn't it said that upon being reborn, the first thing one ought to do is study diligently to secure a place in a prestigious institution? How had it come to this? The internet had deceived it into believing that it was engaging with a budding task-oriented system. Oh, how it longed to return home. Yet, it was unable to do so without fulfilling its mission. Undeterred, it pressed on. "Do you genuinely not wish to attend university?" Nan Xi scratched her nose. "I am a poor student. My parents are well aware of this. They would simply purchase a degree for me." The learning system felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to playing a grand symphony to an unappreciative audience. It refused to concede, exerting every ounce of persuasion, but this lady simply would not acquiesce. Feeling fatigued by the exchange, Nan Xi yawned. "Have you finished? If so, I'm going to sleep." The learning system was left in utter disbelief. It had encountered a veritable Waterloo. Bound to this obstinate sloth, it perused Nan Xi's records and, upon discovering something intriguing, its eyes sparkled with newfound clarity on how to persuade her. It played a particularly poignant background score and declared, "Do you not wish to be the pride of your parents? Do you not yearn to see their joy upon your acceptance into a prestigious university? Do you not desire to be the source of their pride? That won't happen. My parents wouldn't be thrilled at my university acceptance. They are likely off vacationing on some remote island." The learning system retorted, "That's merely because they've given up on you. But if you were to suddenly succeed, they would be overjoyed." Don't tire yourself. I cannot endure the rigors of study. The learning system felt utterly defeated, as if all its strength had evaporated, collapsing to the ground. Strangely, it perceived an expression of sorrow akin to that of a crying face within a dictionary. It felt a pang of sympathy for the learning system and couldn't help but suggest, why don't you switch hosts? Find a top student instead. That way, your tasks could be accomplished. The learning system declared with great resolve, absolutely not. I shall bind myself to this underachiever. Otherwise, how could my prowess be demonstrated? Nan Xi appeared as though she had been scolded. In the heartfelt voices of the chosen one chat group, 23, class leader Mu Shun welcomed everyone. Feel free to voice any questions regarding your sentiments here. Yu Kurson queried, who do you think will triumph, Nan Xi or the learning system? Lin Wan asserted, it must be Nan Xi. That lazy creature would rather lie down than sit, and rather sit than stand. She certainly cannot withstand the rigors of study.
Suhan Kenker.
That is true. Nan Xi's family wealth is sufficient for her to live comfortably for several lifetimes. With her disposition, she will never subject herself to hardship. Li Xiuli echoed, I share your sentiment. Su Liaoliao chimed in with a 1. Lin Ling added, one cannot deny that they are well acquainted with Nan Xi's laziness. Thus, Nan Xi and the learning system remained at an impasse for several days, neither willing to concede an inch. While the two of them were utterly discontented, the students of Class 13 found joy in the unfolding drama, for something entertaining had finally transpired in their otherwise monotonous classroom. In the heartfelt voices of the chosen one chat group, 24, Zhao Qianqian lamented, so you all knew? And didn't he bother to inform me? Had I known sooner, I could have returned earlier and avoided that incident. Class leader Mu Shen replied, we had no way of knowing if you could hear us. What if it leaked? Su Liaoliao supported the class leader's words, I agree with Mu Shen. Lin Wan added, but now you are aware. What difference does it make whether it was a few days earlier or later? A flurry of agreement followed. Zhao Qianqian set his phone down, realizing the vast difference it made. He had missed several days of hearing Nan Xi's thoughts. What if she had been cursing him in her mind while the entire class could hear it? He was certain he would have heard it too. Clearly, she had simply forgotten him in her excitement. Feeling a surge of irritation, Zhao Qianqian turned to gaze at Nan Xi. She looked up and was met by a charcoal-black visage, which made her chuckle. I can't help it. Just seeing Zhao Qianqian's face right now makes me want to laugh. What on earth has he been through to look so dark? Surely, hasn't he gone to Africa to drill for oil? By the way, does Zhao Qianqian's family own oil in Africa? It seems not. But perhaps there's a diamond mine under his name. Maybe he went to Africa to mine diamonds. If he had brought one back, knowing his ostentatious nature, he would surely be flaunting it around his neck. But since he is so quiet now, it appears he didn't find any. What could possibly be the reason for his darkened complexion? The other students, hearing this, turned to look at Zhao Qianqian. Indeed, noting his notably dark appearance, they could not suppress their laughter. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, Zhao Qianqian's face flushed crimson. What was wrong with being dark? Did his complexion have anything to do with them? Why were they laughing? Observing her classmates shaking with laughter, Nan Xi could not refrain from commenting, shaking again? Having another fit? Class 13 responded in unison, no way. Zhao Qianqian chimed in with a chuckle. Not only has Zhao Qianqian turned dark, but he is also having seizures. Who knows if he can be cured? His brain was never the sharpest. And now with these fits? How pitiful. The laughter shifted from Zhao Qianqian to the students of Class 13. However, he dared not laugh heartily, fearing Nan Xi would curse them all for their fits. At that moment, the learning system interjected, Zhao Qianqian. I know that his father, in his flamboyance, wished for his son to embody the virtues of modesty, hence naming him Zhao Qianqian. Yet, little did he know, this son would be even more unruly than himself. There is nothing modest about him, which infuriates Zhao Qianqian's father, who constantly complains to his wife and expresses a desire for a second child. His elder son does not align with the image he had in mind, and he wishes to replace him with a younger one for proper training. However, Zhao Qianqian's mother scolded him and kicked him out of the bedroom, forbidding him entry for several days. To preserve his own happiness, Zhao Qianqian's father ceased to bring it up. Chapter 4. Preserving his innocence. Nan Xi. All of Class 13? What was this? How were they unaware of such matters? Zhao Qianqian's face turned red. What was wrong with his name? Was it not merely a slip of the tongue? In the heartfelt voices of the chosen one chat group, 24, Li Shu remarked, is this true, my friend? After all these years of knowing you, I had no idea. You're not being a good friend for not sharing this. Zhao Qianqian responded, that's not the issue now. Li Shu continued, so it must be true. Lin Wan added, Zhao Qianqian, your father is quite the character. Class leader Mu Shen observed, do you not find it odd that a learning system knows so much? With the class leader's prompt, the group erupted into lively discussion. Lin Wan exclaimed, indeed. Isn't it merely a learning system? How could it possess such knowledge? Su Heng concluded, it seems the learning system has its uses beyond just academics. The group engaged in fervent debate. Finally, class leader Mu Shen interjected, let us continue watching to find out. The group fell silent, eagerly awaiting the ensuing dialogue between Nan Xi and the learning system. Nan Xi did not disappoint, inquiring, how do you know? The learning system flitted about like a butterfly, using the cover of a dictionary as its wings, and casually replied, is that really so difficult? Just look it up. Instantly, Nan Xi felt a surge of energy, her lips curving into a smile as a sudden question struck her. Why has Zhao Qianqian become so dark? He resembles a piece of charcoal. The eyes of the students in class 13 sparkled with a fervor for gossip. Zhao Qianqian felt a wave of panic. If this were to be revealed, his reputation would be in tatters. Yet, someone was quicker than him, his good friend and desk mate, Li Shu. Zhao Qianqian looked at his brother in disbelief, as if to say, we are friends. Is this really what you want to hear about me?
Li Shu whispered.
The juiciest gossip comes from brothers. Zhao Qianqian. The students in class 13 cast admiring glances at Li Shu, who graciously accepted their praise. The learning system chimed in, of course, it's because he traveled and encountered some unfortunate events. Nan Xi, brimming with excitement, asked what happened. It seems Zhao Qianqian traveled to that country. It can't be that he lost his dignity, can it? The classmates eagerly awaited the learning system to spill more juicy details. Zhao Qianqian struggled against Li Shu's grip, desperately wanting to shout no. His dignity is just fine. Before he could defend himself, the learning system preemptively declared his innocence. Not at all. His dignity is perfectly intact. Tears of relief streamed down Zhao Qianqian's face. His reputation was salvaged. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. Do continue. The learning system continued. Upon arriving in that country, due to his fair complexion, he was gawked at like a rare specimen. You know how lizards in that land must cover their behinds. How much more so for a delicate young man? He was viewed as a sweet treat, and they took the opportunity to harass him. Zhao Qianqian, being rather slow-witted, didn't he think much of it and consumed their dubious food products, causing him to faint immediately. Had it not been for the bodyguard his father arranged for him, his dignity and his reputation would have been lost. When he awoke and learned the truth, he retaliated and sent those individuals to prison before promptly returning home by helicopter. When his father found out, he couldn't help but laugh at him. Zhao Qianqian believed his overly fair complexion was to blame, and in a fit of anger, he tried to tan himself. However, he overdid it and ended up looking like a piece of charcoal. Nan Xi stroked her chin thoughtfully. How should I tell him that even with his darker skin, he cannot escape their clutches? After all, even a mosquito must cover its behind when it goes there. The learning system nodded in agreement. Your classmate is quite unfortunate. He suffered from severe gastrointestinal distress for several days after consuming their food. Nan Xi couldn't help but exclaim, how tragic. What a pitiful boy. Why did he go to that country in the first place? The classmates cast sympathetic glances at Zhao Qianqian. Poor Zhao Qianqian. Even Li Shu, who had been restraining him, released him and offered a strange consolation. It's all right. Even though you were sick for days, at least nothing worse happened. You're lucky. Though this consolation was rather odd, Zhao Qianqian found it surprisingly heartwarming. His phone began to vibrate, glancing down. He saw a flurry of messages from his classmates. Eavesdropping chosen 1's Heartfelt Voices Group, 24. Class Monitor Mu Shen. Zhao Qianqian. Don't you love the food from my family's hotel? I'll go back and ensure you receive free meals for life. Su Liao. I brought cookies I made myself today. I'll give them to you after class. Lin Ling. Haven't you always wanted my motorcycle? I'll give it to you when I return. Zhao Qianqian looked at the messages of consolation, his eyes misting with gratitude. He typed out his response. This is what you all promised. You cannot go back on your word. No takebacks. Nan Xi gazed at Zhao Qianqian with a touch of affection. He is so unfortunate. I apologize for calling him a piece of charcoal. Zhao Qianqian beamed with a broad smile. I forgive you for this performance. But should you ever refer to me as this young master again, I shall not be so easily forgiving. The learning system nodded. He is indeed unfortunate. Lured to that country by his cousin, who sought to compromise his dignity and even attempted to capture compromising photos to blackmail him. Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. Class 13 gasped in unison. Zhao Qianqian was rendered speechless, his mind reeling. What? Nan Xi pressed. Please elaborate. The learning system explained. Zhao Qianqian's grandfather has an illegitimate son outside. Upon his return, this son, feeling marginalized, resented that Zhao Qianqian's father inherited the Zhao family business while he was left to manage a small company. He harbored deep grievances. Nan Xi couldn't help but interject. How dare he resent that? The family business was established by Zhao Qianqian's grandparents together. On what grounds does this illegitimate son feel entitled? The classmates nodded in agreement. For they despised illegitimate children above all else. Zhao Qianqian never expected that seemingly unremarkable uncle to harbor such thoughts. Nan Xi glanced at Zhao Qianqian. Is he aware of this? The learning system replied, if his family knew, how could Zhao Qianqian's cousin ever hope to steal their company? Nan Xi's eyes widened further. Steal? The learning system nodded. Though Zhao Qianqian's cousin's scheme failed this time, he will later tamper with Zhao Qianqian's father's vehicle, causing a fatal accident. Following this, Zhao Qianqian's mother will suspect foul play and investigate, but she will be discovered by Zhao Qianqian's cousin. He will then instruct the Zhao family's maid to poison Zhao Qianqian's mother's supplements, leading to her mental breakdown and subsequent confinement in a psychiatric hospital. Zhao Qianqian, the innocent one, will fall victim to the illegitimate son and his offspring, losing the company and ultimately meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of his cousin. Nan Xi. Class 13. Zhao Qianqian's face turned ashen. This cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. How could a mere learning system know so much? Chapter 5. I was originally a gossip system, but I became a learning system out of my love for learning. Nan Xi stared wide-eyed. Is this true? The learning system, sensing her disbelief, became flustered. If this host didn't want to study with it, that was one thing. But to doubt its capabilities? The learning system could no longer contain itself and shouted, of course it's true. This system would never lie. Nan Xi, still somewhat skeptical, questioned, how could a learning system know so much? The learning system laughed heartily. That's because I love learning. Nan Xi regarded the learning system incredulously. And the system cleared its throat, quickly adding, I was once a gossip system, but now I've transitioned to a learning system. However, the abilities of the gossip system remain, hence my knowledge of Zhao Qianqian's affairs. Nan Xi looked at the learning system in disbelief. What made you decide to switch to a learning system? Gossiping is much more delightful. Class 13 echoed Nan Xi's sentiments, lamenting the loss of a perfectly good gossip system. The learning system, feeling quite proud, declared it's simply because I found gossip to be dull. I wanted to engage in something meaningful. Jumping around. I found the learning system. Nurturing the future pillars of our nation provides a far greater sense of accomplishment. If only it had realized that something had gone awry in this transition. It ended up binding itself to such a lazy host. Nan Xi rubbed her nose. I'm afraid I have disappointed you. It's not too late. As long as you commit to studying diligently with me. Preparing for the college entrance examination within a year is entirely feasible. Nan Xi. I must graciously decline. Truly, the learning system has adeptly seized the opportunity to promote itself to her. With an expression of eager anticipation, the learning system leaned closer to Nan Xi, inquiring, what do you think? Are you not intrigued? Nan Xi replied with a simple, The classmates from class 13 were left bewildered. Were they not discussing matters concerning Zhao Qianqian? How did the conversation shift to academia? Zhao Qianqian was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, utterly distressed. What on earth was happening with this learning system? The suspense was unbearable. What would unfold next? Was it truly real? The anxiety was overwhelming. In an attempt to halt the relentless sales pitch from the learning system, Nan Xi posed a question. Are you certain that what you say is true? It was no wonder she harbored doubts. A learning system engaging in the antics of a gossiping system seemed rather implausible. The learning system, indeed led astray by Nan Xi, retorted with vigor. Of course it's true. In just 1 hour, Zhao Qianqian's father will board that tampered vehicle. Nan Xi exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? The classmates from class 13 looked on in confusion. The learning system fluttered its pages. You didn't ask me. In the next moment, she noticed a shadow darting past her, followed by several figures racing by, leaving only herself and the teacher at the podium in the classroom. Nan Xi questioned, why did they all run away? Can I escape too? The teacher, with tears in his eyes, gazed at Nan Xi, realizing he still had a student present. He felt compelled to maintain his position. His voice trembled, caught between emotion and indignation. Nan Xi, let us continue. Observing the teacher's weary back, Nan Xi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He seemed so pitiable. Yet, the juicy gossip remained paramount. And Zhao Qianqian was awaiting her rescue. As a good classmate of Zhao Qianqian, how could she stand idly by while his family faced ruin? Seizing the moment while the teacher was distracted, Nan Xi slipped away. The teacher continued his impassioned lecture, undeterred even with only one student present. Turning around, he was met with the disheartening sight of an empty classroom, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. Oh, how unfair! He contemplated resigning, declaring he would no longer endure such treatment. Nan Xi, trailing behind, hurried out, and as she ran, the learning system chattered incessantly. Host, how could you skip class? As a model student, how could you abandon your studies? I am a slacker, not a model student. In class, I either sleep or snack, never studying. How did you deduce I was a model student? The learning system replied, that is precisely why I sought to bind myself to you, to rescue you. Thank you. The learning system, slightly flustered, responded, no need for thanks, let us tackle some exercises. Instantly, Nan Xi fell silent, and the learning system huffed in frustration, knowing this lazy individual would only show enthusiasm for everything but studying. The classmates ahead, having overheard Nan Xi's conversation with the learning system, slowed their pace in unison, patiently waiting for her to catch up. Ignoring the learning system, Nan Xi pondered Zhao Qianqian's predicament. How should I tell Zhao Qianqian that his father will die in an hour? Would he think I am insane? Perhaps I should just rush to his house and commandeer that vehicle, claiming I fancy it. While it might be a bit embarrassing, at least I would be saving Zhao Qianqian's family. Zhao Qianqian, at the front, felt tears welling up upon hearing Nan Xi's words. Despite her laziness and occasional harsh words, she was genuinely kind. Nan Xi was truly wonderful. She risked being labeled a lunatic to assist him. Next, Nan Xi's inner thoughts echoed again. Why did this group of people all run away? Is there money to be found outside? How strange. They must all be unhinged. Classmates from 13 responded with puzzled expressions. The learning system chimed in, did you not also come out? Are you not unhinged yourself? Class 13 giggles. Nan Xi nodded. They all came out. How odd would it be if I didn't? The learning system quipped, I see you simply wish to skip class. The classmates from class 13 nodded in agreement. Nan Xi declared with righteous fervor, am I skipping class? I am out here to save Zhao Qianqian. The learning system fell silent. Class 13 remained speechless. Zhao Qianqian moved to tears. The entire class 13 skipping class was quite a spectacle on campus. The dean, wielding a pointer, patrolled the grounds, when suddenly a gust of wind swept past him, stirring up dust. He coughed a few times, expelling the sand from his mouth, and opened his eyes to behold a cohort of orderly students racing ahead. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was time for physical exercise. If not for that, then they must be skipping class. The dean, pointer in hand, pursued them. Which class are you from? How dare you gather to skip class? Stop this instant. Which class is this? Who is the homeroom teacher? Security. Stop these students. The security guard, previously engaged in leisurely conversation, was startled by the dean's bellow, and upon looking up, saw a horde of students barreling towards them. Frightened, they rushed to close the doors, with a few standing at the entrance to block them. Which class are you from? Hurry and halt. Nan Xi glanced back to see the dean in pursuit, while security was blocking the way ahead. Wow. This is exhilarating. Several boys from class 23 sprinted to the back to impede the dean, while others went to hinder the security guards, opening the doors for their classmates. Before Nan Xi could comprehend the situation, she was swept off her feet and carried away. Chapter 6. What lies beyond the school grounds that compels such fervent escape? Nan Xi watched her feet leave the ground and glanced left and right. Goodness, I am being carried by both the school bully and the school heartthrob. How intimidating. Yet, being carried is quite comfortable. The learning system remarked, this lazy individual. The school heartthrob and bully exchanged knowing smiles. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. These two seem rather in sync. Could the rumors be true? Are the school bully and heartthrob a couple? Class 13 gasped in astonishment. Students blocking the dean and security wondered, is this truly exhilarating? Will we still get to run? The school heartthrob and bully exchanged glances, both grimacing in unison. Nan Xi felt the pace quicken. Hey, Why are we running so fast? I'm about to fall apart. The school heartthrob and bully instinctively slowed down. This is much more comfortable. The learning system muttered, lazy. Carried by the school bully and heartthrob, Nan Xi exited the school gates, while those left behind shouted, run.
Run.
What else with this? It feels a bit melodramatic. How strange. It's just skipping class. Yet it feels like we're going off to war. She turned to see Zhao Qianqian, tearful, gazing at the students being caught. Unable to resist, Nan Xi quipped. Why is Zhao Qianqian crying? It's merely skipping class. Why does it feel as though we are parting forever?
How odd.
Zhao Qianqian quickly stifled his tears. The students who remained were indeed apprehended, as security dashed forth to catch them. Halt. If you return and admit your mistake, we won't do anything to you, Nan Xi exclaimed. How peculiar. Things are getting stranger. Suddenly, the class monitor commanded, quickly, get in. Nan Xi looked at the elongated Lincoln. What is this for? Why such extravagance for skipping class? Before she could process it, she was ushered into the limo by the school bully and heartthrob. The vehicle began to move slowly, and Nan Xi observed the security guards chasing after them, still shouting, stop. Just come back. Nan Xi mused, how odd. This is truly bizarre and utterly chaotic. She turned her gaze to the cramped interior filled with classmates. How peculiar. What are they planning to do? Clearly, there isn't enough room for everyone. How did they all manage to board? Fortunately, there were still a dozen students who had not boarded. Otherwise, it would have been even more cramped. He glanced around the carriage, observing 3 male classmates huddled together, while several female classmates sat clustered in pairs. What could possibly be outside that compels you to venture out so desperately? Several students from class 13 fidgeted, some scratching their noses, others ruffling their hair. Yet none dared to meet Nan Xi's gaze. Zhao Qianqian cleared his throat and declared, I just returned from a trip and plan to host a gathering at home. Specially inviting all of you to join. Nan Xi retorted, if you're hosting, then host. Must it be so dramatic? As if we won to survive after today. Did you not notice that there are still a dozen kids who got caught? Zhao Qianqian was indeed in a precarious situation. He coughed again. I'll arrange for them to be brought over shortly. Nan Xi nodded, perfect. We can get a more direct look at that car at Zhao Qianqian's house. Zhao Qianqian gazed at Nan Xi with tearful eyes, moved by her response. Nan Xi found it peculiar. What is going on? Did something transpire that I'm unaware of? Why are you crying again? I thought you were a tough guy. Did your trip to the country of a transform you into someone so delicate? Was the country of a truly that frightening? Zhao Qianqian quickly composed himself, ceasing his tears. Class 13 erupted in laughter. What is so amusing again? Did something else occur in these fleeting seconds that I missed? The laughter subsided momentarily. Su Lele pulled out her phone, having just seen a video that was utterly hilarious. Lin Ling leaned in, confirming its humor. Nan Xi peered closer, examining her phone screen. The wallpaper is quite lovely. Where's the video? Su Lele coughed, tucking her phone away and falling silent. The carriage fell into an eerie silence, akin to a ghostly ambience. Feeling a bit awkward, Nan Xi touched her arm. This is so embarrassing. Instantly, the atmosphere in the carriage revived. Su Lele distributed cookies to her classmates, offering each one a piece. I made these myself. Please enjoy. Zhao Qianqian, holding a cookie, cast an accusatory glance at Su Lele. Didn't you say these were for me? Why are they all being handed out? After tasting the cookie, every face turned green, and silence enveloped the carriage once more, broken only by a collective thought. This cookie has an extraordinarily peculiar taste. It resembles several days-old rice, combined with chocolate and a hint of juice. How unique. Class 13 chimed in, praising the oddity. Finally, the extended Lincoln reached Zhao Qianqian's residence, dissipating the awkward tension. As they disembarked, another vehicle approached, and before anyone could react, the learning system announced, that's Zhao Qianqian's father's car. Yes, inside. With that, the students of Class 13 sprang into action. Nan Xi, still processing the situation, watched as Zhao Qianqian rushed to halt his father's vehicle, followed by the others. The school bully was even more daring, driving the Lincoln to block the way. Nan Xi gulped nervously. This is terrifying. She called out to the bloodline system, quickly stop Zhao Qianqian's father's car. The learning system replied, certainly, but you must solve a problem first. With a resigned sigh, Nan Xi agreed, fine, just make it quick. Absolutely. The learning system's voice brimmed with excitement. Inside the vehicle, the driver, upon spotting a throng of students and his young master attempting to block him, panicked and slammed on the brakes. Yet, it seemed the brakes had failed, and the car wouldn't stop. Just as he began to sweat profusely with anxiety, the vehicle suddenly halted a mere meter from them. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Nan Xi too felt a wave of relief wash over her. But the learning system suddenly reminded, "Remember your promise to me." Nan Xi nodded with resignation. Zhao Qianqian's father emerged, observing his son along with a group of uniformed students. Disregarding his son's dignity as he reprimanded him, "What are you doing, you little rascal? Blocking the car. How could you even think of doing that? It's one thing for you to stop it, but bringing your classmates into this? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhao Qianqian, undeterred by the scolding, clung to his father's arm, playfully whining, "I know I was wrong, Dad." Zhao Qianqian's father looked at his son with bewilderment, questioning what had come over him. Just then, the driver whispered something in his ear, and his expression shifted. He turned to Zhao Qianqian. "What are you and your classmates doing here?" Zhao Qianqian flashed a big grin. "I brought my classmates over for a get-together to strengthen our bonds." "Strengthening bonds? Is that why you blocked the car?" Zhao Qianqian's father slapped him again. Zhao Qianqian, in an overly dramatic fashion, proclaimed, "Only those who have faced life and death can be true brothers." The other classmates from class 13 chose to ignore him. Zhao Qianqian's father, as if struck by a sudden thought, asked, "Shouldn't you all be at school right now? Why are you back?" Zhao Qianqian rubbed his head. "Oh, right. We were just heading back." The school bully instructed the driver to proceed in the extended Lincoln, and the students of class 13 scampered aboard. Nan Xi, still trying to grasp the situation, found herself already seated in the vehicle as it sped off. What's going on? What's happening? Are we escaping school only to return? What kind of game is this? She surveyed the scene, realizing Zhao Qianqian had not boarded. So it turns out Zhao Qianqian was skipping school, conveniently dragging us along for a brief tour, and now we're being dismissed. What a novel approach to truancy. The other students from class 13 either scratched their noses or rubbed their heads in agreement, saying nothing, for Nan Xi had voiced the truth.
Chapitre 7a.
What a dreadful reflection I must pen personally. Zhao Qianqian's father, eyeing his son who remained behind, disdainfully remarked, "All your classmates have left. Why are you still here?" Zhao Qianqian instantly burst into tears. "Dad, you're my real father. Is it normal for you to disdain your own son?" Zhao Qianqian's father, unable to bear the sight of his son's soot-covered face, turned away, feeling his heart ache. "All right, you may go home now." Zhao Qianqian hesitated. "Dad, what's wrong with your car?" Zhao Qianqian's father's expression darkened. "I will look into it. You are still a student. Hurry back to school." Zhao Qianqian wished to protest further, but his father's phone rang, prompting him to answer. After the call, Zhao Qianqian's father's face turned ashen. "You little rascal. Skipping school is one thing, but bringing your entire class along? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" With that, he removed his shoes and began chasing Zhao Qianqian, who fled in a panic. Once he had finished scolding Zhao Qianqian's father put his shoes back on and promptly arranged for someone to escort Zhao Qianqian back to school. The extended Lincoln awaited at the school gate, and Nan Xi, gazing at the entrance, couldn't he help but scoff. Why on earth did we come back after skipping school? The students of class 13 suddenly realized the absurdity of their return. Just as they contemplated making a dash for it, the disciplinary director, accompanied by security, intercepted them. Nan Xi observed the imposing figure of the disciplinary director. "Oh no. We can't escape now." The entirety of class 13, along with Zhao Qianqian, who had been delivered by his father, found themselves assembled on the playground under the watchful eye of the disciplinary director, who proceeded to reprimand them. After the lecture, they were assigned the daunting task of writing a 3,000-word reflection. Even the homeroom teacher was required to write one. Thus, the entire class 13, including the homeroom teacher, found themselves squatting on the ground or leaning over desks, diligently penning their reflections. Following the bell, students from other classes gathered to gawk at them. Nan Xi felt utterly humiliated, inwardly screaming, "Ah, this is so embarrassing. Why aren't we back in class? Don't these students have anything better to do?" As soon as class ends, they rush down here to gawk, not a shred of urgency about the upcoming college entrance exams. The learning system chimed in. "Don't you find it ironic to say that? You who are bound to a learning system aren't studying. What do you expect them to do? Besides, they're merely here for the spectacle, not to skip studying." Nan Xi shot back with a sharp glare. Silence. The learning system promptly fell silent, but still felt compelled to remind, "Don't forget to complete your exercises shortly. Why don't you assist me in writing my self-reflection? I will promptly begin my exercises." The learning system refused, asserting no, as a model student, how could one allow another to write their self-reflection? Model students shouldn't even have to write self-reflections. Nan Xi couldn't help but mutter. The learning system glanced at her. Thus, you must strive to become a model student. The first task at hand is to write your self-reflection well, so as to avoid writing any in the future. Nan Xi rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore the learning system and lowering her head to write. She couldn't help but recite internally. Dear teachers, I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have skipped class while in school. I have recognized my errors. Please forgive me, dear teachers. Upon counting, she lamented, how is it that I have only written 800 words? When will I finish the 3,000 words? I miss my phone. Woe is me. Skipping class has brought me such disgrace, and my phone has been confiscated. Thankfully, my parents are not home. Otherwise, I would surely be scolded. Darn it. Why is this so difficult to write? Why must I personally write this ridiculous self-reflection? She found herself at an impasse and sought the help of the learning system. System. Please assist me. I can't continue. I am going to lose my mind. The learning system rejected her plea. Nan Xi was on the verge of a breakdown. Why is this so difficult to write? Why 3,000 words? At last, I have written 1,000 words. But 2,000 words remain. How can this be? The students in class 13 covered their ears, yet the sound still clearly reached them. For the first time, they realized that hearing someone's inner thoughts was not as pleasant as one might think. Nan Xi was far too loud. Her noise rendered it impossible for them to write. The only silver lining was that they no longer felt like they were being watched like monkeys. Even more tormenting were Nan Xi's inner musings. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and offered their self-reflection to Nan Xi, only to witness the school bully handing his own self-reflection to her. The school bully, well-versed in writing self-reflections due to frequent practice, finished his in no time. Nan Xi looked at him with gratitude. What a good person. Who said Gu Yunxian was a delinquent? He is clearly wonderful. He even helps me write self-reflections. You are truly a good person. Gu Yunxian, having received the good person card, felt indifferent, his face slightly flushed. The other students in class 13 gazed at him with gratitude. Gu Yunxian was indeed a good person. He had saved their ears. He was simply too kind. They would no longer call him fierce. He was clearly a good person. Only one person lightly clicked their tongue, but Nan Xi still heard it. Turning her head, she saw the school heartthrob wearing an impatient expression. His grip on the self-reflection faltered. Muze isn't feeling jealous. Is he upset that Gu Yunxian didn't give him the self-reflection? Could the rumors be true? That the school heartthrob and the school bully appear to be at odds. Yet in reality, they are a pair. The students in class 13 set down their pens, quietly eager to hear about the love-hate relationship between the school bully and the school heartthrob. Gu Yunxian shot a disgusted glare at Muze. Muze, not one to back down, returned the glare. He handed the self-reflection to Nan Xi, his voice gentle and melodious. Use mine. Gu Yunxuan's handwriting is atrocious. Nan Xi felt a surge of excitement. What is this declaration of ownership? You cannot use Gu Yunxuan's self-reflection. His self-reflection is for my use only. So reluctantly, you give me his self-reflection. Could it be that they are truly a couple? Gu Yunxian, looking repulsed, snatched the self-reflection from Nan Xi's hand, replacing it with his own. Use mine. Muze, what do you know? Jealous. Gu Yunxian is indeed jealous. Nan Xi completely disregarded Gu Yunxuan's remark. Gu Yunxian, disgusting. Muze, disgusting. Neither Muze nor Gu Yunxian was willing to yield, and Nan Xi, observing them, couldn't resist suggesting, why not both of you take turns using each other's? I will write it myself. This is too terrifying. The school bully and the school heartthrob are jealous. She does not wish to become entangled in their jealousy war. Gu Yunxian, no. Use mine. Muze, use mine. Nan Xi stepped back. No. I will write it myself. Woe is me. I still have to write it myself. How disheartening. Gu Yunxian and Muze were unwavering, each slamming their self-reflections onto Nan Xi's desk, insisting, use mine. Nan Xi waved her hands, genuinely refusing. How frustrating. Once upon a time, there were 2 self-reflections placed before me for selection, yet I could not choose either. If only I could have another chance. I would never skip class again. I would certainly ask for leave before leaving. Woe is me. How distressing. Chapter 8. Man. How dare you be so cold to me? Well, you have captured my attention. The classmates of Class 13, listening to Nan Xi's inner thoughts and witnessing her on the verge of tears, could not help but chuckle. Nan Xi is simply adorable, though her outward demeanor is stoic. Her inner self is so charming, provided she is quiet. The commotion from Nan Xi drew the attention of the stern middle-aged director, who approached her. With a cold snort, he remarked, "You enjoy writing self-reflections for others so much? Then you shall write 3,000 words." Nan Xi cried pitifully, "What have I done wrong? I did not write self-reflections for others. Why must I be punished? Woe is me." She shifted her small stool further away from the two intimidating figures. "I must distance myself from these two. They are far too frightening. Their quarrels are terrifying. I certainly do not wish to write another 3,000-word self-reflection." Gu Yunxian and Mu Zhe observed Nan Xi's actions, ceasing their movements, and lowered their heads to write their self-reflections. At long last, having completed the 3,000-word self-reflection, Nan Xi's joy was short-lived. She began to wail, "Why are there still 3,000 words? This is so difficult. I no longer want to write. Woe is me. Why are there still 3,000 words? Why so many? I am going to die. I do not want to write." The classmates in Class 13 looked at Nan Xi with pity. What a poor girl. So unfortunate. As Nan Xi slumped over her desk, ready to give up, a melodious voice resonated. "Here you go." She looked up to see the class monitor smiling at her, and as she noticed the self-reflection in the monitor's hand, tears began to flow. What a good person. The class monitor is truly the most reliable. The class monitor is so kind. By the way, the class monitor surely does not have a crush, right? Surely he wouldn't feel jealous? After pondering this, she hadn't even finished her thoughts when the self-reflection was placed on her desk. Upon seeing the self-reflection, Nan Xi cast aside her worries. "I am done. I have finally finished. I must quickly escape this den of disputes." Ecstatic, Nan Xi hurried to submit her self-reflection. Gu Yunxian cast an unhappy glance at the class monitor. Wasn't I supposed to be the good person? Why is the class monitor also regarded as a good person? How displeasing. Mu Zhe glanced at the self-reflection in his hand, folded it neatly, and put it away. Once Nan Xi departed, they began to discuss freely. "Zhao Qianqian, how are things going at your place?" Zhao Qianqian, sitting on the floor, flashed a big grin. "My dad has already sent someone to investigate. If you need anything, just let me know, and I can pull some strings with my dad." The students in Class 13 echoed that they could also help leverage their fathers. After discussing Zhao Qianqian, a few cheeky boys turned to the class monitor. "Class monitor, I haven't finished either. Could you assist me as well?" "Yes." "Class monitor, I need help too." "You are the class monitor. You can't just look after Nan Xi." "Class monitor, I still need 1,000 words. Could you write for me too?" The class monitor, Mu Shun, chuckled lightly, "Sure." Several boys rushed over with their notebooks, and the class monitor regarded them with a smile, which only deepened. His voice was gentle. "Teacher, these few students refuse to properly write their self-reflections and still expect others to assist them." The head teacher stormed over, wielding a cane. "So you wish to neglect your work, do you? You want others to write for you? Then write me 3,000 words." The boys wailed in despair. "Director, we were wrong. We were wrong. We truly cannot write any more. We can't finish it." The head teacher revealed a stern smile. "If you call out again, I'll add another 3,000 words." Immediately, the wailing boys fell silent, for they had no desire for an additional 3,000 words. They cast resentful glances towards Mu Shun, their eyes seemingly accusing him. "Class monitor, you have a heart of stone." Mu Shun merely smiled at them. Once the head teacher departed, they dared not disturb their class monitor, but felt emboldened to approach Gu Yunxuan and Mu Zhe. "Are you two truly a couple? We had no idea." The legends spoken of by Nan Xi. "Why have I not heard of them?" A girl timidly remarked. "I've heard of it. There are fanfictions about the school tyrant and the school prince on the forums." She immediately clamped her mouth shut and lowered her head to write her self-reflection. A boy extracted a phone from the sole of his shoe. Some covered their noses. "How disgusting. Putting your phone in your shoe. The location is irrelevant. As long as it works," he retorted. "And you guys help me cover for this. Don't let the director see it." Although the boys were disgusted by the idea of the phone being in the shoe, they nonetheless cooperated in shielding him. That boy began to search for something on his phone and suddenly appeared to find it, grinning in a rather lewd manner. "Stop laughing and speak up," someone urged. The boy replied with a grin. "He is the school tyrant of the third school, feared by all. He is the school prince adored by all the girls in the third school. Everyone assumed the two were bitter rivals. But unexpectedly, on a dark and stormy night, in a small grove, the school tyrant pinned the school prince against a tree, a wicked grin on his face. "Do you even know what you're doing, man?" The school prince coldly huffed, pushing him away. "Get lost." The school tyrant, unaccustomed to such indignities, grasped the school prince's chin, asserting, "Man, how dare you treat me with such coldness? You've certainly captured my attention." Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe exchanged glances, both recognizing the disdain reflected in the other's eyes. They suppressed their disgust, and Mu Zhe raised his hand. "Director, someone has a phone. Who dares to bring a phone?" The director bellowed. Gu Yunchuan snatched the phone from the boy and presented it to the head teacher. "Director, here." The head teacher fixed a fierce glare upon the group of boys, making them gulp nervously and shout their apologies. However, the director was not lenient, punishing each with a smack and a lengthy reprimand. Phone confiscated. Now run laps. After much effort, the students of Class 13 finally completed their self-reflections and submitted them to the director, who finally relented. Yet their homeroom teacher was still not done with them, delivering a cold huff. "Skipping class, were you? Or was it a class-wide escape?" Zhao Qianqian. Zhao Qianqian raised his hand. "Here, teacher." The homeroom teacher scolded. "What on earth could prompt you to dash out of school, taking the entire class with you? What do you intend to do? Stage a rebellion? I wouldn't dare. What's there to rebel against in this school? If I were to rebel, it would be against my dad." Zhao Qianqian muttered quietly. The teacher coldly replied, "What did you say?" Zhao Qianqian quickly backtracked. "Nothing, I meant to say I was wrong." The teacher shot him a glare, addressing the students of Class 13, who instigated this class skipping. The students unanimously pointed at Zhao Qianqian, who, after surveying the room, ultimately pointed at himself. After all, they had skipped class to assist him. Such camaraderie. He would just have to bear the brunt of the teacher's wrath. The teacher, infuriated, twisted Zhao Qianqian's ear. "So it was you. I told you to study diligently, yet here you are leading your classmates to skip class. You really are something. Now go clean the toilets." Zhao Qianqian trudged off to clean the toilets, while the other students could not contain their laughter. The teacher shot them a glance. "Do you think I'm not aware of your misdeeds?" Chapter 9. How infuriating that knowledge has indeed infiltrated her mind. And in such a repulsive manner. Instantly, laughter ceased. The teacher pointed at Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe. "You too. Not only did you skip class, but you dragged Nan Xi along. She didn't want to go. Yet you forced her. Don't think I didn't see you two trying to get that girl to write your reflections. Now, write me 3,000 words. Submit them to me after school." The other students stared at the teacher in shock, realizing that their homeroom teacher's train of thought was rather peculiar. The teacher spared no one, reprimanding each in turn. Even the class monitor received a scolding. The students of Class 13 were being chastised below, while Nan Xi was being harangued by the study system in the classroom. Inside the classroom, Nan Xi covered her head, unwilling to listen to the study system's nagging. Seeing her like this, the system became even more animated. "We had an agreement. I help you, and you must do your practice problems. I will do them. Is that not enough? Stop calling out. It's giving me a headache." Nan Xi laid her head on the desk, her face pressed firmly against the surface. It was simply too annoying. No one had warned her that the study system could be so nagging. Like a mother hen. Had she known, she would have stayed below and avoided the system's incessant chatter. Her life was so miserable. She had just finished her self-reflection. And now she had to tackle practice questions. She was a slacker, not a top student. She truly struggled with practice problems. The study system, seeing that the host was finally willing to write, took out an exercise from Nan Xi's desk, flipping through it. It was pristine new, as if it had just been purchased from a bookstore. The study system stared at Nan Xi in shock. "You haven't written anything?" Nan Xi felt a bit embarrassed. "I don't know how." The study system opened to the first page, right on the side. Nan Xi immediately protested. "Didn't we agree to only do one problem?" The study system played coy, "Did we?" "I don't remember that." "We did. You said it with your own mouth." The study system adopted an attitude of defiance. "Do you have a recording? If not, I want to acknowledge it." Nan Xi, fuming, tried to protest, only to realize she couldn't get up. She stared in shock at the study system. "What did you do?" The study system grinned. "You can't leave until you finish writing." Nan Xi glared indignantly at the study system. They were at an impasse. The study system teasingly said, "The bell for the end of school is about to ring. Are you really not going to write?" Nan Xi crossed her arms. "I don't want to talk to an untrustworthy system." The study system observed her stubbornness and finally chose to concede. All right. I was wrong. Can we stick to just one problem? Nan Xi pointed at her chair, and the study system immediately released her from her restraints. Nan Xi could move again, but she was still angry, casting a furious glance at the study system. She picked up a pen and began to write vigorously on the scrap paper, her strokes heavy with frustration. It was as though she were taking out her ire on the paper, treating it like the study system. The study system felt as if it were being scratched by the pen, a mix of itchiness and fear. It intended to remain silent, but the next moment, it broke its resolve. Did you even listen in class? We covered this problem at the beginning of the semester. How can you not know it? Nan Xi felt a bit sheepish, did we? I don't remember. The study system shouted in her ear. You clearly weren't paying attention in class. What were you doing? I told you. You should have bound a top student, but you insisted on binding me. What could I do? Nan Xi retorted, raising her finger. The learning system bellowed. This system does not bind the top students. Binding you is what brings me a sense of accomplishment. Nan Xi felt as though she had been reprimanded, yet found herself unable to retort. As the classmates of Class 13 entered, they were met with the furious tirade of the learning system and Nan Xi's lamentations. Are you even paying attention? I've already found videos for you. Haven't you learned anything? Not knowing is simply not knowing. What can I do about it? And the videos you found are utterly unclear. Halfway through, they demand payment. Even if I were wealthy, my money does not come from the wind. How can you squander it so? The learning system insisted. Then you must study diligently. Are you even trying to listen? I truly am trying. But the teacher speaks as if casting a spell. Every word lulls me to sleep. What can I do? Nan Xi felt deeply aggrieved. As a struggling student, learning was more torturous than a matter of life and death. The learning system collapsed onto the desk, as if drained of all vitality, exclaiming, I'm done. Go watch the videos and teach yourself. Nan Xi, equally furious, retorted, You call yourself a learning system. All you do is make me practice problems. You don't explain anything. You only lecture me about videos. I can't ask the teacher when I don't understand. I can only come to you, and you won't tell me anything. With a sudden burst, the learning system exclaimed, All right. I shall teach you. The classmates of Class 13 looked at Nan Xi with sympathy. How unfortunate to be ensnared by the learning system. They entered with a silent agreement not to disturb her, eager to see what the learning system could impart. Before long, the learning system erupted in frustration, shouting, You are truly the worst host I have ever encountered. Nan Xi blinked her innocent eyes. But weren't you previously a gossip system? I must be your first host as a learning system. The learning system, in a state of disillusion, lay there despondently. Seizing the moment, Nan Xi suggested, Why not revert to the gossip system? I assure you, I would perform splendidly. The classmates nodded in agreement, supporting the idea of the learning system returning to its former role. Yet the learning system vehemently declared, No. Even if you are a stubborn rock, I shall carve you into a beautiful jade. Though that was secondary. The primary concern was that it had only just transitioned to a learning system. If it could not succeed with its first host, how could it maintain its standing in the system realm? It would surely become a laughingstock among other systems. Even if it was merely a matter of pride, it had to persevere. Nan Xi pouted. You might be in for disappointment. After all, this was just the beginning, and she was already stuck on a math problem. The learning system gazed at her, its eyes ablaze with determination, and proceeded to explain for another half an hour. Nan Xi felt her head spinning, her vision flickering. Internally, she cried out, In this lifetime, I shall never coexist peacefully with mathematics. The learning system's excited voice rang out, Congratulations, host. You have completed this math problem. Please continue your efforts. Continue? The mere sight of a math problem made her queasy. How infuriating that knowledge had indeed infiltrated her mind, yet in such a nauseating manner. It felt as if her brain had been violated by math problems, leaving her dizzy and nauseous. Chapter 10. Do you know about that young lady sitting in front of you? Her father has been unfaithful. After that incident, Nan Xi now felt repulsed at the sight of math problems, both psychologically and physically. No matter how the learning system pleaded, Nan Xi remained obstinate. For the past few days, the scene in Class 13 had become a comical chase, with Nan Xi sprinting ahead and the learning system in relentless pursuit. Finally, Nan Xi could no longer contain herself. Why not find someone else? Why waste your prime years on me? The learning system refused. No. I want you. You are far more challenging. Go away. Just let me be. No. I only want you. I have no interest in any other high achievers. I only desire you, the struggling student. Nan Xi was exasperated. Being entangled was already burdensome enough, but to be scolded as well? This was unbearable. Let us release each other. Our entanglement will yield no fruitful outcome. The learning system leaned closer to Nan Xi. No. I shall cling to you like a ghost. You cannot escape my grasp. A chill ran down Nan Xi's spine as she felt tears welling up. What kind of system was this? So relentless. The students of Class 13 expressed their sympathy for Nan Xi. Yet amidst the monotony of their academic lives, the dynamic between her and her system remained entertaining. Though somewhat foolish, it was indeed amusing. The learning system presented a problem before Nan Xi. Upon seeing the math problem, she covered her mouth. I'm sorry. I feel like I might vomit. Recalling the last time she had shared gossip with such excitement, the learning system chuckled and said, Do you know about that young lady sitting in front of you? Her father has been unfaithful. Furthermore, the other party is not even a woman. Nan Xi. The classmates of Class 13? Is it that scandalous? The young lady sitting in front of Nan Xi, you cursin? What nonsense. Her father has been unfaithful. In her memories, her father was hopelessly devoted to her mother, always taking her mother out on adventures, refusing to include her. She grew up hearing tales of her parents' love, how her father pursued her mother with flowers each morning and learned to cook solely for her. She could hardly believe it, despite the learning system previously being accurate about Zhao Qianqian's family. Yet she chose not to confront it, instead quietly awaiting further developments. Not only did Yukerson find it hard to believe, but so did the other students in Class 13. Yukerson's parents were well regarded in their circle as a model couple, and their love story was still whispered about. Yu's father had made quite the spectacle in his pursuit of her mother. However, unlike Yukerson, the others were skeptical, considering the learning system's prior accuracy regarding Zhao Qianqian's family. After all, there were many who, despite adoring their wives, still succumbed to infidelity. They waited in silence for the learning system to continue its revelations. Nan Xi, still in shock, exclaimed, What? What? Isn's father famously devoted to his wife. Even my parents say so. Upon hearing this, Yukerson puffed out her chest proudly, insisting her father adored her mother above all. Then, the learning system's voice washed over her like a cold splash of water. People can be skilled at deception. You are not him. How can you possibly know what kind of person he truly is? Even his daughter might not comprehend the true nature of her father. Yukerson clenched her fingers, still unwilling to accept the learning system's words. Then hurry and explain. Nan Xi urged. Feigning profundity, the learning system replied, Please complete this page of math problems to unlock further revelations. What? The entire class erupted in astonishment. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. What happened? What is going on? Why is everyone standing? Do I need to stand, too? Cautiously, Nan Xi rose, hoping to join this peculiar assembly. Once standing, she felt dozens of gazes upon her, prompting her to curiously touch her nose. What's wrong? Did you all notice I didn't stand up earlier? The others quickly turned their heads, preparing to sit down when a voice filled with ire rang out. Why sit down? Don't you all prefer standing? Then stand until class is over. This was the homeroom teacher's class, and the teacher was already irked by the recent class-wide truancy. Having expected compliance, the teacher was taken aback by their defiance. Nan Xi felt somewhat disheartened. Already vexed by the academic system, she was now further incensed by the requirement to stand. Ah! Why must we stand? Had I known, I would have refrained from engaging earlier. It's one thing for others to stand, but even the class monitor, a paragon of composure, has risen. The class monitor adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Indeed, he was quite composed. The classmates of Class 13 remarked, Isn't it all due to your system's outrageous antics? Otherwise they wouldn't be standing. The most anxious of all was Yukerson. According to the learning system, this matter might indeed be genuine. Yet, she clung to a sliver of hope, wishing to hear the continuation in hopes of uncovering any misunderstandings. However, Nan Xi must first complete a page of math problems to do so. She recalled how previously, Nan Xi had nearly driven the learning system to its wit's end over a single math problem. How long would it take her to finish an entire page? Furthermore, considering Nan Xi's inherent laziness, she would surely be unwilling to tackle the problems. At that moment, Yukerson felt engulfed by despair. Just as she gnawed on her fingers in uncertainty, the voice of the learning system resonated. Host, if you're feeling bored, why not join me in solving problems? Once completed, we can hear the continuation. Nan Xi puffed out her cheeks and shook her head. I'm not particularly inclined to do so. The learning system pressed on. Do you not wish to know the continuation? The object of infidelity is not a woman. Wouldn't you like to know who it is? Nan Xi. Damn, I feel a twinge of curiosity. With that, Nan Xi picked up her pen and embarked on her problem-solving journey. System, do remember to guide me. The learning system replied, no problem. Ah, why is this problem so difficult? It's so hard. Can I not write it? Nan Xi looked at the learning system with a pitiful expression. Nan Xi was extraordinarily beautiful, her tear-filled, watery eyes gazing up at the learning system with such a woeful look that anyone would feel their heart soften. Yet the learning system was not a human. It was a system. Unmoved by human emotion, it coldly declared, no, keep going. You are heartless. The learning system urged, hurry up. Nan Xi laboriously worked through the problems, so engrossed that she failed to notice, when class ended, her classmates' attention solely fixated on her. This led to a peculiar scene. As students from other classes passed by class 13, they beheld the entire class standing. And, astonishingly, they did not sit down even after the bell rang. This was not in line with their memories of class 13, where students typically dashed out or dozed off. When did they become so orderly and quiet? And standing? Had the second-year class 23 fallen under some spell? Chapter 11, No Copying. It would be a joke for her to heed that. Then the paper spontaneously ignited. Ah, why is math so difficult? Can we exchange it for something else? Can I recite ancient poems instead? Nan Xi gazed at the learning system with a pitiful expression, attempting to elicit its sympathy. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi's exercises, noting that after 2 hours, she had managed to complete one problem. Learning must be encouraged. Criticism would only extinguish a child's interest in learning. The learning system praised her. Well done. You've completed 2 problems, excellent. Take a break. Nan Xi looked at the learning system in disbelief. Could this truly be the learning system? So gentle? Surely, it wasn't malfunctioning? Nan Xi incredulously asked, are you serious? Upholding the principle of not undermining a child's confidence, the system replied in a soothing tone. Yes. You're doing wonderfully. Rest now. We will continue in 15 minutes. The host had finally consented to study diligently. One could not treat the host like a beast of burden, lest it retaliate. Nan Xi promptly collapsed onto her desk. So comfortable. Indeed, math is the root of all evil. Without it, I feel utterly liberated. The students of class 13, hearing Nan Xi's words, couldn't help but chuckle, though they refrained from being too boisterous. Fearing that if Nan Xi noticed, she would label them as lunatics. Zhao Qianqian, puzzled, scratched his head. Was math really that difficult? He skeptically opened his book, glanced at it, found it incomprehensible, and promptly shut it. Surely, it was due to his lack of attention in class, not because he was dull-witted. Yu Kersin, however, felt no inclination to laugh. She was anxious beyond measure. Having waited so long for the continuation, she turned to glance at Nan Xi, who lay curled up on her desk like an injured kitten, looking utterly pitiful. Having listened to Nan Xi's entire mental journey, she knew that the torment of math was driving her nearly insane. Yet, for the sake of the continuation, she steeled herself and surreptitiously provided Nan Xi with an answer. As she placed the answer on Nan Xi's desk, Nan Xi felt a nudge and, upon looking up, saw Yu Kersin gazing at her with a somewhat embarrassed expression. How strange. Why was she looking at her like that? Nan Xi noticed Yu Kersin had left a note on her desk. Upon picking it up, her eyes widened in shock, tears welling up. Not from sorrow, but from gratitude. What a good person. Yu Kersin is truly a kind soul. How could I have overlooked her goodness before? She must have seen me suffering in math and came to my rescue. She is indeed a little angel. A fairy. Boo-hoo. She is so wonderful. I adore her so much. Yu Kersin's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a mix of embarrassment. She had given the answer out of a desire to know the continuation. Yet Nan Xi had praised her, even declaring her love. Nan Xi was truly adorable. Gu Yanqin looked at Nan Xi with a pitiful expression, wondering how many good people she had in her heart. Mu Zhe, upon hearing the commotion, paused momentarily, dropped the note, and turned to look at Nan Xi. The class monitor, Mu Shen, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses and smiled meaningfully. The other students of class 13? Is this even possible? Can one really copy answers? Nan Xi, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at the answer in her hand as if she had spotted a long-lost relative. Just as she prepared to write fervently, the learning system suddenly cried out, "Alert! Alert! Copying answers is prohibited for the host." Nan Xi merely glanced at the learning system, clutching the answer tighter, and continued to copy it. Ridiculous. Just because it said not to copy, she would not comply. That would be too embarrassing. The learning system, seeing Nan Xi's defiance, declared, "Detection indicates that the host is intent on copying answers. Other measures will be taken soon." Nan Xi, undeterred, continued writing. The students of class 13 watched Nan Xi quietly, eager to see how the learning system would respond. Suddenly, the note in Nan Xi's hand spontaneously ignited. Startled, she leapt to her feet, and Gu Yinshin Muze and Yu Kursin hurried over. Nan Xi looked up at them, as well as the other standing classmates, momentarily oblivious to the significance of the note's combustion. Still somewhat puzzled by their behavior. What is going on? Is there something we are unaware of? Why is everyone standing? The students of class 13 in unison sat back down. Nan Xi scratched her head in confusion. Why do I feel like they're acting strangely? What on earth is happening? I want to know. The students of class 13. You wouldn't want to know. We want to tell you. Their odd behavior is all because of you. Seeing that everyone had settled back down, Nan Xi also took her seat, only to find the learning system glaring at her, which ignited her frustration. What do you mean by this? Why did you burn my things? The learning system retorted, copying answers is not allowed. Nan Xi crossed her arms defiantly. You never said that. Well, now I have. No copying answers. You must write them yourself. You may seek help from others, but copying answers is strictly forbidden. Do you understand? The learning system shouted at Nan Xi. She rubbed her ears. Got it. Can't you be a little less fierce? The learning system glared at Nan Xi, exclaiming that this host was exceedingly difficult to manage. However, having formed a bond, it bore a responsibility towards her. Even if Nan Xi possessed the intellect of a pig, it would not abandon her. The learning system glanced at the clock on the wall. All right, time's up. Let us commence. Oh, is it that soon? The learning system retorted. Hurry up. No playing the pity card. Write faster. Nan Xi blinked her big, watery eyes. Could you possibly allow me a little more time? Just another 15 minutes. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes, please. Let me rest a moment. I've been writing problems all day, without a break. Even the donkeys in a production team wouldn't be worked so hard. Have some compassion for me. I am truly wretched. The classmates in class 13 felt a twinge of sympathy for Nan Xi. Yu Kursin looked over at Nan Xi, her heart aching at the sight of her tear-filled eyes, but to stay focused on the task at hand, she resolutely turned her head away. As long as she didn't look, she wouldn't feel pity. The learning system, however, was not a student in class 13, easily swayed by Nan Xi. It was a system. You mean to say you spent the morning daydreaming until noon? And only after I tempted you with a melon did you reluctantly write for 3 hours. The first hour was spent complaining incessantly. After finally completing 2 problems, you were granted a 15-minute break. Then you simply began copying answers? Is this what you call having written problems all day? Nan Xi felt a flush of embarrassment. Stop it. All right. Is that not sufficient? The learning system played a video and shouted, Move faster. Nan Xi, feeling small and helpless, held her pen, casting a pitiful glance at the screen before her. Chapter 12. Astonishing. The campus heartthrob, who is just like me a poor student, is secretly a top scholar. Nan Xi gazed at the screen, feeling a bit dizzy. She turned to the learning system and said, Why don't you explain it? My head is buzzing from watching this video. The learning system, recalling the time it nearly fainted teaching her math, thought its own head felt somewhat foggy. It decided it needed a moment to gather itself. How about you self-study for a while? I'm rather busy at the moment. Nan Xi pouted. Are you looking down on me? The learning system quickly clarified. No. I truly have matters to attend to. It scanned the room, its gaze landing on Muze. You should consult him. He is a hidden genius. Hurry to him. He will surely be able to teach you well. Nan Xi.
Muze.
If her memory served her right, Muze was rather lackluster academically, with grades comparable to hers. The classmates in class 13 were Muze, a hidden genius. The two concepts seemed utterly incompatible to them. Muze rubbed his nose, ignoring the curious stares from his peers. He kept his head down, engrossed in a comic book. They found this behavior quite normal. The term genius seemed to have no connection whatsoever to Mu Ze. Yet the learning system's words could not be false. Thus, there must be something to uncover. They eagerly awaited Nan Xi to question the learning system, anticipating a revelation. Sure enough, the next moment, Nan Xi inquired, What?
What?
Something up. Quickly tell me. The learning system initially intended to have her solve another problem before divulging anything. However, considering the need for adequate encouragement in her studies, it decided to motivate her a bit. Thus, it stated, Indeed, Mu Ze is a genius. Nan Xi retorted, Then why does he perform so poorly? He consistently scores lower than I do on every exam. She was in second to last place.
Miljoenitse was het last.
Sometimes she found it puzzling. How could Mu Ze hold the position of last place? Logically, it should have been Gu Yunchuan, the campus bully. After all, Gu Yunchuan spent his days brawling and sleeping in class. She and Mu Ze at least attended class, yet their scores were lower than someone who never paid attention. When she saw her grades, her mood was far from pleasant. But at least Gu Yunchuan was at the bottom. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something and asked, Wait, if Mu Ze is a genius, that means I am in last place. The learning system regarded Nan Xi. Did you think I would bind you for no reason? If I were to bind a poor student, why not bind the last place instead of the second to last? Nan Xi stammered, I thought you found me attractive. Thought I had talent. That I was exceptionally clever. The learning system replied, You're exceptionally clever yet rank second to last?
Oh.
Now you're in last place. You can't attack my character like that, Nan Xi exclaimed, feeling quite wronged.
Moest zij ate en angst is pleit.
Though she felt a bit disheartened, her sorrow was swiftly overshadowed by curiosity about Mu Ze's secret, prompting her to ask, So, why does Mu Ze pretend to be a poor student? Did he lose a bet? The learning system looked at Nan Xi. You truly don't remember Mu Ze. Nan Xi, puzzled, scratched her head. Isn't he just a classmate? You really don't remember? Nan Xi, exasperated, replied, Could you please stop with the riddles? If I knew, would I still be asking you? Mu Ze nervously fidgeted with his fingers. The classmates of class 13 glanced at Mu Ze with teasing expressions. Something was up. Gu Yunchuan looked at Mu Ze with disdain. The learning system interjected, Do you remember a very good friend from your childhood? He just happened to move abroad later. Nan Xi pondered for a moment, a shy, youthful face appearing in her mind. I remember. That little boy was always so bashful. He wouldn't resist when bullied, and I, in a moment of kindness, rescued him. After that, he followed me around every day bringing me snacks. Given the snacks, I accepted him as my little brother. He brought me treats, and I protected him. It was a perfect arrangement. During that time, I was incredibly happy because I had snacks every day. Unfortunately, the little boy eventually moved abroad for some unknown reason. I was heartbroken for quite some time as I had no more snacks. My parents were very strict, forbidding me from eating too many treats, and the little boy's presence brought me so much joy. I had a variety of snacks to enjoy. Regrettably, I never saw him again. I think the little boy's name was Mumu. Mu Ze Mumu? They sound quite similar. Could it be the same person? She looked at Mu Ze incredulously, finding him as expressionless as ever, and felt a twinge of disbelief. Are you certain? He doesn't resemble Mumu at all. Mumu was incredibly shy and had a soft, gentle personality, easy to bully. He was like a living snow dumpling. So adorable. She glanced at Mu Ze. Still convinced he didn't resemble Mumu. The classmates in class 13 looked at Mu Ze in disbelief. This cool-headed genius was once so endearing? And he was called Mumu? They began teasing Mu Ze in their group chat.
Lin Ling, Muza Mumu. Mumu. Lin Van, Muza Mumu.
Mumu, what a cute name. Su Heng, Mu Ze Mumu. Zhao Qianqian, Mu Ze Mumu Mumu. Zhao Qianqian. Ha. Mu Ze, your nickname is so amusing. Li Shu, Mu Ze Mumu. The chat was flooded with Mumu. Mu Ze looked at his classmates in the group chat, feeling somewhat displeased, and put down his phone. He could still hear his deskmate teasingly calling Mumu. Mu Ze shot a cold glare at him, and he immediately shut his mouth in surrender. Gu Yunchuan looked at Mu Ze with disgust, thinking, What nonsense is this Mumu? It sounds horrendous. Yu Kersen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She yearned to partake in this delicious melon, yet she was also eager to learn about her father's latest developments. Ultimately, she opted to savor Mu Ze's melon instead. The most pressing matter was that Nan Xi had yet to complete her math problems, rendering her father's secrets inaccessible. Thus, she decided to indulge in Mu Zhe's offering. After all, it was complimentary and devoid of any strings attached. The entire class perked up, eager to hear the school heartthrob's tale. The voice of the learning system chimed in, declaring he is the one. With the learning system's affirmation, even if Nan Xi was skeptical, she had no choice but to believe it. The bashful boy from years past had blossomed into a formidable iceberg. She glanced at Mu Zhe, whose handsome countenance bore no expression whatsoever. Noticing Nan Xi's gaze, Mu Zhe felt a twinge of anxiety as he nervously fidgeted with his fingers. He turned away, only to find that Nan Xi had ceased to look at him, which left him feeling a bit dejected as he lowered his head. While others may have overlooked this gesture, Gu Yunchuan observed it keenly. He found Mu Zhe's demeanor somewhat repugnant. Casting a glance at Nan Xi, he chose to lay down and rest. He had no interest in Mu Zhe's affairs. Chapter 13. Why was Gu Yunchuan upset? Was he perhaps feeling envious? What relevance does his pretense of being a poor student have to this? The learning system fixed its gaze upon Nan Xi, who was puzzled by its scrutiny. She queried,
Why are you staring at me?
Is there something on my face? Upon checking her reflection in a mirror, she confirmed that she looked as lovely as ever, with not a speck of dirt in sight. The learning system sighed in exasperation at her obliviousness and stated, because when someone scores the lowest, they are incredibly disheartened. So much so that they couldn't even enjoy the snacks Mu Zhe brought. Consequently, Mu Zhe, in an effort to cheer this person up, plummeted from first place to last in the next exam. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi quickly recalled, I think I remember now. I felt so disheartened when I scored last, and it lingered for quite some time. When Mumu saw me upset, he brought snacks to comfort me, but I was too sad to eat.
Then,
in the following exam, Mumu ended up scoring last. I found it strange and sought him out. He said, I didn't want you to feel sad. As long as I'm here, you will never be last. I was deeply moved. Although I appreciated it, I still scolded him. Why would he give up being first to be last? Even though he promised to do well, he still went through with it. I was so angry that I didn't speak to him for several days. But back then, Mumu was truly adorable, no matter what I said. I couldn't stay mad at him. He just wore that sweet smile while looking at me. I simply couldn't hold on to my anger. The classmates in class 13 laughed heartily, casting amused glances at Mu Zhe and Nan Xi. Mu Zhe had actually scored last to cheer up a girl. Gu Yunchuan, who had been dozing, found himself wide awake upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts. How could he possibly sleep now? Scoring last was something he could do too. At that moment, the voice of the learning system echoed, So, can you go find him now? Knowing that Mu Zhe was a childhood friend, Nan Xi no longer felt awkward. She picked up her exercises, intending to approach Mu Zhe. Suddenly, she recalled something and inquired, So, why did he go abroad? The learning system, observing her blank math problems, felt that continuing this conversation would hinder her progress. If they kept chatting, she wouldn't finish her work today, and she had already shared quite a bit. The motivational nudges had been sufficient. She couldn't be indulged too much, or she might take advantage of it. The learning system coldly retorted, You should ask him yourself. Nan Xi gazed at the learning system with a pitiable expression, hoping for it to elaborate further. However, the system was unmoved and shouted, Hurry up and write. With no choice left, Nan Xi clutched her notebook and pen, waiting for class to end before seeking out Mu Zhe. When the bell rang, the students of class 13 remained seated. The teacher at the podium looked upon the quiet class with a sense of dread. They were actually not leaving after the bell? No wonder the teacher felt apprehensive. Class 13 was notoriously difficult to manage. They were either tardy or left early. Normally, they would vanish without a trace the moment class ended. But for the past few days, they had been unusually compliant, not speaking during lessons and remaining in their seats after class. This behavior did not comfort the teachers. Rather, it filled them with trepidation. The children were quietly plotting something. Class 13 was particularly unsettling. The teacher recalled the rumors that Class 13 was possessed. Could it actually be true? He quickly grabbed his books and fled, intent on finding a master to consult about purchasing a talisman for safety. After all, teaching Class 13 came with a hefty salary, and he simply couldn't bear to part with it. Once the teacher left, Nan Xi, notebook and pen in hand, tiptoed toward Mu Zhe. Upon seeing her approach, Mu Zhe's earlobes turned crimson. Nan Xi stealthily made her way over, but the expressionless Mu Zhe made her feel anxious. Has too much time passed for him to remember? If I go to him now, will he find it bothersome? How embarrassing would it be to be rejected? Maybe I should just forget it and consult the learning system instead. The other students in class 13 internally urged her on. Go on. We need to remind him. How could he possibly forget scoring last for you? He definitely remembers. Yukerson observed Nan Xi and felt a strong urge to push her toward Muze, hoping he would tutor her. Just when everyone thought Nan Xi would shy away from approaching Muze, he spoke up. Do you need something? Nan Xi looked at Muze, stammering out, I have a problem I can't solve. Could you teach me? Immediately after speaking, she regretted it. What am I thinking? Muze just scored last. If I approach him for help, will he think I'm picking on him? What should I do if he gets angry? I should run. Muze chuckled softly and replied, sure. He glanced at his deskmate, who promptly took the hint and left. He then asked, Nan Xi, may I sit in your seat? Nan Xi nodded, and Muze rose to allow her to take his place while he moved to Qiu Shi's seat, Qiu Shi being Muze's deskmate. Qiu Shi, watching this unfold, couldn't help but want to scoff. What was so wrong with his seat that they had to treat it with such disdain? If Muze didn't want her to sit, then he shouldn't take her seat either. Just as he was about to gloat, he caught sight of Muze's icy glare and instantly cowered, retreating to find another chair to sit on. He was terrified. As Nan Xi settled into Muze's seat, he began to explain the problems to her. Yet, her thoughts drifted away. Muze's voice is so pleasant. Muze paused momentarily, his ears flushing red as he said, please don't talk. Nan Xi's eyes widened in surprise, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but I wasn't speaking. Muze gently replied, I'm sorry, I misheard. Let us continue. The students in class 13 stifled their laughter, trying not to burst out. Yet, they couldn't help it. Nan Xi was simply too entertaining. Gu Yunchuan, growing increasingly irritated, thought, so what if his voice is nice? Mine is quite lovely as well. He turned to glare at Nan Xi. Gu Yunchuan sat right in front of Muze, and with a mere turn of his head, he could see her occupying Muze's seat. Upon noticing Gu Yunchuan's sudden shift, Nan Xi wondered, why is Gu Yunchuan turned around? And why does he look so angry? Hearing her thoughts, the other students glanced over and confirmed Gu Yunchuan's furious expression. They suddenly recalled the legend Nan Xi had mentioned and speculated if Gu Yunchuan was perhaps feeling jealous. Not only did they think so, but Nan Xi too pondered. Why is Gu Yunchuan upset? Could it be because I asked Muze to help me with my problems? Is he jealous? Is he angry? Will he hit me? After all, being struck by the school bully is quite painful. Oh, dear. How could I forget that Gu Yunchuan and Muze are a couple? If I had known, I wouldn't have sought out Muze. With my petite arms and legs, I could hardly withstand a single punch from Gu Yunchuan. Upon hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, Gu Yunchuan's expression darkened further. Who was spreading rumors about him and Muze? Once he finds out, he would definitely make that rumor-monger pay dearly. To Nan Xi, Gu Yunchuan's demeanor appeared even more intimidating. What expression is that? How frightening. He wouldn't truly hit me, would he? Perhaps I should just leave. Just as Gu Yunchuan was about to explain, Muze's voice rang out. Ignore him. Let's continue. Chapter 14. A Savior. Indeed, the class leader is reliable. Nan Xi widened her eyes. What happened? What happened? Are they arguing? If they are, I need to distance myself. The last time these two argued, I ended up writing an additional 3,000 words in a self-reflection. I certainly do not wish to write another one. It's best to slip away for now. I've already completed several problems, anyway. I might as well find the study system for the rest. Just as Nan Xi was about to rise, Muze interjected, don't move. It's hard-earned time to get along with her. I cannot let her slip away so easily. He turned to Gu Yunchuan with displeasure. Do you have business here? If not, please refrain from disturbing us. Gu Yunchuan retorted, of course, I have matters to discuss. I can teach Nan Xi as well. Muze nearly laughed at the absurdity. With those few points in mathematics, Gu Yunchuan felt a flush of embarrassment. If only he had studied harder back then. Nevertheless, he couldn't let his momentum falter. So what? Do you think your explanations are any better? I could simply find a tutor for Nan Xi. Muze scoffed dismissively. The onlookers from class 13 shouted in excitement. Let them fight. Let them fight. The school bully and the school prince are about to clash. They were quite eager to see who would emerge victorious. However, Nan Xi, faced with two handsome adversaries, felt no joy. In fact, she felt a twinge of fear. She murmured, perhaps I should just leave. Muze asserted, you are not allowed to leave. Gu Yunchuan echoed, you are not permitted to leave. The two spoke in unison. Nan Xi swallowed hard, feeling even more apprehensive, such synchronization. No wonder they are a couple. Exchanging glances filled with disdain, Mu Ze and Gu Yunchuan regarded each other. Observing their intimidating interaction, Nan Xi attempted to minimize her presence. She certainly did not wish to be caught in their crossfire. They both shared an understanding. They needed to clarify to Nan Xi that they had no connection whatsoever. Once again, they spoke in unison. Nan Xi. Startled, Nan Xi jumped to her feet. What is it? Are you asking me to leave? I will go now. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze each placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her back down. Sit tight. Nan Xi complied, looking like a pitiful creature subjected to bullying. The spectators were thoroughly entertained.
Oh my.
How did we not realize that school could be this amusing? If they had known such drama would unfold, they would have stayed at school instead of going out to play. She watched the trio with satisfaction, momentarily dismissing Mu Ze's earlier disdain for him. Yu Kursen gazed at Mu Ze and Gu Yunchuan, her eyes sparkling. Although she felt a bit guilty towards her father, she was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The aloof school prince. The charming school bully. How delightful. More of this, please. While the classmates of Class 13 reveled in the show, Nan Xi felt anything but joy. She was genuinely frightened that their quarrel would draw her into chaos. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze chimed in. We are not what you think. What do you mean? Nan Xi questioned, perplexed. Yet, she couldn't help but notice their uncanny synchronization. Indeed, they are quite the couple. Such harmony. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze regarded each other once more, both feeling a sense of revulsion. Mu Ze glanced at Gu Yunchuan, signaling him to remain silent, while Gu Yunchuan glared back, silently demanding, Why should I? You be quiet. Their unspoken rivalry left Nan Xi bewildered. What are they doing? Other students nodded in agreement, equally puzzled by the unfolding drama, yet they were entertained. Gu Yunchuan, irritated by Mu Ze, finally spoke. Nan Xi, I have something to say to you. Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock as she glanced at Mu Ze. What is it? Are you asking me to keep my distance from Mu Ze? You need not assert your claim. I can leave on my own. I certainly wouldn't want you to dirty your hands. Mu Ze shot Gu Yunchuan an exasperated look, thinking what a fool. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice interrupted. Nan Xi, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing that voice, Nan Xi felt as though she had found a savior. She turned to see the class leader smiling warmly at her. A savior. The class leader is indeed reliable. She hastily gathered her belongings, not waiting for anyone's reaction, and rushed to the class leader's side. Class leader, let us go. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze looked at the class leader with displeasure. However, the class leader seemed oblivious, smiling at them before escorting Nan Xi back to her seat. He turned to Qiu Shi and said, You may leave now. Qiu Shi, still somewhat dazed, quickly vacated his spot, unsure of the class leader's intentions. Once Nan Xi was settled, the class leader turned to her deskmate. Enlai, may I switch seats with you? Enlai, captivated by the class leader's handsome face, yielded her seat without hesitation. The other students were taken aback by this turn of events. How did the class leader get involved? Yet, they found it quite enjoyable. Please keep this show going. We love it. Yu Kursen discreetly observed Nan Xi and the class leader, then glanced at the bewildered Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze. She couldn't suppress her inner excitement. This is thrilling. I love it. While the class leader and Nan Xi were delighted, Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze were far from pleased. They exchanged glances filled with irritation, scoffing at one another, then turned their attention back to Nan Xi. The sight of her and the class leader sharing smiles was utterly irksome to them. Qiu Shi, observing the two, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He decided it was best not to provoke either of them, lest he suffer dire consequences. Finally, after the class leader's patient guidance, Nan Xi completed her work just before the bell rang. I'm finally done. I never want to write math again. Math is too torturous. What a struggle. The study system, witnessing Nan Xi's accomplishment, emitted a sound of applause. Well done. Excellent work. Not only was the study system pleased for Nan Xi, but her classmates were also thrilled, as they anticipated juicy gossip about Yu Kursen's father. Nan Xi blushed, smiling appreciatively at the class leader. The class leader is truly wonderful. Oh, what a great person. She beamed at him. Thank you, class leader. The class leader gently tousled her hair, saying softly, No need to thank me. This action was particularly irksome to Gu Yunchuan and Mu Ze, who shot scowls at each other. Gu Yunchuan thought, This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Nan Xi wouldn't have been led away by that guy. He returned the glare, determined to study hard when he got home, so that he might also teach Nan Xi next time. Nan Xi, however, was oblivious to the commotion around her. Her focus was on the gossip regarding Yu Kursen's father. Just as she was about to inquire, the school bell rang. Yet, none of the students moved to leave. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why aren't they leaving? School is out. Shouldn't they be rushing to escape the campus and go play? Why are they all as still as statues? One might mistakenly believe that the school possesses such charm that students are reluctant to leave after class. Chapter 15 reveals not only that her father has strayed, but also that her mother has been unfaithful. This peculiarity is not lost on Nan Xi. And even the teacher finds it bewildering. With a look of alarm, the teacher casts a quick glance at them and hastily departs. Truly, this class is extraordinarily strange. It seems he too must seek out a master to procure a talisman for peace. The students of class 13 were momentarily taken aback by Nan Xi's words. That cursed bell. Why does it ring at such an inopportune time? Ah, how ironic. When they wished for an early dismissal, it stubbornly refused. Now that they yearn for just a little more time, it abruptly signals the end of class. Were they being toyed with? They swallowed hard, contemplating how to concoct an excuse. At that moment, a boy's voice broke the silence, expressing his fatigue. I don't want to go home so early. I'll just take a nap and head back later. He promptly laid his head down on the desk, and his desk mate chimed in. I'll keep you company. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. You can accompany him while he sleeps? The other students also settled onto their desks, presenting a clear refusal to depart. Nan Xi found their decision rather odd, strange. Yet they seemed quite normal in their oddness. Although she commented on their abnormality, she held no suspicions, instantly exhaling in relief. In the next moment, Nan Xi declared, Let us go. We'll talk as we walk. The students of class 13 sprang to their feet, gathering their belongings, startling Nan Xi to the point where her books nearly slipped from her grasp. What's going on? Weren't we just sleeping? Why are we getting up again? Truly? Everyone seems unwell. The students of class 13 retorted silently. Once again she claims we're unwell. We're merely striving for a taste of gossip. Yu Kursen stood up and approached Nan Xi with a smile. Nan Xi, shall we go out together to buy something to eat? Nan Xi, puzzled, replied, Are we that close? But a stunning beauty has invited me. I find it difficult to refuse. She beamed in agreement. Yu Kursen's cheeks flushed as Nan Xi complimented her beauty, making her shy. She linked her arm with Nan Xi's and said, Let us go. A new dessert shop has opened nearby. I'll treat you to cake. Nan Xi obediently nodded. All right. Observing Nan Xi's agreeable demeanor, Yu Kursen felt a sudden urge to pet her head, realizing why the class monitor had done so previously. Nan Xi's innocent gaze resembled that of a little kitten, utterly irresistible. In her heart, she whimsically fantasized about how to take Nan Xi home. Then, the voices of other classmates erupted. Yu Kursen, take us along to eat too. We want to join. Indeed. You can't just treat Nan Xi. We want to eat as well. Nan Xi's eyes widened, akin to a startled kitten. Is the cake truly that delicious? So many people wish to partake? The others responded. It's not merely the cake that entices us. It's the chance to share this moment with you. Yu Kursen wished to decline, but, acknowledging that they were all in the same boat as eager onlookers, she reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the entire class of 13 set off for the newly opened dessert shop. A grand procession of over 20 individuals that astounded students from other classes, but upon realizing it was class 13, they deemed it entirely normal. Recently, class 13 had indeed exhibited some peculiar behavior. As they approached the dessert shop, students hoping to buy sweets immediately halted in their tracks. Even those who had entered the shop fled. Nan Xi observed this scene and quipped, Are we truly that fearsome? Why is everyone running away? The other students of class 13 exchanged glances at the sky and the ground, some nervously touching their noses. They were merely striving for a taste of gossip. The dessert shop owner, noticing the fleeing customers, was about to investigate when he was startled by the sudden arrival of class 13. Nan Xi chuckled at the astonished owner. I bet he thinks we've come to brawl. Surely, he believes we're delinquents. Here to brawl, class 13. Here to gossip, class 13. Yu Kursen spoke first, owner. We've come for dessert. Although the owner was bewildered, uncertain why purchasing a cake felt like preparing for a fight, he nonetheless welcomed them inside. After all, who would turn away from profit? Each student of class 13 received a slice of cake, and as Nan Xi savored her chocolate cake, she conversed with the learning system. What on earth is wrong with Yu Kursen's father? How did he stray? Who is the object of his infidelity? As soon as these words escaped her lips, the students of class 13 widened their eyes, their gazes bright and fixated on Nan Xi. The learning system cleared its throat. Host, let me tell you, not only has Yukersen's father strayed, but her mother has as well. Nan Xi. The students of class 13. Yukersen. What on earth? Her father has strayed. Her mother has strayed too. How could this be? Her parents always appeared to have a wonderful relationship. The others looked at Yukersen with sympathetic eyes, pitying the poor girl who had believed her parents were deeply in love, only to discover that both had been unfaithful. The learning system revealed an astonishing piece of information. Her father is involved in an incestuous relationship. Her mother is indulging in literature about younger lovers. Nan Xi's eyes widened. How scandalous. The students of class 13 exclaimed, "This is too thrilling. Please continue." Yukersen, feeling as though she were a fish out of water, lay her head down on the table. Incest? Literature about younger lovers? She could guess her mother's involvement, but who could her father's partner be? An uncle? A younger uncle? Could it even be her grandfather? That simply wouldn't he do. Such a revelation would surely invoke divine wrath. Instantly, she felt that as long as it wasn't her grandfather, she could somewhat tolerate her uncle or younger uncle, and even her mother's relationship with her younger grandmother didn't seem insurmountable. It was all too overwhelming. Woe is me. This sweet cake could not wash away the bitterness within her heart. The other students of class 13, including Nan Xi, regarded Yukersen with sympathetic eyes. Yukersen insisted she didn't need their pity, which only made her feel even more pitiful. The learning system continued. How thrilling. Nan Xi inquired, do the couple know? The learning system replied, oh, they're aware. They even cover for each other. Nan Xi's eyes widened. The details. I want the details. The others chimed in, we want them too. Yukersen lamented, I don't want to know. I want to go home. Woe is me. This is too terrifying. The learning system cleared its throat as if receiving some signal. The couple is currently at the Huayong Hotel, just nearby. Do you wish to go? We can discuss it as we walk. Nan Xi immediately stood up. Let us go. As soon as she stood, the others followed suit. The class monitor adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. Would you like to visit my family's hotel? Hotel? The Huayong Hotel is apparently the class monitor's family's. Nan Xi nodded eagerly. Let us go. The others agreed, eager to join. With a gentle laugh, the class monitor led class 13 on their way to her family's hotel. Just as Nan Xi intended to follow, she was halted by Mu Zhe. Shall I carry you? Gu Yunchen interjected. I'll carry you. Mu Zhe couldn't manage with just one hand. He'd tire out halfway through. It's best that I carry you. Nan Xi glanced at the two. Is this jealousy rearing its head again? Chapter 16. Young master? Grandfather and grandson. How frightening. Are these two unwell? They argue, and then come to me. I certainly don't wish to be thrashed by the school bully. I'm in a hurry to indulge in gossip. Ah, how annoying. Gu Yunchen and Mu Zhe exchanged looks, and in that moment, they reached a silent agreement. They must clarify that their relationship with Nan Xi was purely platonic. Just as they were about to speak, someone pushed them aside. In the astonished gaze of Nan Xi, Yukersen, resembling a warrior, pushed past Gu Yunchen and Mu Zhe, scooping her up in a princess carry and charging ahead. Nan Xi was left in shock. In Yukersen's eyes, there resided an insatiable thirst for the truth. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe were momentarily taken aback before promptly following suit. The classmates who had already distanced themselves were left in stunned silence at this spectacle. Yukersen possessed remarkable strength, managing to outrun them while carrying Nan Xi. Could this be the extraordinary power of a bystander? They cast a glance at Yukersen's retreating figure, their eyes brimming with a desire for more gossip. After a moment of confusion, Nan Xi finally registered the scene behind her, a horde of classmates pursuing them at an alarming speed. Their expressions were nothing short of grotesque, resembling a pack of zombies. Nan Xi swallowed hard, her eyes wide with panic. What is happening? Have the students from class 13 mutated?
They look terrifying.
The students from class 13 pondered. Who is to blame for this? Nan Xi's attention was momentarily diverted to them before being irresistibly drawn back to Yukersen. Although the young lady is a kind soul, even intervening to prevent a quarrel between the school tyrant and the school heartthrob couple, the way she is holding me makes me feel somewhat embarrassed. Yukersen's cheeks flushed slightly as she tightened her embrace around Nan Xi. The school tyrant and heartthrob exchanged glances, filled with disdain. This is all your fault. My reputation is ruined. Nan Xi, glancing at Yukersen, shyly spoke. Yukersen, could you please set me down? This feels rather peculiar. Just as Yukursin was about to insist it was unnecessary, Nan Xi's thoughts echoed in her ears. While being held by such a stunning beauty is delightful, there are so many people around, and it feels a tad embarrassing.
Besides,
I'm not so lazy that I can't walk a few steps myself. At that moment, the learning system interjected, "Aren't you lazy?" Nan Xi couldn't bear the system's accusation of her laziness and shouted, "I am not lazy." Her declaration was filled with vigor, yet very few present believed her. To prove her diligence, Nan Xi insisted that Yukursin release her. She stormed forward, shooting an irritated glare at the learning system. The learning system huffed, "Are you still listening?" Nan Xi immediately switched to a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Yes. Yes. Please continue." Upon hearing this, the students of Class 13 instinctively slowed their pace, forming an orderly line behind Nan Xi. With not a single word uttered, this scene left the other classes too frightened to move. Rumors had circulated that Class 13 was cursed, and witnessing their unusual behavior only added to their fear. Just moments ago, the students of Class 1 had been wildly sprinting. Now they had come to an abrupt halt. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. From now on, they must keep their distance from Class 13. However, Class 13 paid no heed to the gossip surrounding them. They were wholly focused on awaiting the learning system's juicy revelations. Would you prefer to hear about her father or her mother first? Nan Xi contemplated for a moment. I know who her stepmother is. I remember that Yukursin's mother and her maternal grandmother have a rather strained relationship. How did they even come together? I want to hear about her father. Who exactly is this relative? Is it her brother, her younger brother, her uncle, or her father? Or perhaps all of them together? Yukursin, upon hearing Nan Xi's musings, felt an urge to spit blood. What had she done to deserve this? What punishment awaited her? The others exclaimed in excitement. Together? The wealthy really know how to play. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi and coughed. None of those. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Could it possibly be her grandfather? A grandparent-grandchild romance? That seems rather inappropriate, and besides, isn't the elder of the Yu family already deceased? Yukursin rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling as though she needed an ambulance. Help! Someone save me! The students of Class 13 exclaimed. Is it an unresolved love between the living and the dead? The learning system looked at Nan Xi with exasperation. Your imagination is quite vivid. But no, that's not it. Both Nan Xi and Yukursin simultaneously clutched their chests in relief. After calming down, Nan Xi found it strange. Why was she relieved when it wasn't her father? She turned to the learning system, shouting, "Then hurry up and tell us. Why the riddles? Why the rush? Why don't you take a guess?" The learning system replied. Nan Xi and the students of Class 13 were baffled. If they could see the learning system, they would have been tempted to strike it down. Just reveal the juicy details already. Unable to contain herself, Nan Xi yelled, "Get out of here. Just tell us what to guess. What is there to guess? I've guessed time and again, yet have never been right. Couldn't it be her son? But he has no son. Does Yukursin's father have an illegitimate child? That's just wrong. The father-son dynamic feels strange." The students of Class 13 gasped, intrigued. The boys hesitated to return home, to face their fathers after hearing this. Yukursin rolled her eyes, trembling with indignation. Help! Who can save me? How did she end up with such an unreliable father? Not only was he playing with taboo relationships, but he was also involving a son. Aha! She couldn't take it anymore. Moments later, the learning system spoke, bringing them a sigh of relief. Not quite, but you're getting warmer. It's the illegitimate son of her grandfather, Nan Xi. Wait! I'm a bit confused here. The illegitimate son of her grandfather? Isn't that just her grandfather's brother? So that would be Yukursin's father's grandfather? Grandfather. Is this truly a grandfather-grandchild romance? It doesn't seem as scandalous as an illegitimate child. The others nodded in agreement. Yukursin, who had just relaxed, felt her anxiety return. Yet she consoled herself with the thought that at least it wasn't an illegitimate child. What was wrong with her? No matter who it was still taboo. She felt a strange sense of relief. It was all the learning system's fault for dragging out the revelations, testing her heart. The learning system looked at Nan Xi with disdain. Just moments ago, you found it strange. Now you're saying it's not stimulating enough. Don't mind the little details. So, what is the story? The little grandfather? How old is this grandfather? Does Yukursin's father know? The learning system explained. This little grandfather is a late-in-life child of the elder, much younger than him. Raised by the elder as his own son. He is only about 10 years older than Yukursin's father. Nan Xi suddenly interjected, although interrupting you might be impolite. I have a burning question. Who is older, him or her father? The learning system appeared puzzled. What do you mean? Chapter 17. Isn't it just a tale of a stepmother? Oh no. She can handle it. Nan Xi kindly provided an explanation. The learning system chuckled and said, "You'll find out soon enough. Are you still listening? If you interrupt me again, I might just stop talking." Nan Xi promptly sealed her lips. "After you, please." The learning system huffed, continuing, "This little grandfather has been secretly supported by the elder, and the Yu family is unaware of his existence. When Yu Kursen's father was young, he was famously a playboy, charming both men and women alike, until he encountered a man who captured his heart, his little grandfather. Unbeknownst to him, he embarked on a fervent pursuit. The little grandfather, aware of this, adamantly refused. Yu's father only found the man refreshing and unpretentious, who wasn't he captivated by his wealth. And he quickly fell for him. The little grandfather, unable to resist Yu's father's advances, eventually found himself smitten as well, but he felt it was wrong. They were family. Caught in a moral dilemma, he struggled with his feelings. Until one day, Yu's father nearly lost his life for him, leading the little grandfather to finally agree to be with him. They shared a memorable time together, but the elder eventually discovered their relationship. They were oblivious to the conversation they had, and the little grandfather departed for abroad without a word. General Yu could not locate the little grandfather and contemplated traveling abroad to find him, yet he was confined at home by the old man. Eventually, he was compelled to marry, and in his reluctance, he sought out Yu Kursen's mother. Aware that she too had someone she cherished, but was being pressured by her family to marry, they concocted a plan for a fake marriage. This charade would deceive their families while allowing them to be with their true loves. Yu Kursen's mother seemed to thrive in her new relationship with her stepmother. But General Yu was utterly despondent. His beloved had left him. Each day, witnessing the affection shared between Yu Kursen's mother and her stepmother filled him with sorrow. However, the old man forbade him from traveling abroad until he had completely taken control of the Yu family. At that point, no one could impede him. And he swiftly went overseas to bring her back. "Nan," she exclaimed, "how thrilling! Such melodrama. I love it. Please continue." The others nodded in agreement, equally captivated by the tale. Yu Kursen, however, wore a blank expression. "It's all good. No big deal. Life is like this. Everyone must endure some hardships." Having endured these tribulations, she believed she could succeed in anything she pursued in the future. Yet, a hint of sadness lingered. She glanced at Zhao Qianqian, who was radiantly amused and finally understood the sensation of being embroiled in scandals. She looked around, thinking that the next time she heard gossip, she too would laugh with such abandon. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi and interrupted her, to which Nan Xi covered her mouth, prompting the learning system to continue. The later parts are somewhat unsuitable for children, so I will summarize briefly. Nan Xi protested, "No. I want to hear the unsuitable parts too." The others nodded in agreement, eager for more. Yu Kursen covered her ears, as she was not particularly keen on hearing about her father's affairs. The learning system shot a glare at Nan Xi. "What are you eavesdropping for? Your current task is to focus on your studies. Strive for excellence. All this nonsense is off limits." Nan Xi covered her mouth, feeling as though the system was more of a nagging mother than a learning aid. The learning system continued. "Now, regarding the little grandfather's confinement, you must not emulate that. Our mission is to study diligently, not engage in illegal activities." The learning system seized the opportunity to lecture Nan Xi, who, while reluctant to listen, was still awaiting the system's juicy revelations. Thus, she obediently nodded. Seeing this, the learning system proceeded. The little grandfather hesitated, requiring time to contemplate, which brought joy to General Yu. While the little grandfather was deliberating, he was abducted by the old man. The old man could not accept his grandson being with his brother. When General Yu learned of this, he rushed to rescue the little grandfather and confronted the old man. He declared that if the little grandfather perished, he too would follow suit. The old man, utterly fatigued by their antics, had lost the strength to intervene. But he had one demand: do not let this scandalous affair become public. He could not bear the shame. Thus, they united. Nan Xi inquired, "Is that all?" The learning system replied, "Yes, that's all." Nan Xi glanced at Yu Kursen and asked, "So, is Yu Kursen truly the daughter of her parents?" Yu Kursen widened her eyes, feeling overwhelmed. She had endured enough shocks already. The learning system tapped Nan Xi lightly on the head. "Do not speculate." "Yes." After Yu Kursen was born, her parents pursued true love. Nan Xi gasped, "So it's not a pure couple?" The learning system rolled its eyes at Nan Xi. What are you thinking? By the time they encountered true love, they were no longer innocent. Nan Xi responded, what about her mother? What about her mother? The others were filled with curiosity for the gossip, though they felt a bit guilty towards Yukerson. Indulging in the drama was simply delightful. Yukerson felt like a lifeless fish, drained of all her strength and means. Having witnessed her father's escapades, she believed she could endure. What was this but a tale of stepmothers? She could withstand it.
No.
She could not. The learning system cleared its throat and continued. Yukerson's maternal grandfather was particularly unfaithful, especially after her grandmother passed away. He became even more enamored with the charms of the outside world. Yukerson's mother had grown accustomed to this. She had little interest in the mistresses her father kept, provided they weren't brought home. However, to her surprise, one woman was brought back, and her father even married her. She was furious and confronted her father. Yet, he was infatuated, and regardless of her mother's protests, he was determined to marry that woman. Yukerson's mother was livid and left home. Her father did not indulge her either, promptly freezing her accounts and forbidding anyone from assisting her. With no options left, Yukerson's mother had to find work. She secured a job at a coffee shop, where the owner, a gentle and beautiful woman, took pity on her and allowed her to stay at her home. Nan Xi could not help but interject. Could this owner be her stepmother? The learning system tapped Nan Xi on the head. No interruptions, just listen. Nan Xi stuck out her tongue. Got it. Chapter 18. Compensation. I have money. Why don't we just smash it? The learning system continued. Yukerson's mother was a young lady. How could she possibly work? The shop owner was very supportive and treated her kindly. Yukerson's mother was deeply healed by the owner's kindness and found herself falling for this gentle and attractive woman. The owner noticed her feelings and spoke to Yukerson's mother, implying she was getting married. Yukerson's mother was heartbroken and sought solace in alcohol at a bar, where friends suggested a plan to snatch the groom. On the day of the owner's wedding, she attempted to crash the ceremony, only to discover the groom was her father. She was utterly dumbfounded. Nan Xi was exhilarated, singing, "You're getting married, but the groom is not me." The others, though impressed by her singing, were eager to know what happened next. Yukerson buried her face in her hands, dismissing it all. It was merely a tale of stepmothers, far simpler than her father's drama, who was entangled with his little grandfather. Humph, she had become immune to it all. After enduring so much, nothing could bring her down. The learning system continued. Upon learning that her crush was marrying her father, she drank herself into a stupor that day, then sent her father away and took his place in the wedding chamber. Nan Xi exclaimed, I want a video. I want a video. The others chimed in, we want it too. Yukerson was utterly unresponsive. Her phone buzzed incessantly. Glancing at the group chat, she saw it had reached 99 messages, and she knew without looking that they were discussing the scandal. Frustrated, she turned off her phone for some peace. The learning system glared at Nan Xi, brandishing a stick, looking exasperated. I've told you 100 times. These unsuitable scenes are off limits. Your current task, Nan Xi interjected, is to study diligently. Strive for excellence. I know. The others stifled their laughter, trying to maintain composure. Yukerson glanced at Nan Xi, observing her despondent demeanor, which struck her as amusing and somewhat uplifted her spirits. The voice of the learning system chimed in, adopting a tone of a mentor. As long as you understand. Nan Xi interjected. So, let us continue. The learning system elaborated. After that night, the two of them became like strangers, exchanging not a single word until later, when President Yu collaborated with her, leading to their marriage. On the day of the wedding, she sought out her stepmother and announced, I'm getting married. Her stepmother simply replied, Congratulations. There was no trace of sorrow or any other emotion on her face. She merely smiled gently, a smile that once felt healing to her now seemed glaringly painful. Her defenses had crumbled. After the wedding, they never saw each other again. Upon learning of her father's passing, she returned home to inherit the family fortune. Nan Xi eagerly replied, I know this one. I will inherit my father's entire estate, including your stepmother. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi. You are correct. But from now on, refrain from indulging in peculiar things. Nan Xi pouted, huffing, I'll still watch. Although she felt indignant inwardly, she nodded in agreement outwardly. She then asked, Is that all? The learning system continued. Then there ensued a series of heart-wrenching and torturous events, culminating in their union. Nan Xi grimaced. Is that really it? The learning system remarked. We are almost at the hotel. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi instantly perked up. What can I do to escape them and dash over myself? The students of class 13 chimed in. Don't even think about leaving us behind to enjoy the spectacle. Yukerson tightened her grip on Nan Xi's hand, exclaiming, My stomach hurts a bit. Let us hurry. Nan Xi, unfazed by anything else, only cared about getting inside quickly to enjoy the gossip. She urged Yukerson, Let us go quickly. The hotel is just ahead. With that, she dragged Yukerson forward at a breakneck pace, as if zombies were chasing them. While there were no zombies, a horde of classmates was hot on their heels. Upon entering the hotel, staff greeted them, asking if the two young ladies were there to check in. Naturally, they were, and Nan Xi nodded, Yes, please prepare a room for us. However, due to some unforeseen error, the room was soon overcrowded with the entire class 13. Nan Xi looked at her classmates in disbelief. What is going on? A whole group for a single room? The staff nearly called the police, thinking we were up to something illicit. Thankfully, the class monitor intervened. Otherwise, we would miss out on the gossip and end up in custody. Truly, the class monitor is the most reliable. The monitor adjusted his glasses with a smile, confirming his reliability. Nan Xi surveyed the crowd, contemplating how to discreetly slip away. What excuse can I use to stealthily escape for the gossip? The others chimed in. Don't think you can shake us off. We'll stick to you like ghosts. Feeling the intense gaze of her classmates, Nan Xi nervously picked up a piece of fried chicken. Why are you all staring at me? It's terrifying. With so many eyes fixed on me, I feel like I'm about to get pummeled. I'll eat this chicken to calm my nerves. The others quickly diverted their gazes, which only heightened Nan Xi's anxiety. This is even scarier. Why did you all look away? Could it be? They slowed their breathing, listening intently to her next words, fearful she would uncover their inner thoughts. Could it be that she is having another episode? The others thought, despite being scolded, it was better than being discovered. Just as Nan Xi pondered her escape, the voice of the learning system resonated. It's almost over. Are you not going yet? Nan Xi stood up immediately. Is it that soon? Have I aged prematurely? As her words fell, everyone rose to their feet. It appears she is definitely unwell. The classmates clenched their fists, anticipating another scolding. Nan Xi glanced at them and stated, I crave some fruit. I'm stepping out for a moment. Without waiting for a response, she dashed out, her classmates trailing behind. They witnessed her sneaky silhouette along with her inner thoughts. Hurry, hurry, over there. Take me there. The learning system instructed. Follow me. As Nan Xi followed the learning system, the other students from class 13 trailed her, creating a bizarre and eerie scene that startled other guests and staff. When the staff attempted to inquire, they noticed the young master signaling them to stand down. And they immediately understood. It was merely the young master engaging in mischief with his classmates. Nan Xi arrived at a door, questioning, Are you sure it's in here? The learning system nodded, and she pressed her ear against the door, hearing nothing. Damn it. The soundproofing is impeccable. I can't hear a thing. The class monitor smiled knowingly, knowing full well that his family's hotel was of high quality. Nan Xi looked at the doorknob. What would happen if I were to smash the door? The learning system replied, Nothing much, just a fine to pay. Feeling reassured, she declared, A fine? I can afford that. Shall we smash it? Chapter 19. Me. I've been kissed. And Yukerson confessed to me. The learning system responded. There's no need for such drastic measures. It's just about enjoying some gossip. Is it necessary to break down the door? Nan Xi insisted. Of course. We're here for the gossip. If we wait any longer, it will all be over. Just as she prepared to smash the door, she seemed to recall something. Who's inside? The learning system replied, Everyone is in there. Nan Xi's eyes widened. How thrilling. The others echoed her sentiments with widened eyes, excitement bubbling within them. Yukerson yearned to find a crevice to hide herself in. Ack. They usually acted so dignified, yet here they were, engaging in such antics. Ack. She could hardly contain herself. Nan Xi hesitated to smash the door, but then Yukerson picked up a hammer and approached her. Nan Xi gulped as she eyed the hammer, wondering where it had come from. Yukerson pointed to a toolbox nearby. I got it from there. Why? Nan Xi asked. Yukerson gritted her teeth. To break down the door. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Yukerson doesn't he know something, does she? She seems awfully angry. The students of class 13 chimed in. Of course she knows. It's your scandal. Yukerson glanced at Nan Xi, flashing a smile. Nan Xi felt a chill run down her spine at that smile. What a frightening smile. The classmates nodded in agreement. Yukerson tucked away her smile and raised the hammer to strike the door, but a long, fair hand intervened. Upon seeing someone stop her, Yukerson, already devoid of reason, glared upward and found the class monitor smiling at her. His gentle voice resonated. Breaking down the door, is and tys. Yukerson retorted, I know it's not good, but my parents are inside, and they're in a brawl. Nan Xi nodded in agreement. Exactly. Hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, the others turned their gaze toward her, realizing she was the one who had proposed the door-smashing idea. Feeling their attention, Nan Xi curiously touched her face. Why are they staring at me again? Is there something on my face, or have I suddenly become more attractive? The learning system quipped. Narcissism. The classmates regarded Nan Xi, acknowledging her somewhat self-absorbed comment, yet they couldn't deny her beauty. The class monitor lightly knocked on the door. Apologies, there's a fire outside. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Can it really be used this way? The others echoed her disbelief. Can it truly? Yukerson's eyes widened. Her only desire was to enter. She was determined to catch her parents in the act. Though it felt awkward to catch her parents in such a situation, they had initiated the wrongdoing first. Indeed, in the next moment, the door swung open to reveal a man devoid of clothing, accompanied by one man and two women. They peered at the throng of students gathered at the threshold, and just as they were about to close the door, a familiar voice pierced the air. Mom. Dad. What are you doing? The man glanced over, spotting his daughter, and felt a twinge of guilt as he sheepishly touched his cheek. We're just getting a massage. Nan Xi peered inside. A massage? Is it truly a massage? The very next second, her inner thoughts nearly shattered their eardrums. Damn it! Why is there a mosaic? The voice of the learning system chimed in. To safeguard the host's mental and physical well-being, all explicit and suggestive imagery will be obscured by a mosaic. Unable to restrain herself, Nan Xi exclaimed, Why? They haven't done anything. It's just a massage. Why can't I see? It's only the upper body exposed. The learning system retorted. No, absolutely not. Besides, they are indeed just having a massage. Nan Xi widened her eyes, distracted by this shift in focus. Why didn't you mention that earlier? The learning system feigned innocence. How was I to know your thoughts would wander astray? Your mind is far too depraved. Nan Xi fumed. I saw nothing, and yet I'm being scolded. It was clearly your misleading information that led me to this. Her frustration was palpable. The students of Class 13 felt a tinge of disappointment. Nothing scandalous had occurred. Observing Nan Xi's vexation, the learning system offered they had finished something, then encountered one another, and subsequently indulged in a massage. Nan Xi chuckled. What a harmonious couple they are. The others nodded in agreement. Yukerson glanced at her classmates before turning back to the room and shutting the door, leaving them outside. Nan Xi stared at the closed door. Locked out just like that. I wanted to see what happens next. The others nodded, sharing her curiosity. Nan Xi gazed at the door, her disappointment evident. The learning system, noticing her dismay, suggested, Would you like me to provide a commentary? Nan Xi nodded eagerly. Yes. The others joined in agreement. Just as the learning system was about to relay the unfolding events, the door swung open, and Yukerson pulled Nan Xi inside. Having just entered, she thought it better for only Nan Xi to be privy to this affair rather than letting everyone know. The door was shut once more, leaving the students of Class 13 outside, exchanging glances filled with unspoken questions. Their eyes turned to the class leader, silently urging him to open the door. The class leader shook his head with a smile. No can do. We can't simply barge into a client's room. Class leader, I'm hungry. I want to eat some gossip. A group of tall boys looked at him with pitiful eyes. The class leader playfully punched one of them. If you want gossip, go eat somewhere else. They clutched their heads, looking at him with beseeching eyes. But you just hit us. Can you at least open the door? The class leader raised his hand, and without needing to utter another word, they fell silent. They stared at the firmly shut door, knowing that leaving was not an option. The chance to witness the aftermath was too precious. Just then someone suggested we could climb over from next door and eavesdrop through the window. The class leader slowly remarked, 18th floor. The others immediately shook their heads. They craved gossip, but not at the cost of their lives. Someone proposed, how about we message Yukerson? This suggestion drew incredulous stares from the others. If she wanted to tell us, she wouldn't have locked us out. One boy fumbled with his phone for a while, waiting in vain for a reply, justifying himself. She's probably busy. Once she's done, she'll respond. The others rolled their eyes. As they pondered their predicament, Nan Xi's inner voice erupted.
Wow.
How thrilling. Their family matters. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to be here? The learning system interjected. If you feel uncomfortable, then leave. Having come this far, why would I leave? I must stay to witness the drama. I'm also curious about when Yukerson found out. They had momentarily forgotten about Nan Xi. Yukerson had brought her in precisely due to her inner voice. But who would have thought it could be heard even through a door? It was utterly fantastic. A few boys pressed their ears to the door like geckos, straining to listen.
I
was kissed, and Yukerson confessed her feelings. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone in. The others widened their eyes. What? A girl liking me was happening right beside me. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan exchanged glances of understanding, grabbing a hammer to smash the door. A melodious and gentle voice interrupted. Wait, I have a key card. Class leader, you have one? Then why didn't you let us in earlier? The class leader merely shot them a sidelong glance. It wasn't appropriate before. Now that a guest has been harassed, as the hotel owner, I must ensure the guest's safety. Chapter 20 Gu Yunchuan. Nan Xi is my fiancée. She must leave with me. Upon being pulled inside by Yukerson, Nan Xi discovered that Yu's father had already dressed himself, and the four were seated together, fully clothed. Yukerson guided Nan Xi to sit across from them. Observing this scene, Nan Xi felt it was somewhat peculiar, almost as if she were a defendant at a trial. The four individuals across from her were equally at a loss, having been caught off guard by the younger generation. Moreover, they had brought along a whole entourage of students, and now one had entered the sanctum. The room fell into a heavy silence, with none daring to speak, yet Nan Xi's inner thoughts began to swirl. How did I end up here? Is it truly appropriate for me to be here? This is their family matter. Would my presence be unwelcome? The learning system, observing her excitement and lack of embarrassment, could not help but chime in. If it bothers you, then step outside. Nan Xi shot the learning system a glare for undermining her. Was it still her system? She declared. Having come this far, I must see it through. By the way, why is no one speaking? Are we meant to sit in silence? Hearing Nan Xi's words, Yukerson cleared her throat. Don't you have anything to say? Nan Xi maintained a neutral expression while her heart screamed. Ah, it's starting. Will there be a confrontation? Yukerson, exasperated, thought to herself, they are all well-mannered individuals. They wouldn't resort to fighting. Yu's father cast a furtive glance at his daughter, opening his mouth yet ultimately saying nothing. Yukerson, frustrated by their taciturnity, demanded, what does this silence mean? Is there no explanation at all? Yu's parents stepped forward to console her. Kerson, let us discuss this later. Yukerson brushed their hands away. Why wait until later? Can't we speak here? Nan Xi nodded along. Yes. Why can't we talk about it? The learning system interjected. Don't you know why? Nan Xi felt the weight of four gazes upon her. I see now. It's all about me. Isn't it? Should I leave then? Yukerson firmly grasped Nan Xi's hand. This is my classmate. She deserves to know. Upon hearing this, Yu's mother attempted to soothe. Kerson, let us not make a scene. I'm not making a scene. You are the ones who kept secrets from me. And Nan Xi is not leaving. You must provide me with an explanation today. Yu's father spoke. Kerson. Yukerson retaliated by planting a kiss on Nan Xi's cheek, declaring, she is the one I cherish. And I intend to be with her for a lifetime. She has the right to know. Yu's father exclaimed. Kerson. Unyielding, Yukerson kissed Nan Xi again and retorted. What's wrong with that? I was merely being affectionate. Meanwhile, you and my great-grandfather are involved in an inappropriate relationship. And my mother is entangled in a scandalous affair with my great-grandmother. So who is truly in the wrong here, me or you? Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. I was kissed by Yukerson. She even confessed her feelings for me. Had I known, I wouldn't have entered.
This is terrifying. What a scene.
In the next moment, the door swung open. Nan Xi gazed in horror at the figures standing in the doorway, still reeling from the shock. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan swiftly pulled her away, but Yukerson was determined not to let them take Nan Xi from her. She clung to Nan Xi's waist and shouted, You can't separate me from Nan Xi. I have devoted my life to her. Nan Xi, increasingly terrified, protested, No, don't do this. I'm scared. Big sister. We aren't at that stage yet. Mu Zhe interjected, Perhaps you should first resolve your domestic affairs. Gu Yunchuan added, Hey, let go of her. Yukerson, undeterred, retorted, I won't. You two are gay. Why are you dragging my Nan Xi away? Gu Yunchuan exploded. And you are a lesbian. Yu Kursin corrected him. I am not a lesbian. I simply like Nan Xi. Nan Xi felt a blush creeping in, thinking, being confessed to by a stunning beauty is a bit embarrassing, but given the current scene, is this the right time to say it? The scene was utterly chaotic. Yu's father, who had just been angry, now stood dumbfounded, while Yu's mother fixed a penetrating gaze on her daughter, wondering if her own actions had led to her daughter's confusion regarding her sexuality. The young grandfather and great-grandmother remained silent, feeling they shouldn't be present. Class 13 students watched the unfolding drama, uncertain whether to enjoy the spectacle or flee. Were they not there to witness the drama involving Yu Kursin's parents? How had it shifted to her, and furthermore, her confessing to Nan Xi? It was all so bewildering. The class monitor pinched the bridge of her nose and stepped forward to rescue Nan Xi, stating, "You all sort out your own issues. Don't drag Nan Xi into this." Nan Xi nodded vigorously. Exactly. Sort it out yourselves. Don't involve me. Yu Kursin stepped forward, insisting, I'm not causing trouble. I just like Nan Xi. Are you going to compete with me, monitor? The monitor's expression darkened slightly as she looked at Yu Kursin, giving a gentle smile. Before she could respond, Nan Xi's inner voice echoed, what on earth is happening? Is this really that frightening? I want to leave. Had I known, I wouldn't have come in. Just to witness this drama, I nearly put myself in jeopardy. It's too terrifying. Mu Ze stepped forward, grasping Nan Xi's hand, and coldly addressed the others. I haven't seen Nan Xi in years. My parents miss her and want to see her. Nan Xi nodded frantically, yes. Let us go. Yu Kursin, still clinging to Nan Xi's hand, declared no. My parents want to meet Nan Xi too. She turned to her parents, right, Mom and Dad? Though the situation was peculiar. They vigorously nodded for the sake of their daughter. Yes, we want to speak with Nan Xi. They were eager to understand who this girl was that had so utterly captivated their daughter. Mu Ze spoke again. Now that you've seen her, we should be leaving. He tugged at Nan Xi, while Gu Yunchuan held onto her hand. Nan Xi looked at him, exasperated. Brother, why are you here too? Understanding dawned as she glanced at Mu Ze holding her hand. Oh, so you're jealous? Is the school bully this possessive? Well, it's better to keep my distance. She attempted to shake free, but to no avail, sending a silent message to Mu Ze. Your partner is angry. Let go of me. Mu Ze remained unresponsive. So she turned her gaze to Gu Yunchuan, signaling, he won't let go. You two can sort it out at home without dragging me into it. The students of class 13 were utterly perplexed. We don't understand. It's too chaotic, but oddly captivating. Gu Yunchuan looked at Nan Xi. His cheeks flushed as if he had made a momentous decision. To Nan Xi, this seemed like the school bully was about to lash out, prompting her to frantically plead. Let go of me. Can't you see the school bully is angry? What if he hits me? You two can resolve your matters on your own. Stop holding on to me. Gu Yunchuan's blush faded slightly, yet he remained bashful, declaring, Nan Xi is my fiancée. She must come with me. Nan Xi. Yu Kursin? The class monitor smiled, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The students of class 13 were in awe. Is this really happening? What a thrilling day. So many juicy tidbits. In a flash, Nan Xi transformed into a powerhouse, breaking free from their grasp and delivering a sharp slap to Gu Yunchuan's head. Are you out of your mind? Talking nonsense. Yu Kursin quickly nodded in agreement. Gu Yunchuan? You can't be serious. Aren't you in love with Mu Ze? How can you have an engagement with my Nan Xi? Nan Xi vigorously affirmed. Exactly. Your couple quarrels are none of my business. Gu Yunchuan was nearly driven to madness by Nan Xi's words. He was determined to clarify things today. He stepped closer, grasping Nan Xi's hand, and insisted, I have no relationship with Mu Ze. That's just a rumor. Nan Xi nodded, internally scoffing, right. Just a trick of your little romance. Yu Kursin nearly burst into laughter at Nan Xi's remark. Gu Yunchuan, exasperated, insisted, I really don't have any relation with Mu Ze. I don't like him. And he doesn't like me. If you don't believe me, ask Mu Ze. Nan Xi nodded. Got it. Got it. Just a quarrel. You're just trying to make Mu Ze jealous. Such a sly gay. Gu Yunchuan was livid. Yu Kursin was in stitches. The students of class 13 were similarly amused, stifling their laughter, feeling that Nan Xi was spot on. Gu Yunchuan turned to Mu Ze. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and explain. Mu Ze stepped forward. I truly have no relationship with Gu Yunchuan. I have no idea who started this rumor. Nan Xi nodded obediently. Right. You're both correct. So can I leave now? What do I have to do with your couple's quarrels? If they hadn't heard Nan Xi's inner thoughts, they might have believed them. They held on to Nan Xi's hand, fearing she would escape. They spent over 10 minutes explaining to Nan Xi, yet she remained skeptical. Ultimately, the learning system intervened, stating, they really have nothing going on. It's a fabrication. Nan Xi's eyes lit up, gossip. The other's eyes brightened too, eager for the gossip. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe were determined to uncover which scoundrel had dared to spread such rumors about them. The four parents on the periphery felt their children's classmates were utterly abnormal. So strange. Should they consider transferring their children? Or perhaps changing schools? Should they leave? It seemed they had no place here. Had they known that a simple room booking would lead to such a predicament, they would have abstained. How unfortunate. They were genuinely afraid that their children would spread the story. Should they bribe these kids? They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. The students of Class 13 were blissfully unaware of the immense shadow they had cast over Yu Kursen's parents. They only craved the gossip. The learning system chimed in. This is a long story. First, finish this math problem, and I'll ponder it before I tell you. Damn it. The entire Class 13 erupted in sharp cries. This scene only intensified Yu Kursen's parents' belief that Class 13 was peculiar, further motivating them to transfer their child. Nan Xi, overwhelmed with anger, completely disregarded everyone else, shouting at the learning system. What do you want from me? I just finished. Now you want me to do more? Why does it have to be a math problem? Why? The learning system retorted, of course, it's because your math skills are lacking. Nan Xi yelled. I'm terrible at all subjects. The learning system replied, just as well. You should study diligently. Others. It's the first time I've encountered someone who speaks of themselves like this. For a moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Laugh at Nan Xi. But cry because there's no more gossip. Woe is me. Why must new rumors emerge at this moment? After revealing them, they don't even let us indulge. The agony is unbearable. Nothing in this world is more tormenting than this. They were on the brink of surrender, having experienced Nan Xi's pace of problem-solving before. Just as they thought they would go without gossip today, Nan Xi suddenly exclaimed, I've been working on math problems these past few days. Let us switch to language arts now. The learning system nodded, sure. Nan Xi smiled. Can I choose myself? The learning system agreed, of course. A triumphant smile graced Nan Xi's face as she cleared her throat and began reciting a classical poem, Geese, 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 with curved necks singing to the heavens. I've finished reciting. Let's begin. Others. Is it even possible to do that? Learning system, no. Nan Xi retorted, you said I could choose. Are you backing out? The esteemed learning system is actually reneging on its promise. The learning system, somewhat intimidated by Nan Xi, realized it had fallen into her trap and vowed not to agree next time. Reluctantly, it began to reveal gossip. It was a dark and stormy night when the campus heartthrob and the school bully got into a fight and accidentally fell together. Someone witnessed it and exaggerated it on the campus forum, leading to unexpected fans shipping them. They wrote stories about them, and before long, they were rumored to be a couple. Nan Xi. So this is the saying that 3 can create a tiger. It became true just by talking about it. But why so brief? The learning system huffed. It's because you're too perfunctory. How about you recite another poem? I'll tell you the details. Nan Xi declined. Satisfied with what she had learned, she could always fill in the gaps herself. Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe were not at all interested in details. They just wanted to clarify the misunderstanding. Little did they know that Nan Xi's next thought would nearly send them into a panic. So it was fake. I was actually a bit fond of them. What a pity. Gu Yunchuan desperately wanted to tell Nan Xi to forget about it, not to take it seriously. He had absolutely no connection to that fool, Mu Zhe. Mu Zhe glanced at Gu Yunchuan and knew he was speaking ill of him. He shot him a glare. There were more pressing matters to attend to. He turned to Nan Xi and said, do you believe it? I have no relationship with Gu Yunchuan. Nan Xi nodded. I understand now. You were slandered, so can I leave? This place is truly uninhabitable, far too bizarre. Why do I need to hear about their slander? What does it have to do with me? Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe, while they felt relieved to clear things up, they were inexplicably a bit saddened. Yu Kursen was laughing uncontrollably nearby. The learning system looked at its host and nodded in satisfaction. This was the best outcome. Do not entertain strange thoughts. The most important task is to study diligently and strive for progress. Nan Xi waited for a long time without receiving a response, finally speaking slowly. Can I leave now? Yu Kursen immediately embraced Nan Xi. I find you so adorable. I'm growing fonder of you. Can you come home with me today? I'll have my father take care of you, along with my little lord and grandmother. Nan Xi widened her eyes. Let us not. Although Yu Kursin is quite beautiful, I'm really not into girls. And her family hierarchy is all over the place. Before she could say more, two loud voices rang out. No. Seeing Yu Kursin kiss Nan Xi, the two boys pulled her protectively behind them. Gu Yunchuan proudly declared, fiancé. Mu Zhe added, childhood friend. The class monitor interjected. Her class monitor. I won't allow any of this. Others looked at the class monitor. What are you doing here, class monitor? Chapter 22 Gu Yunchuan. You said when we were children that you would marry me. Nan Xi felt dizzy. I feel so lightheaded. And why is the class monitor getting involved too? From now on, the class monitor is no longer the reliable figure in my heart. The class monitor touched his nose and offered a gentle smile, explaining, as your class monitor, I must curb any early romantic inclinations. You are still students, and your primary task is to study diligently. Nan Xi narrowed her eyes, gazing at the class monitor. Why do I feel like the class monitor has become the embodiment of the learning system, now overseeing our studies? Did he always nag like this? Others nodded in agreement. The class monitor is indeed acting strangely. The class monitor seemed oblivious to Nan Xi's thoughts and the others' gazes, unflustered, as he leisurely approached Nan Xi, smiling. Let us go. You wanted to leave, right? We'll go now. Nan Xi fervently nodded. No matter how strange it is. I want to leave right now. If I stay any longer, I feel like I'll lose my sanity. Others, the most insane one here is you. Just as the class monitor was about to take Nan Xi's hand, Gu Yunchuan stepped in. Class monitor, she's my fiancée. I'll take her home. Nan Xi was shocked. Big brother, have you lost your mind? Are you hallucinating? Mu Zhe approached, grasping Nan Xi's other hand, wiping her face with a tissue. I'll take her home. She's my boss. Boss? Has this guy lost his mind too? Yu Kursin looked at Mu Zhe, wiping Nan Xi's face. Unable to suppress a disdainful sneer. She was determined to take Nan Xi home. How infuriating. Humph. Mu Zhe turned to Nan Xi, looking pitiful. You promised when we were kids to protect me. Have you forgotten? Faced with such a handsome boy acting so pitifully, Nan Xi found it hard to resist, and quietly replied. Mu Zhe beamed, then should I take you home? Just as Nan Xi was about to agree, Gu Yunchuan interrupted again. No. You said you would marry me when we were kids. Nan Xi's eyes widened. What? She suspected Gu Yunchuan was not in his right mind, shaking him urgently. Are you clear-headed now? Gu Yunchuan looked at Nan Xi with a hurt expression, as if gazing at a heartbreaker. You really forgot. You held my hand and said you would marry me when we were little. Nan Xi. She was so startled she stuttered. Why you? Don't say such things. Others looked at Nan Xi with sparkling eyes. So thrilling. So thrilling. Today was truly worth it. Not in vain. Yu Kursin pulled Nan Xi aside, addressing Gu Yunchuan. Don't say such things. Can't you see you've scared her? Gu Yunchuan, noticing Nan Xi's shocked expression, looked at her with a hint of grievance. She truly had forgotten, but he could help her remember. Thus, he would not let them take her away. He wore a wounded expression, forcing a smile. It's fine. If you don't remember, that's okay. It wasn't that important anyway. His tone was so pitiful, it was heart-wrenching. Nan Xi felt a twinge of pity, but couldn't help but mutter, Campus bully, your character is collapsing. Gu Yunchuan's expression froze. Yu Kursin struggled to contain her laughter, pinching Nan Xi's cheek. How are you this adorable? Before Nan Xi could react, Mu Zhe pulled her away. Let us hurry and go. Yu Kursin, no. Gu Yunchuan, no. Others, we still want to watch. Nan Xi looked at the three pulling her along. Sensing something was off, this atmosphere feels strange. So strange. So frightening. I want to leave. I want to go home. This group is too terrifying. As the few individuals remained at an impasse, the inconspicuous parents of Yu Jia and their partners emerged. Yu's mother addressed the students. My dear students, I presume you have not dined yet? Would you care to join us for a meal? Yu Kursin responded eagerly. Certainly. The others echoed her sentiment, readily consenting to the invitation. However, Nan Xi, observing their unanimous agreement, could not help but inwardly exclaim, I dissent. I wish to go home. Yu Kursin cheerfully took Nan Xi by the hand, leading her along. The others chimed in, your opinion is of little consequence. Thus, in a haze of confusion, Nan Xi found herself accompanying them for dinner. After the meal, Yu's parents graciously treated them to dessert. Consequently, Nan Xi was once again compelled to indulge in an additional course. Ultimately, Yu's father interjected, you are all Kursin's classmates. And, as it happens, she is planning an outing next month. Would you care to join her? The expenses will be covered by me. The students of Class 13 suddenly understood that Yukerson's father was attempting to bribe them into keeping today's events a secret. The prospect of an outing was indeed appealing. And with Yukerson's presence, they were assured that nothing would be disclosed. They happily acquiesced, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Yu's father replied with a smile. No need for thanks, you are Yukerson's friends. Meanwhile, Nan Xi rested her head on the table, muttering to herself, I wish to go home. I wish to go home. I wish to go home. Hearing her inner thoughts, the others could not stifle their laughter. Yukerson stood up and said, Come on, I will take you home. Nan Xi nodded. Finally, I can go home. She rose, and both Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan followed suit. Nan Xi glanced at the two, internally screaming, Not again. Mu Zhe, catching her silent lament, could not help but touch his nose. Gu Yunchuan adjusted his hair, seemingly oblivious to the situation. In the end, it was Yu's father who arranged for their transportation home. As the classmates of Class 13 watched Yukerson lead Nan Xi to the vehicle, both Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe climbed aboard as well. They felt a pang of envy. They too wished to hear Nan Xi's innermost thoughts. Suddenly, they noticed their class monitor had also boarded. Their desire to join intensified. Surely, being in the same vehicle would be a delightful experience. Inside the car, Nan Xi found herself squeezed in the middle, lowering her head to diminish her presence. What a misfortune. Why are they also here? How frightening. The atmosphere is so peculiar. The others in the vehicle, hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, could not help but chuckle. They were hardly terrifying, yet had managed to instill such fear in her. Throughout the journey, Nan Xi continued her murmured complaints, while the others seemed unfazed. It was the learning system that finally could not contain itself. Could you be quiet? You're quite bothersome.
No.
I intend to be noisy. The learning system cast a glance at Nan Xi. Conserve your energy. You will need it for your homework later. Feigning ignorance, Nan Xi replied. What homework? I was unaware of any assignments. The learning system smiled. Your pretense is futile. You must complete it upon your return. Nan Xi shouted, I refuse. I am exhausted from today. Do I not deserve a moment's respite? I observe that you appear quite lively. Nan Xi huffed at the learning system, lamenting her unfortunate fate of being bound to such a system. The learning system smiled at her. Do not be disheartened. We shall remain companions until you complete your college entrance examinations. More vexed than ever, Nan Xi ignored it and succumbed to sleep, cradling her head in her arms. Chapter 23. I have kissed Nan Xi. More than once, Nan Xi gazed at the learning system before her, watching it confine her within a small dark room to solve problems, forbidding her from indulging in leisure. Should she disobey, punishment would ensue.
Terrified,
Nan Xi jolted awake and patted her chest. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. So frightful. Noticing her distress, the others approached with concern. What troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Nan Xi shook her head. All is well. I had a most terrifying nightmare. I dreamt that the learning system locked me in a small dark room and compelled me to study. If I disobeyed, it threatened to strike me. It was truly horrifying. Yukerson. Gu Yunchuan. Class monitor Mu Shen. Learning system. Is this truly how you perceive me? Do not be absurd. Regaining her composure, Nan Xi replied, Perhaps. I have read in novels that some systems employ electric shocks to compel their hosts to comply. The learning system huffed, as much as I might desire to do so. You indeed wish to imprison me and electrocute me to enforce my studies. You are a most nefarious system. The learning system grew agitated. Hey, do not say such things. This system is entirely legitimate. I would never resort to such measures. Nan Xi seized upon the key phrase, so, you cannot electrocute me to force me to study? The learning system nodded. Instantly, Nan Xi felt relief. Then what will happen if I refuse to do my homework? The learning system regarded her. Do you recall the housekeeper at your home? Her son. What of her son? The learning system huffed. Complete your homework. And I shall tell you.
Nan Xi, darn.
As soon as she spoke, she regretted it upon noticing 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her. She forced a smile. It's nothing. Nothing at all. The 3 nodded in understanding. We are aware. Nan Xi regarded them with curiosity, although this is rather strange. At least they do not consider me insane. She glanced at the trio, noting their lack of reaction. Turning back to the learning system, she inquired, Is there truly nothing you can share? The learning system, wearing a mischievous expression, replied, Certainly, complete your homework, and I shall disclose it. Nan Xi, irritated by the learning system's demeanor, retorted, I have no desire to know. The learning system feigned indifference very well. Nan Xi grew increasingly exasperated. Turning away from the learning system, what could possibly be so significant? I am no longer interested. The trio, attuned to Nan Xi's inner voice, concluded she was indeed very curious. Within 3 minutes, Nan Xi could no longer contain herself. She rose and declared, "Fine. I will write. Is that satisfactory?" The learning system beamed, agreed. A delightful collaboration. Nan Xi huffed in annoyance. A delightful collaboration. Her expression, as she clutched her backpack, resembled that of an adorable hamster. Radiating cuteness. Yukerson, witnessing her antics, felt a strong urge to poke her cheek, aware that it might be deemed impolite. However, her hand acted faster than her mind, and she promptly poked Nan Xi's cheek. Nan Xi's eyes widened. What? What was that for? Yukerson coughed lightly, a smile dancing on her lips. You are simply too adorable. I could not help myself. Nan Xi, puzzled, asked, Is that how could not help is used? Yet, upholding the spirit of receiving a compliment, she smiled and replied, You are quite adorable as well. It was a rather formal response, yet it delighted Yukerson immensely. She felt an irresistible urge to kiss Nan Xi, only to be thwarted by Gu Yunchuan, who interjected with a throw pillow. Muze, shilden na jedenaście, edmanisht, y. Please conduct yourself with dignity. With a playful smile, Yukerson retorted, Why should I? We are all girls. What harm is there in a kiss? Gu Yunchuan interjected. Your sexual orientation seems rather unstable. Do not lead my fiancé astray. Nan Xi's eyes widened even further. Could we refrain from mentioning fiancé? Gu Yunchuan pouted, displeased. Muze shot a glare at Gu Yunchuan, stating, I implore you to keep your distance from my leader. In unison, Gu Yunchuan and Yukerson protested, On what grounds? With a smirk, Muze replied, Because she is my leader, who has vowed to protect me for life. I am her most cherished person. Gu Yunchuan huffed. Yet I am still the fiancé. Yukerson, aflame with indignation, declared, But I have kissed Nan Xi, and not just once.
Muze.
Gu Yunchuan. The driver, observing the ongoing conversation through the phone, could not help but worry for his employer. Uncertain whether the boss was aware of Mrs. affection for girls and the multitude of rivals she faced, he pondered if he might faint from the strain. On the other end of the line, Mr. Yu was so furious he nearly considered turning off his phone. Yet he managed to restrain himself, his mind clouded with the worry that perhaps it was his own influence that had altered his daughter's sexual orientation. This apprehension had long deterred him from speaking to her, fearing he might lead her astray. Alas, surely this must be a fabrication. After all, it had never been the case before. Today was the first instance. Perhaps she was simply irked by them, leading her to such behavior. He engaged in a mental self-soothing exercise, gradually convincing himself. Just then, he heard a voice from the other end declare, Cici, why not be my girlfriend? My parents can support you, and my little lord and grandmother are quite affluent too. Mr. Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he quickly swallowed it back down. His daughter had no objections to liking him. Yet the young girl clearly seemed oblivious, with other suitors still in the picture. Could his daughter possibly compete with them? It appeared the time had come for him to step in. It was time to impart to his daughter the secrets of winning over her beloved. On the phone, Nan Xi was rendered speechless by Yukerson's declaration. Surely, I must be hallucinating. It must be so. Perhaps I haven't fully awakened yet. How could I possibly have heard Yukerson confessing to me? It must be false. I remember Yukerson having someone she liked. This cannot be true. I must have misheard. Yes, that must be it. Yukerson raised an eyebrow. She had someone she liked. How could she not know? Was it merely a rumor? Regardless, the most pressing matter now was to bring Nan Xi home. Such a precious treasure. Having her as a wife would surely be delightful. With a bright smile, she proclaimed, No, it's true. I really like you. Nan Xi felt a ringing in her ears. I must be under pressure from the study system. It's driven me to the brink of insanity. I've heard it twice. Twice. Indeed, one cannot study incessantly. A break is essential. The study system rolled its eyes at Nan Xi's words. Was it to blame for this? What connection did it have to the matter? However, did the youth of today indulge in such frivolities? Speaking of which, it seemed her host was not likely to be swayed by such sweet nothings, it worriedly observed. Noting her astonished expression, Good.
No blushing. No infatuación.
Her primary task now was to study diligently. Other peculiar distractions were best avoided. Yu Kursen reiterated. I feel like I like you even more now. Chapter 24, Mr. Yu. To pursue a girl, one must have a thick skin. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Excellent. That makes 3 times. I surely did not mishear. She was about to respond to the smiling Yu Kursen when the voices of Gu Yunchun and Mu Zhe rang in unison. No way. The class monitor adjusted his glasses. No, Yu. Our task now is to focus on our studies. We cannot indulge in early romance. After speaking, he glanced out the window and cheerfully added, The driver has arrived. We must disembark. The driver, hesitant to stop, recalled that his young lady had just confessed, and the girl had yet to respond. Shouldn't he drive a little longer to offer her some time alone? Ignoring the request, he continued to drive as if there were no orders from his young lady, exuding an air of determination not to stop without her command. Yu Kursen cast an appreciative glance at the driver. Well done. A raise is in order. The driver, elated by his young lady's approving gaze, drove even more steadily. Nan Xi watched her home recede into the distance. Hey, why are we leaving? She turned to Yu Kursen. I've arrived home. Yu Kursen nodded. I know, but you haven't answered my question. Nan Xi immediately shook her head. We are students. We cannot date. My parents wouldn't allow it. So I think it best to let this go. The study system nodded in agreement. Indeed, correct. Your task now is to study hard. Nan Xi shot an exasperated glance at the study system.
Muse, wearing a broad smile, inquired, Y, may we disembark?
Gu Yunchun's grin resembled that of an overjoyed puppy.
Haha.
I knew it. Nan, she must still remember me. That's why she wouldn't accept Yu Kursen's confession. Yu Kursen ignored them and turned to Nan Xi. Just call me Kursen. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Is this really the time for that? Nonetheless, she maintained a demure demeanor. Kursen. Yu Kursen beamed radiantly. Yes, Cici. She instructed the driver. Take us back. The driver promptly turned the vehicle around and stopped in front of Nan Xi's house. As Nan Xi prepared to exit, Yu Kursen called out. My dad invites you all to hang out. Nan Xi looked puzzled. When did this happen? I don't recall. The study system chimed in. It was while you were incessantly whining about wanting to return. Just as Nan Xi was about to refuse, Yu Kursen said, Cici, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Faced with the charming beauty's playful demeanor, Nan Xi, regrettably, acquiesced. Yu Kursen happily escorted Nan Xi out, followed by Gu Yunchun, Mu Zhe, and the class monitor. Yu Kursen glanced at the 3 of them. Your homes are nearby? Mu Zhe replied, My family just bought a villa here. Gu Yunchun nodded. We have a villa here as well. The others turned to the silent class monitor, who smiled and said, My family is not from here. As he glanced at Nan Xi, ready to speak, she dashed away with her backpack. I'm off. I'm off. Who knows what antics they'll pull next? It's better to head home first. The remaining group wondered if they appeared so intimidating. After Nan Xi departed, Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchun followed. Only the class monitor remained, standing alone. In the car, Yu Kursen, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh aloud. She chuckled. Class monitor, would you like a ride home? The class monitor smirked, boarding the vehicle. Thank you. Yu Kursen replied, No need for thanks. After dropping off the class monitor, Yu Kursen returned home to find 4 individuals standing rigidly in the living room. She glanced at them, settling down on the sofa. What is this? Are we having a discussion? Mrs. Yu stammered for quite some time, unable to articulate her thoughts, ultimately pushing Mr. Yu forward. Kursen, let your father speak. I intended to discuss this with you, but your father disapproved. Mr. Yu, feeling betrayed, turned to see the trio encouraging him. And he had no choice but to muster his courage and approach. After a lengthy stammer, he suddenly blurted out, Kursen, do you like your classmate? Daddy can help you. The 3 were left dumbfounded, puzzled as to how the conversation had taken such a turn. While they found it strange, Yu Kursen was quite intrigued, looking at her father. Do you have a plan? Mr. Yu sat beside Yu Kursen. Of course. Your father has tackled even the most challenging of obstacles, like your little lord. Your classmate is nothing. The little lord, observing Mr. Yu's unrefined demeanor, couldn't help but facepalm. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yu and Grandma Yu exchanged amused glances. They murmured, Your husband. The little lord, reluctant to acknowledge it, continued to facepalm, avoiding Mr. Yu's gaze. The Yu family discussed strategies for pursuing a romantic interest, with Mr. Yu concluding, To win a girl's heart, one must have a thick skin, be romantic, and be willing to spend money. Yu Kursen fixed her gaze on her father. Dad, you seem quite experienced. Have you pursued many girls? Just as Mr. Yu was about to respond, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. turning to find his beloved's eyes fixed on him. He quickly backtracked. Of course not. I've only pursued one person in my life, and that is. He gazed lovingly at the little lord. Yukerson felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she realized just how greasy her father was. Casting a glance at the two individuals whose eyes were locked in a passionate gaze, she decisively abandoned her search for her father. Her attention then shifted to her mother. Mom, do you have any suggestions? With a flushed face, Yu's mother awkwardly waved her hand. I'm not accustomed to this. You are still children. It's inappropriate. Intrigued, Yukerson rose to approach her mother, her curiosity evident. What exactly are you referring to? In a hushed tone, her mother leaned in and whispered something in Yukerson's ear, causing her face to instantly redden. Noticing this reaction, Yu's mother remarked, I told you. My opinions are of no use to you. Yukerson touched her face, glanced at the four individuals in the living room, and declared, I'm heading upstairs. I have a general understanding of your situation. Yu's father inquired, Aren't you opposed to this? Yukerson replied, Why should I oppose? Even if I did, would you two separate? Both Yu's father and mother shook their heads vigorously while embracing their loved ones. Then that settles it. I'm going upstairs. With that, Yukerson made her exit. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Nan Xi was engaged in a battle of wits with her homework, exclaiming, I can't write anymore. It's just too much. The learning system, wielding a small stick, interjected, Where is there too much? It has always been this way. You can't finish it. Is it because you aren't trying hard enough? With a sorrowful expression, Nan Xi gazed at the learning system, which swung its stick in her direction. Get to work. Nan Xi cradled her head in despair, looking pitifully at the homework before her. It's so difficult. Why do I have to be bound to this learning system? I want to unbind. I want to return it. The learning system, resembling a specter, suddenly spoke up. Don't even think about it. You cannot escape me. But there is a way. Chapter 25. Wife, our daughter is thriving. She is finally studying diligently. Boo-hoo. Nan Xi exclaimed in excitement. What?
What?
The learning system replied. If you get accepted into university now, I can unbind from you. Instantly, Nan Xi began to write fervently. I think I should just focus on the problems. No more distractions. The learning system observed the newfound quietude of Nan Xi, unable to suppress a smile. Outside the door, the nanny, Aunt Zhang, hid behind it with her phone. Her face a picture of joy mixed with tears. She whispered, Madam, did you see? Miss is doing her homework. She actually understands. The beautiful woman on the phone, watching her daughter diligently working, couldn't help but shed tears as she grasped her husband's arm. Choked with emotion, she said, Darling, Cece has really started studying. The man wiped away a tear and responded, Wife, our daughter is flourishing. She is finally studying diligently. Boo-hoo. The beautiful woman pushed him away, instructing Aunt Zhang. Hurry and prepare some food for Cece. She is working too hard. Understood, Madam. I will do it right away, Aunt Zhang said, turning off her phone and carefully closing the door. The learning system glanced toward the door, unable to refrain from commenting. Now I understand why Nan Xi is so lazy and spoiled. With such doting parents, she fears getting tired from studying. It turned back to Nan Xi, who was struggling with a math problem, and as she shouted in frustration, the system felt a headache coming on. How did that couple even notice when it was the one suffering? It covered its ears, wishing to escape from her cries. Why is this so difficult? Who invented this math? I should lock her up and make her do math problems every day. I don't want to write anymore. I want to sleep. I want to eat. Boo-hoo. Why is my life so miserable? What is this teacher even saying? Why can't I understand? Why does this video become more confusing the more I watch it? Boo-hoo. The learning system, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, All right, be quiet. Nan Xi looked at the learning system with teary eyes. I'm already in such a pitiful state, and you still scold me. Seeing her watery eyes, the learning system swallowed its harsh words. Suddenly, Nan Xi's phone rang with an unknown number. Curiously, she answered. Who is this? On the other end, after 2 seconds of silence, a warm and pleasant voice replied, It's me. Confused and overwhelmed by the math, Nan Xi impatiently responded, Who on earth are you? Again, there was a brief silence before the voice suggested, Check the caller ID. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, realization dawned on her. You didn't save my number. Calming down, she finally understood and cautiously asked, Muze? The voice on the other end brightened. It's me. Nan Xi, still puzzled, queried, Why did you call me? To see if you saved my number. Nan Xi was taken aback. What is the point? I saved it. Can we hang up now? I want to see. Nan Xi chuckled lightly. You're not even here. Just then, the glass door to the balcony rattled twice, and she approached to find Mu Zhe standing outside. His voice came through the phone. I'm here. Opening the door, Nan Xi looked at him, asking, How did you get here? Mu Zhe pointed to the adjacent villa. We're neighbors. Nan Xi gulped. You climbed in? Mu Zhe glanced at her phone screen and, with a hint of complaint, said, You didn't save it. Is this really the time for that? The important thing is that you climbed in. Aren't you afraid of falling? Hearing her concern, Mu Zhe cheerfully replied, I'm fine. Nan Xi shot him a glance.
I didn't ask you that.
What are you here for? He pointed her phone. First, save my number, then I'll tell you. With a glare. Nan Xi pressed a few buttons on her phone, then turned the screen toward him. Done. Mu Zhe smiled at seeing his name on her phone, his lips curling upward. He ruffled Nan Xi's hair. Now, let me help you with your homework. Just as she was about to protest against him touching her head, the phrase, let me help you with your homework, made her forget her annoyance, and she happily invited him in. Please, come in. Quickly. She was solely focused on finishing her homework and didn't even consider how Mu Zhe knew she was doing it. Once inside, she offered him her chair and found another stool to sit beside him. With a smile, she said, Teacher Mu, we can start now.
Mu Zhe,
Feeling a bit shy sitting in her chair, became even more bashful at her calling him Teacher Mu. Blushing, he softly acknowledged her. Watching her fair, rosy cheeks, he felt his own face heat up even more. His voice was melodious as Nan Xi listened attentively while he explained the lesson. After he finished, he asked, Do you understand? Nan Xi looked utterly bewildered. What? Realizing she didn't grasp the concept, he spoke gently. Let me explain it again. As she gazed at the gentle Mu Zhe, she thought,
meeting it is shocking.
Far better than the learning system. He doesn't scold me for not understanding. If it were the learning system, it would definitely be waving its stick at me and scolding me for ages. Originally pleased by her compliment, Mu Zhe frowned upon hearing her last remark. The learning system, observing his frown, knew he was holding back, but would surely explode soon. Just wait. In a few minutes, no, seconds, Mu Zhe would definitely lose his temper. It found its host exceedingly difficult to teach. He waited patiently, observing Mu Zhe teach the problem repeatedly until Nan Xi finally grasped it. Remarkably, he did not display any annoyance. Instead, he maintained his gentle demeanor, which led the learning system to conclude that Mu Zhe was more suited to be a learning facilitator than it was. After all, his emotional stability surpassed that of an artificial system. At last, as Nan Xi completed half of her work, Mu Zhe noticed her weariness and suggested, Why not take a short break? Nan Xi smiled and nodded, exclaiming, Teacher Mu is so wonderful, so gentle.
And he even lets me rest.
Much better than the learning system. The learning system rolled its eyes in response, but at least it was pleased that its host was learning. Thus, it decided to overlook her inconsistency. Just then a knock echoed from outside. Xi, Zhangma has prepared bird's nest soup for you. Upon hearing Zhangma's voice, Nan Xi glanced at Mu Zhe and immediately pulled him up, exclaiming, We must hide quickly.
Mu Zhe, puzzled, inquired, Why?
In a flurry, Nan Xi replied, A boy suddenly appeared in my room. Zhangma will worry and tell my parents, and that would be a disaster. Chapter 26. There's no need for such forced flattery. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Nan Xi dragged Mu Zhe around the room for a while before finally leading him to the edge of the bed, pointing beneath it. You hide here. Mu Zhe glanced at the pink carpet and couldn't help but remark, Am I truly so unpresentable that I must hide beneath the bed? Fearing that Zhangma might enter and witness the unexpected situation, Nan Xi anxiously insisted, Yes. So can you please get in? Worried that Mu Zhe might hesitate, she patted his shoulder and urged, Hurry.
Get in.
Otherwise, if Zhangma sees you, my parents will surely scold me. Seeing Nan Xi's frantic demeanor, reminiscent of a startled little rabbit, Mu Zhe couldn't suppress a chuckle. Nan Xi shot him a bewildered glare, thinking, I'm in such a hurry. And he dares to laugh at me. If it weren't for him helping me with my homework, I would surely give Mu Zhe a piece of my mind. Just as Mu Zhe was about to respond, Zhangma's voice rang out from outside. Xi, are you still there? Nan Xi grew even more anxious. She yanked Mu Zhe down and pointed at the space beneath the bed. Get in.
Mu Zhe.
Noticing the space beneath the bed and the flustered girl with her cheeks puffed in irritation, decisively crawled under. Standing at a height of over 6 feet, Mu Zhe fit comfortably beneath the large bed, or else it would have been quite a challenge. Observing that Mu Zhe was well hidden, Nan Xi instinctively sighed in relief. then opened the door to greet Zhang Ma with a smile. Zhang Ma, just give me that. I still have homework to finish. Zhang Ma, noticing the beads of sweat on Nan Xi's forehead, couldn't help but ask, Xi, what happened? Why are you so sweaty? Nan Xi touched her forehead and realized it was indeed perspiration, likely from her earlier fright. She quickly took the tray from Zhang Ma, saying, Zhang Ma, I have a lot of homework to do, so I want to chat with you. I'm going back in. Seeing that the young lady was finally focused on her studies, Zhang Ma did not dare to disturb her further, advising, Xi, go on in. But don't study too late. It's not good for your health. Nan Xi nodded eagerly, then closed and locked the door, finally allowing herself to relax on the floor. Zhang Ma, standing before the closed door, shed tears of joy, feeling proud that her young lady was becoming so responsible. She must share this delightful news with the madam and sir. Excitedly, she took out her phone and dialed the madam's number, moving away to avoid disturbing Nan Xi. When the call connected, she exclaimed, Madam, the young lady has just been doing her homework for quite a while now. She is really growing up. On the other end, a choked voice responded, Xi has finally started studying. Oh, how wonderful. I must return immediately. Without waiting for Zhang Ma to reply, she hung up the phone. On a distant, unnamed island, in a villa, a handsome middle-aged man observed his spirited wife and remarked, Dear, are you really going back now? The poised woman, with her luggage already packed, nodded. Of course. Studying is exhausting. I must return to take care of our daughter's well-being. The man thought of his wife's culinary mishaps in the kitchen and considered the importance of providing their daughter with a conducive learning environment. He suggested, But dear, our daughter has finally shown a willingness to study. If we return now to supervise her, might she develop an aversion to her studies? Upon hearing this, the woman paused. Do you really think so? The man gently pulled her to sit beside him, softly explaining, You know how our daughter is. If you rush back now and pressure her, she might even run away from home. Realizing the truth in his words, the woman calmed down. You're right, dear. Let us stick to our original plan. The man smiled. Whatever you say, my love. Although the woman decided not to return immediately, she still expressed concern. But I'm worried about our daughter being home alone. Don't worry, Zhang Ma is there, he reassured her. With his soothing words, she finally felt at ease. Nan Xi sat on the floor for a considerable time, neglecting to check on Mu Zhe. Meanwhile, Mu Zhe, lying beneath the bed, waited patiently but heard nothing from Zhang Ma. Hearing a door close, he realized the room had fallen silent. Unable to contain himself any longer, he peeked out to find no sign of Zhang Ma. Emerging from his hiding spot, he noticed Nan Xi seated on the floor, her expression still fraught with anxiety. Approaching her with a smile, he teased, Was it really that frightening? Nan Xi nodded vigorously. Very much so. It's terrifying. A man suddenly appeared in my room. If Zhang Ma finds out, she'll undoubtedly inform my parents. They would rush back immediately, bombarding me with questions. It would be absolutely terrifying. Listening to Nan Xi's heartfelt worries, Mu Zhe raised an eyebrow. So you fear your parents that much? He reached out to pat her head. It's all right now. Don't be afraid. Nan Xi shot him a puzzled look. I'm not scared. And don't touch my head. She playfully swatted his hand away, insisting, No touching. Mu Zhe chuckled. All right, I promise not to touch it again. Nan Xi stood up, handing him the bird's nest she had set on the floor. Teacher, thank you for helping me with my homework. This is for you. Mu Zhe glanced at the bird's nest in his hand, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Nan Xi. Is this all? Nothing else? Well, what else do you expect? This is my midnight snack for today, and I've given it to you. What more do you want? Nan Xi reached for the bird's nest in Mu Zhe's hand, but he playfully dodged her grasp, grinning. I really like this. Thank you. Nan Xi regarded him with a bemused expression. You're so strange. Wanting it one moment, and then not wanting it the next. Mu Zhe acted as if he hadn't heard her, holding the tray in one hand while pulling Nan Xi towards the table with the other. Once seated, Nan Xi instructed, Drink up quickly. Once you're done, you can help me with my homework. After I finish, I can finally find out what happened with Zhang Ma, as son. Mu Zhe took a sip, noting the eager anticipation in Nan Xi's eyes, and praised, It's delicious. Of course, Zhang Ma is an excellent cook. After finishing his drink, he placed the bowl aside and began to assist Nan Xi with her homework. Despite her fatigue, the promise of a reward kept her motivated. Under Mu Zhe's attentive guidance, Nan Xi finally completed her assignments. Excitedly, she declared, I've finished my homework. Mu Zhe smiled proudly at her. You did wonderfully. You finished so quickly. Nan Xi glanced at the dark night outside, and then turned to Muze. There's really no need for such forced praise. I know my own abilities. Chapter 27. Wow. How thrilling! In the dead of night, the notorious school bully scaled the wall to seek out the esteemed school prince, only to find himself pinned against the wall by the very same Nan Xi. With a cheerful demeanor, gazed at Muze, pondering, he just helped me with my homework, and now I'm sending him away. Isn't that rather inconsiderate? She glanced outside at the pitch-black sky, exclaiming, how dark it is. It's so late. Turning to Muze, who wore a broad smile, she sensed he was curious to see what she would say next. Embarrassed yet eager for the gossip, she mustered her courage and remarked, it's quite dark outside. Muze stifled a chuckle, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is rather dark. Nan Xi continued, shouldn't you head back? Otherwise, your parents might worry. I live alone, so I should definitely go home. What if a thief comes? Muze paused, then let out a resigned smile. If a thief were to break into my house, this place wouldn't be worth such a high price. What if it's a master thief? Nan Xi implored earnestly, hoping he would believe her. Muze chuckled softly. Then I should be even more inclined to return. Master thieves are quite formidable. What if they harm me? Hey, you're using my words against me. Nan Xi thought for a moment, but couldn't he conjure a counterargument. Just as she was about to be more direct about sending him off, Muze stood up, saying, I'll be heading back now. Instantly, Nan Xi brightened. May I see you off? Muze, glancing at her beaming face, felt a twinge of helplessness. He walked toward the balcony, with Nan Xi following closely behind. She widened her eyes and asked, Why are you going to the balcony? Aren't you afraid Zhang Ma will see me leaving from here? Peering down from the balcony, Nan Xi felt a flutter of fear at the height, hesitating as she suggested, Maybe we shouldn't. Before she could finish her sentence, Muze leaped over, causing her to gasp in astonishment. Is he really that daring? He just jumped right over. Impressive. Amused by her praise, Muze told her, All right, you should go back and rest. All Nan Xi could think about was returning to indulge in gossip. She bid him good night and hurried inside. Watching her retreat at such speed, Muze shook his head with a sense of resignation. Her obsession with gossip was no wonder she was so easily manipulated by the academic system. As he turned, he was confronted by someone he wished not to see, and his smile instantly vanished. He approached Gu Yunchuan, who was leaning against the door, and pulled him aside forcefully. What brings you to my home? Gu Yunchuan scoffed, and how did you come to find Nan Xi? Muze shot him a provocative grin. Of course I went to see Nan Xi. What concern is it of yours? Gu Yunchuan slammed the door shut, obstructing Muze's entry, his face dark with anger. What business do you have with Nan Xi? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Muze's eyes. What is it to you? Gu Yunchuan clenched his fists, veins protruding. His face ashen, gritting his teeth as he warned, You are not to seek out Nan Xi. Crossing his arms, Muze's expression was icy. On what grounds? Who do you think you are? Gu Yunchuan's eyes darkened with a fierce glint. Because I am her fiancé. Muze scoffed, his eyes icy. That is merely your unilaterally held belief. Nan Xi has not acknowledged it. Recalling Nan Xi's forgetfulness, Gu Yunchuan's face momentarily betrayed sadness before he regained his composure. His tone frigid as he asserted, That is none of your concern. She promised me. Muze retorted defiantly, She also promised to protect me for a lifetime. Neither was willing to back down, and just then, Nan Xi's voice rang out, Wow. How thrilling! The school bully scaled the wall at midnight to find the school prince. And the prince even pinned the bully against the wall. Who would have thought the bully, so intimidating, is actually a sweetheart under pressure? Ah. It seems that staying up late leads to juicy gossip. But why do they need to go to such lengths to explain themselves? Am I really that important? Are they acting in front of me because they don't want to go public? Perhaps the bully is reluctant to do so, considering he's the one being pinned down. How incredible! From Nan Xi's vantage, the school prince had his hand against the wall, trapping the bully. In reality, they were standing quite far apart, hurling harsh words at one another. Both froze at the sound of Nan Xi's voice, utterly unprepared for her to witness their altercation and misunderstand their intentions. They exchanged disdainful glances, filled with loathing, and swiftly distanced themselves from one another. What's going on? Why are they so far apart? Are they quarreling? Do they get angry so easily? Is dating really so troublesome? At that moment, the academic system interjected, Dating is particularly troublesome. It leads to infatuation. Your money will be spent on men, and you will lose your sense of self, which is quite frightening. Startled, Nan Xi's voice trembled. Is it really that terrifying? The system nodded. Indeed. You are still a child and unable to discern genuine intentions from deceit. Thus, we must focus on our studies. Strive for university admission to become wise. This way, you will not fall prey to deceitful men. Nan Xi nodded vigorously. Exactly. I agree. Emotional deceit is permissible, but financial deception is absolutely unacceptable.
Precisely.
Now let us return to our studies.
Wait.
I just finished my homework. You Haven T told me what happened with Zhang Ma's son.
All right.
We shall return now, and I will inform you. Nan Xi nodded repeatedly and stood up, only to find two pairs of eyes fixed on her. She froze in shock for a few seconds before sprinting away, leaving behind an astonished inner monologue. I've been discovered. Tomorrow at school, those two will undoubtedly silence me. Woe is me. Should I transfer schools? Upon hearing this, both boys panicked, but then they caught wind of Nan Xi's thoughts. Transferring schools is out of the question. If I do, my parents will certainly interrogate me, worrying if I'm being bullied. I can't possibly admit I stumbled upon the secret of the school prince and bully. That would lead to my demise. Forget it. Yes, I should forget this incident. Pretend I saw nothing. Even if Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan come to inquire, I will act as if I am oblivious. Yes, that's it. I am truly a genius. Relieved that Nan Xi had decided against transferring, the two boys exchanged disdainful glances and simultaneously said, "This is all your fault. If Nan Xi transferred, you'd be in trouble." With a huff, Mu Zhe shoved Gu Yunchuan aside, swiftly entering the house and shutting the door behind him. In a fit of rage, Gu Yunchuan punched the wall, leaving his hand bruised, yet seemingly oblivious to the pain as he glanced back at Nan Xi's home before leaping off the balcony. Chapter 28. Zhang Ma's son's girlfriend is pregnant and plans to run away. Back in her room, Nan Xi closed the door and sat down on the floor. A wave of panic washing over her. The academic system, puzzled by her fear, asked, "Is it really that frightening?" Nan Xi nodded fervently. "It's especially terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Did you see the bully's well-defined muscles beneath his school uniform? One punch from him could take out two of me.
Today,
I witnessed him pinning Mu Zhe against the wall. With his temperament, he will surely not let me off lightly. What if I am bullied in class? Should I inform my parents? But if I do, they might think I am useless, unable to manage relationships with classmates. It's so frustrating. Perhaps I should pretend to be sick and skip school tomorrow, giving the bully some time to cool off before I return." The academic system immediately refuted her idea. "No. As a diligent student, how can you feign illness to deceive your teacher?" Nan Xi murmured softly, "But I'm not a good student. I'm just a failure." The learning system patted Nan Xi on the shoulder and reassured her, "No worries. Under my supervision, you will undoubtedly become a good student. In the future, you can attend Tsinghua or Peking University at will." Nan Xi looked at the learning system with a gaze of disbelief, wondering who had given it the audacity to believe she could gain admission to such prestigious institutions. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing a lecture from the learning system. It truly was more nagging than her homeroom teacher, incessantly chattering in her ear day after day. Noticing Nan Xi's silence, the learning system immediately exclaimed, "What is our mission?" Nan Xi pouted, unwilling to respond. It felt awkward to shout back at such a thing, so she refused to comply. Upon seeing her reluctance, the learning system unleashed its trump card. "Hurry up. Let's discuss Zhang Ma's son." The mention of gossip instantly made Nan Xi forget her humiliation, and she silently shouted in her heart, "Study. Study. Study." Since it was only in her mind, no one would hear her. She wouldn't feel embarrassed. The learning system nodded in approval. "Well said. Our goal is..." After Nan Xi shouted, her embarrassment faded away, and she liberated herself, exclaiming, "To Tsinghua. To Peking University. To Tsinghua. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent." The learning system, pleased with Nan Xi's obedience, decided to offer her reward, lest the child become unhappy and go on strike. It flapped its large covers and flew onto the bed, saying, "Come up. I have something to tell you." Overjoyed, Nan Xi got up, hearing a noise outside. She opened the door to investigate but found nothing. Just as she was about to step out, the learning system called out, "Come back. I'm about to start." At the mention of gossip, Nan Xi disregarded everything else, closed the door, and hurried over. After Nan Xi left, a figure emerged from the corner of the balcony, a faint smile gracing his face. She truly was adorable. He glanced at the cactus on the balcony, lightly touching the small flower atop it, murmuring, "Little trickster. You'll forget everything once you grow up." He tapped the small flower again, chuckling at his own childish behavior before turning and leaping off the balcony. Inside the room, Nan Xi sat on the bed, several bags of snacks scattered around her. She opened a bar of chocolate, took a bite, and said, "Let us begin." The learning system observed her actions, feeling that eating in bed was inappropriate, yet seeing Nan Xi's excited expression led it to consider indulging her this once. After all, one must not pressure children too much, lest they develop a rebellious mentality. It began, "Jean Ma's son has a girlfriend who is pregnant." Nan Xi interjected, "Isn't it possible it's not his?" The learning system shot her a look of exasperation. "Could you please watch fewer mindless dramas?" Nan Xi chuckled softly. "Continue." The learning system explained, "The child is indeed his, but he is unaware. He has always thought his girlfriend liked someone else. However, she actually likes him. The girl feels insecure due to his fluctuating attitude. When she learned of the pregnancy, she was afraid he wouldn't like her. When attempting to discuss it with him, she found him at a bar." Nan Xi murmured, "This plot is quite ridiculous." The learning system glanced at her, prompting Nan Xi to quickly close her mouth. Then she cheerfully asked, "What happened next?" Jean Ma's son, confused by his girlfriend's recent odd behavior, assumed she was about to seek out the one she liked. In a fit of anger, he went to the bar, where she saw him drinking with another woman. Consequently, she felt even more convinced that he didn't care for her and, in a fit of rage, booked a plane ticket to run away with a baby. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. What an absurd plot, yet it feels so familiar. Like the silent protagonists in the novels I read. The learning system nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You humans are so peculiar. You could simply clarify things. Yet you insist on keeping quiet and making the other guess." Nan Xi wholeheartedly agreed, feeling the learning system's words resonated with her. She inquired, "When is the flight?" "Tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi sprang from her bed and dashed out. The learning system followed, asking, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to be an accomplice. If they won't speak up, I'll tell Jean Ma, since she certainly will." As she spoke, she quickly arrived at Jean Ma's room and knocked on the door, calling,
Jean Ma, Jean Ma.
The door swung open to reveal Jean Ma, clad in a sleepwear, looking half awake. "Cici, what's the matter?" Nan Xi immediately dropped a bombshell. "Jean Ma, your son's girlfriend is pregnant, and she's planning to run away."
What?
Jean Ma instantly snapped to attention. Pregnant? Running away? Having read her fair share of domineering CEO novels, she understood the implications of running away with the baby. Nan Xi tossed out another bomb. "My friend saw your son getting drunk at a bar, and his girlfriend caught him. She is heartbroken and has already bought a ticket for tomorrow to escape." Jean Ma quickly retrieved her phone and dialed her son, but he didn't answer. After multiple attempts, she finally got through, but a woman's voice answered. "May I ask who this is?" Jean Ma responded coldly, "Is there no name attached?" After a brief pause, the woman replied, "Oh, it's you, Auntie." Without giving her a chance to speak, Jean Ma demanded, "Put Chow Yu on the phone." A slurred male voice finally came through. "Hello?" Jean Ma shouted, "You scoundrel. Your girlfriend is pregnant, and you still dare to go to a bar? You've driven her away." The voice on the other end paused for a moment before a trembling voice asked, "Mom, is that true?" Suddenly sober, the boy anxiously inquired, "Is Enine really pregnant?" Jean Ma scoffed, "How would I know? She's not my girlfriend." The boy panicked. "Mom, go find her. She's at the airport right now." After saying this, he hung up. Jean Ma put away her phone, her earlier anger forgotten as she turned to Nan Xi with a warm smile. "Thank you, Cici." Nan Xi shook her head. "It's nothing, I just happened to find out."
Cici.
"I can't thank you enough. Once that scoundrel brings his wife back, I will make sure he thanks you in person." Nan Xi quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying it wasn't necessary. Jean Ma insisted on expressing her gratitude. After a prolonged back and forth, Nan Xi excused herself, citing her need to attend school the next day. As she left, Jean Ma watched her retreating figure, tears in her eyes, murmuring, "My dear, you've really grown up. Thinking of going to school early tomorrow. You're becoming more and more studious." Chapter 29. If you improve by 100 places in this month's exam, I will tell you where Su Hang's sister is. The next day, Nan Xi languidly rested her head on her desk, her eyes closed as if asleep, yet her mind was abuzz with thoughts. Yesterday was so terrifying. I wonder if Gu Yunxian will remember. Will he hit me? He seems expressionless today, so perhaps he has already forgotten. He probably won't hit me, right? The students of class 13 were bewildered. What was this gossip they were unaware of? Why would Gu Yunxian hit Nan Xi? Had she done something? Or did she know a secret? Oh, how they wished they could live with Nan Xi, so they could hear her inner thoughts at night and enjoy the gossip.
Ah.
How frustrating. By the way, are there any houses available near Nan Xi's home? Should they persuade their parents to buy one for the sake of eavesdropping? After today, the houses near Nan Xi's home are being eagerly purchased, causing prices to soar. Yu Kursin raised her eyebrows at Nan Xi, a smile gracing her lips. She had already arranged for her father to buy a villa nearby. In just a few days, she would be living in close proximity to Nan Xi, and the prospect filled her with joy. Nan Xi, however, did not elucidate the situation regarding the school tyrant, but seemed to drift away to another realm. I wonder if Zhang Ma's son managed to win his wife back. Could it be a case of chasing after one's lost love, only to face a fiery demise? The students of class 13 were left bewildered. What?
Who is Zhang Ma?
Who is her son? Why is there talk of chasing after a lost love leading to a fiery end? Their curiosity piqued. They lamented the many juicy tidbits they had missed in just one night. The loss was insufferably great. They resolved to purchase houses near Nan Xi's residence today, so they could indulge in the latest gossip up close. Gu Yunchuan, noticing Nan Xi's silence, instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the thought of Nan Xi still harboring misunderstandings rekindled his irritation. He cast a glance at Mu Zhe. If looks could kill, Mu Zhe would have perished 100 times over.
Unfazed, Mu Zhe remained fixated on Nan Xi.
At the podium, the homeroom teacher, who had been lecturing, abruptly halted. With only a week left until the monthly exam, he acknowledged the students' indifference but imposed one condition: no disturbances during the exam. Even if they chose not to attend, they must not cause a ruckus. The students below, including Nan Xi, paid little heed to the teacher's admonitions, merely responding with casual murmurs. Nan Xi had never performed well in monthly exams and had resigned herself to mediocrity. As long as she refrained from copying answers, she would be content. After her previous encounter with the learning system that had incinerated her answers, she dared not risk it again, fearing spontaneous combustion during the exam. It was far too frightening. Better to adhere to some semblance of decorum. Seeing the lackadaisical attitude of her students, the homeroom teacher sighed in resignation and exited with her textbook in hand. As the students of class 13 prepared to leave, the voice of the learning system reverberated through the air. Please, host, improve your ranking by 100 places in this monthly exam. Upon hearing this, they promptly settled back down. Nan Xi's heart raced at the daunting command, leaving her no time to concern herself with others. 100 places. I am currently at the bottom. Do you wish for my demise? The learning system replied, there are rewards to be had. Nan Xi retorted, no way. The system then surveyed the classroom, finally resting its gaze on a boy, a sly smile forming. Did you know that a classmate's sister has been abducted? Students of class 13? Nan Xi's eyes widened. I actually do know. It seems that Su Hang's sister was taken. I heard from my parents that when 8-year-old Su Hang took his 5-year-old sister out to play, she vanished in an instant. This incident dealt a severe blow to the Su family, and Su Hang has been living with the guilt of losing his sister every day. She turned to the learning system. You know about this? The system proudly replied, of course. There is nothing the system does not know. I know her current whereabouts, and who took her. Su Hang's gaze met Nan Xi's, his eyes ablaze with urgency. Sister, was it possible to find her again? He stared at Nan Xi, desperate not to miss any news regarding his sister. Others looked to Su Hang, hoping the learning system would elaborate, especially Su Hang's childhood friend, Su Liuliao, who had grown up with him and had met his sister. The little girl was ever so obedient and sweet, and they had all cherished her. But one day, she simply vanished, leaving Su uncle and aunt in a state of despair, and Su Hang transformed from a lively boy into a taciturn one. Liu Liao had witnessed Su Hang retreating to his room in tears, sometimes inflicting harm upon himself. The memory of those harrowing moments haunted her. She had tried to intervene but could never forget the sight of Su Hang's bloodied hands, his eyes filled with torment as he questioned, why wasn't he at me?
Why? It was all my fault.
She had never known how to comfort him, fully aware of his sorrow and inner turmoil. Now that there was news about Su Hang's sister, she was elated. She could finally see the little sister from their childhood, and Su Hang could be freed from the shackles of guilt that tormented him. She gazed at Nan Xi, hoping the learning system would soon reveal more. Nan Xi, too, was anxious, exclaiming, then hurry up and tell us. The learning system responded. If you improve your rank by 100 places in the monthly exam, I shall disclose the information. Su Heng's hands clenched tightly together, his nails digging into his flesh without him realizing it. The others, no way. Nan Xi felt an urge to curse, but restrained herself, speaking sweetly instead. Could you at least give me a hint? If you do, I promise to study hard. The learning system shook its head. Not a chance. Nan Xi could no longer contain her frustration. Are you even human? That little girl's safety is uncertain. How can I focus on studying? The learning system retorted. I am not human. I am a system. Nan Xi glared at the learning system, wishing to unleash her ire upon it. Seeing her distress, the learning system spoke. She is safe. As long as you improve by 100 places, I will reveal her location. Nan Xi inquired, can you guarantee her safety? The learning system nodded. I can assure you. Nan Xi remained skeptical. Swear it. You've failed before. May the heavens strike you down if you do not fulfill your promise. You've always been at the bottom of every year-end assessment. Swear it.
Do it now.
The learning system, resigned, stated, I swear, I will guarantee Su Heng's sister's safety. If I fail, may I be struck down and remain at the bottom of every year-end assessment. Is that acceptable? Fine. I'll begrudgingly trust you this once. The others exhaled in relief. As long as the little girl's safety could be ensured, that was what mattered. Su Heng too felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His sister would soon return. Yet, he couldn't shake his concerns. Could Nan Xi truly improve her rank by 100 places in such a short time? In the midst of his worries, his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages in the eavesdropping on the Fate Girl's Inner Thoughts group. Chapter 30. The plan to help Nan Xi improve by 100 ranks. Eavesdropping on the Fate Girl's Inner Thoughts group. 24. Li Shu, do you think Nan Xi can pull it off? Su Liuliao. She definitely can. Even if Nan Xi struggles, ISNT their Muse and the class monitor? With their help, she'll surely succeed. Few believed Su Liuliao's words, fully aware of how difficult Nan Xi was to teach. Yet, they refrained from uttering pessimistic remarks and instead echoed her sentiment in the group. At that moment, Zhao Qianqian chimed in with a suggestion. If all else fails, we can use technology to assist Nan Xi. Qiu Shi. Are you suggesting cheating? Zhao Qianqian. Let us not label it so harshly. It's merely helping a classmate. You Curson. I advise against it. I once passed a note to Nan Xi, and the learning system incinerated it. Do you think technology will work? Her words silenced the group. Then an astute member of the group proposed, what if we offer money to a few students from other classes to skip the exam? That way, Nan Xi would naturally improve her ranking. Li Shu. I think that's a viable plan. Qiu Shi. I concur. Gu Yunchuan interjected. Are you all out of your minds? Nan Xi has the learning system. Do you really think it wouldn't notice? Zhao Qianqian, so what are we supposed to do? This won't work, and neither will that. Muse declared. The only option left is to start tutoring Nan Xi immediately, ensuring she masters the fundamental problems. Then, improving her rank by 100 places should be entirely feasible. Class monitor Mu Shen agreed. I believe this plan is sound. Others concurred with this approach. Su Heng gazed at the messages within the group, observing their efforts to devise a solution for the matter at hand. A wave of emotion surged through him, causing his fingers to tremble as he typed, Thank you all. Li Shu responded, No need for thanks. We are classmates. Your sister is our sister. When a sister goes missing, we must exert every effort to find her. Qiu Shi chimed in, Indeed. Our sister is missing, and we must search for her. Su Liao Liao reassured, Do not worry, Su Heng. The class monitor and Muse are quite capable. They will surely take good care of Nan Xi. Gu Yunchuan added, And I am here too. Qiu Shi teased, Brother Chuan, are you truly in a position to tutor Nan Xi with those grades? Gu Yunchuan retorted, What do you mean by that? Muse interjected, He means you are rather dim-witted. Qiu Shi clarified, Brother Chuan. I'm not the one saying it. Yu Ku Xian interjected, Enough of your banter. I will enlist my uncle to tutor Nan Xi. Though she may be a bit lazy, she will not slack off when it comes to this matter. Just look at how diligently she is studying now. Upon seeing Yu Ku Xian's message, they turned to find Nan Xi fervently studying, provided they had not overheard her inner thoughts. Why is this so difficult? Had I known, I would have studied harder back then. Why is it so hard? System? Can we not negotiate? Perhaps cut it in half and improve 10 places? The mechanical voice of the learning system stuttered. That's far too much to ask. From 100 to 10 places. Do you think this is a marketplace? Such reductions are unheard of, even in a marketplace. Nan Xi chuckled awkwardly a couple of times. Do you have any tools? Like something I could eat to become smarter, or perhaps a magical space where time flows differently? The learning system nodded. There are indeed such tools. But you cannot access them at present. Nan Xi inquired, why not? The learning system replied, it is because someone is too lazy and not studying diligently enough to earn the tools. Nan Xi fell silent, then whispered, is there a reward for improving 100 places? The whereabouts of Su Hang's sister? Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. Is that all? The learning system nodded. That is the only reward. Resigned, Nan Xi could only study with a heavy heart. Why do I recognize these characters when they are separate, yet cannot comprehend them when they are together? Just as she was feeling frustrated, Mu Ze approached. If there is anything you don't understand, I will teach you. Nan Xi looked at Mu Ze as if he were a savior, her eyes sparkling. What a good person. A good person lives a long and peaceful life. A good person will have 8 treasures in one birth. Mu Ze's lips twitched. 8 treasures in one birth is unnecessary. Gu Yunchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Ze, you found yourself in quite the predicament. The others stifled their laughter, fully aware that it was inappropriate to find amusement at this moment. Yet, Nan Xi was simply too entertaining to resist. Nan Xi noticed her classmates trembling with laughter and couldn't help but tease. Are you all losing your minds? Do you really have epilepsy? The students of class 13 immediately fell silent. Was this their punishment? They had just laughed at Mu Ze, and now it was their turn to be laughed at. Nan Xi glanced at Mu Ze, then at Gu Yunchuan, recalling the events of yesterday. Feeling hesitant about letting Mu Ze teach her. What if Gu Yunchuan gets angry? Will he hit me? He looks quite intimidating when he asks mad. If I let his husband teach me, will he get jealous? She glanced at Gu Yunchuan, who now wore a dark expression. He must be angry. But I cannot refuse Mu Ze. He is far more patient than the learning system. Even if I am dull, he won't scold me. I am seeking Mu Ze's assistance to save Su Hang's sister. Surely Gu Yunchuan can understand that. The students of class 13 were bewildered. What? Wasn't he had said that Mu Ze and Gu Yunchuan were not real? Why was Nan Xi now saying such things? She even claimed Mu Ze was Gu Yunchuan's husband. They desperately wanted to uncover this grand secret. Would they be silenced? Seeing Gu Yunchuan's furious countenance, they quickly sealed their lips. Gu Yunchuan approached Nan Xi, and she instinctively recoiled in fear. Gu Yunchuan spoke. What happened yesterday led to your misunderstanding. Mu Ze nodded. Yesterday, that fool Gu Yunchuan sought trouble with me, but for some reason, you misunderstood. Nan Xi stood before the 2 handsome boys, rendered speechless. But I can't be blamed. Last night, it truly looked like Mu Ze was wall-slamming Gu Yunchuan, and they almost kissed. Class 13 gasped. Almost kissed? And wall-slammed? What did they miss yesterday? Gu Yunchuan clarified. You misinterpreted. I was about to fight Mu Ze. I could never have feelings for this fool. I already have a fiancée and would never betray her. Do you understand, Nan Xi? Nan Xi met Gu Yunchuan's captivating eyes, filled with deep emotion, and her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Mu Ze, noticing the moment, spoke gently. You promised to protect me for a lifetime. I have always remembered that. Seeing Mu Ze's pitiful expression, Nan Xi felt her resolve soften. What are you 2 trying to accomplish? Can't I just believe? Please don't use your charms on me. I, a hopeless romantic, truly cannot resist.
Mu Ze's lips curled into a smile.
His eyes sparkling as he gazed intently at Nan Xi. Gu Yunchuan's gaze softened as well, his demeanor becoming considerably gentler. Class 13 whispered. What is happening? What is going on? We're still here. Can you not treat us like we're invisible? Chapter 31. The girl locked in the basement. In a remote mountain village. Within a pitch-black basement, a disheveled girl was locked inside, bound by chains. She lay quietly on the ground with her eyes closed. Even the rats crawling over her did not wake her, as if she were in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and a beam of light pierced the darkness as a man entered, glancing at the girl on the floor, unable to resist kicking her several times. Seeing she did not awaken, he cursed, "Stupid bitch. Get up." The girl slowly roused, and upon seeing him, she instinctively recoiled in fear, letting out a faint sound. The man, seeing she was awake, approached to strike her, but she closed her eyes and shielded her head, bracing for the impact of the stick. Unexpectedly, the blow never landed. A loud crash resonated, causing her to open her eyes in trembling confusion. She saw the man had fallen to the ground, and she dared not approach, only retreating further. Suddenly, she spotted a small black cat entering, stepping over the man's body, and slowly walked towards her. The little black cat held a piece of bread in its mouth, dropping it at her feet. The girl, frightened, hesitated to pick it up.
Yet,
her eyes remained fixated on the bread, swallowing hard with desire. Seeing this, the little black cat, with a hint of resignation, exited. Only after the cat had left did the girl eat the bread. The little black cat hid behind the door, watching her finish before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had arrived in time, otherwise, she would have been beaten. Its host would surely have been upset. Perhaps she would even refuse to study properly. This little black cat was none other than the avatar of the learning system, sent to watch over the girl. Upon witnessing the girl finish her meal, the cat intended to go out and find more food for her when several footsteps approached, heading in its direction, likely searching for the girl. It quickly concealed itself, observing an old man, a middle-aged woman, and a young man entering. Seeing the man lying on the ground, the middle-aged woman approached, shaking him awake. And upon seeing him rouse, she picked up the stick and aimed to strike the girl, scolding, "You little slut! How dare you seduce my man? I'll beat you to death." The young girl had already hidden in the corner when they entered, just as the stick was about to strike her. The little black cat had yet to intervene, but a young man stepped forward to block the blow, exclaiming, "Mom, don't damage her. Otherwise, we want to fetch a good price." Upon hearing the mention of money, the middle-aged woman paused, but her anger was not yet quelled. She vented a few curses before finally calming down. She dragged the man away, continuing to scold, "If I catch you with that little wretch again, I want to let this go." The middle-aged man dared not protest, and obediently followed her out. The old man glanced at the girl and said, "Let us go." He spoke to the young man, who, upon hearing this, followed the old man outside, casting one last disdainful look at the girl. Terrified, she huddled closer, clutching her legs. Before long, the door that had just closed swung open again, and the middle-aged man re-entered, holding a steamed bun. He approached the girl and asked, "Would you like to eat?" The girl stared at the bun, too frightened to speak or move. She understood that this group was not genuinely kind-hearted enough to offer her food. Noticing her immobility, the man attempted to touch her, but she evaded his grasp. What a pity, he thought, so beautiful, yet unable to move. A glint of lewd desire flickered in his eyes as he mused, "Once I sell you, I will have money. I want to be short of pretty girls." He took a bite of the bun and sought to reach out to her again, feeling a need for some sustenance. Just as he was about to touch her, the little black cat appeared and scratched his face. "Damn it," he cursed, attempting to catch the cat, but it darted away too swiftly. He exited, stick in hand, determined to pursue the feline. The girl, trembling, peered out from her hiding place, fearful that the cat might be captured and killed. Her worries were unfounded, for the little black cat was but a manifestation of the learning system. How could it possibly fail to elude a mere human? As she anxiously watched the doorway, a dark figure suddenly entered, clutching a plastic bag in its mouth. It approached her and dropped the contents at her feet, 2 bags of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Sensing her trepidation, it gently nudged the items towards her with its paw. This time, the girl was no longer afraid. She smiled at the cat, her voice hoarse and somewhat unsteady, as if she had not spoken in ages. "Thank you." The little black cat observed her as she ate, lying beside her, inviting her to stroke its back. As she nibbled on the food while petting the cat, a smile graced her face. Students from other classes and teachers passing by Class 13 were momentarily taken aback. Had they taken a wrong turn? Or had Class 13 changed classrooms? They glanced at the sign at the entrance, which read Sophomore Class 23. Uncertain, they peered inside, discovering that it was indeed the students of Class 13. Had the students of Class 13 been bewitched? Otherwise, how could they be seen studying? Indeed, they were studying. This was far more shocking than Class 13 skipping class, which was a common occurrence. But witnessing them engaged in study was utterly abnormal. Since Class 13 had entered the school, they had never seen them focused on their studies. The sight of this scene sent the other students fleeing in fear. Who knew what Class 13 was up to? They dared not join the fray. What if they got beaten? The teachers were equally terrified. Despite numerous attempts to make Class 13 study properly, today they were voluntarily learning. How frightening! It was truly alarming. Class 13 had no inkling that their single act of studying had created such a profound shock among the entire school. They were currently engrossed in their books, but their ears were attuned to Nan Xi's inner thoughts. Why is this so difficult? Can I cut a little more? The learning system responded coldly. No. You must study diligently. Don't you see Mu Ze's face? He is nearly at his wit's end with you. Nan Xi dared not look at Mu Ze, fearing he might genuinely despise her for her lack of intelligence. I can't help it. This is just too hard. If Mu Ze is still upset, maybe I should seek out the class monitor instead. Just then, Mu Ze spoke gently. You're doing well. You got this question right. Let us continue. Upon hearing his soothing voice, devoid of anger, Nan Xi turned to see his gentle expression. Whoa, Mu Ze is simply the best. Despite my clumsiness, he remains so gentle and patient. He is truly wonderful. I've decided that Mu Ze shall be my full-time teacher from now on. A smile spread across Mu Ze's face. Gu Yunchuan was determined to solve problems at a frantic pace. He too wanted to become Nan Xi's exclusive teacher. Chapter 32. No. I am a system, not a human. I lack any human organs. Ah. I finally learned it. Mu Ze is indeed a competent teacher. He is simply amazing. I'm also great. I actually learned something. Mu Ze wore a faint smile, finding Nan Xi's self-praise endearing. Gu Yunchuan quickened his pace, determined to surpass Mu Ze, vying for the opportunity to teach Nan Xi next time. The thought of Nan Xi sweetly praising him as wonderful and amazing sent him into a frenzy of excitement, and his speed increased even more. As for the others, they too had learned. Knowledge had inexplicably seeped into their minds. Nan Xi stretched and then lay her head on the desk. I need a break. These past few days have been exhausting. I feel like I've never worked this hard in my life. Su Heng watched her with a sense of warmth. Nan Xi's diligence was all for the sake of his sister. Once his sister was found, he would surely express his gratitude to Nan Xi. As he pondered this, he pulled out a thermos filled with walnut and black bean brain-boosting soup that his family had prepared. He walked over to Nan Xi's desk, placed the thermos down without a word, and turned to leave. Curious, Nan Xi opened the thermos and discovered walnut and black bean brain-boosting soup? Why did he give me this? Does he think I'm so foolish that I need to drink brain-boosting soup? Su Heng wished he could explain. That was not his intention. He simply thought Nan Xi looked exhausted and wanted her to have some nourishing soup. But he could not articulate his thoughts. Su Lele chuckled at Su Heng, whispering, I told you not to bring that. Bringing soup to school is so strange. It would be better to give Nan Xi the cookies I made myself. Just as Su Heng was about to protest against harming his sister as savior, Su Lele had already taken the cookies to find Nan Xi. Nan Xi took a sip of the soup, unable to suppress her exclamation. This is delicious. I must admit. Su Heng has a keen eye. I really need this brain-boosting soup. My brain feels like it's about to explode. I urgently need something to replenish my energy. Seeing that Nan Xi enjoyed the soup, Su Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Ze glanced at Nan Xi, contemplating bringing her soup tomorrow. Gu Yunchuan, engrossed in his studies, aspired to become Nan Xi's tutor. However, hearing that she liked soup, his pen paused momentarily as he muttered, It's just soup, right? I can bring it too. I'll bring some for Nan Xi tomorrow. The young lady Yukerson pulled out her phone and made a call, smiling as she issued a few instructions. Su Lele paused with the cookies but then thought that after drinking soup, one should have some cookies. So she cheerfully went to find Nan Xi. Nan Xi took a sip and saw Su Lele standing before her with a beaming smile. She looked at Su Lele curiously. What brings Su Lele to me? Noticing the cookies in Su Lele's hands, she recalled their unique taste. Surely she is not here to give me cookies? Su Lele's smile widened as she handed the cookies to Nan Xi, saying, Nan Xi, this is for you. I made it myself. Nan Xi glanced at the cookies in Su Lele's hands, swallowing nervously. What if I refuse? Will Su Lele be upset? Su Liao looked at Nan Xi with a puzzled expression, wondering why she would refuse. After all, her cookies were undeniably delicious. She shared them with her parents, who always praised her for her baking. Placing the cookies on Nan Xi's desk, she urged, Nan Xi, do try them. They're truly delightful. Surprised, Nan Xi thought to herself, who gave her the audacity to believe her cookies were good. At that moment, the learning system chimed in. Su Heng, ah. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What? Something's afoot. The students of Class 13 echoed her sentiment. They too were eager to know why Su Liao's cookies were so unpalatable, yet she exuded such confidence. The learning system produced a classical poem, saying, Recite it and I'll tell you. Infuriated, Nan Xi retorted, I've been working so hard these days. And now you want me to recite poetry? Do you even have a heart? Nope. I'm a system, not a human. I lack human organs. Nan Xi fell silent, realizing, I shouldn't engage in conversation with a machine. The others nodded in agreement. The learning system was indeed cold and unfeeling. They secretly rejoiced that their grades surpassed Nan Xi's. Otherwise, they would be the ones shackled to this foolish system. Truly, Nan Xi was making a sacrifice for the benefit of Class 13. Feeling sympathetic, they promised to bring her treats the next day. Su Liao Liao observed Nan Xi's silence and, with a hint of grievance in her tone, asked, Do you really not like them? As Nan Xi gazed at the big-eyed, adorable girl, tears welling up in her eyes, her heart softened. I despise myself. I'm such a hopeless romantic. I simply cannot bear to see a pretty girl cry. I must sacrifice my taste buds. As Nan Xi hesitantly reached for Su Liao Liao's cookies, just as she was about to grab them, a pale, slender hand intercepted her. She looked up to see Su Heng snatching the cookies away and pulling Su Liao Liao along with him. Nan Xi observed Su Heng. What a good person. May good fortune follow him all his life. May he have 8 treasures in one birth. Su Heng's demeanor stiffened, his gait slightly awkward. As for the 8 treasures, he was far from that capability. He shot a glare at the already giggling Su Liao Liao and released his grip on her. Who was he really doing this for? Su Liao Liao, noticing Su Heng's frustration, immediately clamped her mouth shut. Mu Zhe watched Nan Xi with amusement, finding her thoughts about 8 treasures rather creative. Guyan Chuan remarked, Some people are diligently solving problems, oblivious to the world outside. Nan Xi squinted at Su Heng and Su Liao Liao's retreating figures. There's definitely something brewing between those two. Su Liao Liao and Mu Zhe froze in their seats. The others chimed in, eager to know what was happening. The learning system produced another poem. Recite this poem, and I shall reveal more. Fuming, Nan Xi glared at the learning system. You greedy rascal. Is there nothing else you can do besides focusing on studying? The learning system replied, Shall I not solve problems then? Defeated, Nan Xi picked up the poem and began to recite. Her internal monologue resonated like a magical sound, penetrating the ears of the other students in Class 13. Whether Nan Xi truly memorized it was uncertain, but they certainly did. Knowledge seeped into their minds in a peculiar manner. Nan Xi was indeed a treasure. Not only could she enjoy gossip, but she also aided their studies. Truly, the sacrifice of one Nan Xi benefited all students of Class 13. After reciting the poem, Nan Xi set the book down, and the learning system proclaimed, Qualified. Elated, Nan Xi exclaimed, Wonderful. The others murmured in confusion. This is odd. They seem more excited than us for having recited it. Nan Xi urged, Quickly tell me. Hurry up. The attention of her classmates was successfully diverted. Speak.
Speak.
The learning system revealed, Su Liao Liao and Su Heng have been childhood friends, growing up together. Their parents are also good friends. Nan Xi nodded. I already knew that. Can't you share something I don't know? The learning system retorted. Don't interrupt. We're getting to the juicy part. Nan Xi promptly closed her mouth, anticipating the learning system's revelations. The others, too, held their breath in anticipation. Chapter 33. Wow, Childhood Sweethearts. Innocent Affection. You know, Su Heng has been burdened with guilt ever since his sister went missing. Although his parents assured him it was not his fault, he remains heartbroken and sorrowful. Several times, he contemplated suicide, yet Su Liao Liao was always there to rescue him. Concerned for Su Heng's well-being, she followed him closely every day. Initially, Su Heng found her presence annoying, but eventually, he accepted her companionship. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled. A redemption narrative. How delightful. But why is Su Liao Liao so confident that her cookies are delicious? The others nodded in agreement, eager to know. Su Heng and Su Liao Liao, the subjects of this discussion, both flushed red, wanting to prevent Nan Xi from revealing more. Yet their classmates held them firmly, leaving them with no chance to escape. Amidst the crowd, some teased, Wow, childhood sweethearts. Innocent affection. How about you two get together? In agreement, Su Liao Liao blushed. Please stop. All right, we won't say any more. Listening to this strange banter, Su Liao Liao's face grew even redder, and she struggled to find her words. Su Heng, observing her, felt his own cheeks warm up. At that moment, the learning system chimed in again. Su Liao Liao, unwavering confidence in her cookies stems from two reasons. One, she is lost in the praises from her parents. The other is Su Hang. Every time she bakes for him, he finishes them all and compliments her on their taste. Nan Xi wore a mischievous smile. What has dulled his taste? Is it love? Is it love? The others nodded in agreement. It seems that despite Su Hang's usual indifference towards Su Liao Liao, he truly cares for her. Both Su Hang and Su Liao Liao's faces reddened further, their embarrassment palpable. Then, Nan Xi curiously asked, has Su Liao Liao never tasted her own cookies? The learning system shook its head. No, she always gives them to her parents and Su Hang right after baking. No wonder she's so confident. It turns out she's never tasted them herself. Surrounded by a chorus of praise, how could she lack confidence? The others nodded in agreement. It was no wonder she was so self-assured. Upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts and feeling the gazes of her classmates, Su Liao Liao turned to Su Hang, somewhat miffed, and said, if my cookies are so terrible, why didn't you say anything? Now I've embarrassed myself so much. Su Hang replied earnestly, they're delicious. Su Liao Liao was taken aback, muttering softly, you're lying. No, they truly are delightful. As Su Lele gazed into Su Hang's earnest eyes, her cheeks flushed even more intensely. At that moment, Nan Xi's inner voice resonated. What are these two up to? The learning system chimed in. Blushing? Nan Xi let out an exclamation. Wow. The others echoed. Wow. Su Lele's face reddened further. And Su Hang was not faring much better. With just 3 days remaining until the monthly exam, Nan Xi slumped over her desk, feeling as though all her vitality had been drained away. So tired. So exhausted. Why is studying so taxing? It's so hard. Someone just put me out of my misery. Why is it so tiring? So difficult. The students of Class 13 looked at Nan Xi's despondent expression and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy.
Poor thing.
How pitiful. Although they felt sorry for her, they couldn't help but chuckle. As Nan Xi rested her head on the desk, she suddenly heard a commotion and lifted her gaze to see Mu Zhe, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Kersen standing before her, each holding a thermos. She glanced at them quizzically. What is this about? Why is everyone carrying a thermos? Are they trying to sell me thermoses? Mu Zhe? Gu Yunchuan. Yu Kersen. The others? What a peculiar thought process. Yu Kersen stepped forward with a bright smile. Darling, this is soup that I had my family as chef prepare for you. It's nourishing. You've been working too hard lately. Nan Xi's eyes widened in surprise. Darling? The others gasped. Darling? What on earth happened that they weren't aware of? Why is the progress so rapid? Gu Yunchuan made a disgusted face and shoved Yu Kersen's thermos aside, placing his own on Nan Xi's desk instead. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, the chef made this. It's truly lacking in sincerity. This is homemade. Nan Xi eyed Gu Yunchuan's thermos, swallowing hard. Can you actually drink what you made? Yu Kersen burst into laughter. If it's your cooking, can it even be drinkable? You should stick with mine. I can't guarantee anything else, but I assure you it's drinkable. Nan Xi found herself swayed. Yu Kersen has a point. If it's drinkable, that's all that matters. As long as I don't get an upset stomach. Upon hearing this, Yu Kersen's smile broadened. CC darling. You'll drink mine. Nan Xi couldn't help but shiver. My parents haven't called me that since I was 3. It feels so awkward. Unfazed. Yu Kersen placed the thermos on the desk and unscrewed Gu Yunchuan's, beaming brightly. Darling, here is yours. Gu Yunchuan could not tolerate this affront. He thrust his thermos before Nan Xi, proudly declaring, of course, my fiancé, you'll drink mine, right?
Fiancé, E.
Nan Xi struggled to suppress her urge to retaliate, mentally coaching herself. Fiancé, E? What fiancé, E? How dare you tarnish my reputation? If I could take him on, I'd have already done so. Yu Kersen, catching wind of Nan Xi's inner thoughts, laughed even more heartily. Drink mine. Gu Yunchuan was equally relentless. Drink mine. The two of them were locked in a fierce standoff, both staring intently at Nan Xi, declaring in unison, drink mine. Nan Xi, feeling utterly overwhelmed, pleaded, can't I just not drink anything? The others. How thrilling. We love this. Chapter 34. If they gather 7 thermoses, will they not be able to summon a dragon? The onlookers turned to the previously silent Mu Zhe, eager to see what he would do, but he remained motionless for quite some time. Just as they were about to give up and focus on the duel between Yu Kersen and Gu Yunchuan, Mu Zhe still hadn't budged. Suddenly, the class monitor approached. carrying a thermos. He placed it on Nan Xi's desk. Nan Xi, you've been working too hard these past few days. As the class monitor, I've seen your efforts. Even if you love studying, it's important to balance work and rest. The others gasped as the monitor joined in, exclaiming, how thrilling. They were curious if anyone else would bring soup. Nan Xi's eyes brimmed with tears. I really don't love studying. I'm being forced to. She looked at the monitor, who was smiling at her, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why is the monitor also joining in? Is he really that free? The monitor smiled but said nothing, merely placing the thermos on the desk, waiting for Nan Xi to make her choice. Nan Xi surveyed the 3 thermoses on her desk. What is going on? Why are so many people bringing thermoses to me? She shifted her gaze to Mu Zhe. You didn't bring one too, did you? If you did, just bring it out already. Upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, Mu Zhe smiled and produced a thermos one by one. Nan Xi stared at the 4 thermoses before her. Oh wow. 4 thermoses. If we gather 7, can we summon a dragon? She looked around. Speaking of which, is there more? Indeed, 3 more emerged, Zhao Qianqian, Su Lele, and Su Heng, each carrying a thermos. Nan Xi's desk was now overflowing, with 2 more having to be placed on her deskmate and Lai's table. Nan Xi gazed at the thermoses before her. Oh wow, we really have 7 thermoses now. Can we summon the Dragon Balls? The others. Exciting. Had we known, we would have brought soup too. That scene would have been even more spectacular. Nan Xi turned to Enlai. I feel a bit guilty for taking over your desk. Enlai was so excited that he almost shouted, not at all concerned about his desk being occupied. It was truly wonderful to be Nan Xi's deskmate. They could enjoy the drama up close. Although Nan Xi could be a bit loud at times, she was truly delightful during moments like this. No matter how noisy she got, he would never leave her side. No one could take his VIP seat. Unbeknownst to Nan Xi, Enlai had such rich inner thoughts. She looked at the 7 individuals surrounding her, scratching her head in confusion. Have I become so close with them? They even brought me soup? I never mentioned wanting to drink soup. Could there be some little secret among them? Worried that Nan Xi might overthink, Yu Kursen spoke up first. I like you. This is what my dad said when he pursued my little lord. He made soup for him every day. You should try it. It's very good. Nan Xi smiled awkwardly. I'm not particularly inclined to try it. Your dad's tactics for wooing men might not be suitable for me. Yu Kursen chuckled, as long as it works. Nan Xi laughed, unsure of what else to say. Finally uttering a simple, thank you. Her gaze then shifted to the others. Yu Kursen spoke up. What about the rest of you? Gu Yunchuan's face flushed as he declared, you're my fiancé. Of course, I have to treat you well. Nan Xi, unable to resist, exclaimed, ah, you're blushing like a teapot. And fiancé? I've already said it's not true. Why is this school bully so stubborn? Gu Yunchuan felt a wave of disappointment, but quickly recovered, convincing himself that she had simply forgotten. If she remembered, she would surely regret it. Imagining Nan Xi recalling it and crying in his arms only served to soothe him. He flashed a goofy grin. Come on, drink up. It's really delicious. What are you laughing at? You look so silly. School bully, your image is collapsing. Gu Yunchuan paid no mind to Nan Xi's words and merely stared intently at her, urging her to drink the soup. Before Nan Xi could respond, the monitor spoke again. As class monitor, it's my duty to care for my classmates' health. Why does that sound so strange? If it's about caring for classmates' health, don't other classmates deserve it too? The others nodded. What about us, monitor? What about ours? The monitor adjusted his glasses and, without waiting for anyone to speak, said, Nan Xi has been studying too hard these days. This is to help her regain her strength. The others. So it turns out they didn't bring any because they hadn't been studying? Next time, let them strive to learn. Let us see what the class monitor has to say. Nan Xi gazed into the earnest eyes of the class monitor, her belief wavering. The class monitor does not appear to be lying. Perhaps I shall trust him this once. A smile graced the class monitor's face. Yet the smiles of the others instantly vanished. They turned their attention to Mu Zhe. It must be his turn now, right? Even Nan Xi's gaze shifted towards Mu Zhe, who was blushing faintly. This is your favorite sweet soup from childhood. You've been studying hard these past few days, so I thought I'd nourish you a bit. After you finish, I'll explain the set of exercises you did yesterday. Upon hearing sweet soup, Nan Xi's eyes sparkled, her gaze softening as she looked at Mu Zhe. What a kind soul. Teacher Mu truly understands me. I adore sweet soup, especially the one made by Teacher Mu's aunt. I just wonder if this is made by her. A smile brightened Muse's face as he replied. It was indeed made by Aunt Li. Hearing this, Nan Xi's eyes glimmered even more, and she cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you." "No need to thank me," Muse replied gently. The smiles of the others faltered at this exchange. What a miscalculation. No wonder Muse was so confident. He had an ace up his sleeve. Yu Kursen glanced at Gu Yunqing, her eyes seemingly questioning. "Didn't you say Nan Xi was to marry you when you were young? You really should know her preferences better." Gu Yunqing's expression darkened. He had never anticipated Muse's cunning. The others murmured, "Is this what childhood sweethearts do?" With just a few words, he has captivated Nan Xi. The class monitor observed the two, maintaining a subtle smile, though it lacked the warmth of days past. Now tinged with an odd air. He spoke, "Zhao Qianqian, what are you bringing the soup for?" At this, Nan Xi's attention was indeed drawn away by the class monitor. And she turned to Zhao Qianqian. "Why are you bringing soup?" Zhao Qianqian's face turned a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed with embarrassment and at a loss for words. How could he explain that Nan Xi's heartfelt wish had spared his family from ruin? Clearly, that was not something he could voice. Finally, he blurted out, "Nan Xi, your complexion is so fair. What skincare products do you use?" Nan Xi widened her eyes in surprise. "Huh? What on earth?" The others gasped in disbelief. Chapter 35. Uncle Zhao is too kind-hearted. He even found that person a place, with meals and lodging. Under the peculiar gazes of the others, Zhao Qianqian, with a flushed face, said, "My dad thinks I'm too dark, and I want to get fair quickly. I saw how fair you are, and wanted to ask your secret." Having said it all in one breath, it didn't feel so awkward anymore. He smiled and inquired, "Nan Xi, do you have any tips?" Nan Xi was momentarily stunned. "It's natural." Huh. Zhao Qianqian seemed confused. Nan Xi repeated, "I was born this way. What can I say? I am simply blessed with natural beauty. I've been stunning since childhood." The others thought, "Who knew you were so narcissistic?" They glanced at Nan Xi's face, her long, slightly curled hair tied up in a ponytail adorned with a bow. Her large, sparkling eyes and fair, delicate face resembled that of an angel descended from heaven. They conceded that Nan Xi had the right to be a little vain. Gu Yunqing gazed at Nan Xi's lovely face, a silly grin spreading across his features. Yu Kursen puffed out her chest with pride. She knew all along that the woman she admired was the most beautiful. That petite face, those big eyes, that rosy little mouth. She was simply too precious. No way. She had to win Nan Xi's heart. There were far too many vying for her affection. Even among those present, several were competitors. She felt utterly insecure. Muse chuckled helplessly, his gaze lingering on Nan Xi's fair complexion. She dared to say it, but indeed, she had been beautiful since childhood, a memory that replayed time and again resurfaced in his mind. It was a scorching June day. He had been cornered and bullied by a group of children. He didn't dare to fight back. Just then, a little girl in a red dress appeared, wielding a stick and striking the bullies, like a hero coming to his rescue. He stared at her in awe. She was stunning, her face exquisitely sculpted, even when angry. She remained beautiful. Upon seeing him, the little girl flashed a sweet smile, and he thought he had encountered an angel. This must be what angels look like in the world, beautiful, kind, and brave. She had saved him from bullying. After she had dealt with the bullies, her parents were called, and he learned her name was Nan Xi, from another class. It was the only time he had ever asked his parents to transfer him to her class. He didn't dare approach her directly. He could only leave snacks in her drawer each day. One day, she discovered his treats and said she wanted to be friends. He was overjoyed. His thoughts slowly drifted back to reality as he gazed at Nan Xi's fair face, a blush creeping onto his own. Turning to look at Gu Yunqing, he noticed a similar flush on his face, that infuriating grin suggesting he was lost in a lovely daydream. Upon seeing him, Muse's rosy aura evaporated entirely. Nan Xi looked at Zhao Qianqian and said, "So you brought me soup for whitening?" Zhao Qianqian nodded, accepting that this was the reason now. Nan Xi waved her hand. "Well, that's beyond my ability." She regarded Zhao Qianqian's darkened face, recalling his family situation, and couldn't he help but ask the learning system. Is there a follow-up on Zhao Qianqian's family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian instinctively shuddered. He truly feared that Nan Xi would expose his family's secrets. But, remembering that there was nothing scandalous anymore, he quickly calmed down. The classmates of Class 13 chimed in. "There's more to the story. We want to hear it." The learning system replied, "Complete one problem, and I will tell you the follow-up." Nan Xi retorted angrily. "How can you do this? I've already solved one problem. Yet you still want me to do more. You dreadful system. You only care about gossip and not the follow-up. How can you be such a system? I'm truly struggling with this binding. The learning system hastily interjected. All right. I'll tell you. Is that sufficient? The system was genuinely frightened. Its host was far too unruly. It had even begun to call it a dreadful system. If word got back to the system community, how would it ever face them again? The others nodded in agreement. This is how it should be. How could you neglect the follow-up? They immediately fell silent, awaiting the system to reveal the next chapter. The learning system observed its now obedient host, affirming the age-old adage, those who cry get the candy. It was time to provide some sweet treats to its crying host. Zhao Qianqian's father, suspecting foul play regarding the car, initiated an investigation that ultimately led to the discovery of his illegitimate child. Upon tracking down the son of this illegitimate child, they sent him off to a foreign land. In a fit of rage, he decided to send the son of the illegitimate child packing as well. As for the illegitimate child, he had him captured. After some torment, he was shown videos of his son being bullied. They also uncovered the illegitimate child's fraudulent activities, leading to his imprisonment. Zhao Qianqian, having heard this, looked at Nan Xi with concern, fearing she might think his father was too ruthless. But to his surprise, Nan Xi exclaimed, Uncle Zhao is truly wonderful. He even found that illegitimate child a place with meals and lodging. If someone were to attempt to harm me, I would certainly leave them begging on the streets. I wouldn't care about their needs. And as for that illegitimate child son, deceiving Zhao Qianqian and attempting to film him, Uncle Zhao should have released that footage for everyone to see. After all, if that fool were to film Zhao Qianqian, he certainly wouldn't keep it to himself for mere personal enjoyment. He would undoubtedly disseminate it for the entire world to know. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled. He too felt that his father was excessively gentle. He even went so far as to provide that illegitimate child with a place to stay and meals. That individual had attempted to murder his father and drive his mother to madness. This simply would not do. Upon returning, he must have a serious conversation with his beloved father. And that fool too. How dare he think to film me? Just wait until I release his scandalous photos for everyone to see. His gaze towards Nan Xi became charged with intent. He was immensely grateful for the inspiration she had offered. The others nodded in agreement, believing that such leniency towards someone intent on destroying their family was far too mild. How could he provide that scoundrel with food and shelter? This was simply unacceptable. It was truly unexpected that Zhao Qianqian's father could be so mild-mannered, but one only needed to look at Zhao Qianqian to understand. A foolish son could only come from a similarly foolish parent. He must have contributed somewhat to this situation. After Nan Xi's teasing, she looked at Zhao Qianqian with a sympathetic expression. Poor child. You almost faced total ruin. Should we look for ways to lighten your complexion? Hearing this, Zhao Qianqian broke into a silly grin, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. He knew Nan Xi was the best. The fact that she was even considering ways to help him lighten his skin was simply touching. However, his moment of gratitude was swiftly interrupted by Nan Xi's next remark. Zhao Qianqian's face is so dark. It's like a lump of charcoal. Especially when he smiles, those teeth stand out even more starkly. Thank goodness we won't see him at night. Otherwise, a big white grin out in public might be a tad frightening. Zhao Qianqian immediately shut his mouth. He must lighten his complexion. He was determined to return to his former self. Meanwhile, Su Lele, who had been quietly observing, finished her snack and pondered whether it was her turn now. After all, from the seating arrangement, once Zhao Qianqian was done, it would be her turn. She promptly chimed in, Nan Xi, I have soup too. Nan Xi was startled by Su Lele's sudden interjection. Of course, I know. In front of me are 7 thermoses. And that pink one is yours. Su Lele beamed at Nan Xi's recollection of her thermos, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Nan Xi, would you like to try mine? However, Nan Xi regarded Su Lele's thermos with a hint of skepticism. Su Lele, I hope the soup doesn't have the same peculiar taste as your cookies. Chapter 36. She truly never forgets her mission. Seizing every opportunity to brainwash her, Su Lele blushed. Her cookies merely had a unique flavor. Not that everything she made was so distinctive. Moreover, this soup wasn't even made by her. Fearing that Nan Xi might misunderstand and refuse to drink it, she awkwardly explained. This was made by my family. Nan Xi instinctively sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't made by Su Lele, that's fine. Her culinary skills are too extraordinary. And her confidence is rather perplexing. It seems only her parents and Su Hang can appreciate her cooking. With that thought, her gaze drifted to Su Hang. Speaking of which, why is Su Hang delivering soup too? Has he become addicted to it? When did he develop a side hobby of delivering soup to people? The others chimed in. We had no idea. Had we known Su Hang had this hobby, we would have ordered from him every day. Su Hang looked at Nan Xi, his expression unflustered as he remarked, "This soup is specifically for Lele. It must have been quite a struggle for you to eat her cookies." Su Lele shot a glare at Su Hang, angrily stepping on his foot. "Why are you using me as a shield? How annoying!" Su Hang appeared impervious to her foot's impact, allowing her to stomp on him without flinching. After hearing Su Hang's comment, Nan Xi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. How strange. What is your relationship with each other? You even deliver soup on Lele's behalf. The others nodded in agreement. Yes. What is your relationship, indeed? Su Lele felt the weight of her classmates' gazes upon her, her face flushing with embarrassment and indignation as she stepped on Su Hang's foot again. It was all his fault for speaking so carelessly. Now, everyone assumed they were involved. How infuriating. Nan Xi's gaze flitted between the two, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she teased. Oh, so it's because of Su Lele. Why not just give the soup directly to her? As Nan Xi's teasing continued, both Su Lele and Su Hang's faces gradually turned crimson. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled even brighter, blushing. Does that mean there's something going on between the two of you? The others chimed in. Let me see what is happening. Su Lele and Su Hang's faces reddened further. Nan Xi's smile deepened. What a delightful ship. I love it. The others echoed their agreement. The cold, emotionless voice of the learning system interrupted. Shipping is fine. However, do not imitate. The sudden interruption from the learning system dampened Nan Xi's enthusiasm for shipping by a considerable margin. Why not? The learning system replied with unwavering conviction. No early romance is allowed. Although Nan Xi had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship, she found herself wanting to contradict the learning system. I defy you. Mu Zhe's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Nan Xi, resembling an eager puppy. Gu Yunchun wore a proud smile. She had promised to marry him when they were young. Couldn't she also be his girlfriend? Imagining Nan Xi as his girlfriend, they would be together every day. And he couldn't suppress his grin. Yu Kersen looked at Nan Xi with a beaming smile, wondering if Nan Xi was finally willing to be with her. The methods her father taught her were indeed effective. Pursuing a girl required a tenacious approach. She had always said that her father had successfully won over the young master through sheer persistence. Indeed, a thick skin could resolve most issues, including wooing girls. The class monitor observed Nan Xi, who was acting like a petulant child, with a bemused smile, his gaze tinged with an emotion that was difficult to decipher. Zhao Qianqian's dark face was filled with confusion. Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to romance? The transition was far too abrupt. Was he truly so dense that he couldn't keep up with her thought processes? No. He absolutely refused to admit that he was slow-witted. It must be due to his recent lack of sleep. He glanced at the 7 thermoses on the table. Nan Xi would certainly not choose his, which meant he could take his home and drink it himself. That would also help refresh his mind. He was simply too clever. He insisted it wasn't because he was slow, it was simply exhaustion. Su Lele and Su Hang exchanged glances, their blushes intensifying. The others were left with a myriad of questions. Is Nan Xi going to date someone? Who could it possibly be? They glanced around at their peers, concluding that it could be anyone, as long as she wasn't taken by some ruffian from another class. After all, Nan Xi was the precious gem of class 13. How could they let her be taken by some lowlife from another class? The learning system's cold voice interjected, devoid of emotion. I advise against it. Nan Xi paid no heed to its warning. This insufferable system had already pressured her into studying, and now it was trying to control her romantic life? Absolutely preposterous. She retorted fiercely, I shall do as I please. The learning system produced a small booklet, placing it before Nan Xi, with a stoic expression as it stated, no dating in high school. Otherwise, you will be confined. Nan Xi was taken aback, shouting, You're just a learning system, not the disciplinary head. What gives you the right to dictate my romantic life? The others nodded in agreement. Yes. What right do you have? The learning system replied, My duty is to supervise your studies and ensure you gain admission to university. Any factor that interferes with your learning must be eradicated at its inception. Nan Xi scoffed. My mother doesn't impose such restrictions. And why not? Why? Because I said so. The learning system replied, eyeing Nan Xi with an almost predatory gaze, adding, however, You may harbor a crush, just as long as you do not engage in a relationship. I can turn a blind eye. A murky glimmer flickered in Muse's eyes as he pondered over Nan Xi's infatuation. Merely thinking about it caused his heart to ache. Gu Yun Chuan remarked. Does that mean Nan Xi might harbor feelings for him too? Upon this realization, a blush crept across his cheeks. Yu Ku Xin contemplated how to transform Nan Xi's crush into her own. Zhao Qianqian wore a face of dread, utterly terrified. It was appalling that the binding of the learning system prohibited even the pursuits of romance. Thankfully, he was not the one bound to that system. Otherwise, he would be deprived of love. Su Lula gazed at the numerous bowls of soup before her, wondering who she would drink. Would it be mine? After all, she recalled that the thermos was indeed hers. Su Heng scrutinized the exam paper on Nan Xi's desk, filled with incorrect answers, and worried whether she could fulfill the tasks imposed by the learning system. Perhaps he should find someone to steal it. But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than it was swiftly extinguished. The learning system was far too astute for that. It seemed he would have to forego delivering soup next time and instead bring her some test papers. The class monitor adjusted his glasses, his emotionless gaze fixed upon Nan Xi. The others exclaimed in shock, a crush? What do you mean Nan Xi has a crush? Who is it? Who could it be? Unbeknownst to her classmates, Nan Xi was entirely oblivious to their lively speculations. She was presently protesting against the learning system. No, I absolutely refuse to have a crush. I don't need one. Upon hearing this, the learning system responded with excitement. That is splendid. The less you crush, the better we can focus on our studies. Nan Xi was rendered speechless. This wretched system. It never missed an opportunity to indoctrinate her. She rubbed her head, resolute in her determination not to think about it. What if the learning system brainwashed her? She had no desire to awaken every day solely for the purpose of studying. That would be far too arduous for her to endure. The others mused, how truly unwavering in its original intent. Chapter 37. 7 thermoses, and now, I possess none. The more Nan Xi thought about it, the angrier she became. Why should she be compelled to obey the whims of the system? In a fit of rage, she shouted, I absolutely will. What can you do about it? The learning system remained impassive, stating, nothing much. I will confine you in a small dark room, where you shall study relentlessly. You won't be released until you complete your daily tasks. A chill shot through Nan Xi's brain. Can I unbind myself? The learning system chuckled. Not a chance. We are in this together. You cannot escape me. Embracing her feeble self, she lamented her misfortune at being tethered to such a wretched system. The others regarded her with sympathetic eyes, feeling pity for the poor child. They were grateful not to be bound to it themselves. Observing Nan Xi's near-tearful expression, the learning system began to reflect on whether it had been excessively heartless. It glanced at the thermos on the table, suggesting, why not have a sip? Nan Xi lifted her eyes towards the learning system. Are you genuinely being this kind? The learning system replied, of course. Drink up. Nourish your brain. Infuriated, Nan Xi retorted, get lost. You truly want to have a sip? The learning system remarked, gazing outside the classroom. I want to drink. I refuse. The learning system ceased its persuasion. Very well, if you don't wish to drink, so be it. You'll find you cannot drink later on. Nan Xi furrowed her brows in confusion. Why not? The learning system offered no answer. Instead, a furious male voice interjected. What are you all doing? Startled, Nan Xi looked up to see the homeroom teacher striding towards her desk, his face a mask of anger as he surveyed the thermos. What is going on here? Are you selling thermoses? The group fell silent, while the onlooking classmates wore expressions of heightened excitement. Unable to remain mute, Zhao Qianqian, with a forced grin, bravely replied, Teacher, would you like to buy one? Our thermoses are incredibly useful. The soup placed inside today remains warm for tomorrow. Perfect for someone as busy as you. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. I had no idea Zhao Qianqian was so good at sales. Is he truly trying to sell a thermos to the teacher? Will he buy it? The others were equally curious about whether their teacher would make a purchase. Standing there, the group glanced at their thermoses, contemplating how to sneak theirs back when the teacher was distracted. They had no intention of selling their thermoses. The homeroom teacher regarded the charcoal-faced Zhao Qianqian, who was smiling at him, and responded with a smile. Selling thermoses, you say? Zhao Qianqian nodded eagerly. The others, clutching their thermoses, scurried away, sensing the teacher's demeanor was slightly odd, almost as if he were forcing a smile. It was best to keep their distance. Nan Xi watched as her companions fled, glancing back at the homeroom teacher, swallowing hard. Don't leave me behind. If you run, take me with you. The others exchanged glances, guilt overtaking them as they lowered their heads. Their hasty retreat seemed rather inconsiderate. Just as they were about to rescue Nan Xi, the teacher's voice rang out. Selling thermoses? This is a school. Is this a place for selling things? Disregarding your lessons is one thing, but selling thermoses during study hall? Hand your thermoses over to my office. Zhao Qian's face registered shock as he raised a pleading hand. Teacher, please let me explain. The homeroom teacher placed the thermos in Zhao Qian's hands. Go now. Zhao Qian trudged away, clutching the thermos, glancing back every few steps, moving at a snail's pace. At this pace, he would be late for the evening session. The teacher watched him for a moment, and Zhao Qian suddenly sprinted away as though pursued by a ghost. Once Zhao Qian left, the classroom fell silent. The homeroom teacher surveyed the room, approaching Su Lulu and Su Heng. He rapped on their desks, prompting Su Lulu to smile. What brings you here, teacher? Hand over your items. Su Lulu attempted to resist, but the teacher's voice cut through again. You have two choices. Hand them over, or accompany Zhao Qian. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lulu surrendered her thermos, cheerfully declaring, Here you go, teacher. The teacher took the thermos and turned to Su Heng, who, with an impassive expression, complied as well. One by one, the teacher collected the thermoses, ultimately placing 6 of them on the lectern. Standing before the class, he proclaimed, This is a place for learning, not a playground. I know no matter what I say, you want to listen. But with the month S exam approaching, I kindly ask you to pay a little more attention, all right? Nan Xi nodded along, reflecting, the teacher seems a bit pitiful. The learning system interjected, Don't pity others. Spare some pity for yourself. If you fail to improve by 100 places in this month's exam, I certainly want to divulge where Su Heng is. Instantly, Nan Xi ceased her sympathy, resting her head on the desk. How miserable am I? Why must studying be so challenging? Why is math so difficult? Why, oh why? It's so hard. She gazed at the 6 thermoses on the lectern, feeling even more despondent. 7 thermoses, and now I possess none. The learning system chimed in regardless. You cannot drink. I could just drink one. The learning system posed a critical question. Whose would you drink? Then I suppose I'll have to drink the teacher's. He seems to need it more than I do. The others observed, while the teacher, though seemingly unfortunate, made Nan Xi appear even more so. With only 2 days until the monthly exam, the learning system urged Nan Xi to study, with Mu Zhe beside her providing guidance. In front of her sat Gu Yunchuan, who gazed at her with a sorrowful expression. Casting a glance at her, he turned back to his studies, determined that next time, the role of Nan Xi's tutor would surely be his. Gu Yunchuan's deskmate could no longer bear to watch and finally spoke up. Chuan Ge, with your current level of understanding, you have certainly made significant progress. Nan Xi has also nearly grasped the concepts. How will you instruct her when the time comes? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan seemed to comprehend the underlying logic, promptly retrieving his phone to make a call. His deskmate, puzzled, inquired, Brother Chuan, what are you up to? Gu Yunchuan replied with a serious expression, Of course, I am calling the teacher for extra tutoring. Upon hearing Gu Yunchuan's words, his deskmate displayed a look of sheer terror. Love is indeed a formidable force. Who would have thought that someone who once skipped classes and engaged in fights would suddenly embark on the path of learning? Truly remarkable. Nan Xi felt a bit dizzy. Mu Zhe noticed her discomfort and suggested she take a break. Without hesitation, Nan Xi rested her head on the desk, exclaiming, Ah, I'm so exhausted. Mathematics is simply not meant for humans to learn. Why is it so difficult? Her fellow classmates, tormented by math themselves, nodded in agreement. Learning is indeed not a pursuit for mere mortals. Mu Zhe gazed at Nan Xi, who lay on the desk, revealing her delicate, fair face, adorned with a faint blush. Was it the heat, or something else? Mu Zhe reached out to touch her face, finding it to be slightly warm. Nan Xi opened her eyes, looking at him with confusion. Why are you touching my face? Though it's quite pleasant to have something cool against my skin. The others were taken aback. Is the progress really this swift? Yu Kersin and Gu Yunchuan stood up together, confronting Nan Xi with expressions of indignation directed at Mu Zhe. You scoundrel. Taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 38. Is it now fashionable to deliver papers? But I have no need for it. Nan Xi sensed an air of tension. Why does it feel like there's a low-pressure atmosphere? She looked up in confusion, spotting Gu Yunchuan and Yu Kersin standing at her desk. What are those two doing? They wouldn't be delivering soup, would they? Glancing around, she remarked no. So, what brings them here? Gu Yunchuan picked up the paper in his hand, stating, There's a question I can't solve. I'd like you to teach me. Nan Xi looked at Gu Yunchuan with skepticism. Was he here to pick a fight? Seeking assistance from someone at the bottom of the class? Gu Yunchuan, without a hint of embarrassment, continued, I noticed you've been studying diligently these past few days. So I thought I'd come to ask you. Nan Xi sighed in resignation. Effort doesn't necessarily guarantee results. Gu Yunchuan reassured her. Your hard work will surely pay off. Nan Xi shook her head, no. I can't do it. Just as Gu Yunchuan was about to offer more encouragement, Yu Kursin interjected eagerly. With a smile, she said, Darling, if you put in this much effort, you will definitely succeed. I believe you can do well. At this, Nan Xi felt a wave of panic. She smiled weakly at Yu Kursin, while internally screaming, why remind me? I don't want to take exams. Why must such a torturous thing exist? Yu Kursin froze, pondering how to soothe Nan Xi's distress. Observing Nan Xi's face, pale as death, she appeared utterly pitiable, reminiscent of a little kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to comfort her. Yu Kursin struggled to suppress the impulse to stroke her head, realizing how unfair it was to entertain such thoughts while Nan Xi was in such a state. Yet it was surprisingly delightful. Oh no, she might be turning into a pervert. Su Heng, witnessing Nan Xi's despondent demeanor, glanced at the paper in his hand, contemplating whether delivering it to her would be excessively cruel.
Just as he hesitated,
the learning system chimed in light of your arduous efforts, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Nan Xi looked up. What? Are you truly so benevolent? The learning system rolled its eyes at her. Please do not underestimate my intentions. Nan Xi retorted, Are you? The others nodded in agreement. Are you? The learning system, suppressing its irritation, declared, I shall not stoop to your level. To me, all students in this class are merely children. The 13th class of children replied in unison, Yes. Yes. You are correct. Nan Xi, somewhat bored, fiddled with her pen, nonchalantly asking, What is this all about? The learning system, adhering to its principle of not arguing with children, responded, I will provide it shortly. As it spoke, a screen materialized before them, displaying a photograph. Nan Xi, initially indifferent, leapt up upon seeing the image, staring at it intently. The others reacted similarly, astonished to see the picture provided by the system. Among them, Su Heng was the most agitated, his eyes glistening as he gazed at the girl in the photograph. The girl appeared dirty, shackled, lying motionless on a bed of straw, resembling a sleeping beauty, accompanied by a small black cat. Su Heng's hands trembled, his heart racing violently, tears welling in his eyes as he silently prayed, No, please, let it be. Su Liao, with reddened eyes, looked at Su Heng, her throat tightening as she struggled to find her voice. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to break it. It was Nan Xi's inner voice that shattered the tension first. This can't possibly be. The words stuck in her throat. The mechanical voice of the learning system echoed. Indeed, she is Su Heng's sister. Nan Xi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her voice trembled. You are truly ruthless. To motivate me, you even dug up a photograph? The learning system maintained its icy demeanor. I merely sought to inspire you. Nan Xi, feeling disheartened, sat in her chair, her mood dampened. Mu Zhe, observing her state, spoke gently, Xiao Shi, you've been doing wonderfully. You have put in great effort these past few days, and I am confident you will excel. Nan Xi gazed at Mu Zhe, her eyes shimmering with tears. Really? Mu Zhe nodded with a smile. I have been teaching you, and I am aware of your abilities. I believe you will succeed. Looking at the kind-hearted Mu Zhe, Nan Xi thought, Mu Zhe is truly wonderful, offering me comfort. I despise this foolish system. Once I finish the exam, I will surely give it a piece of my mind. The learning system interjected, Don't be like that. ISNT this month's exam for her benefit? I'm merely allowing you to preview it. ISNT that a reward? Nan Xi responded, I appreciate it, but this is not a reward. You are messing with my mindset. What if I don't perform well? The learning system, observing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Its mechanical voice softened slightly, then I apologize. Nan Xi refused to acknowledge the learning system, cursing it for messing with her psyche. With only 2 days until the exam, how could the system treat her this way? Even with an apology, she was unwilling to forgive, her voice tinged with nasal frustration. I want to forgive. The learning system coaxed. I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me, and I assure you, this task is well within your capabilities. Nan Xi raised her gaze slightly. You have such faith in me? The learning system affirmed, given your current level, there is ample room for improvement. With some effort over the next few days, you will surely succeed. Nan Xi retorted, thanks. That does not provide me with comfort. The others, momentarily distracted by the learning system, felt the oppressive atmosphere lift slightly. Su Liao glanced at Su Heng. Her voice choked with emotion. You heard that? The learning system has confidence in Nan Xi. We should believe in her too.
Su hand remained silent.
His eyes reddened as he stood up, clutching the paper he had not yet delivered, and made his way toward Nan Xi. Nan Xi gazed at the pile of papers on the table, then glanced at Su Heng. What on earth is he up to? Su Heng's voice was somewhat peculiar as he presented her with the papers. These are for you. I hope they prove helpful. The others suddenly had an epiphany, realizing they too could gift Nan Xi with papers. In no time, the classroom emptied, leaving only a few of them behind. Nan Xi was still puzzled. What is this all about? Is there some sort of event? Before long, they returned in a grand procession. Nan Xi watched in horror as her classmates, resembling zombies, sprinted towards her, clutching papers. Startled, she widened her eyes and instinctively took a step back. What are they planning? Observing Nan Xi's frightened demeanor, some awkwardly scratched their noses while others chuckled nervously. They placed the stack of papers on her desk. Nan Xi stared at the mountainous heap before her, somewhat speechless. Is it the trend now to gift papers? But I don't need them. It will take me ages to finish these. The others, though aware it was somewhat inconsiderate, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Nan Xi was simply too entertaining. Chapter 39, Skipping Class and Encountering a Thief, a thrilling chase to the police station. With just a day left before the monthly exam, Nan Xi, as usual, immersed herself in her papers, and she was not alone. The entire Class 13 was engaged in the same endeavor. When asked why, the answer was clear. They were coerced by Nan Xi. Having given her so many papers, it was only fair for her to reciprocate with a comprehensive service in return. This unexpected behavior from Class 13 left other classes utterly astounded. They marveled at the sight of Class 13 actually studying. It was downright frightening. It seemed Class 13 had indeed fallen under some spell. Terrified, they dared not pass by their classroom, and thanks to this, Class 13 remained eerily quiet that day. On the surface, Nan Xi appeared calm, yet internally, she was in a frenzy. What to do? What to do? The monthly exam is tomorrow. I'm so nervous. So anxious. Mu Zhe, observing her distress, gently suggested, let's not study today. Nan Xi was taken aback, wondering why. With a smile, Mu Zhe continued, today, we shall go out and unwind. Nan Xi, still dazed, was suddenly seized by Mu Zhe, who pulled her along. What? Running again? Are we skipping class once more? Class 13 paused for a moment, but quickly dashed out, unwilling to be left behind on this outing. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed a few individuals who were even faster. They watched as the school bully and Yukurson sprinted past with fierce expressions. Stunned for a second or two, they immediately followed suit. There was no way they would be left out. Once again, the entirety of Class 13 skipped class, while students from other classes looked on, astonished. As Class 13 ran ahead, chased by the dean and security personnel. Although they were incredulous at Class 13's apparent madness, they couldn't help but envy their freedom. They too wanted to run with such abandon. However, they still felt Class 13 had truly lost their wits. Just moments ago, they had been diligently working on their papers. And now they were escaping class. It seemed they were indeed quite unwell. This time, all the students of Class 13 dashed out, resembling a troop of monkeys. Pursued by a balding middle-aged man, who was followed closely by another man, along with several security guards. This scene drew a crowd on the street, unable to resist stopping to witness such a spectacle. Nan Xi, being pulled by Mu Zhe and running at the front, felt the cool breeze caress her skin, refreshing and invigorating. Instantly, she relaxed, a smile gracing her face. Mu Zhe, noticing the smile on Nan Xi's face, couldn't help but smile back. The study system trailed beside Nan Xi, remarking, let us pretend we didn't see this time. You must not skip class again. Nan Xi chuckled, her spirits lifted, and for once, she found the study system less bothersome. The dean and security guards, exhausted from the chase, watched as Class 13 seemingly possessed boundless energy, sprinting ahead. The security guards gasped, how can these kids have such stamina? The dean, his face flushed with anger, gasped for breath, lamenting, These little rascals are so full of energy. Yet they waste it all on frivolities instead of focusing on their studies. At that moment, a security guard inquired, "Should we continue the chase?" The dean shot a glare at Class 13's homeroom teacher, growling, "Chase them." The homeroom teacher, equally exasperated, realized these mischievous little monkeys were too wild. With no other option, he decided he would have to call their parents. "Wait, director. I'll call their families," he exclaimed. The director nodded, seizing the moment to catch his breath. They were unsure how far they had run, eventually stopping at a street filled with food stalls. Nan Xi caught a whiff of something delicious and couldn't help but swallow hard. Muse noticed and said, "Let me take you to get some." Nan Xi nodded, but before she could react, "You curse and tug her away, Cece. Let's go eat." Gu Yunshin shot a glare at Muse, following closely behind Nan Xi, and playfully asked what she wanted to eat. The others, witnessing this, looked at Muse and joked. "Muse, Nan Xi isn't eating. We are." Muse, observing the group eagerly awaiting her generosity, completely shed her earlier gentleness with Nan Xi and reverted to her usual aloof demeanor. Casting a cool glance at them, she simply remarked, "Bite yourself," and walked off. The others, witnessing Muse's sudden change, couldn't help but click their tongues, realizing her gentleness was merely an act. What a pity! They were not Nan Xi, and thus could not bask in Muse's kindness. They marched into the food street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Shouldn't they be in class at this hour? Why were they out buying food, and in such large numbers? Surely, they must be skipping class. After a brief stare, the onlookers moved along. Class 13, having purchased their snacks, strolled down the street, each holding a portion of food. This area was suburban, devoid of much traffic or pedestrians. A large group of young boys and girls loitered noisily, reminiscent of street urchins. With over 20 youngsters chattering away, their raucousness was quite pronounced, but thankfully, the area was sparsely populated. Otherwise, they would have surely attracted the attention of the authorities. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Instantly, flames ignited in their eyes at the mention of a thief. They immediately sprang into action to apprehend the thief. The thief, glancing back to see over 20 children in pursuit, felt a surge of panic and ran even faster. What heinous act had he committed to warrant such a chase? It was utterly terrifying. The thief was apprehended, and the police arrived, staring in disbelief at the throng of children. Concerned for their safety, they brought them all to the police station. Seated in the station, Nan Xi remained in a daze. What just happened? Skipping class led to encountering a thief. And now we find ourselves at the police station. What an exhilarating twist. The others echoed her sentiment. Thrilling. Fun. They wished to experience it all over again. The thief lamented, his face filled with despair. "I only stole a wallet. How could I be chased down by a mob of children and end up at the police station? This is beyond tragic. And the wallet was empty. Oh, how miserable. I shall never steal again." The police, aware that Class 13 had skipped class, took the opportunity to educate them during the wait for their guardians. "You children have the audacity to skip class, an entire class at that. You must not do this again. What if you encounter danger outside?" Class 13 lowered their heads, listening to the lecture from the police officer, not daring to utter a word, resembling a flock of timid quails. They endured a lengthy reprimand, finally awaiting the arrival of their respective parents, along with the dean and homeroom teacher. They gazed at their parents, who were visibly furious, yet attempting to maintain a facade of composure, which only made them more intimidated and reluctant to speak. After the police officer finished his remarks, they followed their respective parents away. The headmaster emerged and stated, "The children have acknowledged their mistakes. A few words from the parents will suffice. But physical punishment is not permissible." The parents, suppressing their anger, dragged their misbehaving children away. As Nan Xi's parents were on some obscure island, she was picked up by Aunt Zhang. Upon seeing Aunt Zhang, Nan Xi was reminded of her son, who had pursued a romantic interest at the airport. "I wonder if Aunt Zhang's son has succeeded in winning over his girlfriend. I shall inquire about that when I return to the learning system." The others exclaimed, "What? Is there some juicy gossip?" They were reluctant to leave, yet they had no choice, as their fates were firmly grasped by their parents. They could only pray that tomorrow Nan Xi might let slip a few words. Chapter 40. Not tiring. Life is hard. "So can you tell me the whereabouts of Sister Swang right now?" On the day of the monthly examination, Nan Xi sat in the examination hall, her eyes gleaming as she gazed upon the paper before her. Could this be the fabled reward for hard work? I actually understand how to solve this problem. Have I truly become this capable? The classmates from class 13, seated alongside Nan Xi, overheard her thoughts and discreetly stole glances at her. They felt fortunate to have come today. They were able to hear Nan Xi's inner musings. Suddenly, the examination no longer seemed tedious. Their eyes were on the paper, yet their thoughts were entirely focused on Nan Xi. They listened intently, but were disappointed not to hear about Aunt Zhang's son. Ah, I can actually do this. Thank you, Muse. Teacher Muse is simply amazing, managing to teach even someone as difficult as me. Teacher Muse is truly exceptional. He is so kind. I must treat him to a meal after the exam. Muse, seated in front of Nan Xi, felt his ears redden upon hearing her words. A meal invitation? He was exceedingly eager. Gu Yunchen, upon hearing this, felt his anger swell even further. He scrutinized the questions on the paper, convinced that he could tutor Nan Xi as well. Next time, he would surely oust Muse as her tutor. That way, Nan Xi would invite him to dinner. The mere thought of Nan Xi treating him to a meal brought a blush to his cheeks. He stared at the exam questions, invigorated as though he had imbibed an energy drink, and began to tackle the problems with fervor. The others, realizing there was no gossip to indulge in, suddenly found themselves somewhat bored. They wanted to leave, but couldn't bear to do so. They could only listen to Nan Xi's thoughts while working on their papers, unexpectedly discovering that the examination was not so bothersome after all. The invigilator looked at the students from class 13, astonished to see them actually concentrating on their work. Was this really the class 13 they remembered? They weren't sleeping during the exam. They hadn't even skipped the exam. They were diligently working on their papers. Although he was unsure if they were writing sensibly, the fact that they weren't dozing off was a significant improvement. Moreover, they hadn't caused any disruptions, such as getting into a fight during the examination. The invigilator recalled the recent rumors circulating in the school. Could it be that class 13 had truly been bewitched? He recalled a colleague bringing a protective talisman to the exam earlier that morning. He had found it rather peculiar. Now it all made sense, as that colleague had been invigilating in a hall containing students from class 13. Had he known, he would have sought out a talisman for himself. Alas, this group of rascals from class 13 was far too intimidating. After the examination, Nan Xi rested her head on the desk, exhaustion written all over her face, internally exclaiming, 3 days. I actually sat down and diligently took the exam for 3 whole days. I am truly remarkable. Astounding. Exceptionally patient. The others felt the same. They had truly excelled. No sleeping. No absences. No amiable exchanges with classmates. They persevered through 3 arduous days of testing. Because class 13 had managed to avoid any mischief during this monthly exam, the homeroom teacher was elated, his mood considerably uplifted. He did not lose his temper today and treated them with exceptional kindness. Nan Xi leaned on her desk, her head feeling somewhat foggy. She didn't catch much of what the homeroom teacher said, but she vaguely heard something about the monthly exam results. Upon hearing this, her eyes flew open, only to discover the homeroom teacher had already departed. What was just said? What about the monthly exam results? The learning system, observing her reaction, couldn't help but frown and replied, the monthly exam results will be released tomorrow. Nan Xi's eyes widened. So soon? She then recalled Sister Suang. Why can't they be released now? Can't the school be more efficient? The others nodded in agreement, voicing their frustrations. Why not release them now? The learning system interjected. Do you think they're a herd of donkeys in a production team? Results can't just appear immediately after an exam. Nan Xi groaned, resting her head on the desk, her voice muffled. But you treat me like a donkey too. The learning system coughed. Then you've worked hard. Not hard. Life is tough. So can you tell me the whereabouts of Sister Suang right now? The learning system replied. No can do. We must adhere to principles. The results haven't come out yet. Until it's confirmed that you've improved by 100 places, I cannot disclose anything. Nan Xi pouted. Come on. Aren't you the system? Don't you know? I don't know. I haven't checked. Nan Xi insisted. Then go check. No can do. The results will be released tomorrow. Just one more night to wait. You've managed to endure these past few days. Can't you last just one more night? Nan Xi, unwilling to engage further, shot the learning system a disdainful glance and laid her head back down on the desk. The others murmured. How unfair. Just one more night. That's a whole night. They would definitely struggle to sleep tonight. Suang observed Nan Xi, his facial muscles twitching with anxiety. Seeing this, Su Liao reassured him. Rest assured. Nan Xi will be just fine. If you can't sleep tonight, tidy up Xiao Xiao's room and buy her some gifts. Suang nodded, pulling out his phone to start selecting presents for his sister. Su Liao sighed in relief, finally seeing Suang not so nervous that he was kicking the desk. Suang's deskmate cast a grateful glance at Su Liao, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions, gratitude, helplessness, and a tinge of sympathy. He empathized with Suang's sister's predicament during the past few days as Suang kicked the desk, nearly turning him into a mere shell of himself. He hadn't uttered a word. He allowed Suang to kick, but it was exhausting to endure it every day. He felt as if his backside and back no longer belonged to him. Alas, why must he be so kind-hearted? Seeing that Nan Xi was truly ignoring it, the learning system poked her gently. Are you really not going to acknowledge me? Nan Xi remained still. The learning system poked her again. Please respond. Nan Xi remained motionless. Unable to tolerate Nan Xi's indifference, the learning system finally relented. All right. I'll share a piece of news with you. Nan Xi immediately sat up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What is it? The others perked up, their ears attuned to listen. The learning system, observing the rapid shift in its host's demeanor, sighed in resignation, but who could blame it for choosing such a host? It had no choice but to make do. It began. Remember to seek out Yu Kersen's uncle? Nan Xi, puzzled, asked. Why? Yu Kersen was filled with questions, wondering why her uncle needed to be found. Was there some gossip concerning her uncle? Though she felt a twinge of guilt, the thought of hearing the juicy details regarding him excited her. They eagerly awaited the learning system's explanation, which finally came, because her uncle is a police officer. Nan Xi, confused, replied, A police officer? What's the significance? Is there some gossip concerning Yu Kersen's uncle? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Suang's sister is Yu Kersen's uncle? Yu Kersen was taken aback. Her uncle, with his delicate features, turned out to be such a person. Others, what? We don't understand. Su Heng paused for a moment while holding his phone, then turned to Nan Xi. The learning system slapped Nan Xi on the head, saying, I told you to study diligently. Stop indulging in frivolities. Now look what you've done. You've overthought it. Nan Xi rubbed her head, feeling wronged. What does that mean? The learning system explained, You're delivering results to the police. Nan Xi understood. I got it. Yu Kersen sighed in relief, thankful that her uncle was not a criminal. Chapter 41. Absolutely. We must not approach Class 13. It's too terrifying. On the day the monthly exam results were released, Nan Xi gazed at her report card, nearly shrieking with excitement. Before she could yell, her classmates jumped up, and cheers echoed throughout Class 13. Nan Xi stared wide-eyed at her classmates, who were behaving like monkeys. What is going on? What is happening? Have you all eaten poisonous mushrooms? They heard her thoughts but showed no restraint. In fact, their cheers grew louder, making Nan Xi feel even more frightened. It was just a monthly exam. So, why are they acting like this? Have they gone mad? The smiles on their faces deepened, which only intensified Nan Xi's fear. Could they really have eaten toxic mushrooms? Why are they all acting so crazy? The others laughed even more maniacally. This is too frightening. Like a pack of zombies. If they bite me, will I go mad too? Nan Xi thought they were terrifying. I need to run. This place is too scary. Upon hearing Nan Xi's intent to flee, the others panicked. How could she leave when they were all eager to watch? To keep her from escaping, they immediately fell silent. This chilling scene only heightened Nan Xi's fear. I want to go home. I want to switch classes. No. I want to transfer schools. My classmates here are too frightening. I must leave. Not only was Nan Xi scared, but even students from other classes passing by Class 13 fled in terror. They all thought, Class 13 must indeed be cursed. Absolutely. We cannot approach Class 13. It's too frightening. The others dared not move, fearing Nan Xi might bolt at any moment. They realized they had made a grave mistake and would never dare to scare her again. So, how could she possibly leave? Nan Xi, please don't go. Without you, we would truly be lost. Nan Xi sneaked a glance at them, relieved to see they were fine. Finally, it's back to normal. If it weren't for wanting to find out where Su's sister is, I would have run away right now. The others exclaimed, Thank you, Su Heng's sister. Su Heng looked at Nan Xi with excitement, his foot uncontrollably kicking the table. His front seat neighbor looked at him with grievance. Although Su Heng was pitiful, he was also suffering, having been kicked by Su Heng every day for several days. He had endured like a corpse for far too long. Hopefully, when Su Heng's sister returns, he might behave normally again and stop kicking the table. They dared not speak or glance at Nan Xi, only quietly listening to her side. Nan Xi proudly handed her report card to the learning system, declaring, "I did it." Whereas Su Heng's sister, the learning system glanced at it and praised, "Very good. Well done." Nan Xi beamed at the compliment. "Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." The others were too afraid to move, their hearts racing as they awaited the learning system to reveal Su Heng's sister's whereabouts. The learning system announced in Qinghe Village, City H. As Su Heng prepared to get up and search, he was stopped by Su Liao. Let us listen to how Nan Xi plans to handle this. Although Su Heng was anxious, he felt Su Liao was right. He could only suppress his excitement and sit in his chair, waiting for Nan Xi's next move. Nan Xi's curious thoughts echoed, whereas Qinghe Village, City H.
Look it up on a map.
Upon hearing this, Nan Xi picked up her phone and began searching. Found it. How do I ask the teacher for leave and then head to Qinghe Village? The learning system replied, "Are you going by yourself?" Nan Xi shook her head, "No. If I report to the police now, they wouldn't believe me. I think the fastest way is to take a bunch of people and bring Su Heng's sister back." The learning system was speechless. "Are you a gangster? Isn't there another solution?" "No, but using force seems like the best option. I'm a bit out of my depth mentally." The learning system chuckled in disbelief, having never encountered someone so blunt about their lack of intellect. "You're aware you're not very bright?" Nan Xi, tapping on her phone, retorted, "Get lost. I just finished an exam. My brain hasn't recovered yet." The learning system, unconvinced, huffed at her. Seeing its reaction, Nan Xi said, "All right. I admit it. I'm not very bright. So can you unbind me?" The learning system immediately changed its tone. "No. Absolutely not. You're the smartest. Having such an intelligent host is a blessing. I am truly fortunate to be bound to someone so clever." Nan Xi felt elated by the flattery. The others, they had no idea the learning system was so adept at flattery. Nan Xi tapped her phone. "All right, I've gotten permission from the homeroom teacher. Let us go." She stood up and both Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan simultaneously moved toward her. Nan Xi looked at the two. "What are you doing?" Yu Kersen approached first, asking Xiaoxi, "Where are you going?" Nan Xi casually concocted a reason, "Just going out to play." Yu Kersen immediately hugged Nan Xi's arm. "Then we'll go together." Nan Xi looked at Yu Kersen. "Ah, are you going too? That's not good. What if there's danger?" Upon hearing Nan Xi's concern for her, a smile spread across Yu Kersen's face as she excitedly replied, "Xiaoxi, let us go out to play together. My uncle is on leave and has no plans, so we can take him along." The moment Nan Xi heard her uncle was going, she immediately agreed. "All right. Yu Kersen's uncle is a police officer, so with him, we'll accomplish our goals more efficiently." As soon as Yu Kersen heard Nan Xi's agreement, she excitedly kissed her on the cheek. "Xiaoxi, I'm so in love with you." Before Nan Xi could react, Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan pulled her away, their united glare directed at Yu Kersen. They felt that Yu Kersen posed a greater competitive threat and decided it was best to be cautious around her. Mu Zhe wiped Nan Xi's face with a tissue and said, "I want to go too." Gu Yunchuan seized the opportunity. "I want to go too." Others chimed in. "We want to go too." Nan Xi looked perplexed. "Huh? I'm not going on a picnic. Why do you all want to come? Are we that close?" The others smiled, completely unconcerned with Nan Xi's thoughts. As long as they had thick enough skin, they wouldn't feel awkward. Besides, rescuing a kidnapped girl was such a cool endeavor. They certainly didn't want to miss out. They repeated, "We want to go too." Nan Xi felt somewhat exasperated. This group of young masters and young ladies. Do they really think I'm just going for fun? I have serious business to attend to. The others, if it were a picnic, they wouldn't go. With dozens of eyes on her, Nan Xi felt a twinge of anxiety. "What are you all doing? Don't act pitiful. I want to be swayed by that. This group of young masters and young ladies. If I take you out and something goes wrong, what will I do?" The others assured her, "We'll take responsibility. We won't let you have any trouble." As Nan Xi pondered how to refuse them, they had already begun discussing, "When we go out, should we bring some snacks?" Nan Xi was at a loss for words. "I am not going on an outing. With so many of us, shouldn't we find a larger vehicle? It seems only a bus could accommodate us all." "Very well, I shall make a call and have them send a bus over." Nan Xi observed her classmates already engrossed in discussion. "I am not going on an outing." Yet, no one paid her any mind. "Should we find some bodyguards? After all, our lives are quite precious." Fine, I will call my father and have him send some people over. Nan Xi was silently screaming, I am truly not going on a trip. Still, no one cared to listen to her. All right, are we ready? Let us go. Nan Xi rolled her eyes. Who wants to go with you all? Moreover, I am not going on a trip. Chapter 42. Is it merely skipping class? Why the grandiosity? Even a helicopter has been summoned. Nan Xi raised her hand silently. I am genuinely not going on an outing. No one took notice, each absorbed in their own affairs. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the bus has arrived. Let us go. The 13th class rushed out in a frenzy, while Nan Xi crossed her arms, remaining still and unyielding. She huffed in annoyance. Say that again. I am truly not going on an outing. They finally noticed Nan Xi's absence and flocked back to her. Su Lulu and Su Heng each grabbing one of her hands and dragging her outside. Nan Xi was internally shouting, I am genuinely not going on a trip. And let me go down quickly. What is the deal with Su Lulu and Su Heng? Are we that familiar? Hurry and put me down. The two paid her no heed, continuing to pull her along. If anyone was particularly anxious in this situation, it was Su Lulu and Su Heng. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan followed closely behind, increasing their pace, their eyes ablaze with fury. How could someone snatch Nan Xi away right under their noses? It was infuriating. They dashed swiftly and finally reclaimed Nan Xi from Su Lulu and Su Heng's grasp. Nan Xi was transferred from the hands of Su Lulu and Su Heng to those of Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan. Exasperated, Nan Xi demanded, Put me down. Mu Zhe spoke softly. Xiao Shi, there are too many people. I fear that letting you go might lead to a stampede. Gu Yunchuan looked at Nan Xi. What if I carry you? I'm still quite strong. Nan Xi rolled her eyes. Get lost. Gu Yunchuan chuckled, refusing to budge. Nan Xi huffed. Realizing she couldn't free herself from the two, resigned herself to the situation. The 13th class successfully skipped class once again, managing to infuriate the director of education, who was now pursuing them with a group of security guards. The students from other classes had long grown accustomed to the 13th class's truancy. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they felt an impulse to join them. They immediately shook their heads, realizing they were indeed influenced by the 13th class. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The 13th class was fearsome indeed. Hearing the director's voice, Nan Xi turned to see him chasing after them with security guards. She squinted. Why does the scene seem so familiar? It was like this last time too. The others, catching her thoughts, couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing their laughter, Nan Xi felt bewildered. Why are they suddenly laughing? Is it because they recalled the last time we were chased? But they are laughing while running. Will they not laugh themselves into a fit? The students from other classes who were watching the whole process grew even more frightened. The 13th class was indeed unhinged. Terrified, they didn't even dare to watch the commotion. As Nan Xi was whisked away by Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan, she exerted no effort, leaving her feeling quite at ease. She glanced around, observing the director behind her and the security guards ahead.
Wow. Just like last time.
Last time, several people blocked the way to let them escape. So, who will sacrifice themselves this time to hold back the security guards and the director, benefiting the other students? The others, overhearing Nan Xi's thoughts, wore smiles on their faces. They had already stumbled once. How could they possibly fall for the same trick again? Just then, a sudden noise echoed from the sky. Nan Xi looked up in confusion, spotting several helicopters circling above. She swallowed hard. Weren't we supposed to take the bus? Why are helicopters here? Her classmates wore smiles, possessing little more than a bit of pocket money. The students and teachers from other classes stood frozen, astonished by the spectacle. Wasn't it merely skipping class? Why such a grand production? Helicopters, truly? Before Nan Xi could fully comprehend, Mu Zhe secured a rope around her waist and pulled her up the ladder dropped from the helicopter. As she felt herself rising higher from the ground, she couldn't help but scream internally. Ah, let me down. What are these people doing? I don't want to go. I want to go home.
Mu Zhe,
catching her thoughts, comforted her. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Nan Xi's face was a picture of shock. Is this fear? Is this fear? You are skipping class. Creating such a ruckus. What on earth is going on? The others, hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle, though it was somewhat inappropriate. The students and teachers on the ground were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. These little rascals were indeed difficult to teach. They were driving everyone to the brink of frustration. The director shot a piercing glance at the 13th class's homeroom teacher, who was also somewhat taken aback. But upon meeting the director's gaze, He took out his phone to contact the parents. I will call their guardians right away. Only then did the director retract his gaze. Thus, Nan Xi found herself aboard the helicopter in a haze, watching Mu Ze, who had dragged her onto it. She huffed in irritation, glancing at the others on the helicopter before turning her head away, unwilling to acknowledge them. The helicopter was enveloped in silence, as no one dared to utter a word. At that moment, the learning system chimed in, skipping class is not allowed. Nan Xi exploded, am I the one who wants to skip? Besides, I've already taken leave. Who knows what's wrong with these people? The learning system quickly fell silent, and the others dared not speak further. Observing Nan Xi's fury, the learning system attempted to placate her. Don't be angry. How about I tell you about Su Heng's sister? Nan Xi huffed, that is something I rightfully deserve. The learning system soothed, all right. This is indeed your due. So, do you wish to hear it? Nan Xi nodded, speak. Upon hearing this, Su Lulu swallowed hard, gripping her phone more tightly. She had opened a group conference as soon as she boarded the helicopter. A sharp ringing echoed in her ears. Ah, I can actually hear. I can even hear Nan Xi's thoughts through the phone. How amazing! Su Lulu winced in pain from the sound and immediately muted the microphone, typing in the group chat. Be quiet. It's too noisy. The others instantly quieted down. They could only rely on Su Lulu for the gossip now, and they dared not irritate her. Finally, when silence descended, Su Lulu sighed with relief. Nan Xi, hearing the sound, noticed Su Lulu and felt puzzled. When did Su Lulu get on? How did I not know? Su Lulu broke into a cold sweat, silently praying, please don't let her find out. Please don't let her find out. The others, hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, grew even more apprehensive about speaking. Nan Xi's wide, watery eyes were fixed on Su Lulu, who was so frightened she couldn't even dare to breathe. Nan Xi withdrew her gaze. Never mind. The most important thing now is to get the gossip. Hurry up. Hurry up. Su Lulu finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead, realizing she was drenched.
That was terrifying.
Others on the phone screen also sighed in relief, having been terrified. Suddenly, the voice of the learning system resonated, prompting them to perk up their ears in anticipation, with some even placing their screens against their ears. A solitary ear was left for the others, who, with a hint of disdain, chose not to look, keeping only one ear directed at the screen. The sight of 20 or so ears appearing simultaneously on the screen was, in retrospect, rather spectacular. Su Heng's sister was abducted by an acquaintance. Chapter 43. Is this the scandal of the affluent? Did my aunt engage someone to kidnap her sister's daughter? Nan Xi. An acquaintance? Who is it? Who is it? Su Liao Liao, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in shock, fixating her gaze on Nan Xi. The ears on the screen transformed into faces of sheer terror, igniting a fervent discussion within the group meeting.
What?
What acquaintance?
Who? Ah.
Who is it? At this moment, someone timidly inquired, Su Heng, are you alright? As those words escaped, the previously noisy group meeting fell silent, all awaiting Su Heng's response. He held his phone tightly, his eyes bloodshot, a palpable aura of tension surrounding him. The classmates sharing the helicopter with Su Heng dared not speak as they exchanged glances, filled with uncertainty. Their only response was a collective shake of their heads in confusion. After an indeterminate duration, the voice of the learning system broke the heavy silence. It was Su Heng's family's nanny. Nan Xi found this peculiar. The nanny? And then? Others nodded in agreement. And then? Su Liao Liao's heart raced. Her hands clenched tightly, too afraid to utter a word, her gaze fixated on Nan Xi. The rest mirrored Su Liao Liao's trepidation, not daring to make a sound for fear of missing any detail. The voice of the learning system echoed once more. Yes, it is indeed this nanny. She had worked for the Su Heng family for several years to earn their trust. However, she did not dare to abduct Su Heng's sister while at home. She only acted when Su Heng took his sister out to play. On that day, when Su Heng took his sister out, the nanny had someone disguise themselves as a teddy bear to catch Su Heng's sister's attention. Enchanted by the bear, Su Heng's sister became entranced, and the bear gifted her a small teddy. She gladly accepted it. Little did she know, the bear had been laced with a sedative, and after a brief play, she fell asleep. Before Su Heng could comprehend the situation, someone snatched his sister and fled in a vehicle. Su Heng was taken aback, only to discover the person had vanished. This incident left a profound scar on Su Heng. Nan Xi fumed. Are human traffickers this audacious nowadays? How dare they snatch someone in broad daylight? And Su Hang went out to play without a bodyguard? Others nodded in agreement. Their lives are indeed invaluable. Each time they venture out, their parents ensure bodyguards accompany them. Su Hang's eyes reddened as he quietly awaited answers from Nan Xi and the learning system. Although he did not utter a word, the oppressive atmosphere he exuded rendered his helicopter companions mute. The voice of the learning system resumed. That nanny is a habitual offender. Having engaged in such actions for years, she meticulously identifies targets, then rents properties nearby to gain their trust. Once the parents lower their guard, she seizes the opportunity to strike, having successfully abducted numerous young boys and girls, shattering countless happy families. Nan Xi's eyes blazed with fury. This is infuriating. Where is that nanny? I want to confront her and send her to the police. Others echoed in agreement. Let's teach her a lesson. Yukursen immediately pulled out her phone, messaging her uncle to hurry over. Upon hearing this, Su Hang's eyes turned crimson, his hands tightly clenched into fists, even oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his flesh. The classmates in the same helicopter as Su Hang, upon witnessing his bloodied hands, wished to speak but opted to remain silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Nan Xi's voice pierced through. Surely, Su Hang's family would have vetted the nanny before hiring her? How could they so carelessly admit her? And the bodyguards of the Su family are not to be trifled with. How could they allow Su Hang and his sister to go out alone? Others nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's quite strange. What could be the reason? We want to know. The learning system responded. Correct. Generally, this nanny wouldn't target wealthy families, as the chances of success are slim, and the risk of being caught is high. Nan Xi pondered. So, why did she proceed? The learning system replied, because the payment was substantial. Nan Xi's eyes widened. So someone hired this nanny? Who could it be? Others leaned closer to the screen, eager to know. Who could it be? Su Liao, initially panicked and anxious, felt a sense of calm wash over her as she glanced at the screen filled with ears. Thankfully, they were there, despite their occasional annoyances. Their presence provided an unexpected sense of security. However, she still worried about Su Hang, who had not boarded the helicopter, wondering how he was faring. Upon hearing the learning system's words, a familiar face surfaced in Su Hang's mind, disbelief etched across his features. One of his helicopter companions cautiously asked, Su Hang, have you figured it out? Su Hang nodded slightly, perhaps. Others, hearing his voice, wished to inquire further, but considering Su Hang's current state, they decided silence was prudent. They would wait for the learning system to reveal more. The voice of the learning system resonated, and they promptly tuned in. It was Su Hang's aunt. Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. His aunt? Su Liao was equally incredulous. She had met Su Hang's aunt and knew her to be kind. Why would she engage in such an act? Su Hang had already deduced it, and upon hearing the learning system's revelation, a measure of relief washed over him. Others? Once more, Nan Xi's internal voice echoed. Is this the scandal of the affluent? Is it this thrilling? Did the aunt hire someone to abduct her sister's daughter? Is this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? It's all so chaotic. The lives of the wealthy are utterly tumultuous. Others rolled their eyes. Aren't you wealthy too? Isn't it a bit hypocritical to criticize yourself? Realizing her own folly, Nan Xi abruptly halted her tirade. She then asked, why did Su Hang's aunt do this? The learning system elaborated. Su Hang's aunt has harbored jealousy towards her sister since childhood. Her sister is more beautiful, academically accomplished, and even married a better man. Even though her sister treated her well, financing her education, she still envied her. Thus, she orchestrated the abduction of Su Hang's sister. This way, her sister would be devastated, allowing her to flaunt her superiority. However, she did not anticipate Su Hang's mother to be stronger than she imagined, even after her daughter was kidnapped. She merely fell ill for a time before embarking on a worldwide search for her daughter. Unable to bear this, Su Hang's aunt initially contemplated selling Su Hang as well. But due to the Su family's heightened security after the sister's abduction, she was thwarted. Her gaze then shifted towards Su Hang's father. Nan Xi gasped, interrupting the learning system. So, she seeks to rise in status. Chapter 44. Who knows? Such twisted psychology is beyond the system's comprehension. Others, upon hearing Nan Xi's remark, felt a twinge of pity for Su Hang. This child is truly unfortunate. His sister was sold by their aunt, and the aunt is not finished with him. Wanting to sell him too? The sale fell through, and yet there are still aspirations for his father. One can only wonder if there has been any success. This child is truly unfortunate. Fortunately, they do not have such relatives. However, that thought was quickly swallowed. Having already experienced Zhao Qianqian's uncle, now they are confronted with a small ant from Swang. They cannot confidently assert that they have no such relatives with such ideas. At present, Yu Kersen seems to be the best option. Her parents merely share true love without any entanglements, albeit their relationship is somewhat convoluted. It appears they must flaunt themselves before Nan Xi, striving to let her indulge in their drama and eliminate their potential threats. The learning system cast a bemused glance at Nan Xi. I told you not to indulge in such nonsensical matters. Look at the state of your mind now. Nan Xi was perplexed. She had just been scolded. Others who shared her sentiments felt similarly chastised. Nan Xi pouted. So, what is the reason behind this? The learning system replied. The small ant from Swang looks down upon Suhong's father. She merely wishes to sell Swang, his sister, and his father, knowing that her sister would be unable to withstand such a blow. This way, she can bind her proud sister and relish the gradual breaking of her sister's pride. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that perverse? All of this just to bind her sister? She must be deranged. Others nodded in agreement. Such a twisted relative. Swang is truly unfortunate. To have such a psychologically warped and is frightening. Terrifying indeed. Su Liao gazed at the small section belonging to Swang on her phone screen, anxious to see what was amiss. Yet that section remained dark. This caused her heart to race, until she suddenly heard a familiar voice proclaim, I'm fine. Only then did Su Liao breathe a sigh of relief. Others felt similarly relieved, as long as Suong was unharmed. In fact, Suong found himself somewhat amused by his aunt's ridiculous thoughts. How laughable that his family treated her with such kindness, and how absurd that his mother funded her college education, only to raise an ungrateful wretch. Truly laughable. The voice of the learning system echoed. Who knows? How could this system comprehend such twisted psychology? Nan Xi blinked her large, watery eyes. Is there more? The mechanical voice of the learning system responded. You have arrived at your destination. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi leaned against the window, observing as the helicopter gradually descended. After reaching a certain altitude, the helicopter halted, leaving Nan Xi perplexed. Why have we stopped? Mu Zhe pulled Nan Xi up, explaining that they were not permitted to land the helicopter here. Nan Xi, looking at Mu Zhe, felt an urge to curse. Couldn't you have landed somewhere that allows it? Why here? Is there something extraordinary about this place? Mu Zhe chuckled, remaining silent as he tied a rope around Nan Xi, binding her to himself. Others, overhearing Nan Xi's thoughts, exchanged awkward smiles. Had they been overly hasty? Did they not consider that they had already arrived? They should disembark first. Thus, Nan Xi descended in a daze, regarding the rope binding her to Mu Zhe with bemusement. I'm not a child. Why tie a rope? I want to fall. Gu Yunchuan and Yu Kersen had been observing from the beginning but hesitated to intervene. Upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, they quickly stepped forward and deftly freed her. Yu Kersen took Nan Xi's hand and led her away, while Gu Yunchuan, with a scowl, tossed the rope onto Mu Zhe. Mu Zhe, glancing at the discarded rope. His gaze darkened as he picked it up and placed it in his backpack. Sitting on the bus, Nan Xi observed her classmates, some munching on snacks, others chatting, and some engrossed in video games. She pondered her existence. I'm not here for vacation. The others, hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, stifled their laughter, not wishing to be labeled as mad by her. Nan Xi glanced at them and sighed in exasperation. Seeing this, Yu Kersen offered her a pack of chips and even sweetly fed her a piece. After tasting them, Nan Xi's mood immediately brightened. Surprisingly, these chips are quite delicious. She began to munch on the chips, occasionally accepting Yu Kersen's offerings. Witnessing this, others couldn't help but smile. Nan Xi was quite easy to please. A mere snack could lift her spirits. Like a child, she was quickly pacified with food. While enjoying her snack, Nan Xi suddenly felt the weight of numerous stares upon her. Confused, she hesitated to chew her food. Why is everyone looking at me? Surely they don't want to snatch my snacks? With that thought, she hugged the chips closer. No one can take my snacks. The students from class 13 found her utterly adorable. Their smiles remained bright as they approached her, each holding several packs of snacks to offer her. Thus, Nan Xi found herself buried beneath a mountain of treats. Though I'm buried, being buried in snacks is joyous. But can someone rescue me? Others looked at the snack pile with awkward smiles, contemplating stepping forward to aid Nan Xi, but Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan were quicker, each pulling her out. Taking a breath of fresh air, Nan Xi thanked the two, to which they blushed and mumbled, "No need to thank us." Realizing they had spoken in unison, they shot each other a glare before turning away. Nan Xi, gazing at the mountain of snacks, beamed at them. "Thank you for the snacks. I really appreciate it." The others waved their hands, insisting, "No need to thank us." They returned to their seats, thinking that Nan Xi was so cute they would bring her snacks again next time. Once everyone had left, Nan Xi looked at the scattered snacks on the floor, resigned to picking them up when a gentle voice called out, "Nan Xi." She looked up to see the class monitor, puzzled. Is the monitor here to deliver snacks? But he isn't carrying any. Others turned to the monitor, who seemed unfazed, addressing Nan Xi. "Nan Xi, we have arrived in H City. Where would you like to go for fun?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Xi exclaimed, "Qinghe Village." Immediately regretting her impulsive reply, she thought, "Can I really lead this group of young masters and young ladies to rescue a kidnapped girl? Perhaps I should concoct an excuse to divert them and leave them somewhere, then act alone." The others chimed in, "You can't leave us behind. You're a young lady too. Why are you speaking as if we aren't?" Before she could fabricate an excuse, the class monitor responded, "All right, young lady." Nan Xi looked at him, puzzled. "Why call me young lady? Is the monitor out of his mind?" The others sighed in relief. They thought Nan Xi would be suspicious, but instead, she merely deemed him eccentric. As long as there were no doubts, it mattered little if they were called brainless. After all, they were not the ones being insulted. The primary reason Nan Xi remained unperturbed was her system. Should any issues arise, the system would inform her. Additionally, after the monthly exams, she had overexerted her brain and was reluctant to think, causing her to be somewhat slow on the uptake and not suspicious of them. The class monitor regarded Nan Xi, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "I'm leaving now." "Young lady?" Nan Xi wondered. Again with the young lady? The monitor must truly be out of his mind. Chapter 45. I knew they were unwell. In a moment, I must surely find a way to rid myself of them. Surrounded by snacks, Nan Xi gazed at her classmates frolicking within the vehicle and couldn't help but let out a sigh. I am truly not here for a picnic. Upon hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, the others paused momentarily before resuming their playful antics. They nodded in unison, acknowledged. If it were truly a trip, they might not even have come. Leaning her chin upon her hand, Nan Xi observed them with a stoic expression. Yet her mind was already devising a plan to distance herself from them. Let me ponder how to concoct an excuse to excuse myself and steer clear of these pampered young ladies and gentlemen. The others, taken aback, turned to accuse Nan Xi. Don't think you can get rid of us. Puzzled by their collective gaze and their pitiful expressions, Nan Xi raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is wrong with this group? Why do they look so aggrieved? I haven't done anything. Perhaps they disdain this dilapidated bus. Then I shall conveniently send them all packing. Startled, the others immediately turned back, resolutely declaring that they would not be dismissed. We shall cling to you. Insane. Truly, they are all insane. Hearing Nan Xi's unfiltered thoughts, they collectively sighed in relief, grateful that she was merely scolding them and not intending to cast them out. How shall I manage to rid myself of them? Or perhaps I could simply depart on my own. The others, realizing her intentions, felt a surge of determination. They too wished to join in. Observing Nan Xi closely, Yu Kursin suddenly announced, "Let us stop up ahead." Nan Xi looked at Yu Kursin, puzzled. The others were now averse to the word stop, fearing that Nan Xi might abruptly flee. Yu Kursin gently caressed Nan Xi's cheek. "My uncle has arrived." Mu Zhe, observing Yu Kursin's gesture, felt a shadow cross his dark eyes and clenched his fingers. His face devoid of excessive expression, yet his lips pressed together with unexpected firmness. Gu Yunchuan, eyeing Nan Xi's fair complexion, felt a sudden urge to touch her. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled. "The police uncle has come, then let us leave Yu Kursin behind and send the others away." Yu Kursin giggled, knowing that Nan Xi favored her the most. The others, however, were not so amused. They needed to devise a strategy to dissuade Nan Xi from her intention to abandon them. Not long after, the vehicle came to a halt, and a young, handsome man with a buzz cut approached. Upon seeing them, he appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain whether he had boarded the wrong vehicle. Until Yu Kursin called out, "Uncle." Confirming he had not erred, he surveyed the bus filled with children. Yu Kursin stepped forward, pulling her uncle closer, cheerfully introducing Xiaoxi. "This is my uncle." Nan Xi's eyes lit up upon seeing Yukursen's uncle. He is so handsome, just like the male lead from a rugged romance novel. No wonder he is a police officer. Truly dashing. She turned to Yukursen. I must admit, everyone in Yukursen's family is remarkably attractive. Her parents, as well as her little uncle and great-grandmother, are all striking. Yukursen proudly lifted her chin, though she felt irked by the praise of her uncle. She couldn't help but smile at the latter remark. She knew Nan Xi favored her most, and the compliment was surely a nod to her. Joyful. Hee hee. The others, hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, turned to Yukursen's uncle, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he was quite handsome. Gu Yunchuan shot a glance, crossing his arms and turning his head away. Where is the handsomeness? Clearly, he is the more attractive one. Mu Zhe chuckled, calling out, Uncle. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi immediately chimed, Hello, Uncle. The others, seizing the moment, echoed, Hello, Uncle. When 20-odd boys and girls greeted him in unison, the uncle stood straight with surprise. Hello. Witnessing his reaction, Nan Xi couldn't help but laugh. It seems we startled the uncle. He is standing at attention as if he suddenly gained 20-odd nieces and nephews. I would be taken aback too. The others, prompted by Nan Xi's thoughts, turned to look at the uncle, and seeing his flustered demeanor, they couldn't suppress their laughter. A wave of mirth erupted in the bus, leaving the uncle feeling somewhat bewildered. He glanced at his niece, hoping she would provide some clarity. Before his niece Yukursen could respond, Nan Xi's thoughts rang out once more. I told you they were insane. Fidgeting about. I must absolutely get rid of them, or what if they have a fit midway? The others immediately clamped their mouths shut. They wouldn't dare laugh now. Don't abandon us. Yukursen's face lit up with mirth as she glanced at her uncle, whispering something in his ear. The uncle's expression instantly shifted to one of regret. Observing this peculiar exchange, Nan Xi raised an inquisitive eyebrow. What did Yukursen say to elicit such a reaction from her uncle? At that moment, the study system interjected, I know. Is it that time again to tackle questions before you reveal anything? The study system beamed. Congratulations, you are correct. Here's a math problem as your reward. Nan Xi remained impassive. Scram. The study system replied, Why should I? With a smile directed at the study system, Nan Xi retorted, Scram. Watching her host, the study system's facial muscles twitched before it obediently complied. All right. I shall take my leave. The others suppressed the urge to laugh. Yet they too were curious about what Yukursen had said. They discreetly glanced at Nan Xi, only to find her silent, resigning themselves to turn away. Yukursen leaned in closer to Nan Xi, whispering something in her ear. Nan Xi's eyes widened in astonishment, and her laughter resonated throughout the 13th class. Ha ha. I can't believe Yukursen said that. The others looked on in urgency. Do tell us. Ha ha. It's too funny. She said they've gone mad from their exams. They're not in their right minds. If they exhibit any strange behavior on the road, don't be surprised. And she even gave the uncle a heads up. Hilarious. The others remained expressionless, not amusing at all. Turning to see Yukursen smiling brightly at them, they felt exasperated. They turned their heads in indignation, refusing to look at her or Nan Xi. This action only served to further confirm Yukursen's words in her uncle's eyes. He turned to Yukursen, inquiring, Do you all study that hard? Nan Xi felt a strong urge to respond. Very hard. Especially hard. We're forced to solve problems daily. The others, upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, immediately forgot about Yukursen's earlier quip about their mental state, eagerly straining to listen. Not a sound was made. The bus fell into an eerie silence. Yukursen, observing Nan Xi's exasperated expression, nodded. It is a bit tiring. The uncle nodded in understanding. You all have it tough. Inside, Nan Xi screamed. It's beyond tough. Woe is me. So exhausting. The others felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of nodding. They weren't suffering that acutely. In fact, they were quite pleased. Each day they could hear Nan Xi's thoughts. Indeed, sacrificing Nan Xi for the benefit of Class 13. Suddenly, the uncle shifted the conversation, stating that no matter how tough it gets, skipping class should not be an option. Nan Xi was taken aback. Huh? The others echoed. What? Chapter 46. Will they bite? If bitten, will we need rabies shots? Yukursen raised an eyebrow. Did my parents say anything to you? The uncle, feeling the weight of over 20 pairs of eyes upon him, felt somewhat uneasy. He shook his head. I haven't seen your parents since I returned. He took out his phone and showed the screen to Yukursen, saying, Take a good look at what day it is today. Shouldn't you be in school? How did you all end up in H City? Upon realizing that her uncle was completely unaware, Yu Kursin cleared her throat and replied, "It's just that the monthly exams have been so exhausting. Many in our class are not in their right minds.
So,
We decided to take them out for a bit of fun to unwind." Clearly skeptical, her uncle glanced at the classmates who were making a scene. They immediately understood the cue, and one boy began jumping up and down in his seat, while a few others crouched down on the ground. Several boys even flung open the car windows, shouting, "I'm a little bird. I can fly." A girl with a bob cut squatted in the corner, chanting, "I'm a little mushroom." One boy started to pull down his pants, exclaiming, "I need to pee. I need to pee." This boy successfully drew everyone's attention. Nan Xi, witnessing this chaos, swallowed hard, her eyes wide in disbelief, thinking, "Is this really madness? Let me see. I want to see if he actually does it." The boy, blushing, engaged in a brief internal struggle. Just as he was about to pull down his pants, he heard Nan Xi's startled exclamations.
Hey, hey,
"That idiot is covering my eyes. I want to see. I want to see." The boy turned to find Mu Ze covering Nan Xi's eyes, his expression filled with fury, his icy gaze fixed on him.
terrified.
The boy froze in place, while Zhao Qianqian was the first to react, pulling the pants-dropping boy aside and whispering in his ear, "Is it really necessary to go this far? You're about to lose your pants." The boy retorted, "If we don't do something outrageous, how will they believe us?" Zhao Qianqian gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his audacity. "You're bold. You're risking it all." The boy responded with a proud expression. Zhao Qianqian cautioned him quietly, "Be careful. If you pull down your pants and Nan Xi sees, Mu Ze might ruin you." Immediately, the boy covered his groin and glanced at Mu Ze, quickly turning away. "Let me go. I want to see." Mu Ze released Nan Xi, who looked over only to find that the boy had not actually pulled down his pants, feeling somewhat disappointed.
Ah,
"He didn't do it." The others remarked, "Why does that sound so disappointing?" Nan Xi's inner thoughts resurfaced. If he had pulled down his pants, I could have used that opportunity to flee. What a mischance to escape them. The others were speechless. You really will stop at nothing to shake us off. The boy who was about to pull down his pants patted his chest. That scared me. I almost became an accomplice. Nan Xi gazed at her frenzied classmates and couldn't help but exclaim, "But is it really that alarming? I, who have been tormented by the system, haven't gone mad. Yet they seem to have lost their minds. But then again, it's quite normal. I've suspected their sanity for a while now." The others pondered. Who is responsible for their current state? Her uncle looked at the deranged group with a pitying expression, thinking, "These kids nowadays have it tough. School nearly drove them insane." Yu Kursin struggled to suppress her laughter and nodded, "Exactly. How pitiable." Nan Xi chimed in, "Indeed. It's tragic. So unfortunate. They've all gone mad." The lunacy of Class 13 only intensified upon hearing this. Observing her classmates in such a frenzy, Nan Xi's eyes lit up with a new idea. What if we just drive them straight to a mental hospital? That way, I could finally escape from them. Class 13 fell silent, glaring at Nan Xi. "Oh, so you want to ditch us?"
dream on.
Nan Xi, feeling a bit intimidated by their looks, wondered, "Will they bite? If I get bitten, will I need a rabies shot?" The others continued to glare at her. After all, they were not in their right minds. Nan Xi felt even more frightened. "I want to get out of the car. This group is too scary. I want to leave. I don't want to be bitten." The others wore wicked smiles. Nan Xi was increasingly convinced of their madness. Clearly, they're not normal.
They look too terrifying.
Ultimately, it was the class monitor who came to Nan Xi's rescue, and she looked at him with gratitude. "You're so kind. You can help me get rid of them. You can stay." The class monitor replied with a giggle, while the others grumbled, "No giggling allowed." The bus soon came to a halt in Qinghe village, and the villagers, intrigued by the appearance of the bus, approached to take a look. Seeing a group of students disembark, they found it somewhat odd. As Nan Xi stepped off the bus, she sighed in exasperation, "Still can't shake them off." The others smiled broadly. "Of course. There's no way you could ever get rid of us." A middle-aged man approached them, asking, "Who are you?" They remained silent. But the class monitor stepped forward, saying, "Uncle, we're here on a trip, just passing through. But we couldn't find a hotel and are hoping to stay here for the night." Upon hearing this, the man's expression changed, and he quickly waved his hands. "No.
No.
You should go to the town to find a hotel." As night had fallen, the group of students felt a bit frightened. The class monitor continued, but the middle-aged man remained obstinate, even attempting to shoo them away. Observing this, Nan Xi suddenly took off her backpack and pulled out a wad of cash, placing it in the man's hand. "Is this acceptable?" The man hesitated, eyeing the money. The others were amazed. "Is it possible to do that?" The nearby villagers also seemed to waver. Seeing the man still unmoved, Nan Xi took out another stack of money and threw it into his hand. How about this? The man remained silent, so she tossed another wad. What about now? Still no response from him, and suddenly the surrounding villagers raised their hands. We can. We can. Little girl, you can come to my house.
It's big.
Just then, a middle-aged woman approached, shooing them away. Go.
Go.
That little girl found us first. Don't you dare try to take her from us. After she finished speaking, she turned to Nan Xi with a smile. Little girl, come with us. I'll get a room ready for you right away. Although she addressed Nan Xi, her eyes were fixated on her backpack.
Ha ha ha.
I knew there was nothing that money couldn't solve. If it couldn't be solved, it must be due to a lack of funds. The others nodded in agreement. Why didn't we think to bring a backpack full of money when we set out? Now, all the credit goes to Nan Xi. Thus, Class 13 followed the middle-aged woman to her home. The woman lived in a 3-story building, and upon entering, she warmly welcomed them, even clearing out the entire 3rd floor for their accommodation. Thankfully, the living room was spacious. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to fit so many people. The students of Class 13 had never stayed together like this before. Everything felt new and exciting as 20-odd young men and women filled the living room, creating quite a ruckus. Nan Xi, overwhelmed by the noise, rubbed her ears and complained, "It's so loud." The others merely chuckled but didn't quiet down. Seeking solace, Nan Xi found a small corner to sit alone, reminding herself of her purpose for being there. She summoned the study system, which promptly appeared, asking, "What's wrong? Are you ready to tackle some questions?" Chapter 47. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. I want to report this. I want to report this. The previously noisy classmates fell silent at the sound of the system. Nan Xi looked at them in confusion. Why is it so quiet? How strange. Upon hearing this, they resumed their chatter, though at a lower volume than before. Observing this, Nan Xi scoffed. Clearly, they're unwell. The others thought, even though you insulted us, we are magnanimous enough to forgive you. With a classmate as wonderful as us, you should be grateful. Nan Xi inquired, do you know which house Su Hang's sister is in? Upon hearing this, the others lowered their voices even further. Su Hang's eyes turned crimson, her body trembling uncontrollably. Su Liao Liao, witnessing this, found herself at a loss for words, her gaze fixed on Nan Xi, hoping she would swiftly reveal the answer. The young uncle, observing the scene, scratched his head, bemused by the peculiar behavior of the children nowadays. It seemed they were overwhelmed by their studies. He resolved to have a word with his elder brother and sister-in-law, urging them not to pressure their niece so much. He certainly did not wish for her to end up like this. The learning system, realizing that Nan Xi was not going to solve problems, expressed some disappointment. It's not about solving problems. Nan Xi retorted, please just tell me. The others nodded in agreement. Could you please hurry? We're truly anxious. The learning system finally spoke up, right here. Nan Xi asked, could you be more specific? In this very house. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. The once noisy room fell into an instant hush, the group standing frozen, resembling a collection of stone statues. Su Hang was momentarily stunned, ready to dash outside, but was restrained by Su Liao Liao. Several boys, witnessing this, immediately grabbed Su Hang, but their grip was too strong, causing her to be pinned to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Nan Xi turned to see the precarious pile of bodies and frowned in confusion. What on earth is happening?
Why are they stacking like that?
The boys atop Su Hang felt a wave of embarrassment, scratching their heads awkwardly. The next moment, Nan Xi's internal voice erupted. It seems Su Hang is rolling her eyes. Is she going to die? The others, alarmed, glanced at Su Hang, who was indeed rolling her eyes, on the verge of frothing at the mouth. Terrified, the boys immediately got up, but in their haste, they stumbled back onto Su Hang. Nan Xi, covering her eyes, cried out, what a tragedy. How can a child suffer so much? Su Liao Liao, seeing Su Hang's distress, rushed over, exclaiming, you all need to get up. You're going to crush her. Nan Xi nodded in agreement. Indeed. If you don't get up, Su Hang will suffocate. The more frantic the boys became, the less they could rise, only to collapse back onto Su Hang.
Wow.
It seems Su Hang has fainted. The others gasped in shock. The young uncle approached the scene, promptly pulling the boys off and checking on Su Hang, relieved to find her unharmed. He looked at the boys, who resembled frightened quails, and couldn't help but admonish them. The boys, fearing Su Hang might be dead, trembled as they asked, Uncle, is Su Hang dead? The uncle sighed, Observing their terrified faces, no. After saying this, he pinched his temples, exasperated by the ruckus these children caused. Had he known, he wouldn't have come along. This was far from a restful visit. He felt more like a babysitter. Ha ha ha. The young uncle looks utterly disenchanted. Is he regretting coming here? Upon hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, the others lowered their heads in embarrassment. Following this chaotic episode, an unexpected silence enveloped them. When the class monitor and Mu Zhe emerged from their showers, they raised their eyebrows in curiosity at the unusual quietness. What had transpired to bring about such stillness? It was only when Zhao Qianqian approached to explain that they learned what had happened. The class monitor, donning glasses, cast a sweeping glance over them and coldly remarked, "Behave yourselves, or I will send you back right now." They instantly fell silent, not daring to make a sound. They certainly did not want to return. They hadn't rescued Su Hang's sister yet. How could they possibly go back now? Nan Xi's disappointed thought surfaced. Sigh. How disappointing. They're not sending us back immediately. The group remained mute, resembling a collection of mutes. Finally, it's quiet. Nan Xi glanced at them before retreating to a small corner. Summoning the system.
System.
What did you mean when you said in this house? The others watched Nan Xi quietly, but dared not make a sound. Just as Su Hang was regaining her senses, she heard this question and immediately became agitated again, only to be restrained by Su Liao, cautioning her not to frighten Nan Xi. Su Hang had to suppress her overwhelming emotions. The learning system chimed in, "This house has a basement, and Su Hang's sister is locked inside. Would you like to go? I can take you there." Nan Xi surveyed her surroundings, and upon noticing the others looking at her, even their excitement couldn't compel them to move. "Let us wait until they fall asleep, then we can go." The others felt a tinge of disappointment, but understood Nan Xi's reasoning. Su Hang's eyes were red, gripping her thigh tightly. The pain reminded her that this was no dream. She was truly on the verge of finding her sister. Su Liao, seeing her like this, comforted her. "Don't be anxious. We'll pretend to sleep for a bit. Once Nan Xi goes to find your sister, we will follow."
Su Hang nodded.
The others shared similar sentiments to Su Liao. They were eager to find Su Hang's sister. So, as they began to settle down to sleep, the learning system spoke up again. "I have another piece of news. Would you like to hear it?" The students of Class 13 immediately sat back down in their seats with a smoothness that suggested they were well-trained. Nan Xi couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly absurd." The students of Class 13 lamented, "She is scolding us again." "How infuriating." Nan Xi promptly inquired, "Let us hear it." The students of Class 13 sighed in relief, glad to not be doubted. The learning system continued, "Every household in this village has a basement." Nan Xi, slightly perplexed, asked, "Could you elaborate?" The learning system, casting a resigned glance at Nan Xi, replied, "I told you to study hard. You didn't listen. Now look at what a fool you've become." Nan Xi pouted in displeasure. "You're scolding me again. You brought it upon yourself. Now hurry up and speak." The students of Class 13 thought, truly adaptable, all in pursuit of the truth. Being scolded is of no consequence. The learning system reluctantly explained, "What I mean is that every household's basement holds children locked away, just like Su Hang's sister." Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. The others echoed her disbelief. What kind of dreadful place had they stumbled into? Nan Xi's voice trembled. "This village can't possibly be involved in human trafficking, can it?" The learning system nodded. "You're not completely foolish, I see." Nan Xi was at a loss for words. Even in such dire circumstances, the system still chose to chide her. "I'm calling the police. I need to find the police. I'm reporting this. I'm reporting this." The others nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We must report this. Let us take down this entire village." The learning system interjected. "But there are police officers right here, aren't there?" Nan Xi turned to Yukerson's uncle. "How do we go about informing him of this matter?" The learning system suggested. "Why not take him to see for himself? That would be more impactful." Nan Xi nodded. "I'll bring him along shortly." The others chimed in. "We want to go too." Chapter 48. Young Uncle. Am I not human? Nan Xi lay in bed, gazing at Yukerson's sleeping face, softly calling, "Kerson? Kerson?" When there was no response, she tried calling to the other girls in the room, but they remained asleep. Only then did she feel reassured enough to rise. She tiptoed out, carefully closing the door. The moment the door clicked shut, the girls who had been sleeping began to stir. They quietly got out of bed and cautiously opened a small crack in the door to peek. Nan Xi was moving stealthily in the living room, completely unaware that she was being watched. She gazed at her little uncle, who was peacefully slumbering on the sofa, and called out, "Little uncle, Little uncle. Upon awakening, he looked at Nan Xi and inquired, "What is it?" With tears welling in her eyes, Nan Xi replied, "Little uncle, I dropped my phone outside. Could you accompany me to search for it?" Observing Nan Xi's anxious demeanor, her little uncle quickly rose to comfort her, saying, "Do not fret, I shall accompany you right away." A smile graced Nan Xi's face, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, little uncle." As they departed, the once vacant living room soon became bustling with people. The class monitor, noting the crowd, frowned slightly and declared, "There are too many people. Just Mu Zhe, Gu Yunchuan, Su Hang, and I shall go. You all stay here." The others protested. "But we want to go too." Yu Kersen raised her hand. "I wish to go as well." Su Lele tugged at Yu Kersen's wrist. "I want to go too. I can set up a group meeting for them." The class monitor glanced at the two and relented. "All right, you two may join, but the rest of you wait here." Zhao Qianqian raised his hand. "Class monitor, I want to go too. I'm dark-skinned. They want to see me." The class monitor looked at Zhao Qianqian's charcoal-like face and flatly replied, "There are too many people. You stay behind." Zhao Qianqian extended his hand in a plea, but could not persuade the monitor, and he could only watch with tear-filled eyes as they departed. Zhao Qianqian felt unfairly treated. He was the first to discover the gossip. Why was he excluded?
Why?
"I cannot simply stay behind. I must go. My dark skin won't make a difference." Zhao Qianqian whimpered in protest. Just then, the class monitor's voice rang out, "You all remain here. If we are discovered, you must bring the bodyguards to rescue us." Zhao Qianqian was pacified, and the other students nodded in agreement, their faces brightening. Their little lives rested in the hands of the monitor, and they would surely fulfill their duty. Yet, they could not help but remind Su Lele, "Su Lele, you must keep the phone safe. Don't let it get lost. Although we cannot go, we still wish to see." Su Lele nodded vigorously, reassuring them, "Do not worry. With me around, you will surely see everything." With that, they felt reassured. Before Su Lele left, they reminded her to open the group meeting first. After setting up the meeting, Su Lele finally departed. Outside, Nan Xi and her little uncle were diligently searching for her phone. Nan Xi earnestly consulted her learning system about its whereabouts. The system responded, "Follow that little black cat." A bit bewildered, Nan Xi soon saw a shadow darting towards her. The little black cat stood before her, glanced back, and beckoned her to follow. "Little uncle, let us go find it over there." Without hesitation, her little uncle followed her lead. Not long after they left, a group of sneaky individuals trailed behind them. As Nan Xi and her little uncle walked ahead, the group followed closely. Suddenly, her little uncle halted, prompting Nan Xi to curiously ask, "What's wrong, little uncle?" He raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Nan Xi immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide in understanding. Could it be? Have we been discovered so soon? In the darkness, the followers suddenly stopped, and Su Lele exclaimed, "I think I heard Nan Xi's voice." Yu Kersen nodded in agreement. "I heard it too." A voice from Su Lele's phone chimed in. "We heard it as well." Annoyed, Su Lele removed her earphones, wishing to silence their incessant chatter. Just then, a figure approached, and Yu Kersen, recognizing it, called out, "Little uncle?"
Guessing?
Nan Xi gazed at the group before her, bemused. "What are you all doing here?" Noticing that only this small group had arrived, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, it's just these few. The others, waiting within the room, chuckled at Nan Xi's thoughts. Though they couldn't be there, they could still see everything. Before Nan Xi could speak, Yu Kersen took her hand and said, "Cici, I woke up and couldn't find you. I was worried and came out to look for you." Seeing Yu Kersen's tearful expression, Nan Xi immediately believed her. "Yu Kersen is truly wonderful. She came out to find me. I'm so touched." The others chimed in, "We also came out to find you. Why didn't you mention us?" Especially Gu Yunchuan, whose displeasure was palpable. Fortunately, Nan Xi's attention was not on him, otherwise, she would have thought him peculiar. Mu Zhe gently asked Cici, "Why did you come out alone? Am I not a person?" Her little uncle interjected. Nan Xi softly explained, "I came out to find my phone and I'm not alone. Little uncle is with me." Her little uncle nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am here." Observing Su Hang's growing anxiety, Su Lele quickly suggested, "Then let us help you search." Nan Xi, looking at Su Lele, resignedly nodded. "It seems we have no choice. I cannot drive them away." She glanced at Su Hang beside Su Lele. What is he doing here? I wonder if he can handle seeing his sister locked in the basement. Su Hang pinched his thigh, hoping the pain would calm him and prevent an impulsive reaction. The learning system remarked, "Why think so much? His sister has grown up. He might not even recognize her." Nan Xi considered this and thought, "Let us go." Following the little black cat, they continued their search for her phone. Arriving at a door, Nan Xi pushed it open, and it swung ajar. Could there be a secret entrance? Her little uncle observed them entering a small room, puzzled, and asked, "How did you all enter someone else's house?" Before Nan Xi could respond, Su Lele spoke up. "This place looks like an adventure site." Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. "Does it?" The others looked at Su Lele in surprise. They hadn't expected her to say such a thing. Her little uncle sighed, "All right, no matter how much fun you wish to have, we cannot play in someone else's home. Let us head out." Just then, the little black cat suddenly leaped into a small hole. Nan Xi followed suit and discovered a small opening in the wall. To be honest, it does resemble an adventure. Su Lele nodded. "I told you so. It really does." As Nan Xi approached the opening, the others quickly followed. Mu Zhe asked, "What is going on?" Nan Xi pointed at the hole. The little cat fell inside. Her little uncle glanced at the hole and the children and volunteered, "You all wait here. I will go down to look for it." Nan Xi nodded, "All right. But please be careful. It's best for the police uncle to go down." Chapter 49. What is happening? Why does it feel like being caught in a scandal? After her little uncle descended, Su Heng jumped down as well, leaving Nan Xi wide-eyed. Why did Su Heng jump down? The next moment, Su Lele followed suit, sending Nan Xi into a frenzy. Why did Su Lele jump down too? She leaned closer to the hole, peering down. "Great. I can't see anything." Turning to the remaining few, she questioned, "Are they really going to jump down too? But I don't want to go. It's so dark and terrifying down there." The others were just about to comfort her when the learning system chimed in, "You really aren't going down? There's a secret below." Nan Xi replied eagerly, "A secret? I want to hear. I want to go down and see." She leaned closer to the hole, contemplating. "It seems a bit high. How do I descend? Will I fall?" Just as she was about to speak, she felt a sensation around her waist and looked down to see a rope tied securely to her. She looked up in confusion, only to see Mu Zhe tying one end of the rope around his waist. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Where did this rope come from? Mu Zhe chuckled without providing an answer and continued fastening the rope. At that moment, the learning system interjected. "Have you forgotten how you boarded and disembarked from the helicopter?" Nan Xi suddenly realized, "I remember now, it was indeed this rope." She gazed at Mu Zhe with an expression of incredulity. "No way. Is he insane? Why would he carry a rope with him?" Mu Zhe smiled, saying, "I was worried you might get lost. Hence, I brought a rope." Nan Xi huffed. "I don't believe it. Besides, I'm not stupid. Why would I need to carry a rope?" Yu Kersen nodded in agreement, also skeptical. She looked at the ropes around Nan Xi's waist and Mu Zhe's, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. If she had known, she would have brought a rope to tie Nan Xi to her side. She would definitely do that next time. Gu Yunchuan glared at Mu Zhe, this despicable little man. How dare he resort to such tactics? Next time, he would definitely burn that despicable man's rope. It infuriated him. He crossed his arms, displeased, and huffed at Mu Zhe. The class monitor observed the scene, adjusting his glasses on his nose, unable to discern his expression in the dimly lit room. Mu Zhe, noticing Nan Xi's furious demeanor, spoke softly. "The darkness below is unsettling. I fear we might get lost, so tying the rope is a prudent measure." Nan Xi scoffed. "Humph. I'm not that foolish." Yu Kersen and Gu Yunchuan nodded, anticipating Nan Xi to angrily discard the rope so they could snatch it. "I must say, Mu Zhe is quite considerate. It is indeed dark below. It's somewhat frightening. Having someone accompany me alleviates the fear." Gu Yunchuan scratched his head in confusion. Why was Nan Xi's sentiment shifting so rapidly? Is this what they call the capricious nature of a woman's heart? Yu Kersen's eyes sparkled. If Nan Xi was not averse to it, did that mean she could tie Nan Xi up next time? Hee hee. Just the thought brought her joy. Nan Xi looked at Mu Zhe and cleared her throat. "Well then, if you're scared, you can tie it." Yu Kersen and Gu Yunchuan's eyes lit up. Did that mean they could also tie themselves to Nan Xi? Before they could speak, the class monitor interjected. "I'm scared too." Nan Xi. "Oh, Yu Kersen."
Gu Yunchuan.
Class monitor, with your prominent brows and big eyes, I didn't expect you to be afraid of the dark.
Ha ha ha.
How amusing. She covered the rope around her waist with caution, eyeing the class monitor. "I'm scared too. The rope is not for you. You can forget that idea." Fearing the class monitor might try to take her rope, Nan Xi quickly said to Mu Zhe, "Let us go." We should head down first and not keep them waiting. Muze wore a smile and nodded. I'll go down first. I'll be waiting for you below. There was a staircase below, and as Muze climbed it, Nan Xi followed suit at a leisurely pace. As she ascended the stairs, she suddenly felt a gentle sensation beneath her feet. She jolted. No way. No way. Did I step on something? It's warm and soft. It can't possibly be. Muze's voice interrupted her thoughts. It's me. Don't be afraid. I'm supporting you from below. Nan Xi sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I didn't step on Muze. You scared me. Muze chuckled softly. You can step without worry. There's no need to be concerned about stepping on me. Nan Xi was deeply touched. What a good person. Muze truly is a good person. Good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Good people have 8 treasures in one birth. Muze coughed. Just focus on getting your card. The 8 treasures thing is truly unnecessary. I lack that capability. The others waiting above for Nan Xi to descend overheard her thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. 8 treasures. She really knows how to flatter someone. She doesn't even fear provoking Muze. However, getting a rise out of Muze isn't a bad option either. Nan Xi gradually descended the staircase. And as soon as she reached the ground, she felt goosebumps all over her body. What is going on? Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? It's so frightening. Poor Su Hang, being trapped here for so many years. The learning system observed Nan Xi's melodramatic demeanor and couldn't help but retort. Miss, you can move now. Nan Xi didn't argue with the learning system. It was right. She also felt rather delicate, so she took small steps forward. Muze, seeing her like this, stepped forward and grasped her wrist. Speaking gently. How about I carry you? Nan Xi looked at Muze, touched. Yes, yes. What a good person. Good people enjoy a lifetime of peace.
Good people.
Before she could finish, Muze interrupted. Come on, let me carry you. Nan Xi looked at Muze, although she quickly agreed in her heart. She replied with a smile. No thanks, I can walk on my own. Before she could refuse, Muze placed his hand under her legs and effortlessly lifted her up onto his back. Stunned, Nan Xi thought. What just happened? How did I end up on Muze's back? Suddenly, several beams of light shot toward her. Why is it so bright? Is it dawn already? Voices from Yu Kursen and Gu Yunchuan echoed simultaneously. What are you doing? Nan Xi was startled and instinctively clung to Muze's neck. What is happening? Is there a mouse? Or have we been discovered? What is going on? Su Luoluo timidly said, No, I'm sorry. I dropped my phone. Upon recognizing Su Luoluo, Nan Xi immediately sighed in relief. Oh, it's just Su Luoluo. You scared me. I thought it was a mouse. Su Luoluo sheepishly picked up her phone, and a chorus of surprised voices came through her headphones. You scared me. The screen went black all of a sudden. I thought something had happened. I was about to grab my big knife to rescue you all. I didn't expect it was just a phone drop. But did you see?
Did you see?
An excited female voice rang out.
I saw.
Don't be so loud. The girl exclaimed excitedly. I knew it. Nan Xi and Muze are the perfect match. I ship this couple. They're so compatible. Clearly, the school tyrant is the best match. The school tyrant dominates the world outside, but is utterly obedient in front of Nan Xi. It's such a delightful pairing. Isn't anyone fond of Yuri? Nan Xi and Yu Kursen. If it weren't for Nan Xi, Yu Kursen would have been kept in the dark by her parents her entire life. They're clearly the perfect match. Yes, yes. Girls with girls are the best. It's not. With Muze, the cool school prince, the school tyrant, the school tyrant, the school tyrant. I timidly say the class monitor is pretty good too. Ha ha ha. I ship all of Nan Xi. Whoever she is with, I ship it. Ha ha ha. I'm the one enjoying this. At that moment, someone remarked, It seems we're here to rescue someone, not to ship couples. Don't you think the atmosphere was too heavy earlier? This diversion feels quite nice. Indeed. Indeed. I had been too afraid to speak, fearful of being discovered. But now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The terror has lessened. Someone remarked, Indeed, it feels more relaxed. However, I must dampen your spirits. The learning system forbids Nan Xi from engaging in early romantic relationships. Your beloved pairing cannot be together. Ha ha ha. How outrageous. Someone exclaimed, That may be true now. But once Nan Xi enrolls in university, it won't be considered early romance anymore.
Yes.
We can wait. And who says that not being together means we can't ship them? Exactly. My pairing is real. Someone timidly interjected, you all need to focus on the main point. This is really not the time to ship couples. The group chat descended into chaotic banter, each voice blending into a cacophony. Su Lele removed her headphones, rubbing her ears, feeling slightly dazed by the noise. It's so loud. Even louder than a kindergarten class. She vowed never to broadcast for them again. It was maddening. The clamor gave her a headache. She really wished she could toss her phone away. How had she not noticed how boisterous this group was before? Muze carried Nan Xi towards Su Lele and the others. Nan Xi looked at the people standing there, puzzled. Why are they all here? Su Lele explained, we came down to find the cat, but it's too good at hiding. We don't know where it went. Nan Xi nodded, system, where is my sister locked up? The learning system had yet to respond, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. Even the previously animated onlookers dared not utter a word or move an inch. Su Heng was particularly agitated, his eyes reddening with excitement as he pinched his thigh. The sharp pain reminding him this was no dream. He had finally found a sister. Seeing the sudden quietude among the children, his uncle felt perplexed and touched his head. Had he truly aged? Was he unable to keep up with the youthful thought processes? He sighed, feeling old. So old. It was pitiful that he hadn't even managed to get a girlfriend, and yet felt this old. The learning system's voice broke the silence. It's right ahead. Just walk forward, and you will see. The learning system sensed a gust of wind pass by as it observed the teenagers sprinting ahead, and the words it had nearly uttered got caught in its throat. It hadn't finished speaking yet. Why did they all run off? It glanced at the uncle, who stood there in a daze, a look of melancholy on his face, and felt a wave of sympathy for him. He had to deal with this rowdy bunch. It couldn't help but chuckle. After suppressing its laughter for a mere 2 seconds, it hurried after its host, suddenly feeling another breeze as it watched the uncle dash forward. It was somewhat astonished. Was humanity truly this capable now? Even its own host could be outpaced. Truly a world of hidden talents. For the sake of its own pride, the learning system quickened its pace, zooming past the uncle, only to hear its host's voice, which resembled a pig being slaughtered. Why are you all running? Is there a ghost chasing us? Why the rush to meet our fates? Su Lele looked at Nan Xi. There's no ghost chasing us. We're not heading toward our demise. We're going to save someone. She whispered, there's a mouse behind us. The air fell silent for a few seconds before Nan Xi's shriek shattered the calm.
A mouse.
There's a mouse.
Run, run. Nan Xi clutched Muze's neck tightly,
burying her head in the nape of his neck, her voice trembling. Quick. Run. There's a mouse. Muze felt the warmth at the back of his neck, causing him to shudder slightly, a flush creeping up his cheeks as he spoke in a muffled tone. All right. Embarrassed, he completely overlooked Su Lele filming him. Oh my goodness.
Is miljoenetje blushing.
Is he? He is. He is blushing like a boiled shrimp. I told you, he wouldn't regret it. I want to see this live. Hurry. Su Lele focused the camera on Yukursin and Gu Yunxian, eager to capture their reactions. Yes. Show them. I want to see. Su Lele turned her gaze to the two, who wore ashen expressions, unsure whether to shift the camera. Ultimately, she pointed it at them. The group chat erupted into another round of discussion.
Wow. Did you see that?
Their faces are as dark as Zhao Qianqian's. It's so dark here. If your face isn't dark, it would be ghostly. And who are you calling dark like me? I've actually lightened up a bit. Is this really the time to discuss that? We need to focus on saving Su Heng's sister. Can you all please get your priorities straight and stop gossiping? No one paid Zhao Qianqian any mind.
Did you see
the class monitor's clenched fists?
Did you see?
Zhao Qianqian asked eagerly. Where? Su Lele also stared at the class monitor, and before she could spot his clenched fists, she noticed him smiling at her.
That smile was somewhat terrifying,
prompting Su Lele to hastily retract her phone. Suddenly, the screen went black, and the group chat erupted in confusion. What happened? Why did it go black? Did something happen? Are you foolish? The class monitor noticed.
Did you see that?
That smile from the class monitor was quite frightening. Su Lele nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was very frightening. Nan Xi, hiding behind Muze's neck, suddenly stopped as she felt someone tugging at her head. She looked up to see Gu Yunxian pinching her face, momentarily stunned. Gu Yunxian's voice, laced with irritation, rang out, Classmate Mu, thank you for carrying my fiancée. You can put her down now. I can carry her in a bit. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Huh? What fiancé? I've said it's not true. If you dare speak nonsense again, I will surely smash your head. Muze, hearing this, spoke with delight. Xiaoxi has already admitted it. I have the strength. Gu Yunxian's face darkened with anger. Regardless of whether she admits it or not, Nan Xi is still my fiancé. The two refused to back down, and in the end, Nan Xi delivered a punch to each of their heads. Enough. We're all grown-ups. Why are you so childish? Is this really the time to argue? As she stepped down from Muze's back, regret washed over her.
Look.
Why did I come down? It's so scary in here. Internally terrified, she maintained a calm facade. The others couldn't help but chuckle at Nan Xi's predicament. Nan Xi looked at the approaching system, her eyes bright with curiosity. Where is Su Heng's sister? Upon hearing this, they immediately fell silent, no longer at odds with one another. The learning system hovered before a door. It's right inside. Chapter 51. Since the cutting has been done, let them proceed. They have the means to compensate. Just as the uncle arrived, he noticed the group of children had run off again, feeling somewhat helpless. How did these kids have so much energy, jumping around? But it's not all bad. At least they're healthy. No worries about catching a cold from a mere breeze. He comforted himself and hurried off to find the children. Approaching, he saw them standing before a door, fixated on the lock while murmuring amongst themselves. Should we just smash the lock? Sure. I agree. Su Heng was the most anxious, wishing he could break down the door immediately.
All right.
Let us smash it now. The uncle, overhearing this, was left dumbfounded. They were already quite rude for trespassing into someone's basement. Now they wanted to break down someone's door? That was unacceptable. He quickly intervened. No. We're just here to find a cat. We can't break someone's door. Ignored, Nan Xi pondered. What should we use to smash it? The group searched around but found no suitable tools. Let us keep looking. If we can't find anything, we'll just go up and find something. The uncle watched the group completely disregard his words, feeling a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples.
Indeed.
Taking care of children was not a task for the faint-hearted. The group of unruly children exhibited a blatant disregard for authority, should they continue their defiance. The only recourse would be to resort to forceful measures. He squinted his eyes and gently advised, shouldn't we consider returning? If the other classmates awaken and cannot find us, they will undoubtedly become anxious. Nan Xi interjected, but we must find the cat. It is so adorable, and leaving it here in such a frightening place would be utterly cruel. Yuka Xi nodded in agreement. Uncle, we are searching for the cat. Please do not worry. We are aware of what we are doing. Uncle widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you not listening to what you were saying? Do you really think that we need to break down the door to find a cat?
Besides,
a cat is far more adaptable to this environment than you rowdy children. He helplessly continued. A kitten would not enter through that door. Nan Xi retorted, Uncle, you cannot say that. What if it went in through a small hole? Just imagine it, a little kitten all alone in there, surrounded by darkness and mice. Without any food. That would be truly pitiable. Uncle responded incredulously. Are you even listening to yourself? Is there a hole through which it can enter? And would a cat truly fear mice? They are, after all, a cat's meal. Before he could utter another word, Su Heng burst out. She must be feeling miserable in there. Her family is surely waiting for her to return. I am going to kick down the door right now. Unable to contain herself, Su Heng launched a kick at the door. Uncle stared in astonishment, wondering what had come over this child. Was she truly so compassionate? Even Nan Xi was taken aback. What is happening to her? Why is she so agitated? Could it be? Nan Xi's inner thoughts echoed in the air, causing a cold sweat to break out among those who could hear her, fearing she would suspect them. Not only them, but even the classmates monitoring them from afar were rendered speechless, their breaths becoming shallow at the sound of Nan Xi's thoughts. Could it be that the cat inside belongs to her? A collective sigh of relief washed over those present. It was indeed the Nan Xi they knew. How oblivious she was. They found themselves in a quandary, unsure whether to rejoice or lament. Elated that she remained unaware, yet disheartened by the prospect of being deceived in the future. It seemed they would need to keep a closer eye on her, lest they end up losing their very pants. Meanwhile, the classmates on the other end of the phone began to chatter once more upon hearing Nan Xi's musings. Nan Xi's thought process was indeed peculiar. How could she even entertain such an idea? Regardless, it was fortunate that she remained oblivious.
By the way, Su Liao, do you want us to send you something?
Perhaps an axe? Just as Su Liao was about to type her agreement, the familiar voice of the learning system interrupted. How can I express my thoughts to you? Use your brain and realize that it is impossible. How could that cat possibly belong to Su Heng? Nan Xi, feeling slighted, retorted, but what if it does belong to her?
Impossible.
Because that is my cat. Nan Xi paused, taken aback by the declaration. The others present felt a chill run down their spines, fearing that she might piece together the truth. To their relief, Nan Xi did not pursue that line of thought.
Oh.
So it's yours, she exclaimed. Those who could hear her thoughts exhaled in relief, while Uncle remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Observing the now calmer children, he too felt a sense of relief. However, before he could fully relax, he witnessed Su Heng deliver another kick to the door. His head began to throb. He resolved never to take children out again. They were simply too rowdy. The next moment unfolded in a manner that left him utterly astounded. Nan Xi brandished a large axe, shouting, "Step aside. Let me handle this." The onlookers gaped in disbelief, questioning the origin of her axe. Uncle, still bewildered, attempted to intervene, only to see Nan Xi swing the axe down onto the door. As she assessed her strike, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. I struck the wrong spot. No matter, as long as it breaks down." She continued her assault. After a few swings, fatigue began to set in. Though it looks impressive, it is truly exhausting. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan stepped forward, each eager to assist. "Allow me. Let me do it." They exchanged glances of mutual disdain before gazing at Nan Xi with starry-eyed hope, wishing to be chosen. Uncle, determined to intervene, was blocked by Yuka Xian and the class monitor. "Calm down, Uncle. We are here to rescue the cat. What if it is terrified inside?" The class monitor coolly remarked, "Well, the damage is done. Let them continue. They are wealthy and can compensate." Uncle's eyes widened in disbelief. This is not merely about money. This is breaking and entering. He attempted to halt their actions, but found himself ensnared by his niece's desperate grip. "Uncle, how can you not save the cat? The family will only lose a door. But the cat's life is at stake. Moreover, we will pay for any damages. We are here to save a life." Uncle felt overwhelmed. He longed to return home, realizing that managing children was far more challenging than any mission. These unruly children were driving him to distraction. Meanwhile, Su Liao retreated a few steps, listening to the chatter in her earpiece.
Wow.
An axe. By the way, who gave Nan Xi that axe? It must have been the system. Otherwise, how could they have searched for so long without finding it, only for Nan Xi to discover it in the end? It has to be the system. Others nodded in agreement. Zhao Qian shouted, "I want to go too. It must be even more exciting there. If I take a bodyguard with me, will I get to see the ending? I want to go too." Just then, someone doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "Don't even think about it. The class monitor hasn't given the word yet. If you go now, be wary. They might not include you next time." Upon hearing they might be excluded, they quickly fell silent, opting not to go. They could still watch from afar. While lacking in participation, it was still quite enjoyable to observe. At that moment, a voice called out, "Su Liao. Pass the camera to Nan Xi. I want to see who gets to wield her axe." Upon hearing this, Su Liao directed the camera towards Nan Xi. Nan Xi glanced at the two boys before finally handing the axe to Su Heng. "You take it." Su Heng was taken aback. "Me?" Nan Xi nodded. "After all, the one trapped inside is your sister. It makes more sense for you to break down the door than to hand the axe to those two fools." The two fools exchanged glances before quickly turning their heads away. Inspired by Nan Xi's words and the thought of her sister inside, Su Heng gripped the axe and began to chop at the door with fervor. Chapter 52. Did the dramas not say that a mere glance could reunite long-lost relatives? Uncle stared at Su Heng, vigorously hacking at the door, his head pounding incessantly. These children were far too rowdy. They had even taken to wielding an axe and demolishing someone else's door. This was unacceptable. He felt as though he might explode from frustration. Truly, he would be forever grateful to them for convincing him never to marry or have children. These unruly children were terrifying. He believed himself better suited to solitude. As he attempted to intervene, he found his legs rooted in place, and upon looking down, saw his niece clinging desperately to his leg. His head throbbed even more. Being an uncle was no easy task. He had spawned a wild child who had befriended a whole gang of similarly wild classmates. No matter. He could no longer manage the situation. As he closed his eyes, resolved not to watch, he suddenly felt the weight at his leg lift, startling him into opening his eyes. He beheld the door swinging open and the unruly children rushing inside. Alarmed, He hastily followed them in, wondering how they could be so reckless. What if they encountered danger? Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene that left him momentarily speechless. Inside was a young girl, chained and imprisoned. His mind reeled at the sight as he approached, noticing the children surrounding her. One boy was sobbing, calling out for his sister. As Nan Xi observed her uncle approaching, she pointed to the small black cat beside the girl and exclaimed, "Uncle, I told you the cat had come in." Her uncle remained silent, and Nan Xi sensed an unusual atmosphere. Clearing her throat, she said, "Uncle, we must report this. We have discovered that this family is trafficking young girls. They are also holding them illegally." Her uncle replied, "I understand." With that, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Seeing this, Nan Xi turned her attention back to the girl and noticed that the previously slumbering maiden's eyes had fluttered slightly. She leaned in closer. It seems she is about to awaken. Everyone's gaze shifted to the girl cradled in Su-hong's arms. As she slowly regained consciousness and beheld the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, she shrieked in terror. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Su-hong's heart ached at her distress, and he gently reassured her, "Xiao Xiao, I am your brother." Xiao Xiao seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to clutch her head and scream. Nan Xi, astonished, glanced at Suang. Is it truly so powerful? After all these years apart, he can still recognize her. Is this what they call the profound bond of siblinghood? No matter how many years pass, the moment I see you again, I will recognize you. The others, relieved by Nan Xi's unwavering belief, worried that her lack of suspicion might lead her into danger. Completely engrossed by the interaction between Suang and Xiao Xiao, Nan Xi failed to notice their concerns. As Xiao Xiao continued to wail in fear, Suang tenderly soothed her. "Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid. I am your brother." Nan Xi held her breath, fixated on the two, wondering, will her loud cries attract unwanted attention? The others, initially touched by the emotional reunion, suddenly shared her anxiety upon hearing her thoughts. Fortunately, Suang retained his composure amidst the chaos. He gently urged, "Xiao Xiao, please stop shouting. We might be discovered." Hearing this only heightened Xiao Xiao's fear. Her eyes widened in terror as her cries grew louder. The situation became increasingly uncontrollable, prompting Nan Xi to cover Xiao Xiao's mouth, declaring amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers, "Do not scream. We are here to rescue you." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, fixated on Nan Xi. Nan Xi continued, "We have already called the police. They will be here soon. Do not be afraid. We will not harm you." She gestured towards Suang. "This is your brother. Do you remember him?" Xiao Xiao stared blankly at Suang, her expression inscrutable. Noticing that Xiao Xiao had ceased her commotion, Nan Xi lowered her voice. "If you stop shouting, I will remove my hand from your mouth. Do you understand? Nod if you do." Xiao Xiao appeared dazed, her gaze fixed on Suang. The others exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Beside them, Su Luoluo, who had been moved to tears at the sight of finding Xiao Xiao, was startled into silence as Nan Xi abruptly covered Xiao Xiao's mouth. Even the classmates of Class 13, who were witnessing the poignant reunion through Su Luoluo's phone, fell into a momentary stupor. After several seconds, someone finally spoke up, "So touching. If it weren't for Nan Xi's sudden interruption, I might have cried. I feel the same. The sisters' plight is so tragic." Another chimed in, tears welling in their eyes. "Nan Xi's interruption has left me uncertain about whether to shed tears or not. I feel the same." Thank goodness Nan Xi intervened. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao's cries might have truly drawn attention. Indeed, it would be a shame if Xiao Xiao's voice did not pursue a singing career. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look." The sister nodded. She can understand Nan Xi. "Quiet. Quiet. It's too noisy." In the next moment, they exclaimed, "What do you mean?" She nodded. "Let me see. Let me see." Nan Xi observed the little girl nodding and gradually released her grip, maintaining a few centimeters of distance to allow her to call out. She swiftly muted her voice. Seeing that Xiao Xiao had calmed down, Nan Xi felt relief wash over her. She noticed that Xiao Xiao was intently staring at Su-hong's face, as if struck by a realization. She pulled out her phone, illuminating Su-hong's face with the flashlight. "Do you recognize this face? Does it resemble your brother? Do you remember?" Nan Xi gazed intently at Xiao Xiao, hoping to discern some recognition. When Xiao Xiao exhibited no reaction, Nan Xi could not help but exclaim, "Didn't the dramas say that a single glance could reunite long-lost kin? Why is it not working?" Although it seems not entirely ineffective, Suang recognized his sister at first sight. Both she and Xiao Xiao focused on Suang, while everyone else, including the classmates watching through Su Xiaoxiao's phone, directed their attention to him, making Suang feel overwhelmed. Why were they all staring at him? Suddenly, a faint voice broke through. Brother. Suang, taken aback, looked at Xiao Xiao in disbelief, tears brimming in his eyes. You, what did you just call me? Brother. How can you be so young and deaf? Suang responded. Thank you. You have brought me back to my senses. The others chimed in. Thank you. But could you please be quiet? This is a crucial moment. Xiao Xiao called out again. Brother, brother. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Suang embraced Xiao Xiao, weeping. The others were deeply moved, especially Zhao Qianqian, who burst into tears. The sister's plight is so tragic. What a heartwarming sibling bond. Woe is me. I have no sister. Only a foolish cousin. As thoughts of her foolish cousin flooded her mind, Zhao Qianqian cried even louder. Why do others have sweet, soft sisters while I am stuck with a cousin who wants to take private photos of me? The others, hesitant to console Zhao Qianqian, were at a loss for words. Understanding her plight. Though this is touching, shouldn't we leave? It's quite frightening here. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Even Zhao Qianqian fell silent. As Suang prepared to carry Xiao Xiao away, Nan Xi's internal voice echoed once more. Wait, didn't the system mention there was a secret below? What could that secret be? Surely it isn't just about the sister? But that doesn't seem like a secret at all? The others froze, curious about the secret, eager to hear more. The learning system's voice chimed in. Follow me. I will lead you there. Nan Xi, glancing at the dark environment filled with a lang of sense, admitted her fear and hesitated. She suggested, why not just tell me directly? The learning system, noticing her trepidation, tempted her. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of this village? Such as where the other abducted individuals are being held? With that, Nan Xi felt a surge of courage. Dismissing her fear, she urged, quickly, let us go. The others stood in shock for a few seconds, relieved to see the spirited Nan Xi they knew. The classmates of Class 13, observing through their phones, erupted in excitement. I want to go too. I want to go too. Why wasn't I chosen? I want to rescue the abducted girl. Ah, this looks so thrilling. Why am I not there? Who stole my chance to be present? Give it back. Su Luoluo found the noise unbearable, resolving never to livestream for them again. It was simply too loud. As her uncle finished the call and entered, he was alarmed to see the children rushing into an unknown room. His heart raced with fear. What were they thinking? How could they wander about so recklessly? Did they not fear encountering danger? Encountering this group of mischievous children was indeed a stroke of misfortune for him. Resigned to his fate, he stepped forward, and upon entering, he beheld a series of long corridors. His eyes dimmed slightly as he followed along, observing the phone in Nan Xi's hand. Nan Xi, aware of her uncle's gaze, offered a somewhat awkward smile. Uncle, have you reported it already? Without uttering a word, he merely fixated on her phone. Nan Xi chuckled. I just found this phone. It was stolen by that little black cat. How infuriating. The others present paused for a few seconds before resuming their stride. The learning system was at a loss. Its cat would never engage in such petty theft. Noticing her uncle's silence, Nan Xi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Why isn't he speaking? Could it be that he knows I'm lying? Even if he does, I won't admit it. It was definitely stolen by that cat. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed. Whatever you say is true. We can bear witness. Only then did her uncle speak. This place is too dangerous. We should proceed ahead. I will bring others back down shortly. Nan Xi, seemingly oblivious, continued onward. Look, it seems we're almost there. Indeed. They replied eagerly. The uncle, observing the chattering children, felt a headache coming on. It appeared that only forceful measures would suffice. He watched as they dashed ahead, clenching his fists, reminding himself to remain calm. He wouldn't let their disobedience anger him. After all, a good thrashing would suffice to set them straight. With a fierce determination, he sprinted forward, intending to impart a lesson to these oblivious children. His first target was Yukursen, who sensed a chilling gaze upon her. Turning around, she met the predatory eyes of her uncle, sending a shiver down her spine. This was it. Her uncle was furious. He would surely beat her to a pulp. Should she stop and apologize? Yet, her actions outpaced her thoughts. She grasped Nan Xi's hand and bolted forward. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchen, who were shielding Nan Xi, could only watch as she was whisked away from their sight. Gu Yunchen quickly followed, while Mu Zhe glanced at the rope on the ground, his hand brushing against the one at his waist as his expression darkened. He picked up one end of the rope and hurried after them.
Su Hang.
Carrying Xiao Xiao and holding a phone, stood frozen in place.
What were they causing a ruckus about now?
Before Su Liao could process it, her earphones exploded with sound.
Su Liao.
Hurry and chase. I want to see why they're running.
Right.
Quick, let's go.
Ah.
Why am I not there? Upon hearing this, Su Liao disregarded Su Hang and dashed after them. Su Hang glanced back at the class monitor, puzzled. Monitor, should we follow? The monitor pulled out her phone, tapped it, then set it down, removing her glasses to declare, chase. With the monitor's command, Su Hang, carrying his sister, sped ahead. The monitor followed closely behind Su Hang, while the uncle observed the fleeing children with rising fury. So sprightly, are we? Just wait until we return. I will ensure these little rascals understand why flowers bloom. He rushed forward, delivering a slap to both the monitor and Su Hang, then intercepted Su Liao, who was trembling with her phone in hand. No playing with phones. Go to the back. Once I catch those little rascals, I'll deal with you. Su Liao, clutching her phone, cowered behind Su Hang. So frightening. That was terrifying. The students of class 13 shared her sentiments. So scary. When Uncle came over, I thought I was caught. Oh, what a pity. Uncle won't let us through.
We can't see. Who says we can't?
We can sneak over. Just then, Zhao Qianqian shouted, I knew I should go. I'm so dark, Uncle definitely won't see me. Shut up. Don't interrupt. They scolded Zhao Qianqian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Qianqian wisely fell silent. With her quietness, the atmosphere lightened a bit. As Su Liao observed Uncle distancing himself, she took the opportunity to move forward. Su Hang, noticing her departure, followed closely behind. The monitor glanced at her phone and leisurely trailed after them. While they stealthily pursued, the uncle was on a rampage, delivering slaps to Gu Yunshin and Mu Zhe, commanding, Stay put. Wait here. With that, he dashed off to catch up with his niece and Nan Xi. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunshan exchanged glances, seemingly unfazed, and continued their pursuit. There was no way they would wait here. Yukerson, pulling Nan Xi along, soon felt a chilling presence behind her, causing her to shiver. I have a bad feeling about this. Before Nan Xi could respond, her uncle's ominous voice echoed, Dear niece, your premonition is accurate. You are about to lose a leg today. Both Yukerson and Nan Xi felt as if struck by lightning, trembling in fear as they turned to see their uncle sprinting toward them. His face twisted in a menacing snarl. Nan Xi, momentarily paralyzed by fear, was yanked forward by Yukerson. Ah, Uncle looks so terrifying. And why is Yukerson so adept at this? Clearly, she has faced this before. Though somewhat embarrassed, Yukerson ran even faster. She had no desire to be beaten in front of Nan Xi. That would be far too humiliating. The others trailing behind, having caught wind of Nan Xi's thoughts, quickened their pace. Especially Gu Yunshan and Mu Zhe, eager to witness Yukerson's comeuppance. He always clung to Nan Xi, calling her baby. This infuriated them. But outpacing them all was Su Liao. Her excitement reminiscent of a paparazzo. Chapter 54. Holy smokes. So many people in this basement. I should have gone down too. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunshan stared in astonishment at the whirlwind that was Su Liao, before hastily following suit, leaving behind a bewildered Su Hang, who widened his eyes in disbelief. How had he not noticed Su Liao's remarkable stamina? She was running so swiftly. Hadn't she once struggled to complete an 800-meter run? How was she now so sprightly? The monitor, noticing Su Hang's dazed expression, patted his shoulder. Let us go. Su Hang snapped back to reality and immediately pursued, with Xiao Xiao on his back, confused as to why her brother was sprinting so fast. Yet she said nothing, merely tightening her grip around his neck. Yukerson, still pulling Nan Xi along, found herself caught by the collar of fate, a chilling voice resonating behind her. Still running? Startled, she turned to her uncle, her face a picture of innocence.
Unsle.
Now you fear? Her uncle's voice stripped with sarcasm. Yukerson quickly admitted, I was wrong. Uncle, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Yukerson racked her brain for an answer. I shouldn't have disobeyed and run around recklessly.
And? Huh?
Yukerson appeared confused. Is there more? A sharp slap landed on her head as her uncle reprimanded. You think it's acceptable to drag a young lady along? Did she express a desire to accompany you? Yukerson clutched her head, bewildered at her uncle's sudden outburst. Surely, he wasn't losing his mind. Why was he speaking so absurdly? Nan Xi pointed at herself, questioning if he was referencing her. Should she explain? Yet, her uncle dismissed her without a moment's pause. Fear not. Uncle knows you were coerced. Just as Nan Xi opened her mouth to speak, Yukerson interjected, Yes, I forced her. Nan Xi weakly attempted to clarify, actually. Before she could finish, her uncle interrupted. I knew it was you, little girl, who coerced her.
Nan Xi,
Yukerson cut in. Indeed, it was I who forced her. Nan Xi, I. Uncle interrupted. I knew it. Nan Xi, Yukerson. UV already struck, how can you not be angry? No way. You rascals are too rowdy. You must go up this instant. Yukerson stood her ground, insisting. No way. Uncle shouted in anger. This matter is not for you to decide. I certainly won't listen. Meanwhile, Nan Xi, unable to interject, decisively sealed her lips. Fine.
Fine.
Whatever you say goes. She crossed her arms, waiting for the two to finish their quarrel, her eyes wandering in boredom until they landed on Su Liuliao, who was covertly recording them with her phone. Her eyes widened in shock. What is Su Liuliao doing? Why is she hiding in the corner with a phone like a paparazzo? When did she arrive? Didn't he notice at all? Su Liuliao chuckled softly, lowering her phone. She had actually been there for quite some time, witnessing the entire argument between Yukerson and Uncle. But she dared not speak. Her headphones had already exploded with sound. Why did it go dark again? I haven't seen enough yet. Still watching. Didn't you notice that Nan Xi saw you? Su Liuliao is holding up her phone without fear of exposure. Enough. Enough. As long as I can't hear the commotion, that's all that matters. I envy the few people who are present. Why can't it be me? Me too. Me too. Just then, the newly arrived Mu Zhe and Gu Yinchen caught wind of Nan Xi's thoughts and glanced at Su Liuliao. They were baffled by how Su Liuliao had managed to outpace them in such a short time. They stepped in front of Nan Xi, encircling her protectively. Nan Xi gazed at the two towering figures and couldn't help but exclaim, What on earth? What did you eat to grow so tall? Smiles broke out on their faces. Uncle, who had been arguing with Yukerson, suddenly changed expression upon seeing the two. Didn't I tell you to wait? Why are you here? Gu Yunchen looked up at the sky. Remaining silent, Mu Zhe skillfully took the rope that Nan Xi had just removed and tied it around her waist. You run too fast. It's better to keep it tied. It's so dark here. What if you get lost? Nan Xi watched Mu Ze's adept movements, her eyes widening. Hey, why are you tying it again? Mu Ze explained softly. It's too dark here. I'm afraid you might get lost. Nan Xi maintained a neutral expression, thinking to herself, since you're so worried, I'll let you tie it. Her heart, however, was already blooming with joy. Thank you, Mu Ze. You're so considerate. If I got lost here, I would cry my eyes out. With a smile, Mu Ze replied, Yes. I'm scared. Gu Yunchen, observing Mu Ze's antics, muttered a curse under his breath, calling him a despicable person. He had tripped over the rope too many times. He couldn't tolerate it anymore. Next time, he would definitely bring his own rope. Yukerson glanced at the scene and turned to Uncle, asking, Uncle, do you have handcuffs? You have rope. I have handcuffs too. Uncle widened his eyes upon hearing his niece's words. What was wrong with her? Hadn't it just been a few words? Why was she asking for handcuffs? He shook his head. No. Yukerson displayed a look of disappointment, which only appeared more terrifying to Uncle. What was happening with his niece? Why did she seem increasingly strange? No. He needed to go back and inform his older brother. He must not let his niece turn weird too. Just as he turned, he spotted Su Liuliao hiding in the corner, then noticed two figures approaching, leaving him feeling dizzy. This group of rascals. Why wouldn't they listen? Just as Uncle was about to lose his temper, the class monitor spoke up. Uncle, since we're here, let us go take a look. Since we're here. Is that how you use this? We don't even know what kind of place this is. It could be dangerous. He firmly refused. No way. Seeing Uncle's refusal, Nan Xi suggested, what if we call the bodyguards and then go in to take a look? Uncle, feeling overwhelmed, was about to respond when the class monitor chimed in. What a coincidence. I just called the bodyguards. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 tall men strode over. Nan Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. So many. So handsome. Such great physiques. Mu Ze and Gu Yunchen quickly shielded Nan Xi from view. Feeling a bit displeased, Nan Xi protested. Why are you blocking me? I haven't seen enough. But with these 10 bodyguards, plus the ones secretly protecting me, that makes 20 total. That should be enough. The few present who could hear Nan Xi's thoughts were momentarily stunned. They hadn't realized she had brought bodyguards. On the other end of the phone, someone exclaimed, "Wow, how can so many people fit in this basement? If I had known, I would have gone down too." Others echoed similar sentiments, lamenting they hadn't joined in, feeling regret that made their hearts ache. Chapter 55. How can he bite him? Doesn't that reward him? As they remained at an impasse, one person made the first move. Gu Yunshin swiftly severed the rope in front of Nan Xi and scooped her up, charging forward. The others, still in shock, watched Gu Yunshin sprinting like a monkey. With Mu Ze and Yu Kexin being the first to react, their faces filled with anger as they rushed after him, followed closely by an excited Su Liuliao, phone in hand. The others stood dumbfounded, and Uncle, watching the group of rascals run off, felt his head about to explode. "Once we're up there, I will make this group of rascals pay." He angrily chased after them, while the class monitor, somewhat helpless, also followed with the bodyguards. Only Su Heng remained, carrying his sister, standing alone amidst the ominous, dark atmosphere. He felt as though someone might appear from behind at any moment, so he resolutely followed suit. His sister sat quietly on Su Heng's back, staring ahead with a puzzled expression. Why were these older brothers and sisters running around? She didn't quite understand. She worried that if they came to rescue her, would they also be captured by those people? What a troublesome situation. Nan Xi found herself tucked under Gu Yunshin's arm as they raced forward. Bewildered, she exclaimed, "Ah, Gu Yunshin, what has gotten into you? Why are you suddenly carrying me?
Put me down.
If you don't let me down soon, I swear I'll bite you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunshin's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Was she really going to bite him? That wasn't entirely out of the question. The others trailing behind caught wind of Nan Xi's thoughts, and Mu Ze's eyes darkened as he tightened his grip on the rope, his face etched with displeasure. Yu Kexin ran faster, screaming, "Ah, I knew Gu Yunshin was a pervert. Tying up Nan Xi is just an excuse to get close to her. I absolutely won't let that fool succeed. How can he bite him? Isn't that rewarding him? I cannot accept that. Absolutely not. If anyone is to bite, it should be her." Su Liuliao, clutching her phone, wore an expression of excitement. Not only was she thrilled, but even those from class 13 who hadn't come were cheering loudly.
Quick, quick.
Su Liuliao, catch up. I want to see if Nan Xi will bite Gu Yunshin. I can't wait to see Gu Yunshin get bitten. My CP is finally sweetening up. Bite Gu Yunshin. How thrilling. Is the next step going to be something more intimate in front of me? What does that even mean? Little kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. However, before this person could finish, a shriek interrupted. I disagree.
Mu Ze.
You must get Nan Xi back.
Go.
Yu Kexin absolutely cannot let Nan Xi go to Gu Yunshin. Class monitor. Where's the class monitor? Nan Xi. Take them all down. The group discussion spiraled into a bizarre channel, with one person timidly interjecting, "It appears that we are not here to indulge in shipping, are we? And as for the learning system?" Silence. Su Liao listened to the discussions of her classmates from class 13, a smile reminiscent of an ant's gracing her face. Just as Nan Xi was about to bite Gu Yunchuan's arm, she noticed that his arm was as red as if it were about to bleed. She was momentarily stunned. Could it be? Could it be? Gu Yunchuan, having slowed his pace slightly, lowered his head to look at Nan Xi. Wasn't she going to bite him? Why had she stopped? The few students following behind heard Nan Xi's nonsensical thoughts and wondered if she had been bullied by Gu Yunchuan. They hastened their steps. Su Liao's eyes sparkled. She quickened her pace to witness the unfolding scene. Then she heard Nan Xi's inner voice once more. Why is his arm so red? Am I that heavy? I actually made Gu Yunchuan's arm turn red? How heartbreaking. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan's face flushed even more. He had just wanted to lift Nan Xi into his arms when he realized she had been snatched away. He looked down at his empty hands and turned to see Mu Ze, with a furious expression, clutching Nan Xi, followed closely by a similarly enraged Yu Kexin. Meanwhile, Su Liao, holding her phone and grinning mischievously, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why was Su Liao here? A glance at her phone made him realize she was live-streaming the situation to others. He rubbed his temples in annoyance. Mu Ze and Yu Kexin were already bothersome enough, and now there was an onlooker accompanied by a throng of spectators. This sensation was rather unpleasant. He glanced at Su Liao, who, as if anticipating his actions, swiftly concealed her phone behind her back, as if to say, no way, not a chance. Gu Yunchuan, deciding to disregard it, focused on a more pressing matter. He approached Mu Zhe and glanced at the bewildered Nan Xi in his arms. The anger on his face softened slightly, unable to resist a smile. Bewildered, Nan Xi was rather adorable. He raised his gaze to Mu Zhe, eyes ablaze with ire, demanding, "Return Nan Xi to me." Mu Zhe, equally defiant, retorted, "Why should I? Nan Xi isn't your possession. What gives you the right to say such things?" It was then that Nan Xi regained her senses, looking between Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan. She couldn't help but acknowledge that both were quite handsome, otherwise they wouldn't have garnered so much admiration. However, the current atmosphere was rather peculiar, leaving her devoid of the desire to appreciate their charm. Although it's delightful to be surrounded by two handsome fellows, what are they implying? What does return mean? I am not their private possession, and I find such words rather unappealing. I feel like punching someone. The expressions of both men shifted, with Mu Zhe casting a reproachful glance at Gu Yunchuan, as if to say, "This is all your fault for speaking carelessly." Gu Yunchuan felt a twinge of remorse, hastily adding, "I was worried you might drop Nan Xi, you weakling." Mu Zhe scoffed, "No need to concern yourself. Nan Xi is quite light." Nan Xi nodded in agreement. "I love hearing that. I am not heavy at all." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan's face turned crimson. He truly didn't find Nan Xi heavy, but at that moment, Yu Ku Xian interjected, "You all need to step back. Have you considered Nan Xi's feelings?" She pointed at Mu Zhe, insisting, "You should put Nan Xi down immediately." Unfazed, Mu Zhe tightened his grip on her. Meanwhile, Su Liao, observing the scene unfold, felt a flush of excitement, clutching her phone tightly. She internally screamed, "Fight! Fight!" The students of Class 13 that day shared a sentiment similar to Su Liao's. They, too, were eager to witness a clash among the three. Just then, Nan Xi's inner voice chimed in. "What is going on with these three? Are they about to fight? Can I leave first? I do not wish to be caught in their brawl." The three, momentarily frozen in a standoff, exchanged glances, filled with exasperation. Su Liao's eyes widened. Nan Xi's thought process was indeed peculiar. After a brief silence in her headphones, she erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I knew Nan Xi was oblivious. But I never imagined she would be this oblivious. Ha ha ha." I can't help but feel a bit sorry for Mu Zhe, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Ku Xian. They all resembled peacocks in full display, while Nan Xi exhibited no reaction whatsoever. It was utterly hilarious. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds, and Nan Xi sensed the peculiarity of the moment. "Oh, this is so awkward. Should I say something? But what should I say?" All eyes turned to Nan Xi, awaiting her response. "I think I heard something." Chapter 56 is it seeking revenge on Nan Xi for her lack of interest in studying? Just as the words left her lips, the air fell into an immediate hush, devoid of sound. Nan Xi found it odd. She scanned her surroundings, realizing that everyone present had fallen silent. What's wrong? Why is no one speaking? It's so quiet. It feels eerily like a scene from a horror movie. Could there really be a ghost? The thought sent chills down her spine, and she instinctively huddled closer to Mu Zhe. Feeling the warmth of the girl in his embrace, Mu Zhe couldn't help but blush. Gu Yunchuan and Yu Ku Xian, watching from the side, wished they could stuff Mu Zhe into a sack and give him a good beating, then take Nan Xi into their arms for some proper comfort. The mere thought of having Nan Xi in their embrace turned both of their faces a deep shade of crimson. Meanwhile, Su Liao, holding her phone and broadcasting the live event to the absent students of Class 13, couldn't help but smile at the sight of the three flushed faces. She adored this job. It allowed her to relish the drama up close while simultaneously shipping couples. Hee. How delightful. The students of Class 13 were in an uproar. Some shared Su Liao sentiments, while others speculated about the mysterious sound Nan Xi had just mentioned. Did you all see that? Did you see? What do you think that sound was? Yes. Nan Xi was in Mu Zhe's arms, while Gu Yunchuan and Yu Ku Xian looked furious, ready to unleash their wrath. Could it be that what Nan Xi spoke of was indeed a ghost? After all, this place was genuinely terrifying. I bet both of them are ready to take down Mu Zhe. Surely not. I suspect it's a secret the system is holding back. I believe so too. Who do you think would win if the three of them fought? This system's slow revelations are truly infuriating. Can it just spill everything at once? Who knows? But I am quite eager to see them clash. This system is vexing. It's not even allowing Nan Xi to solve problems now, but when it does speak, it only spills out half a sentence. Was it truly never attacked by previous hosts when it was a gossip system? I want to see. By the way, where is the class monitor? I wish to see the class monitor join this chaotic scene. I suspect it has been bullied and scorned, which is why it switched to being a learning system. Why is the class monitor absent during such a thrilling moment? What a disappointment. Thankfully, I'm not shipping the class monitor with Nan Xi. Yet its transition is virtually non-existent. It still demands Nan Xi to study, just like its previous role. I suspect it's utterly exasperated. I ship all things Nan Xi. The students of class 13 chattered incessantly, but surprisingly harmoniously. Meanwhile, poor Su Liao felt as though she was being spun in circles by their conversation. She desperately wanted to shout, "Could you all focus on one topic?" Discussing two topics simultaneously is really confusing.
Dizzy. So dizzy.
Nan Xi observed the three men's faces, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. What is going on with these three? Their faces are as red as a monkey's bottom. Are they upset? Could it be that I have upset them? Nan Xi widened her eyes in terror. I must distance myself from these three. I cannot afford to be on the receiving end of their wrath. I would never win against them. Terrified, she promptly stepped away from Mu Ze's embrace, retreating to a place further from the trio, leaving them standing like statues, frozen with peculiar expressions on their faces. Beside them, Su Lele seized her phone and directed it towards the trio, nearly bursting with laughter herself, yet still recalling the classmates who were absent. The students of class 13 had collectively agreed upon a topic of discussion this time, all mocking Nan Xi and the three stone figures.
Ha ha ha.
How could Nan Xi be so daft? It's utterly adorable, she exclaimed. I can almost fathom what those three must be thinking right now. Surely, it's quite the spectacle. Suddenly, I feel that the absence of the class monitor is a stroke of luck. Otherwise, the monitor would also become a stone statue.
Ha ha ha.
I can't take it anymore. Nan Xi sensed an odd atmosphere surrounding her. She took 2 cautious steps backward, and with a third step, she hesitated, fear creeping into her heart. Despite her trepidation, she couldn't shake off the eerie sounds she had just heard. Straining her ears, she could only catch faint whispers, completely indecipherable. What on earth is that? I can't make sense of it. Should I venture in to see? But it's so frightening inside. I dare not go. The learning system, observing its timid host, interjected. Why not take a look? You have bodyguards, so what do you fear? Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's eyes lit up. You make a valid point.
Let us go see.
She entirely forgot about the others present, her curiosity propelling her forward at a leisurely pace. Seeing this, Mu Ze and the others approached her. What are you planning to do? Do you want me to accompany you? Gu Yunchuan added, I'll go with you. Yu Kursen nodded in agreement, wrapping her arm around Nan Xi's. Xiao Shi, have you discovered something? Let us go together. Nan Xi glanced at the trio, her fear dissipating instantly as she fervently nodded. Let us go together. Hee. Splendid. With them by my side, I feel less afraid. They're such good people.
Truly, they are.
Good people lead a peaceful life. Before she could finish her thought, she was pulled forward by the trio. It sufficed to say they were good people, and the rest was unnecessary. Su Lele, without needing a reminder, had already fallen in line behind them. The students of Class 13 watched the scene unfold through their phones, engaging in lively discussions. What do you think they LL find inside? Were Mu Ze and the others afraid that Nan Xi would mention something about good people giving birth to octuplets, causing them to interrupt her? I don't know, but with this learning system as dramatic flair, I genuinely suspect it's seeking revenge on Nan Xi for her lack of diligence in studying. Why else would it be so cryptic? However, Nan Xi is quite entertaining. Just a moment ago, she suspected they might harm her, and now they're good people? What standard does she have for judging goodness? I want to smack the learning system. This cryptic style is infuriating. Can I defeat it? You cannot overpower it. This time, Su Lele didn't find them bothersome. But Zhao Qianqian felt they were too noisy. He shouted, will you all be quiet? Just go inside already. The moment he spoke, everyone fell silent. Zhao Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim, why am I not there? I really want to join them. His outburst successfully stirred up the collective ire of the students in Class 13, who all shouted, shut up. Zhao Qianqian dared not utter another word, while Su Lele felt her ears were about to explode. In that instant, she realized this job wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. She might face the risk of sudden deafness.
Terrifying. So terrifying.
Next time, she wouldn't bother seeking benefits for them. She would rather indulge herself. As the group moved forward, Nan Xi noticed that the sound grew clearer with each step. She thought she heard faint cries, mingled with excited shouts. Her brow furrowed slightly, yet her fear evaporated as she quickened her pace. The sounds became increasingly distinct, sending shivers down her spine. No way. No way. It can't be what I'm thinking.
Can it?
Please, no. Chapter 57. You wouldn't understand, of course. After all, you're not a pervert. Hiding in their rooms, the students of Class 13, who were tuned into Su Lele's livestream, exchanged puzzled glances as they listened to Nan Xi's disjointed remarks. Do you have any idea what Nan Xi is talking about? Nope. What on earth is going on? Can't she finish a thought in one go? Why the riddles? What is happening? This disjointed speech is driving me crazy. I can't resist going down there. I want to go down now. Watching the broadcast is exasperating. I finally understand why the learning system is bound to Nan Xi. They're both alike. One spills half a story, and the other speaks in fragments. I'm dying to know. It's like a cat is scratching my heart. It's unbearable. Nan Xi, there is something I've yet to tell you. I'm terminally ill. Before I die, I have but one wish. Please, tell me what happens next. What is it? Nan Xi, I beg you, please reveal what it is. Otherwise, I will truly die without peace. Listening to their frenzy, Su Lele couldn't help but remind them, though I'm reluctant to disturb you. No matter how frenzied you become, Nan Xi can't hear you. Instantly, the audio feed fell silent, and Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, peace. She stealthily followed behind Nan Xi, ever attentive to her thoughts. At last, she caught a glimpse of Nan Xi's inner voice. It can't possibly be that, right? The learning system responded. Indeed. The students of Class 13 were left utterly baffled. Did their system and host have some sort of encrypted communication? They couldn't comprehend a word. Furious, Nan Xi disregarded everything else and swung an axe to break down the door. The onlookers gaped in horror, astonished at where she had acquired such an axe. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Nan Xi explained while chopping, I found it right next to this door. The others nodded in understanding, believing her words. Nan Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness, they believe me. Even if they didn't, I wouldn't admit it. It's so dark here. They can't see where this axe came from. Hee. I truly am a genius. The expressions of those beside her brightened with smiles. Yes, you are a genius. You're the smartest. Before long, the door was flung open, revealing a neatly dressed, exceedingly refined man. Upon seeing the children at the doorway, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. His interest deepened as he noticed the axe in Nan Xi's hands. With a gentle smile and a soft tone, he inquired, Little girl, how did you come here? Nan Xi regarded the man with an innocent expression, claiming, The owner of this place sent me. Mu Zhe furrowed his brows, feeling an immediate aversion to the man. Gu Yanchuan was even more direct, itching to roll up his sleeves and confront him. However, a soft, warm hand grasped his, causing him to freeze in shock. The touch felt as though it had ignited a flame upon his skin, dousing his anger. Yet the blush on his face refused to fade. Yu Kursin, observing his lack of composure, contemplated how satisfying it would be to put him in a sack and give him a good thrashing. Meanwhile, Su Lele stared at the man, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. The discussions in her earphones erupted. What is the situation now? I have no idea.
Oh.
For goodness sake, stop chatting and pay attention. Don't you feel the way this man looks at Nan Xi? It's unsettling. Yes, I feel it too. And this man seems neither surprised nor alarmed by Nan Xi wielding an axe. Instead, he appears somewhat excited. Could he possibly be a pervert? Goodness. This man can't be a pervert, can he? He wouldn't engage in anything disgusting in this small room, would he? Surely, he wouldn't extend his claws towards. Shut up. Be quiet. Hurry. Where are the class monitor and the little uncle? Why are they taking so long? The students of Class 13 were engulfed in worry, yearning to rush over with vengeance. I can't bear it any longer. I must take my bodyguards and charge over right now. Let's go. I don't care if the class leader gets angry. I must go. Indeed. Let's move. Upon hearing the raucous group approaching, Su Lele widened her eyes, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Not knowing what to say was one thing. The presence of a man watching rendered her silent. Just then, someone exclaimed, Su Lele, quickly switched to a different device. Your phone's display is far too unclear. Unable to resist rolling her eyes, she thought, in this dim environment, capturing anything at all was quite an accomplishment. How could they possibly complain? It infuriated her. She vowed never to live stream for them again. Humph.
Displeased.
Ignoring them, she turned her gaze to the somewhat familiar man. She felt she had seen him before. Yet for some reason, his identity eluded her. The man looked at Nan Xi with a gentle smile, gesturing to the axe in her hand. What do you intend to do with that axe? Nan Xi regarded him with a look of incredulity. Of course, it's for breaking down doors. Would you like to know its other use, uncle? The man's expression brightened with excitement.
Do tell.
Nan Xi swung the axe before him, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Uncle, are you truly curious? The man nodded, his interest evidently piqued. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan stood protectively by Nan Xi's side, their cold eyes fixed on the man as if they wished to devour him whole. Nan Xi let out a melodious laugh. Then I shall reveal it to you, uncle. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She raised the axe and struck the man, successfully inflicting a wound on his arm. Adopting an innocent expression, she said, Uncle, this axe can't help but want to strike at beasts. I truly apologize. The man, seemingly unperturbed by the pain, wore a satisfied expression and said, No worries. Uncle quite enjoys it. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disgust. How revolting. Is this what a pervert is? After being struck, he still finds amusement in it. This infuriates me. I must slay this beast. However, she did not express her feelings outwardly. Instead, she looked inside and asked with a smile, Uncle, may I enter? Without hesitation, the man replied, Of course. Uncle would be delighted if you came in. Nan Xi felt a twinge of doubt. He is allowing me in so easily. Could it be a trap? The learning system interjected, Pervert. You wouldn't understand. After all, you are not a pervert. Nan Xi replied, Thank you. But your statement is rather peculiar. Observing her hesitation, the man's excitement grew. He gently coaxed, Little sister, don't you really want to come in and take a look? Nan Xi felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight of the man. Suppressing her revulsion, she managed to smile. All right, uncle, let us proceed. Chapter 58. Though I typically do not favor those of your stature, you truly pique my interest. A flicker of excitement danced in the man's eyes as he maintained a mild smile. Very well, uncle will take you inside. As he reached out to grasp Nan Xi, the expressions of those beside her shifted, preparing to strike down this pervert. Just as they moved, another figure acted even quicker. Nan Xi raised the axe, halting mere centimeters from the man's hand. With a playful smile, she declared, Uncle, I do not appreciate being touched. The man, rather than becoming angry, deepened his smile. All right. Then you shall follow closely behind me. Witnessing his reaction, Nan Xi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Dog pervert. Not even angered. Still smiling. Truly a pervert. The others behind her nodded, visibly relieved. If this dog pervert dared to touch Nan Xi, they would certainly beat him to a pulp. As Nan Xi followed the man into the room, she was taken aback by the scene before her. It was a stark white room adorned with various items, whips, handcuffs. At its center lay a large bed, spacious enough for several individuals to rest upon, covered in pristine white sheets, upon which several young boys and girls, around 11 or 12 years old, lay bound in chains, appearing as if they were in a deep slumber. Surrounding the bed were imposing figures, each bearing a fierce countenance. Nan Xi gasped inwardly. No wonder they were so easily able to bring us in. They have accomplices inside. Naturally, they fear not mere students. Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, expressions filled with disdain as they positioned themselves as guardians beside Nan Xi. Su Lele and Yu Kersen stood behind them, Yu Kersen's face reflecting unease. Su Lele, gripped by fear, tightly clutched Yu Kersen's arm. The phone, cradled protectively against her chest, broadcasted the unfolding events to the students of Class 13. They rushed toward the scene, offering reassurances to Su Lele. Do not fear, Su Lele. We'll be there shortly. This beast. I will make sure to punish this pervert. Those children are so young, it infuriates me. This beast. Where are the class leader and the little uncle? Are they moving at a snail's pace? Su Lele. We are on our way. Right. Do not be afraid. Nan Xi mentioned she brought bodyguards. Normally, Su Lele would find their commotion annoying, but in this moment, it provided unexpected comfort. She noticed Yu Kersen's hand trembling, so she handed her an extra pair of headphones. Puzzled, Yu Kersen donned them as Su Lele pointed to her ears, the cacophony slightly easing her anxiety. Suddenly, The man's cultured voice resonated. Though I typically do not favor those of your stature, you are undeniably beautiful, bold, and perfectly to my taste. I shall make an exception this once. Infuriated, Nan Xi thought, "Ah, I want to slay this pervert. Does he truly think I am easily bullied? I will surely bring people to eliminate them." After mentally cursing him, she barely resisted the urge to swing her axe at this pervert. She feigned ignorance. "Uncle, what are you saying? I do not understand, and I am particularly timid. I am very frightened. Were it not for the threat of violence, I would not have come." The man laughed heartily. "Uncle is growing more fond of you." Nan Xi felt nauseated. "Disgusting. I do not need the affection of a pervert." Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with icy disdain as they glared at the man. Had Nan Xi not yet spoken, they would have already descended upon him in fury. Once they were all inside, the man glanced at another standing by the bed, who promptly moved to close the door behind them. The sound of the door slamming shut startled Nan Xi, who, with tears welling in her eyes, exclaimed, "Uncle, why must you close the door?" I am scared." The man's expression brightened further at her fear. "Do not worry, Uncle is not a bad person." As he reached out to wipe her tears, Nan Xi swiftly swung her axe at him. After her action, several men rushed to retaliate against her. But the man raised a hand, signaling them to retreat, albeit they did not stray far, standing menacingly behind him as they glared at Nan Xi and the others. Felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, yet she immediately feigned an expression of panic. "Uncle, I'm so sorry, it was unintentional. You startled me when you touched me," she exclaimed, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The man observed her, his Adam's apple bobbing, allowing the blood from his arm to flow freely as he fixated on her with an unsettling gaze. "It's all right," he said. "Uncle likes you very much." As she felt the man's repulsive, sticky stare, it was as though a venomous serpent had set its sights on her, sending shivers coursing through her body. The man's excitement intensified as he beheld her pitiable demeanor. He walked ahead, introducing her to the room. "I adore this space. It's so bright and pure, much like those innocent children. I cherish their simplicity," he remarked, gesturing at the items adorning the walls, his eyes brimming with affection. "This is my collection of many years. I am eager to see how it would feel to use it on you." As he approached the bed and caressed the face of the little girl lying there, he said, "Look, isn't this little sweetheart beautiful, delectable even?" Overcome with fury, felt a surge of nausea, her mind clouded by the man's vile thoughts. Trash. I can't hold it in any longer. I want to vomit. How can such a disgusting creature exist? Just as the man leaned in to kiss the girl, swung an axe at him. "Pardon me, uncle, but my axe has its own intentions," she taunted. Before he could utter a word, struck again. However, this time she was halted by someone intervening. The man chuckled, his gaze turning lecherous as he said, "No worries, Uncle won't hold it against you." As she faced the man blocking her way, her expression shifted. "Do you think you're the only one with bodyguards?" The man appeared momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, several men burst through the door, forming a wall of 10 imposing figures behind. With newfound confidence, she crossed her arms and smiled sweetly. "Sorry, Uncle, but my bodyguard wants to have a little spar with yours." The man's demeanor remained unchanged as he sat on the bed, glancing at the individuals surrounding him. "All right then, let us see whose bodyguards are more formidable." Chapter 59. "Sure, after we finish this, I'll write you a test." With a wave of her hand, bodyguards stepped forward, engaging the man's guards in a fierce clash. And, who had been holding back, could no longer contain themselves upon seeing take action. They exchanged determined glances and charged toward the man, throwing a punch. Their teamwork was impeccable, akin to a well-rehearsed game, as they kicked the man mercilessly. The man's bodyguards were held at bay by protectors, leaving him utterly defenseless. He was left battered and bruised, wanting to call for help, but had already removed his shoes, intending to use the foul socks, yet finding them too repugnant, he simply stuffed the shoes into the man's mouth to silence him. Watching from the sidelines, was transfixed by the scene, excitement glimmering in her eyes. Were it not for her lack of physical prowess, she would have joined the fray. Yet, she was outdone by, who seized a whip from the wall and lashed it at the man, exclaiming, "Trash! Beast! You think you can lay a hand on my precious one? I'll show you why the flowers bloom red." With fierce words, and fury only intensified, treating the man like a punching bag as they pummeled him relentlessly. Although did not engage, She did not forget to document the event, holding her phone aloft. She scanned the room. The students of Class 13, witnessing the chaos, quickened their pace, eager to partake in the punishment of this vile creature.
Ah.
Do you think we can make it in time to see the finale? Enough chatter. Let us flee. If we don't hurry, we might not get there before they arrive.
Charge.
We must assist. Began broadcasting live. Observed with her phone, her gaze curious about S device, which fortuitously aimed directly at her. Startled by S attention, nearly dropped her phone, hurriedly stowing it away and offering an awkward, tear-streaked smile. As the students of Class 13 ran while glancing at their phones, they suddenly caught sight of S' delicate face, halting them in their tracks. Concerned whispers ensued. Do you think we'll figure it out? What if she does? She'll surely despise us. I think we should have told her directly. Now, if she discovers it, she'll hate us forever. Why don't we try to bring it up? But the man fell silent, realizing they couldn't say a word. Nor could they write it down. Just then, someone spoke up. Let us not be too pessimistic. Given S' thought process, who knows what conclusions she might draw? Even if she does find out, we aren't her greatest concern. As they pondered nervously, S' inner voice rang out. Is this the legendary moment where one encounters a situation and instead of fearing it, takes out their phone for a social media post? The students of Class 13 and, en route, collectively exhaled in relief. They had overestimated, given her mindset, she might not even comprehend the gravity of the situation. Though remained oblivious, a peculiar feeling lingered among them, realizing they had concealed the truth from her. Overhearing their conversation through her headphones, felt a pang of anxiety. Fearing would be upset and ignore her. Yet, she was at a loss for how to convey the situation to, words failed her, and writing was out of the question. Frustration mounted, fueling her blows against the man with even greater intensity. By the way, was filming earlier. Perhaps I could ask her for the video? Upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her, her anxiety dissipating as she boldly continued her live broadcast. The three, still engaged in the brutal assault, paused momentarily at S' inner thoughts before resuming their vigorous attack with renewed vigor. Uncertain of the sudden escalation, the man found himself at a loss. Wanting to scream, but unable to voice his pain, forced to endure silently. Regret flooded him. Why hadn't he brought more bodyguards to prevent this debacle? Surveyed the chaos without joining the fray or seeking a video from. Instead, she approached the large bed, examining the children and gently touching their faces. They were warm, still alive. What sort of drug had they administered to these children? Despite the commotion, they remain asleep? It appears they must be taken to the hospital. Speaking of which, where is my uncle? Now would be the perfect time for his police expertise. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Are they moving at a snail's pace? The learning system interjected. They have arrived at another secret location.
What?
The combatants gradually slowed their movements upon hearing S' thoughts. Do you wish to know? Nodded eagerly. Yes, tell me at once. The learning system let out a mechanical chuckle. Certainly, after you complete a test, I shall enlighten you.
Begone.
I'll inquire with my uncle myself. I don't need your assistance. Unperturbed, the learning system continued. Do you not wish to know who this man is? Are you not curious whether S' is involved? And what is the purpose of this village? The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, particularly Su Liao Liao, who was fixated on Nan Xi. She had always found the man to be strikingly familiar, yet the identity eluded her until, with a prompt from the learning system, a memory surfaced. She recalled having encountered this man at her aunt's place in Suzhou and Hangzhou, though the specifics of the occasion remained hazy. She could only hope that Nan Xi would provide clarity. The classmates from Class 13, upon hearing yet another piece of gossip, became even more eager for the unfolding drama. They too wished to indulge in the spectacle. Nan Xi must wait for them. Oblivious to the expectations placed upon her, Nan Xi chuckled. Isn't this village notorious for child trafficking? As for my aunt and this man, once my uncle arrives, he will undoubtedly investigate. The learning system remained silent, merely counting down in its mind, 3, 2. Nan Xi's voice broke the silence. You must tell me. You've piqued my curiosity, and now you're withholding information. I can hardly bear it. Did you not say you could wait? My uncle is still unaccounted for. I have no idea how long I must wait for him. Furthermore, if I learn anything, I could provide valuable leads to my uncle and thus assist the authorities, so please just tell me. Nan Xi pleaded with the learning system. The system, cold and unyielding, replied, No, you have had your fun. It is time for you to focus on your studies. Who said I was merely playing? I am here to rescue abducted children. The learning system nodded. As a model student and a commendable youth, it is indeed right to be helpful. I will excuse your truancy this time. However. So, can you tell me? The learning system's mechanical voice chimed. Sure, but only after you complete the exercises. Chapter 60. This is unacceptable. They have already realized the merits of the learning system. They must not sever their connection. Nan Xi pouted in displeasure. But I have already improved by 100 places. Why must I still do the exercises? That 100 places pertain to the whereabouts of your sister in Suzhou and Hangzhou. As for the rest, that is a separate matter. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. This system was rather cunning. You profiteer, not the system. The learning system remained indifferent. To deal with a student like you, who shuns learning, special measures are necessary. Nan Xi, feeling discontent, crossed her arms and turned away from the learning system. Then you ought to unbind me. This time, the learning system remained composed, while the students of class 13 grew anxious. This was intolerable. They had finally come to appreciate the benefits of the learning system. They truly could not part ways with it. In reality, they were simply eager for the juicy details. Unbeknownst to the system, it was adored by so many, it spoke ominously, no way. I shall never let you go, unless. Nan Xi interjected, unless I get accepted into college. The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of delight. It seems the exercises were not in vain. You are already quite clever. Despite the compliment, Nan Xi remained unamused. The learning system added playfully, would you like to hear more? Nan Xi wished to assertively decline. Yet her curiosity rendered her incapable of doing so.
Curse it.
Damnable curiosity. How could I still be thinking about gossip at a time like this? The others present could not help but stifle their laughter upon hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts. The flustered Nan Xi was rather endearing. The students from class 13, rushing over, affirmed that gossip was a fundamental human trait. Their desire for juicy details was not to be derided. They merely hoped to hear the stories once they arrived. They were very eager for the live accounts. Someone shouted, let us hurry. We must ensure we can partake in the gossip. Indeed, they could not miss the chance to engage. Just then, someone weakly suggested that while they might miss the fight, they could certainly enjoy the gossip. Given Nan Xi's speed of solving problems, they figured they might have to wait until dawn. Upon realizing the situation, no one slowed their pace. Though they might not get to savor the gossip immediately, they were still eager to confront that beast. Nan Xi acknowledged her own somewhat sluggish problem-solving speed and began to sweet-talk the learning system. Dear system, let us not resort to exercises at every turn. They hardly seem enjoyable. We could engage in something more entertaining. Though the learning system found Nan Xi's tone peculiar, it inquired, what do you mean? Nan Xi smiled brightly. How about we recite poetry instead? The learning system, seemingly struck by an idea, promptly refused, no way. Nan Xi, feeling somewhat wronged, asked, why not? The mechanical voice of the system quivered slightly. What do you think? Seeing the system's reaction, Nan Xi realized that tactic was futile. She responded with mild irritation. Then you choose a poem. Upon hearing this, the learning system acquiesced, recognizing the importance of not overburdening a child with exercises, lest they develop a rebellious attitude. It began searching for a suitable poem for Nan Xi to recite. Just then, Nan Xi's voice interrupted. Why don't we first take them to the hospital? They're making such a racket and haven't even woken up. Is everything truly all right? Rest assured, they are fine. Someone will arrive shortly. My uncle and the class monitor, perhaps? The learning system nodded. So, can we begin? Seeing that they were unharmed, Nan Xi agreed. Yes. Let us raise a toast. Nan Xi's eyes widened and she retorted. Can we choose another? The difficult road of Shu?
Li Shao.
Or would you prefer to recite them all together? Nan Xi giggled. Can I opt for none? The learning system emitted a mechanical chuckle. Then can you refuse to listen? Nan Xi shot at a disbelieving glare. All right, fine. I'll recite. But there's no textbook here. The learning system conjured a textbook. Now there is. Nan Xi's eyes widened further as she picked up the book and examined it. Where did you get this? I retrieved it from your desk. Nan Xi was astounded. You can retrieve objects from afar? The others present paused momentarily. Was the system truly that powerful? It could retrieve items from a distance. The students from class 13 sprinting over erupted with excitement upon hearing Nan Xi's exclamation. Ah, it can retrieve objects from afar? How incredible! I shall never again claim the learning system is useless. It is evidently quite beneficial. It spills gossip and retrieves items from a distance. Why are we still so far away? Why haven't we arrived yet? I too wish to witness the retrieval from afar. Charge ahead. I want to see. Yu Kusin felt as if her ears were no longer her own. She removed her headphones, rubbed her ears, and returned the headphones to Su Liao, casting her a grateful glance. Su Liao, receiving the gesture, felt deeply moved, finally. Someone understood her. This crowd was unbearably noisy. Like a flock of ducks, their incessant chattering was maddening.
Ouch.
The pain was too much. Her ears were truly throbbing. The voice of the learning system interjected. Actually, I noticed you skipping class, so I took your textbook away. I still have exercises and papers if you would like. Nan Xi immediately shook her head. This is sufficient. The students from class 13, racing to the scene, felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing that they could not witness the retrieval from afar. They had been so eager to see it. What a shame. Yet, despite their disappointment, their pace did not falter. Even if they could not witness the retrieval, they still wanted to confront the beast. The room was enveloped in an eerie atmosphere as bodyguards clashed, while Muze, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Kusin took turns pummeling the beast. Nan Xi sat on the bed, holding a textbook and reciting her studies. Though her mouth remained closed, her thoughts echoed. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens? I don't want to recite anymore. Why must I recite? And they are so noisy. The clamor was as piercing as a pig's cry, rendering me unable to concentrate on my studies. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, an eerie silence enveloped the room, leaving not a sound to be heard. The sudden stillness unnerved Nan Xi, who looked up to find her bodyguards had subdued the raucous individuals, binding them tightly, with one even having a shoe stuffed in his mouth. Her gaze shifted to Muze and the others, discovering that the man among them was similarly trussed up, a shoe in his mouth as well. The expression on Muze's face was one of unsettling mirth, which sent a chill down Nan Xi's spine. How terrifying. Why are they smiling at me all of a sudden? It's frightening. Surely, they can't be unhinged. The expressions of her companions immediately morphed into a more serious demeanor. Now that's even more alarming. Why the sudden change? Muze and his companions found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to maintain their smiles or not, as either choice might lead to reproach. They opted for an impassive countenance, hoping it would spare them from any criticism. Strange. The group felt a sense of helplessness. What were they to do? They observed me pulling out a textbook and exhibited no reaction? Shouldn't they inquire about it? Yu Kusin promptly approached Nan Xi, inquiring, "Where did you get that textbook, Xiaoxi?" Nan Xi pointed to the bed, where she had found it, unaware of its origins. Yu Kusin swiftly declared, "It must have been left by some scoundrel. He's so twisted. It must be his doing." Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. Since he's already perverse, he could justify anything he does. She continued, exactly. Perhaps this deviant intended to engage in some sordid activity, and this is merely a prop. The perverse individual lay on the ground, emitting muffled sounds, desperate to cry. Although he had peculiar inclinations, he had never engaged in such acts. Whoa, you are slandering me. Chapter 61. Whoa. Nan Xi is simply marvelous. They felt immense pride for Nan Xi. With tears in her eyes, she clutched the textbook and recited her lines when a group entered, led by her uncle, the class monitor, and Su Heng, followed by a cadre of bodyguards, some of whom were cradling small children. Nan Xi looked at them in confusion. Finally, you've arrived. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. She glanced at the children in the bodyguard's arms. It seems they accidentally wandered into another area and were rescued along the way. Her uncle entered, bewildered by the scene, having rushed over under the impression that the children were in peril. What relief it was to discover all was well. He turned his gaze to Nan Xi, noting the textbook in her hands, puzzled. Are today as children all so devoted to their studies? Even at such a time, she continues to study. Just as he was about to speak, a cacophony erupted. Turning his head, he saw a throng of children rushing toward him, causing his eyes to widen in shock. How did this horde descend upon them? This was too much. He felt a headache brewing. He doubted he would want to see this group of children for a long time. They were far too boisterous. Nan Xi watched as her classmates flooded in. Oh dear. How did they arrive? What are they here for? They immediately began chattering amongst themselves. Su Lele just messaged us urging to call the police because we feared you might be in trouble, so we came to rescue you. Upon hearing her name, Su Lele was taken aback. How did this involve her? She had merely relayed the message. It wasn't her responsibility. Nan Xi glanced at Su Lele, who found herself at a loss for words, feeling the weight of her classmates' gazes, and could only tearfully acknowledge her part. Indeed, it was I who prompted them to call the authorities, but why they chose to come, I cannot say. Though she admitted her role, she still managed to distance herself from the situation. Holding the textbook, Nan Xi turned her gaze toward the classmates from class 13. Did you call the police? The once boisterous students fell into an abrupt silence. Someone finally broke the quiet, exclaiming, "Where is that scoundrel who dared to bully you? I shall avenge you forthwith." Yes, we shall seek retribution. A throng of students marched toward the man, who, feeling a twinge of fear, attempted to retreat but found himself firmly restrained. They flashed wicked smiles at him, raising their fists to deliver a barrage of punches and kicks. Watching from the sidelines, Nan Xi cheered them on in her heart. Strike harder. Kick him where it hurts. Let him know the consequences of his actions. Inspired by her encouragement, they fought with renewed vigor. Mu Zhe eyed Nan Xi with a look of inscrutable intent, pondering who might have taught her such bold encouragement. If he discovered the identity of that person, he would surely have words with them. Gu Yunchuan, observing Nan Xi's fervor, recalled a childhood memory of a little girl who would fight boys by kicking them where it hurt, causing them to fear her presence. This thought brought a wry smile to his face. She remained unchanged from her childhood, still resolutely targeting her opponent's vulnerabilities. The learning system efficiently interjected. Enough playing, resume your studies. Nan Xi pouted, clutching the textbook, and resumed her recitation. She coughed lightly. Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river flow from the heavens? Ah, I don't want to study. Why must I be the only one studying when we're all in the same class? The students of class 13 exchanged guilty glances. It appeared they were enjoying the freedom from the learning system's demands, relishing the spectacle, albeit with a tinge of guilt toward Nan Xi. However, they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Unable to contain herself, Nan Xi shouted, "Do you not see?" Perhaps due to her vocalizations, the students of class 13 intensified their onslaught. Her uncle stood by, astonished. Why did these children appear so peculiar? Is the pressure on today's youth so immense? Their mental state seemed somewhat abnormal. Should he ever have children? He vowed not to impose such academic demands upon them. Yet, witnessing the chaotic antics of class 13, he swallowed his thoughts. Better not to have children. If he were to have a child like them, he felt he would despair. At last, after what felt like an eternity, her uncle shouted to the children, "Enough. Stop. You'll kill him at this rate." Reluctantly, they ceased their assault. The man, nearly beaten to a pulp, cast a grateful glance at her uncle. What a good man. He had narrowly escaped a thrashing at the hands of these wild children. This fellow truly was a good Samaritan. Her uncle felt a chill run down his spine as he caught the man's grateful gaze, recalling the man's beastly behavior, which only repulsed him further. He delivered a swift kick, declaring, "Scoundrel, await your judgment by the law." At that moment, Nan Xi's internal voice resonated. I can recite it. I finally can recite it. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in unison to look at Nan Xi, wondering if this meant another juicy tidbit was forthcoming. This synchronized action startled Nan Xi. She touched her face. What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Or have you come to appreciate my stunning beauty? Others chimed in. What a narcissist. They nodded in reluctant agreement, acknowledging that while her self-admiration was excessive, her beauty was undeniably captivating. To avoid arousing Nan Xi's suspicion, they quickly averted their gazes. Insane. Truly insane. This group is utterly peculiar. Others replied, now she is scolding us again. They had endured numerous rebukes already. Nan Xi's criticisms no longer stung. And they were eager to discover what was happening. Why was Nan Xi able to recite it, yet they lingered, staring at her? They were not that significant. Please, hurry and engage with the learning system. The children were hungry. They longed for more gossip. Uncertain whether it was due to his overwhelming resentment, the learning system unexpectedly spoke up. Then recite it for me. Nan Xi set down her textbook and cleared her throat. Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens. Once she had finished reciting, the learning system praised her. Excellent. You recited beautifully. You are remarkable. It is essential to provide children with a modicum of encouragement. This will help sustain their interest in learning. Blushing slightly from the compliment, Nan Xi resembled a dewy peach. Both charming and adorable, Mu Zhe, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Kersin were momentarily entranced. The students of class 13, having listened to Nan Xi recite the entirety of, found themselves on the verge of tears, feeling a sense of pride akin to witnessing their daughter blossom into a young lady. Oh, dear. Their Nan Xi had truly excelled. They had anticipated it would take much longer for her to master it. Oh, dear. Nan Xi was simply wonderful. They felt an immense pride for her. Yet, they dared not display their emotions too overtly, only managing to stifle soft sobs. Nearby, the young uncle observed the tearful children and felt a surge of trepidation. Who had undertaken numerous perilous missions without fear, was now unnerved by this group of youngsters. Indeed, these mischievous children were truly terrifying. He realized he must promptly lead them away from this place, as its aura seemed rather unsettling. Otherwise, how could these children have become increasingly eccentric since arriving here? He glanced at his phone, finding no messages, which only heightened his frustration. He felt like cursing. Normally, they were so enthusiastic about meals. Why were they now so sluggish in executing their tasks? Were they snails? The young uncle was unjust in this regard. They were indeed making every effort to reach their destination. However, the remoteness of Qinghe village was not conducive to rapid progress. It was not their lack of diligence. Chapter 60. Perhaps it is merely a matter of custom. I did not wet the bed at 14. The young uncle intently stared at his phone, hoping his colleagues would arrive soon to escort this group of children from this ill-fated location. Meanwhile, the students of Class 13 remained utterly silent, not daring to move, their eyes fixed on Nan Xi, anticipating her next revelation. When they did not receive the anticipated drama from Nan Xi, one of them queried, "Why are they staring? Could it be that my beauty has captivated them?" The others, unable to meet Nan Xi's gaze, promptly averted their eyes, some engaged in conversation with those beside them, while others lay flat on the ground, pretending to be corpses. A few even banded together to stomp on that scoundrel. Others squatted in corners, pretending to be mushrooms. Mu Zhe, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Kusin discreetly edged away from this peculiar group, fearful that a moment's delay might lead to a misunderstanding with Nan Xi. Observing their antics, Nan Xi felt her lips twitch. Which mental institution did they escape from? Is the director truly so trusting to let them roam free? Others chimed in, apologies. If they are indeed from a mental institution, then you must be the director. In the next moment, Nan Xi's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, What? How was I unaware that we had male classmates? Did Zhao Qianqian return from India and have his orientation altered? Is he really with Li Shu? Before she could finish speaking, everyone turned their attention to Zhao Qianqian and Li Shu, only to be greeted by a sight that left them agape. Zhao Qianqian was leaning over Li Shu, caressing his face, so close that it appeared he might kiss him at any moment. They gasped in shock, mouths agape. Yet no sound emerged. Nan Xi was the first to cry out. Does Zhao Qianqian like Li Shu? Could it be that Li Shu has feelings for Zhao Qianqian? Surely he must, or else why would he allow Zhao Qianqian to be so close? Could it truly be that they are involved? Startled, Li Shu quickly pushed Zhao Qianqian away, hastily explaining, No, it's not what you think. Nan Xi replied, I understand. It's exactly as we think. Others nodded in agreement, believing Nan Xi's words to hold truth. Li Shu, growing increasingly flustered, insisted, I swear, it's not like that. Zhao Qianqian suddenly went crazy and just leaned on me. I am innocent. Nan Xi countered. If you let him lean on you, isn't it because you like him? Stop trying to argue. The others felt an inexplicable sense of agreement with Nan Xi's reasoning. Li Shu, realizing he could not convince them, kicked Zhao Qianqian, urging him to explain. He delivered the kick with such force that Zhao Qianqian nearly cried, his eyes reddening as he plaintively remarked, Why did you kick me? Nan Xi shrieked. Did you not see your partner crying? Go comfort him. This time, before Li Shu could respond, Zhao Qianqian grew anxious. Why was he the one designated as the partner? If anyone should be the partner, it should be Li Shu. He believed he was far more masculine than Li Shu, thus entitled to the title of husband. He immediately stood up, ready to confront Nan Xi, demanding to know why. Before he could finish, Li Shu covered his mouth. It must be said Li Shu, having grown up alongside Zhao Qianqian, could read his intentions like a book. As soon as Zhao Qianqian shifted, he knew whether it was for a bowel movement or flatulence. Zhao Qianqian looked at Li Shu with a mix of accusation and confusion, while Li Shu sighed softly. Shut up, don't provoke her, or you'll see how they beat you to a pulp. Zhao Qianqian, glancing at the others' predatory gazes, fell silent in fear. Nan Xi, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. What is happening? Why are they covering Zhao Qianqian's mouth? Is this what they call couples play? Li Shu felt exasperated. He was merely trying to restrain this fool, yet now he was being misinterpreted by Nan Xi. How unfortunate. Moreover, who had suggested this was couples play? What kind of couples play was this?
Bah.
And they were not even a couple. With their classmates watching with amusement, Li Shu, seeing Zhao Qianqian had quieted down, released his grip. He took out his phone to clarify in the group chat. Li Shu, Nan Xi is just imagining things. Zhao Qianqian and I have no relationship. Zhao Qianqian, I am not the wife. I'm too manly to be called that. Others? Li Shu, I repeat, Zhao Qianqian and I have no relationship. I like girls. Zhao Qianqian, I'm the husband. I'm not the wife. Others? Li Shu, Zhao Qianqian, be quiet. Zhao Qianqian, I'm not the wife. I'm the husband. Li Shu, shut up. Others, they are not particularly interested in your banter. They only wish to hear Nan Xi's revelations. As Zhao Qianqian stirred the pot, Li Shu's explanations became increasingly convoluted, leaving him utterly exhausted. He angrily pinned Zhao Qianqian down, shouting, "You idiot! Be quiet!" Zhao Qianqian was perplexed as to why Li Shu was so irate. However, feeling the blows, he too became incensed, and the two began to tussle. Nan Xi observed in bewilderment. What is happening? Why are they fighting? Could it be that something has transpired that I am unaware of? Are they truly not involved?
Suddenly,
the learning system interjected, they are indeed good buddies. Do not overthink it. Others, boring. We thought there would be some juicy gossip. Only to find it was a misunderstanding. Li Shu felt profoundly grateful. Had he been able to see the learning system, he would have embraced it enthusiastically. Thank you, learning system, for clearing his name. He truly had no connection with Zhao Qianqian. He immediately picked up his phone to send a message. Do you hear me? I have no relationship with Zhao Qianqian. The others replied with a perfunctory acknowledgement. We got it. We got it. Zhao Qianqian, still a bit dazed. Send a message. I'll say it again. I'm not the wife. Li Shu clenched his fists in anger, contemplating whether to strike this fool again. Did he even grasp the situation? Is this truly the time to be persistent? Others expressed indifference towards the matters concerning the two, showing no interest. They were far more eager to indulge in gossip. Having been debunked by the learning system, Nan Xi uttered a soft "oh" but still held on to her curiosity, asking, "Is there really nothing between them?" The learning system replied, "None whatsoever." Li Shu felt an immense sense of relief. He currently had no girlfriend and definitely could not afford rumors suggesting he favored men, as he was still in pursuit of a partner. Upon realizing that there was genuinely no connection, Nan Xi expressed a slight disappointment. Observing her demeanor, the learning system chimed in, I have some juicy tidbits about Li Shu. Would you like to hear them? Nan Xi's excitement was palpable. Yes, yes. Others nodded enthusiastically, eager to partake in the gossip as well. Li Shu felt reluctant to listen but was equally apprehensive about missing out on something pivotal, casting a conflicted glance at Nan Xi. He could only hope that the learning system wouldn't divulge any embarrassing stories about him, though it wouldn't hurt to reveal any potential dangers lurking in his household. To Li Shu's chagrin, the learning system began with, when Li Shu was a child, he once wet the bed. Terrified, he shifted the blame onto Zhao Qianqian. Nan Xi, puzzled, questioned, isn't it quite normal for children to wet the bed? Why was he scared? And why blame Zhao Qianqian? Others nodded in agreement, sharing her curiosity. Li Shu, suddenly recalling the incident, felt his face flush crimson. Just as he was about to stop Nan Xi, Zhao Qianqian intervened, gazing at Li Shu with a playful smile. He was eager to see how Li Shu had managed to pin the blame on him and was quite thrilled at the prospect of reveling in Li Shu's misfortune. The learning system continued. Li Shu wet the bed during middle school when he was already 14 years old. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as she stifled a laugh. 14? He still wet the bed at that age. Ha ha ha. Perhaps customs differ. I certainly didn't tea at 14. Others attempted to suppress their laughter, nodding in agreement, recalling that they too had not experienced such incidents at that age. Li Shu's face was now a deep crimson, unsure whether it was due to embarrassment or the fact that Zhao Qianqian was covering his mouth, making it hard for him to breathe. Zhao Qianqian, still covering Li Shu's mouth, suddenly seemed to have a revelation, looking at him incredulously. Li Shu, you big fool. I could just kill you. Zhao Qianqian seethed, contemplating how he could strangle Li Shu, but was interrupted by Nan Xi's anxious voice. What happened next? What happened next? The learning system replied, Finish one question, and I will reveal it to you. Nan Xi retorted, I don't want to write. I have more than just the bedwetting incident. There are matters concerning Li Shu's family as well. Are you truly uninterested? The curiosity piqued Nan Xi. Is it urgent? The learning system inquired. What would you consider urgent? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Xi responded, for instance, does it involve family ruin, infidelity, or someone plotting against him? There's a slight connection. Would you like to know? Li Shu's eyes widened at the mention of such scandalous matters within his family. He stared intently at Nan Xi, hoping she would hurry and reveal more. The others chimed in, excited at the prospect of new gossip, convinced their visit had not been in vain. Nan Xi pondered and asked, is he on the verge of death? Or facing bankruptcy? He will neither die nor go bankrupt. It's merely some melodramatic affairs. Nan Xi thought for a moment, since he is not in immediate danger nor facing financial ruin. Please tell me about the village instead. Li Shu's matters can wait until we return. Li Shu felt a tinge of disappointment, but was reassured by the learning system's promise that he was safe. His family wouldn't face bankruptcy either. He immediately sighed in relief. Zhao Qianxian, realizing they would soon uncover Li Shu's secrets, instantly calmed down. He leaned closer to Li Shu and whispered ominously, good brother. Who would have thought? You once framed me for bedwetting, and now you are the subject of gossip. The wheel of karma turns, doesn't it? Just wait until your day comes. I will definitely bring popcorn and soda. Li Shu looked at this fool in disbelief. He had expected a grand revelation. But it turned out to be just snacks. No matter, the whole class would eventually know. He was actually quite curious himself. Others felt a bit let down that they could not feast on Li Shu's embarrassment, but learning about the village's secrets was still quite intriguing. The learning system interjected. This village has been involved in human trafficking activities, which you should already know. Nan Xi nodded. I am aware. Can you get to the point? The learning system elaborated. This village is part of a child trafficking network, catering specifically to those with peculiar preferences. Nan Xi's eyes widened in horror as she recalled the young children she had seen earlier, no older than 11 or 12, her anger boiling over. Are those scoundrels insane? They would dare target such young children? Then, as if a thought struck her, she glanced at Su Heng's sister, her voice trembling. What about that sister? The others felt a heavy weight settle in their stomachs, a sense of unease washing over them. Su Heng trembled as he gently touched his sister's hand, knowing full well the potential horrors she could face if captured. He had refrained from asking her anything, hoping that silence would allow them to forget the past. But now, with Nan Xi's question, it felt as if a wound had been torn open, and the blood flowed anew. Nan Xi listened anxiously for the learning system's response. The learning system finally said, the sister is safe. She is quite beautiful, and they intended to keep her for someone of higher status. However, since that person never arrived, she was rescued by you all. Nan Xi instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, and others mirrored her reaction. Su Heng felt tears welling up in his eyes. Fearing that his sister might be traumatized by her experiences, possibly leading to despair or thoughts of self-harm. Thank goodness. She was safe. Nan Xi inquired, who was that influential figure? The owner overseeing the H-City division, I believe. H-City division? What does that mean? I'm not quite following. The learning system clarified. There are nearly 30 such villages in H-City alone. Other regions have them too. Nan Xi gasped in shock, her eyes widening. Do you have a list? And who is the real mastermind behind it all? The learning system nodded. I do, but I can only tell you that the mastermind is currently not in the country. The others stood frozen in astonishment, having thought they were merely there to rescue a sister, only to uncover such a colossal secret. Nan Xi urged, then please tell me quickly. The learning system fluttered through dictionary pages in front of Nan Xi. You know my condition. Complete a question, and I will divulge the information. Nan Xi, exasperated, exclaimed, is this really the time to be asking me to solve problems? I am the learning system. It is my duty to have you solve problems. The learning system insisted with conviction. The others felt dizzy, suddenly finding the learning system utterly infuriating. They longed to take a swing at it. Alas, they could only return to their dictionaries. But Nan Xi could, and she raised her fist, delivering a flurry of strikes at the learning system. Why must you always speak in half-truths? It's utterly maddening. Just wait until I get my hands on you. To the onlookers, Nan Xi appeared to be striking at thin air, while the students of Class 13 understood, though Su Heng and his sister remained oblivious. The sister, frightened, clung tightly to her brother's neck, perplexed by the commotion. Observing this, Su Heng felt increasingly uneasy about the atmosphere, convinced the place was cursed, driving the children to madness. He hastily grabbed his phone, fervently messaging his colleagues to hurry over. He feared that if they didn't leave soon, the remaining unruly children would also lose their sanity. The learning system, being a system, easily evaded Nan Xi's feeble attempts at hitting it. It soared to a place far from Nan Xi, proclaiming, "You've already been struck. Are you not able to solve the problems now? Once you complete them, I shall reveal the list to you." Nan Xi was rendered speechless. At such a moment, it still insisted on her completing exercises. Truly, it was a learning system, unfazed by its own predicament and steadfast in its duties. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "If you tell me the remaining items, I shall write them." As she wrote, she exerted an intensity that suggested she might crush the learning system. The system, fearing another blow, dared not approach, opting instead to communicate from a distance. Aunt Suong serves as an intermediary. She scouts attractive children for the boss, who subsequently abducts them. Your sister was personally delivered here by Aunt Suong. Moreover, this man is acquainted with Aunt Suong. It was she who introduced him here. At that moment, Su Liao suddenly seemed to recall something and shouted, "I've remembered." All eyes promptly turned to her, leaving Su Liao feeling somewhat bashful as she lowered her head. "What have you remembered?
What is it?"
Why the excitement? Suong inquired. Su Liao pointed at the man and declared, "I've seen this scoundrel before."
This time,
it was not the others who were agitated first, but her uncle, who rushed to her side, eagerly asking, "Where did you see him?"
Su Liao responded,
"I spotted this man dining with Aunt Suong earlier. They appeared to be engaged in conversation, though I did not overhear. I only saw him give Aunt Suong a box, the contents of which remain unknown." Chapter 64. Wait a moment. They are indeed metaphorically bearing all before Nan Xi. Her uncle, fixated on Su Liao, excitedly questioned, "Are you certain?" Startled by her uncle's fervor, Su Liao gulped and nodded, "Yes, indeed." Upon hearing her words, her uncle swiftly dialed a number on his phone. Speaking in hushed tones in a corner, the man, lying on the ground, fixated his gaze on Su Liao, as if he wished to devour her with his eyes. Su Liao, taken aback by this stare, instinctively recoiled, prompting Suong to step forward and shield her, glaring fiercely back at the man. The students standing beside the man, infuriated by his demeanor, kicked him, with one girl venomously stating, "What are you staring at? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Gouging out someone's eyes is against the law. It is hardly worth the trouble for the sake of a scoundrel. Upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, the girl nodded in agreement, for she had much wealth awaiting her inheritance. She certainly could not afford to land in jail due to this fool, though a good thrashing might be permissible. She glanced down at the man sprawled on the ground, bruised and battered, devoid of any unscathed flesh. A soft-hearted person might feel pity for him. However, she was not one to harbor such sentiments. She had heard every detail of his misdeeds. Most importantly, this fool dared to set his sights on Nan Xi. Who was Nan Xi? She was the beloved pet of Class 13. To dare bully her was to invite the wrath of Class 13. Enraged, she struck the man again, while others took the opportunity to kick him as well. Some feigned falling, their weight crashing onto the man. He felt as if his insides were about to be displaced. Despairing, he lay on the ground, aware that while he might not wield absolute power, he possessed some wealth and connections. To fall victim to a group of children was utterly humiliating. Once he was free, he would ensure they paid dearly. Nan Xi observed the man's expression, stroking her chin. Is he defiant? Does he plan to seek help upon his release? And then retaliate against us? Class 13. Should he wish to retaliate, he ought to consider who stands behind us. Their parents would never permit it. We have our protectors. The learning system interjected. Indeed, that is precisely what he is contemplating. Nan Xi widened her eyes. You can discern his thoughts? Class 13. Is this system truly that powerful? Can it read minds? Surely they cannot know. We must keep our distance from this little system. Otherwise, they would be as exposed as if they were bare before Nan Xi.
Wait.
They truly are metaphorically bearing all before Nan Xi. It is somewhat enviable to possess a system that knows everything. However, recalling how the learning system coerced Nan Xi into studying, that envy dissipated. After all, as long as they remained by Nan Xi's side, they could indulge in some gossip and satisfy their cravings. As for binding themselves to this system, they felt they lacked such fortune. That privilege belonged to Nan Xi. The learning system flew before Nan Xi, pondering for a few seconds, then stated, I am not that formidable. One can discern his emotions from his expression, and besides, this man possesses some capability. Such thoughts are to be expected. Nan Xi felt a tinge of disappointment. Oh. The learning system retorted. What sort of expression is that? Are you dismissing me? Nan Xi, slightly guilty, countered, not at all. Others chimed in, a bit. The learning system remained unconvinced, and fearing further inquiries, Nan Xi shifted the topic. What is this man's background? The learning system replied, wealthy, with influential connections. Ah, his family has someone in power? The learning system regarded Nan Xi with an incredulous gaze. Nan Xi chuckled. Am I not trying to lighten the mood? The learning system shot her a look that suggested she should figure it out herself. Nan Xi, still smiling, inquired, who is it that protects him? Complete the exercises. And I shall tell you. I can also provide you with evidence of their crimes, so you may apprehend them all. Nan Xi pouted. Must we always resort to exercises? Can we not enjoy ourselves? The learning system retorted, that is not an option. I am a learning system. What purpose would I serve if not to assign exercises? Providing you with gossip is already a deviation from my duties. Nan Xi muttered softly, it would be better to be derelict in duty. I can hear you. Nan Xi cheerfully remarked. Why not consider a career change and cease being a learning system? The learning system replied, that is not possible. Unless you gain admission to university. Once you do, everything can be negotiated. Nan Xi was disinclined to continue the discussion. She plopped down on her bed. Why are we still here? Has my uncle not called for us? How long must we wait in this eerie place? I am both hungry and cold. The learning system responded. Do you still wish to indulge in gossip? Do you still desire the list? Nan Xi, weary, gazed skyward. Of course. Then hastened to solve the exercises. There is nothing here. How can I write? I shall conjure something for you. Nan Xi declined. No, there are too many people. Suddenly manifesting items would be quite alarming. The learning system retorted, you are simply lazy. Nan Xi chuckled, eyes closed. You slander me. I merely fear being perceived as a monster. Others chimed in. Rest assured, even if you claim it fell from the sky, we would believe you. The learning system fell silent, sulking atop Nan Xi's head. How had it ended up bound to such a slothful being? Observing the learning system's silence, Nan Xi closed her eyes in contemplation. I am so tired. Why must I write exercises after going up? I long to sleep. I long to sleep. My fate is most wretched. If I am guilty, let the law punish me. Why send a learning system to torment me? I do not wish to study. I merely want to lie flat. Woe is me. My mother has even planned for me to obtain a diploma abroad. And now I am compelled to compete. To study. No. I shall succumb to darkness. She opened her eyes and gazed at the room full of classmates, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. I shall rally them to study together. Why should I bear the burden alone? Humph. Let them each bring me their assignments. And I expect them to procure a tutor for me. If we are to suffer, let us suffer as one. The others responded, no way. They're doing just fine. Oh no. They are considering transferring schools. Transferring classes? Never mind, if they do that, they won't enjoy the spectacle anymore. Alas. It seems I must send more exercises and papers to Nan Xi in the future. That should prevent her from tormenting us any further, right? As Nan Xi howled within her mind, a delicate and slender hand suddenly appeared before her. It was a beautiful hand. Any hand enthusiast would surely drool at the sight. Nan Xi too felt a surge of desire. But not for the hand itself, rather for the chocolate it held. Oh, how exquisite! How fragrant! My love for you knows no bounds. Little chocolate, you appeared just when I needed you most. How could I possibly tear my gaze away from you? Ah, I cannot. You are too enchanting. Your very essence tempts me. You mischievous little sprite. Ah, little chocolate, I long to embrace you, to engulf you, that we may become one and never part again. Ah, chocolate. A gentle voice, laced with warmth and laughter, interrupted her reverie. The others shuddered, a wave of goosebumps rising on their skin. They felt a twinge of nausea. When did Nan Xi become so sentimental, murmuring sweet nothings to a piece of chocolate? Is she truly that famished? Sensing her fondness for chocolate, their eyes sparkled, and smiles emerged upon their faces. Hee hee. Chapter 65. Can girls kiss each other freely? How terrifying. Nan Xi beheld the chocolate before her, then glanced at the grinning Muze. Nearly overcome with emotion. Ugh. What a kind soul. Muze is truly a good person. Good people shall live long and prosper. Muze placed the chocolate into Nan Xi's hands, softly stating, I only brought one with me, but I shall get you another shortly. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with joy. her voice soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Thank you. Mu Ze's ears turned slightly pink as he replied in a somewhat awkward tone. No need to thank me. Nan Xi smiled, unwrapped the chocolate, and offered half to Mu Ze. Here you go. Mu Ze shook his head. You eat it. Nan Xi looked at him, no longer willing to defer. She was genuinely famished, feeling as though she could devour 2 oxen. Mu Ze watched her with a smile, captivated by her adorable demeanor, resembling a little hamster. He felt elated, yet not everyone shared his happiness. Yu Kersen and Gu Yunchuan exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. They strode forward with the swagger of generals on a campaign. Yu Kersen shoved Mu Ze aside and settled next to Nan Xi, adjusting her hair. Xiao Xi. Your hair is a mess. Let me fix it. Nan Xi tilted her head, bewildered. Gu Yunchuan glared at Mu Ze, removed his jacket, and draped it over Nan Xi, saying with a hint of arrogance, You're wearing too little. You must be cold. Here, wear my jacket. Nan Xi. What has gotten into them? Why this sudden change? Nan Xi smiled and said, Thank you. Gu Yunchuan's cheeks flushed with a faint pink, shyly avoiding Nan Xi's gaze, stuttering. And no need to thank me. Seeing this, Yu Kersen leaned closer to Nan Xi, her expression one of feigned grievance. Xiao Xi, you still haven't thanked me. Although Nan Xi was perplexed, she obediently replied, Thank you. Only then did Yu Kersen beam, attempting to kiss Nan Xi. However, she was thwarted as Mu Ze and Gu Yunchuan each pulled her aside, standing protectively before Nan Xi. Yu Kersen glared at the two. What are you doing? Mu Ze replied stoically. You cannot kiss people indiscriminately. Yu Kersen countered. But I and Nan Xi are both girls. Gu Yunchuan retorted. Are girls allowed to kiss each other freely? How frightening. Yu Kersen insisted. Xiao Xi has not objected. Upon hearing her name, Nan Xi spoke up. But was interrupted by Mu Ze. Xiao Xi is merely shy. She wouldn't voice her discomfort. Gu Yunchuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just because Xiao Xi is silent doesn't mean you can kiss her. Yu Kersen looked at the two and declared, Well, I've already kissed her several times. You haven't even once. Mu Ze. Gu Yunchuan. Nan Xi. What on earth are they discussing? How did the conversation veer into kissing? Can we please skip this topic? Seeing their silence, Yu Kersen, with a victorious demeanor, attempted to approach Nan Xi again, but was blocked by the two formidable figures. Yu Kersen glared at them, while Mu Ze and Gu Yunchuan returned the gaze unflinchingly. Nan Xi, feeling small and helpless, thought, Will they really fight? Might I get caught in the crossfire? I need to make a hasty retreat. Just as Nan Xi prepared to slip away, she noticed the three of them staring directly at her, and fear prevented her from moving. Instead, she offered a smile that was more akin to a grimace. The others exclaimed, What a delightful sight. We want more. Please continue the performance. They watched the spectacle unfold, fingers flying over their phones, faces alight with anticipation. How entertaining. I absolutely adore this scenario of multiple suitors vying for one girl. I'm a fan of this drama. Me too. I'm so invested. What are the class monitor? Why, isn't he joining in? I'm disappointed. If the class monitor joined, it would surely be even more thrilling. As they chatted, they continued to observe Nan Xi and her companions, glancing at the class monitor, eager to decipher his expression. Yet his countenance was inscrutable, featuring a half-smile as he regarded Nan Xi and the others, making no move to intervene. Though they didn't fully comprehend, they had no intention of pondering it further. They were solely eager to witness the unfolding drama. They were keen to see how events would progress when they heard the arrival of a certain uncle, announcing, They've arrived. Let us be on our way. Nan Xi dashed over with excitement, nodding vigorously. Let us go. Let us go. The others, having missed the ensuing spectacle, lowered their heads in disappointment. The uncle observed with a puzzled expression. What had come over these children? Shouldn't they be happy to leave this place? Why did they appear so forlorn? Had they formed an attachment to this location? Reluctantly, they had to depart. With a cough, he called out, Let us go. Nan Xi awaited his command, and upon receiving it, she sprinted towards the exit. We're leaving. We're leaving. Off to eat. I'm starving. Seeing her departure, Mu Ze, Gu Yunchuan, and Yu Kersen followed suit. The others, witnessing this, also dashed after them. The bodyguards, seeing their employer depart, trailed behind as well, leaving only the uncle alone. Well, him and that ruffian lying on the ground. The uncle, somewhat dazed, gazed at the group of children, unable to suppress an exclamation. These little rascals. Upon uttering this, He felt a gaze upon him and turned to meet the eyes of the ruffian. He glanced at the man, approached, and dragged him along as they exited. The man, already in pain, felt it intensify as he was pulled along. He wished to cry out but dared not. Up ahead, Nan Xi sprinted ahead, with the students of class 13 in hot pursuit. After a brisk run, Nan Xi finally halted, and those trailing her came to a stop as well. In their haste, some stumbled and fell, the sound catching Nan Xi's attention. She turned to see a group behind her, several sprawled on the ground in disarray. Unable to contain her amusement, she laughed. Ha ha, how clumsy. How could they fall? Ha ha ha. The fallen individuals shot her resentful glances. Whose fault do you think it is that they fell? Was it not due to someone's sudden stop? Nan Xi, having finished her laughter, glanced around at the pitch-black surroundings, a tinge of fear prompting her to touch her arms. Thank goodness they are here, otherwise I would be terrified alone. I must never act so impulsively again. The others, with a hint of pride, puffed out their chests. Now they understand their worth, after all the incessant scolding. Humph, this is quite displeasing. I need 2 melons to cheer me up. You Curson, observing Nan Xi's fearful demeanor, was about to approach to enhance her rapport and offer some warmth, but her intentions were thwarted as Gu Yunshen and Mu Zhe stepped forward. Speaking in unison, are you tired? Would you like me to carry you? After their declaration, they exchanged disdainful glances before turning to Nan Xi, awaiting her response. Nan Xi cast a fleeting glance at the two and bolted away.
Ah, run.
Who knows what's wrong with these two? Hurry.
Run.
Yu Curson chuckled at the sight of the two and followed suit. Mu Zhe, Gu Yunshen. The two, somewhat helpless, trailed behind. The others could hardly contain their laughter, finding the scene utterly hilarious. How could Nan Xi be so adorable while those two resembled peacocks, oblivious to it all? However, the subsequent sounds rendered their laughter short-lived. What are they laughing at? So frightening. They must be insane.
Ah, run.
The others, no giggling. They hastily followed suit. Ah, Nan Xi, you fool. How dare you accuse them of being crazy? This infuriated them. Chapter 66. The students of class 13 engaged in mixed doubles. Nan Xi sprinted ahead with all her might, while the students of class 13 pursued her closely. The surrounding darkness, imbued with an eerie sensation, instilled fear in Nan Xi, prompting her to charge forward with her eyes closed.
Ah.
Why haven't we reached the exit yet? Why does this tiny village have such an enormous underground chamber, resembling a labyrinth?
Ah.
So terrifying.
Run.
Run. The learning system, not requiring her to run, lazily perched atop Nan Xi's head and remarked, "Why don't you slow down a bit?" Ignoring the advice, Nan Xi turned to glance back at her classmates who were trailing behind like zombies, only to quicken her pace in fright. I can't help myself. This place is utterly terrifying, and there's a bunch of crazies chasing after me. How can I possibly stop? The students of class 13, witnessing Nan Xi's agile strides and hearing her thoughts, wore sinister smiles. They hastened their pace, emitting strange sounds, which only heightened the eeriness of the dimly lit environment. Fear compelled Nan Xi to run faster. Ah, what is wrong with these people? Have they lost their minds? Suddenly yelling like that is terrifying. As the students of class 13 listened to Nan Xi's thoughts, their smiles broadened and their voices grew louder. Just as they were about to relish Nan Xi's fearful expression, a few among them suddenly shouted. Turning to investigate, they found Mu Zhe and Gu Yunshen, faces flushed with anger, raising their hands to chastise the loudest offenders. The silent students, terrified of retribution, quickly quieted down. And before Mu Zhe and Gu Yunshen could utter a word, the class monitor's cheerful voice rang out. No scaring Nan Xi, be careful, or she might not take you along next time. Upon hearing this, they fell silent like quail, realizing that could not happen. They still wanted to be around Nan Xi and partake in her antics. It would be unacceptable if she excluded them. They promptly assured her that they would never scare her again. The class monitor regarded them with a gentle smile. Let us go. If we don't hurry, we'll lose track of Nan Xi. Upon hearing this, they immediately rushed after her, eager not to miss a single thought from Nan Xi. Who knew if the learning system might unveil some juicy gossip next? Perhaps not. Nan Xi couldn't concentrate on her studies right now, so it wouldn't spill any secrets. But listening to Nan Xi's thoughts was still a delightful prospect. As Nan Xi continued her sprint, she suddenly spotted a glimmer of light, stopping in confusion. Is someone ahead? Who could it be? Could they be accomplices from this village? Would they be armed? Just as the students of Class 13 arrived, they heard Nan Xi's thoughts and froze in place. They exchanged glances, excitement sparking between them. Nan Xi, intently focused on the front, remained oblivious to the crowd gathering behind her. She was inquiring of the learning system.
System. Who is it?
The learning system descended from Nan Xi's head, glancing ahead. Why don't you go check for yourself? Nan Xi's eyes widened in alarm. You still haven't told me who it is. What if they are bad people? As a lone, fragile girl, do you think I could defend myself? The learning system, observing the students of Class 13 behind her, slowly replied, Rest assured. You are not alone. Nan Xi, huh? Learning system, look behind you. Though somewhat perplexed, Nan Xi turned her head to see a throng of people grinning at her. Why are they so silent upon arriving? You scared me to death. I thought there were ghosts. Others, hee. As Nan Xi gazed at them, she silently questioned the learning system. Are you suggesting we confront them together? Flames of excitement ignited in the eyes of the others at the thought of confronting wrongdoers. The thrill was palpable. Besides, they had bodyguards, so there was no need to fear mishaps. Hee. Let us play. Learning system. No, if they were truly bad people,
you weaklings would stand no chance against them.
While the learning system spoke the truth, Nan Xi felt displeased, pouting slightly.
Humph. Don't underestimate me.
Others nodded in agreement. Absolutely.
No underestimating.
Although our combat abilities may be lacking, we possess financial prowess. We can hire someone to deal with them, and once they are incapacitated, we can swoop in and claim victory. Others. That makes perfect sense. Indeed, they have financial clout. Furthermore, with bodyguards, they wouldn't lose to villains. The learning system regarded Nan Xi thoughtfully. You make a valid point. But they are not villains. They are police officers. Do you wish to fight them? Nan Xi, exasperated, shot a glare at the learning system. You should have mentioned that sooner. Others, exactly. They were unnecessarily agitated. Learning system. You didn't ask, did you? Nan Xi. Others. At that moment, a beam of white light illuminated them, accompanied by a gentle female voice. Are you students from Class 23 of Xinghua High School? Nan Xi. Others? Nan Xi stared at the beautiful police officer clad in uniform, flanked by several officers, her eyes widening in confusion. How does this police officer know we are students from Class 23 of Xinghua High School? The others nodded in agreement. How did she know? The police officer, observing their expressions, smiled warmly and said, Let us go. Under the guidance of the police officer and her colleagues, the students of Class 13 exited, while a few remained behind to continue their investigation. Upon stepping outside, the students of Class 13 felt somewhat dazed, gradually coming to their senses only after leaving the small room. Upon seeing their parents, they finally snapped back to reality, their minds fixated on a singular thought, escape. Yet they were no match for their parents' speed, who each grasped their child's ear, reprimanding them fiercely. Zhao Qianqian's parents were the loudest. Have you grown so bold that you dare to skip school? Mom, please be gentle. There are so many people here. Can't you give your son a little dignity? Dignity, you say? I'll just bruise it right now. Mom, stop being so violent. Be a bit gentler. Get lost. I am determined to give that insolent boy a good thrashing. Father, speak up. My dear, this rascal is too unruly. Allow me to take matters into my own hands. Father.
Ah.
The sounds of discipline resonated throughout the village as the students of Class 13 cried out louder with each passing moment. The attending police officers chose to turn a blind eye, as they too would wield a stick if it were their own children misbehaving. Such mischief. A good beating is the only way to instill some sense. The villagers of Qinghe, crouched on the ground, dared not utter a word. They never anticipated that after years of conducting business, they would collectively face such a calamity, all due to a group of students. It was utterly infuriating. Had they known better, they would have expelled the troublemakers instead of allowing them to stay for the sake of profit. They glared fiercely at the family responsible for harboring Class 13, their eyes filled with the ferocity of predators ready to devour. It was all their fault. If they hadn't been so greedy and kept these nuisances around, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. The family that had allowed Class 13 to remain, faced with the wrath of their fellow villagers, dared not speak, lowering their heads in a futile attempt to diminish their presence. Had there not been police present, the situation would have escalated far beyond mere beatings. Chapter 67. The students of Class 13 are pressured by their parents to complete assignments. Nan Xi observed her beaten classmates, thinking, how tragic. How tragic. They are being subjected to a brutal double team. Thank goodness my parents are not here. Otherwise, I would surely be among the punished. Ha ha ha. I was wise to request leave from the teacher and had the foresight to inform Zhang Ma in advance. Otherwise, my parents would undoubtedly be among the assailants. Having parents who love to roam is truly a blessing. Haha. No beatings for me. Meanwhile, the two parents hurrying home sneezed. Could it be that their precious daughter was thinking of them? At last, they could return to see their darling girl. They wondered if she would be happy. The beaten classmates, upon hearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, turned to her, only to find her wearing a smug expression, which made them feel even more aggrieved. They had all been punished, and yet Nan Xi dared to mock them. Shouldn't she offer them some words of comfort? Confused, Nan Xi looked at the tearful faces surrounding her, scratching her head in bewilderment. Why is everyone staring at me, looking so pitiful? Are they envious that I escaped unscathed? But that shouldn't be the case. It's not just me. The class monitor and Mu Zhe were not punished either. Why not look at them? As others glanced at Mu Zhe and the class monitor, they confirmed that indeed, neither had received any punishment. They regarded them with a tinge of envy. The class monitor smiled at them and pointed to his mother, who was cradling him and weeping. With a silent gesture, he asked, "Would you like to trade?" The others immediately shook their heads. They had heard how much the class monitor's mother could cry, and they were ill-equipped to handle such an emotional outpouring. They preferred a good thrashing instead. At least once that was done, the matter would be settled. Their attention shifted back to Mu Zhe, who cast a melancholy glance in their direction and approached Nan Xi. Speaking with a hint of sorrow, "Xiaoxi, my parents are abroad and could not attend." Nan Xi, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pitiful Mu Zhe, gently patted his arm in consolation, saying, "My parents are not here either." Meanwhile, Gu Yunshen and Yu Kersen, who were being reprimanded by their own parents, were filled with rage and considered confronting Mu Zhe. Ah, that insufferable green tea. What a charade of innocence. The others, witnessing this scene, found that even the pain of their own punishment faded as they fixated on Nan Xi and her companions. Their parents, seeing their children's distraction, grew even angrier and intensified their beatings. The cries grew louder than before, startling Nan Xi. What is happening? Are they slaughtering pigs? Why do they sound so pitiful? The others grumbled in unison. We're unhappy. Being punished was one thing, but now we are being mocked by Nan Xi. Anger flared within them. They resolved to ignore her from that moment on. Suddenly, the voice of the learning system echoed. Have you had your fill of watching? If so, it is time to tackle those assignments. Before Nan Xi could respond, the system interjected once more. Do you not wish to see the list? With no further excuses remaining, Nan Xi conceded. Fine. I will write. What should I write? Assignments. Came the reply. Where are they? In your backpack. Nan Xi looked around, pondering. Where is my backpack? Instantly, the others lost their ire, suddenly feeling a kinship with Nan Xi. Zhao Qianqian broke free from his father's grasp and rushed to the police officer, whispering a few words. The officer retrieved a backpack, which was indeed Nan Xi's. Zhao Qianqian approached her, striking a heroic pose. No need to thank me. I saw you searching for something. You must have been looking for your backpack. Nan Xi took it, her expression somewhat peculiar. Thank you. The others lamented that they had not thought to fetch Nan Xi's backpack for themselves to avoid punishment. They were frustrated that Zhao Qianqian had snatched the opportunity. Ah, why must I endure such misery? I want to switch systems. I do not want to write assignments. The learning system responded. Did you not wish to know? Nan Xi fell silent, clutching her backpack while standing there, feeling despondent. Alas, my fate is so burdensome. Where on earth shall I write? Am I to do it here? That seems rather strange. As her thoughts lingered, Zhao Qianqian's voice broke through. You need your backpack to do your assignments, right? Would you like me to bring a table for you? Just as Nan Xi was about to decline, Zhao Qianqian volunteered to fetch a table from inside. Thus, Nan Xi sat outside, completing her assignments, with Mu Zhe beside her offering guidance, while Zhao Qianqian stood nearby, gleefully observing. Ha ha ha. He could finally watch Nan Xi as she solved problems up close. But Zhao Qianqian's joy was short-lived, as his father yanked him by the ear and pulled him away. You mischievous boy. Do not disturb others while they study. The other parents, witnessing the scene, grew even angrier and raised their sticks with renewed fervor. Look at you. Now look at that young lady. It infuriates me. She knows the importance of studying, but you waste your time in foolishness. And now, look where it has gotten you. You've become a fool. Nan Xi, overhearing, felt her cheeks flush. To be honest, I'm not as diligent as you think. I've been compelled to study. The others desperately wanted to retort but found themselves speechless, enduring the loving reprimands of their parents. Beatings are a form of love, after all. Why do their parents not consider their affection to be a type of love? Woe is me. This love is too heavy. They cannot bear it. With so many eyes upon her, Nan Xi felt a surge of determination and refrained from slacking off. She listened intently to Mu Zhe's lessons. The other parents, seeing Nan Xi's diligence, grew even more dissatisfied with their own children. They glared at their offspring, demanding, "Where are your assignments?" That young lady came prepared. What about you? This question left them speechless. Who brings assignments when out to play? Besides, it was not even Nan Xi who brought them. It was the learning system that had provided them. They sobbed quietly, wishing to counter the accusation. But before they could utter a word, their parents declared, "I will arrange for someone to deliver your assignment shortly. You are not leaving until they are complete." Thus, each student of class 13 received a stool, an assignment, and a pen. They squatted on the ground to write, yet upon encountering the unfamiliar questions, they realized they were utterly at a loss. Any attempt at rebellion would result in a beating from their parents. They could only cry and laugh helplessly as they squatted and wrote. In that moment, they finally comprehended just how challenging it was for Nan Xi to be compelled by the learning system to study. Ah, how difficult it is. Nan Xi looked at them and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Finally, I am not the only one writing assignments. I have company. I am so happy. So very happy. The others replied, "We are not happy. We do not want to write." Accompanied by others, Nan Xi found herself less resistant to taking the exam and, in fact, felt quite joyful. Ha ha ha. Today is a splendid day. A splendid day. Finally, I'm not the only one writing. Ha ha ha. So happy. The others, however, were not pleased. They were decidedly unhappy. They turned their gaze toward the beaming Nan Xi, but before they could glance for even a second, they received a sharp reprimand from their parents. Hurry up and write. The students of class 13 dared not express their anger. The police present, along with the villagers of Qinghe, were taken aback by the scene. They had anticipated that a single scolding would suffice, not realizing they were also expected to take the exam. Is this truly the current method of parental education? Disobedience leads to a beating and then a test? Fortunately, their parents were not like that, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 68. It doesn't matter. Is it not just about seizing? Let the daughter return home and consult her mother for wisdom. Tormented by a math problem, Nan Xi found herself bewildered despite Mu Zhe explaining it several times. I really want to sleep. Can I take a nap and then continue writing? The learning system remained silent, prompting Nan Xi to engage in a self-dialogue. Forget it. That wretched system would certainly not agree, so I might as well continue writing. Why does math have to be so difficult? Who on earth invented math? Why must I study it? Ah, math. Haha, math and I are simply not meant to be. Please let me go. Whoa, I don't want math. I want to sleep. Sleep. Math, give my sleep back. Ah, math, your love is nauseating. I feel as though I am being forced into a relationship with math. Turns out that prolonged acquaintance does not lead to affection. After all these years with math, I still have not come to love it. The others, overhearing Nan Xi's inner thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Nan Xi was simply too amusing. Being around her made even doing homework enjoyable. They would not mind participating in such activities again, provided that Nan Xi was present. Mu Zhe, observing Nan Xi's despondent demeanor, wore a gentle smile, his gaze toward her imbued with affection. He softly inquired, "Are you tired? If so, take a break. I have some snacks." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Mu Zhe is indeed a good person. How kind of him to let me rest and offer me snacks. I'm so touched. Mu Zhe's smile deepened as he stood to retrieve his bag from the police. Gu Yunchuan and Yukerson, seeing Mu Zhe leave, approached Nan Xi, each taking a seat beside her. Gu Yunchuan, as he sat, even nudged Mu Zhe's chair aside. Nan Xi stared at them, slightly bewildered. What are they up to? Yukerson placed her exam paper on Nan Xi's desk, smiling as she said, "Xiaoxi, it's too lonely to write alone. I came to find you. Will you be unhappy?" After finishing her sentence, Yukerson adopted a pitiful expression while looking at Nan Xi. Nan Xi quickly shook her head no. Yukerson then beamed, Thank you, Xiaoxi. I knew you were the best. Nearby, Yu's father watched his daughter as bold pursuit of affection, offering her silent encouragement. Truly, she was his daughter. One should be brave in the face of true love. A little boldness goes a long way. Otherwise, how could one win a spouse? He secretly observed his daughter and her potential partner. How should he refer to her? What should he call his daughter as wife? Regardless, it didn't matter. Daughter-in-law would suffice.
Right?
With sparkling eyes, he cheered for his daughter, hoping she would soon catch her beloved. Also observing the exchange were Gu Yunchuan's father, who looked puzzled at his son for bringing a chair to seek out a female classmate and, rather childishly, kicking another boy's chair. What was happening to his son? Had he changed? Squinting, he scrutinized both his son and the girl. Nan Xi remained blissfully unaware of the many eyes upon her as she comforted Yu Kursin. Then turned to Gu Yunchuan and asked, "What brings you here?" Gu Yunchuan, slightly displeased, thought it unfair that Mu Zhe was considered a good person and was charming Yu Kursin while he was met with this attitude. He looked at Nan Xi with a hint of grievance, realizing that she had forgotten. Indeed, she had forgotten everything. Nan Xi found his forlorn expression to be somewhat strange, unable to suppress her internal monologue. What kind of expression is that? If one didn't know better, they might think I had wronged him. Gu Yunchuan, with a tinge of sadness, declared, "Fiancé Yi, you have forgotten me." Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Please don't say such nonsense. In the distance, Gu's father, ever vigilant over his son, concluded that his son had indeed lost his senses upon hearing that declaration. His son had a fiancé, Yi. How was he, as a father, unaware of this? Meanwhile, Yu Kursin's father, overhearing Gu Yunchuan's words, felt a headache coming on. He knew his daughter had unreciprocated feelings and was aware of the numerous suitors vying for her attention. But so what? The young lady had not chosen anyone yet. His daughter still had a chance. Besides, even if there was a fiancé, what harm could it do? They were still children, not yet married. And they had years ahead of them. There was ample time for his daughter to pursue her heart's desire. With this mental reassurance, Yu's father felt a wave of calm wash over him. He was no longer fearful of his daughter being taken away. Wait a moment. Was it not a matter of taking? But rather, his daughter seizing someone else's fiancé? It mattered not. It was merely a matter of seizing. Perhaps his daughter should seek advice from her mother. After all, her mother had even taken her father from another. So what was the big deal about a classmate's fiancé? No issue at all. Regardless, that girl was destined to be his daughter-in-law. The students of Class 13 had become accustomed to Gu Yunchuan's erratic behavior. After all, Nan Xi would not acknowledge it. Yet, they were genuinely curious about the story behind this fiancé. Why was Gu Yunchuan so persistent? Would Nan Xi spill the beans? They longed to discuss it in their group chat. Alas, they were closely monitored by their parents, and a brief respite would lead to punishment, let alone mobile phones. How arduous their fate was. No discussions allowed. Gu Yunchuan gazed at Nan Xi, his expression filled with more grievance. You truly have forgotten. Nan Xi, exasperated, exclaimed, I'm so angry. What is this foolishness he is spouting? If it weren't for his father being present, I would surely give this fool a good thrashing. Mustn't he hit? Mustn't he hit? Having vented her frustrations, she adopted a serene facade and said, Classmate Gu, I believe that indulging in fantasies is a condition that needs treatment. Gu Yunchuan, oblivious, only heard, You won't hit me. His face flushed slightly as he gazed at Nan Xi. You wouldn't he dare to hit me, would you? Nan Xi's eyes widened further. Is he even aware of what he is saying? Has he lost his mind? Yu Kursin looked at Gu Yunchuan in disbelief, wondering how he managed to hear only what he wanted to hear. The others mused, so this is what the school bully is like. How curious that he seems a bit foolish. Gu's father, secretly observing his son. Couldn't he help but facepalm, pondering how two intelligent individuals like himself and his wife could produce such a dimwit. He glanced at his son's lovesick expression, feeling a wave of frustration. He feared for the future of his company. Upon hearing this, Yu's father suddenly felt that his daughter's competitor was not as formidable. He felt empowered, believing that his daughter would surely win back her beloved. Would he be a father-in-law or a father? Regardless, any title would do. Nan Xi suppressed the impulse to strike, inhaled deeply, and forced a smile. Gu, we should head to the hospital, if you're unwell. Gu Yunchen gazed at Nan Xi with bright, twinkling eyes. Are you worried about me? Nan Xi. Yuka Xian stifled a laugh, while the rest of Class 13 looked utterly bewildered. Gu's father, exasperated, face-bombed. This foolish son. I truly wish I could deny my connection to him. Chapter 69. Do not look at me like that. It makes me feel as though I am a heartless woman who abandons her lover. Nan Xi regarded Gu Yunshen with the expression one might reserve for a fool, her demeanor suggesting she was at a loss for words. Observing this, Gu Yunshen feigned a hurt and aggrieved expression, resembling a pitiful, wronged puppy. His voice quivered as he looked at Nan Xi with reddened eyes. Startled, Nan Xi nearly fled. Wait, big brother. Are you, the school tyrant, truly this fragile? On the verge of tears? Just speak up if something's bothering you. Don't look at me like that, it feels bizarre. As if I am the one who has wronged you. The others perked up, heads raised in excitement. What? What? The formidable school tyrant Gu Yunshen is crying? I must see this. I must see this. The students of Class 13 collectively raised their heads, their synchronized movements, startling their parents. They discreetly glanced toward Nan Xi, eager to witness the school tyrant's tears. However, before they could catch a glimpse, their own parents swiftly reprimanded them. Each received a slap, finally becoming obedient. Yet this was only superficial. They still covertly peeked at Nan Xi. They certainly did not wish to miss such a lively scene. But where was Mu Zhe? Was he truly taking this long just to fetch snacks? This scene lacked much of its charm without him. Haha. From a distance, Gu's father, seated on a chair, couldn't help but face-bomb at his son's pitiful display. Alas, he truly wished he could disavow this child. In his youth, during the pursuit of his wife, he was relentless, unlike this son of his. Had he been as timid and bashful as this boy, his wife would have been snatched away long ago. This lad, pursuing a wife has become quite the challenge. Gu Yunshen's woeful voice broke through. You really have forgotten. You clearly promised you would never forget me, he said, his eyes still glistening with tears as he gazed at Nan Xi, resembling a wronged little wife. Nan Xi. Yuka Xian glared at Gu Yunshen with indignation. In her eyes, his behavior was an assertion of ownership. He was flaunting their childhood acquaintance with Nan Xi. This irked her. So, what if they knew Nan Xi from childhood? The thought of Mu Zhe only fueled her anger further. Why was it that both of them had known her since childhood, yet she had not? Jealousy consumed her. Where was her knife? She wished to eliminate these two who boasted of their childhood connection with Nan Xi. The others, excited, eager to watch. Please continue. Where's Mu Zhe? Hurry back. This grand spectacle lacks excitement without you. Gu's father took out his phone, capturing his foolish son's tear-streaked visage. Naturally, he had to share this with his beloved wife. Before long, Gu's father's phone chimed. Upon checking, he saw a 60-second voice message from his wife. He held it to his ear, and his wife's excited exclamations filled his ears. Aren't you supposed to be picking up our son? Why is he still crying? But, oh, he looks so adorable when he cries. Ever since this little rascal grew up, he's lost his charm. I must go. Hurry. I want to see it live. And who is that girl? Is she our son's girlfriend? Seeing my foolish son like that. It's clear he hasn't won her over. Where was this? I'm coming right away. Seeing my son's embarrassing moments is a must. Gu's father touched his ear, a blissful smile gracing his face. His wife was truly adorable. Her voice was delightful. Hehe. Thinking of her arrival, he quickly sent a message. Wife, if you come, they might leave. Your dear husband will provide a live broadcast. A while later, another voice message arrived. This time, his wife's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Fine, but you better capture it well. Gu's father smiled gently. Of course, my dear wife. To ensure he recorded the best possible footage for her, he selected the clearest, most aesthetically pleasing phone. Sadly, he hadn't brought his camera, otherwise the results would have been even better. What a pity. He set down his phone, wiped the smile from his face, and resumed his previously expressionless demeanor, turning his gaze back to his foolish son. There stood the girl, furiously bouncing up and down, glaring at his son with anger. Nan Xi fumed. Gu Yunshen. My patience has its limits. If you continue this madness, do you believe I won't beat you up? Even your father's presence won't save you. The others, thrilling. Is a fight about to break out? Yuka Xian nodded from the side. That fool deserves to be taught a lesson. Trying to steal Nan Xi from her. It drives me crazy. Gu's father's eyes sparkled with amusement. This girl was entertaining. He was curious about his son's impending reaction. Better record this moment. He turned on his phone to record. As he began recording, He captured his son's foolish expression. Gu Yunshin nodded earnestly, gazing at Nan Xi. I believe in you. I know your fighting spirit. After all, he had felt the pain of a kick to the groin when battling boys. He could not afford to be bested by Nan Xi. Otherwise, she would surely deem him a weakling. Nan Xi froze for a moment. Huh? What is this fool babbling about? What does he mean by knowing? I've never fought him. Since middle school, I haven't been in any brawls. Could he truly be that dim-witted? The others perked up, their pens stilling as they listened.
Wow.
Exciting. Nan Xi has indeed fought before, and Gu Yunshin is aware of it. Does that mean Nan Xi has fought Gu Yunshin? Did she win? The school tyrant's status might be at risk. Could it be that their class would produce a female school tyrant? That would be splendid. Gu's father paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. To see his notoriously unruly son behave obediently, this daughter-in-law was quite likable. Yet, he wondered if his son could win her heart. The chances seemed slim. After all, the girl was stunning and had a plethora of admirers. His foolish son's hopes appeared rather bleak.
Ah,
what a worry. It was distressing that his son was disobedient. It was even more troubling that while someone could manage his son, he was hopelessly infatuated. In the brief moment Nan Xi was lost in thought, Gu Yunshin rose, inching closer to her, startling her into retreating a few steps. What are you doing? Although she had just made bold threats, the thought of confronting Gu Yunshin, towering at over 6 feet tall, made her decisively shake her head. Never mind. I fear I might be reduced to a crumpled heap in less than a second.
Yet,
I have a bodyguard. If Gu Yunshin dares to strike me, I will certainly have my bodyguard deal with him. The others, they thought they had found a girl capable of defeating Gu Yunshin, only to discover that this would-be female school tyrant was merely posturing. Yuka Xian stood up beside Nan Xi, crossing her arms and glaring at Gu Yunshin. Although she couldn't overpower the school tyrant, she had an uncle, albeit one who was nowhere to be found. Yet, all around were her uncle's colleagues. If she shouted loud enough, Gu Yunshin wouldn't dare bully Nan Xi. Gu Yunshin regarded Nan Xi's wary expression, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Nan Xi stared at him in terror. What is he smiling about? Is he pleased to see me in distress? It infuriates me. And still, I cannot best him. This only angers me further. Gu Yunshin's smile widened as he leaned closer to Nan Xi. You truly do not recognize me? As Nan Xi was about to fling the paper in Gu Yunshin's face, she was taken aback by his words. She stood there, momentarily dazed. What does he mean? The others nodded in agreement. Is there a story? Oh my. They were eager to hear it. From a distance, Gu's father nearly dropped his phone upon hearing his son's words.
What?
When did this happen? How could he, as a father, be unaware? However, the juicy gossip about his son stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Just then his phone chimed. It was a voice message from his wife. Oh my. His son actually had a secret. He wanted to know more. Naturally, Gu's father would not refuse his wife's request. So, he picked up the phone to record, hoping to capture his son's romantic entanglements to share with her. The prospect of his son's embarrassing history delighted him immensely. Finally, he could mock this foolish boy. Chapter 70. Gu Yunshin's expression was utterly outrageous. He wanted to tease him. Nan Xi thought, how delightful it would be to bully him. Unbeknownst to Gu Yunshin, his father was anticipating his folly. He merely wished for Nan Xi to recall him quickly. He continued, do take a closer look. Is there truly no recollection? Nan Xi leaned in closer to scrutinize Gu Yunshin. He gazed at her delicate face, so near that he could discern the fine hairs on her skin. Shyly, he lowered his gaze, fixating on her rosy lips, feeling a dizzying sensation as if his head might explode. The warmth on his face intensified, prompting him to suddenly rise and retreat a few steps back. In a flustered state, he dared not meet her eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably, making it impossible for him to remain composed. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Nan Xi's lips, flushing his face even deeper, causing him to shy away from her even more. Nan Xi, astonished by Gu Yunshin's sudden retreat, widened her eyes in shock. What's wrong with him? Why is he backing away, and his face is so red? Could it be a fever? She approached him, observing his glistening eyes and flushed cheeks. Oh my! Gu Yunshin's expression is simply scandalous. I want to tease him so badly. The others chimed in. What expression? They too were curious to see. Stealing glances at their parents nearby, they opted to discreetly eavesdrop. Meanwhile, Gu's father, who was secretly filming, could hardly contain himself. This foolish son was far too easily embarrassed. Oh, how disappointing. Unable to resist, Nan Xi placed her hand on Gu Yunchen's face, only to realize, upon seeing his wide-eyed stare, that she had overstepped. Embarrassed, she quickly explained, I noticed your face was so red, I thought you might have a fever, so I checked your temperature. It feels a bit warm. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? She awkwardly withdrew her hand, her expression filled with embarrassment. This is so awkward. It's all Gu Yunchen's fault for making such an easy target of himself, or I wouldn't have acted impulsively. But she pondered, gazing at Gu Yunchen, whose eyes were now red and pitifully cute, growing increasingly familiar. Could it be that I have actually met him before? Let me think. Gu Yunchen looked at her with sparkling eyes, knowing she had not forgotten him. His chest puffed with pride. The others urged, hurry. We want to hear. They had long been curious about this fiancé, with such a backstory. Today they would finally learn. They knew following Nan Xi had not been in vain. They glanced at Yu Kursen, who wore an expression that suggested she was ready to devour Gu Yunchen, and they knew a good show was forthcoming.
Ha ha ha.
How delightful. If only Muze were here, it would be even more entertaining. Where on earth had Muze gone? What could take him so long? Nonetheless, though Muze was absent, the class monitor remained present. They discreetly looked toward the monitor, finding his mother still crying, while he appeared utterly accustomed to it. He quietly observed Nan Xi and the others, his face shrouded in darkness, giving him an eerie appearance. Goosebumps prickled their skin. The usually gentle class monitor now appeared rather intimidating. They could not tell if he was affected by his mother's tears or for another reason altogether. However, his mother truly cried a lot. She had been at it since they arrived. Did she not fear going blind from all this weeping? Indeed, women are composed of water. The class monitor's mother must be made of the sea. Meanwhile, Su Hang was soothing his sister, noting the scene unfolding but still focused on her. In stark contrast, Su Leilei's eyes were glued to them, her expression brimming with excitement, only to sigh moments later. What a pity she might miss such a captivating scene when her parents arrived. She turned to Su Hang and asked, could you perhaps speak to my parents for me? So, I won't have to go back with you all? Su Hang replied nonchalantly, with your parents' temperament, do you think that is feasible? You might as well find someone to stream it for you before they arrive. Upon hearing this, Su Leilei's eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. Su Hang, you're so clever. With that, she set off in search of someone. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon Lin Wan, the only one who hadn't taken the exam, whose parents were still feeding her, and who had not been punished as severely. Lin Wan, enjoying cake fed by her mother, noticed Su Leilei's gaze and approached, asking, Su Leilei, is there something you need? The others surrounding Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief as she walked away. Who knew what it was like to be stuck taking an exam, while sitting next to a classmate who was exempt and receiving parental pampering? It was utterly infuriating. They glared at Lin Wan and Su Leilei with envy. Su Leilei clasped her hands together. Lin Wan, my parents will be arriving soon, and they certainly won't allow me to remain here. However, I wish to hear the gossip. So, I would like to ask for your help in recording what happens between them and Nan Xi. I truly want to hear it. Lin Wan nodded, sure. Su Leilei beamed. Thank you. She offered Lin Wan a piece of cake in gratitude, to which Lin Wan replied, no need to mention it. Su Leilei, touched, hugged Lin Wan, chattering excitedly. Observing this, Su Hang realized that Lin Wan was willing to help his sister. He smirked, lowering his gaze to his sister, who appeared somewhat anxious, and gently reassured her. Xiao Xiao, do you remember Mom and Dad? Xiao Xiao blinked her large eyes up at Su Hang, her previously placid gaze flickering with a hint of emotion before quickly fading back into her dark pupils. In a tiny voice, she uttered, Mama, Papa. Hearing this, Su Hang felt a rush of excitement and nodded, softly saying, when Mom and Dad received the news, they were searching for you elsewhere, so they may arrive a little later. But soon, Leilei's parents will come to pick us up. He gestured towards Su Leilei. This sister's parents are good friends with ours. They've already spoken with Aunt Lin and Uncle Su, and they will come to collect us shortly. Xiao Xiao's wide eyes remained expressionless as she fixed her gaze on Su Leilei, giving a slight nod. Seeing that Xiao Xiao understood, Su Hang subconsciously sighed in relief. He was worried that, after being isolated for so long, she might fear strangers, so he had brought her to a corner as soon as they arrived. Now that he had clarified things, he felt reassured. Nan Xi continued to scrutinize Gu Yunchen, lingering in her confusion, and finally asked, are you truly all right? Do you really not need to go to the hospital? Gu Yunchen sheepishly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he replied, no, I'm fine. Yu Kursen glanced at Gu Yunchuan's bashful demeanor, her arms crossed in irritation as she turned her head away to avoid looking at him. The others, witnessing Gu Yunchuan's shy behavior, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Was this truly the time for shyness? He should be grasping Nan Xi's shoulders and urging her. Look at my face. Can you truly not remember? Hurry, think. They were all yearning for the juicy gossip. Alas, Gu Yunchuan, we are sorely disappointed in you. Chapter 71. Nothing much. I just suddenly remembered my dog eating feces, and my dad even went to kiss it. Nan Xi observed Gu Yunchuan's face redden, resembling a monkey's rear, and she instinctively took a step back. Why does Gu Yunchuan seem so odd? Could he have lost his mind? What if it's contagious? It's best to keep my distance. Gu Yunchuan's blush vanished in an instant, leaving him with an expression of extreme embarrassment. Yu Kursen, beside him, clutched her stomach, pounding the table, her laughter unabashedly raucous. Nan Xi, observing this, widened her watery almond eyes, her pretty face etched with terror. What on earth is wrong with her? What could possibly be so funny? I wish I knew. If I ask, will she tell me? Yu Kursen suppressed her laughter, cleared her throat, and said, It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of my dog eating feces, and my dad went to kiss it. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disgust. How utterly revolting. Isn't that akin to indirectly eating feces? Would Yu Kursen's father still consent to kiss the little grandpa? Seeing that Nan Xi believed her without suspicion, Yu Kursen let out a sigh of relief while internally apologizing to her father. I'm sorry, dear dad. For the sake of your precious daughter, I believe you will understand. The students of Class 13 thought, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Spreading rumors about one's father eating feces is quite excessive. A dog ate feces, and Yu Kursen's father kissed the dog, thus he must have eaten feces. Nearby, Yu's father listened to his daughter's words and glanced at the expressions of those around him. Was it too late for him to leave? He looked at the smile on his daughter's face and could only endure helplessly. After all, his daughter was pursuing a partner, and as her father, he couldn't let her down. He desperately engaged in self-psychological counseling and finally persuaded himself. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and upon checking, he saw a message from Gu's father. To his surprise, Yu, the CEO, had eaten feces. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Yu's father turned to glance in Gu's father's direction, only to see him wearing a mischievous grin. Anger surged within him, his temples throbbing as he furiously typed on his phone, striking the screen as if he intended to shatter it. Mr. Gu must have misunderstood. My daughter was merely joking. Gu's father replied, Mr. Yu, everyone has their peculiarities. Your fondness for feces, I shall keep confidential. Yu's father glanced at Gu's father, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. He smirked and typed back, No need for concern, Mr. Gu. My daughter only made such a remark to pursue her partner. As a father, I must lend my support for my daughter's lifelong happiness. Alas, Mr. Gu wouldn't comprehend this, considering his son, oh, never mind. Gu's father, reading Yu's bragging message, felt a headache coming on. How had he ended up with such an inept son? It was taking him an eternity to pursue a partner, with no progress whatsoever. What a disgrace. Although his son had not yet captured anyone's heart, he couldn't lose face and sent a message back. Mr. Yu, you worry too much. My son already has someone he likes, and they've known each other since childhood. In fact, she is his fiancée. Yu's father, fiancée? That little girl doesn't seem to have agreed. Does she? Gu's father, that is not for you to worry about. At least my son has a title, while your daughter might not have the same assurance, considering the girl may not even fancy girls. Yu's father felt a surge of indignation but reminded himself not to concede, typing each word carefully. That was merely a childhood game. The little girl has likely forgotten, and arranged marriages are no longer in vogue. My daughter is a girl, and girls have more topics to discuss. Spending time together. Who knows who will ultimately win the heart? Gu's father clenched his teeth, countering, but my son shares a bond with that little girl since childhood. And this is not an arranged marriage. It is the children's own feelings. Yu's father, wasn't childhood just a play? Could Mr. Gu's son be taking it seriously? Gu's father, this is a matter among children. The two fathers were at an impasse, neither willing to yield, each determined not to lose. At that moment, Gu Yunchuan's voice interrupted their standoff, drawing their attention. They saw Gu Yunchuan gripping Nan Xi's shoulders. Leaning in close, Gu's father beamed with pride, feeling as though he had emerged victorious, strutting like a peacock before Yu's father. No wonder his son was remarkable. He had swiftly turned the tables. What a good son. U.S. father, looking at his daughter with a face as pale as a ghost, was aghast. My daughter. I have even accepted that my father kissed the dog that ate feces. How could you lose this opportunity? Oh, dear. What if my daughter's potential partner is snatched away? I'm anxiously waiting here. Can you really not recognize me? You must remember. Gu Yunchuan's tone held a hint of insistence. Nan Xi, taken aback by Gu Yunchuan's sudden advance, stood frozen, resembling a statue. Yu Kurson, seething with anger, longed to strike him but held back. However, she vowed that if this fool dared to bully Nan Xi, she would ensure her uncle dealt with him. The onlookers watched with excitement, their anticipation palpable. They loved this. Keep going. We want to see more. Nan Xi, don't just stand there. Show some reaction. Otherwise, Gu Yunchuan will be left feeling utterly embarrassed. Why hasn't Mu Zhe returned yet? What could he possibly be doing? Is he fetching snacks? Or preparing them? Why is it taking so long? Hurry back. Your return would add to the excitement. The students of Class 13 were internally ecstatic, yet they dared not show it outwardly. Fearing reprimand from their parents, better to remain calm and enjoy the show up close. They relished the spectacle. Just as Nan Xi seemed lost in thought, the students assumed she was merely startled. Her inner voice erupted, almost deafening the students of Class 13. What does this silly fool want? Why can't he just tell me? What is the use of your mouth if it's just for show? Why must I always guess what you mean? Do you think this is some idle drama? The others. How odd. It felt like our ears went temporarily deaf, and the world fell silent. Yu Kurson rubbed her ears and, after calming down, nodded in agreement. Yes. The mouth is not merely for decoration. Why must we constantly guess? Why can't he be more proactive? Gu Yunchuan stared at Nan Xi, momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Nan Xi looked back at him, clearing her throat. I'm sorry, but I genuinely cannot remember. Why don't you just say it yourself? If you make me guess again, I will definitely knock you out. Chapter 72. The school bully's eyes were reddened, yet he looked rather delicate. No wonder some people ship Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe as a couple. Gu Yunchuan's gaze flickered slightly as he regarded Nan Xi's furious expression, envisioning a fierce little girl who would kick other boys. He couldn't help but chuckle, causing Nan Xi to become even more alarmed. Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Your sudden outbursts are genuinely frightening. I long to return home. Is the feng shui here unfavorable? Why have both of you become so peculiar? Gu Yunchuan's smile froze upon his face, seemingly startling Nan Xi. The others, recalling how they had frightened Nan Xi, immediately went rigid, as she appeared genuinely frightened. If Nan Xi were to leave, how could they continue to indulge in the gossip? Apologies. They were wrong. They would never dare to frighten Nan Xi again. Yu Kuxian, incensed, stepped forward and forcefully pushed Gu Yunchuan aside, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Gu Yunchuan looked at Nan Xi with tear-filled eyes, resembling a pitiful little puppy, as he murmured, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Nan Xi, huh? Yu Kuxian, it's rather strange. I glared at him, and he started crying, as if I were the one bullying him. Suddenly enlightened, Yu Kuxian realized that Gu Yunchuan was merely playing the victim in front of Nan Xi to sow discord between them. How cunning! How deep his schemes run! Humph! This infuriates her. Just wait, she would have her little uncle teach this despicable green tea a lesson. Nan Xi gazed at the weeping school tyrant, her brows knitting together in confusion as she stared at Gu Yunchuan, contemplating how to address him. Why are you crying again? School tyrant. Does your little brother know how emotionally fragile you are? How will you manage your subordinates like this? Nan Xi leaned closer to Gu Yunchuan. I must say, your tear-streaked eyes do evoke a certain sympathy. It's no wonder some people ship Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe. Ha ha ha. Thinking back on the fanfiction they wrote about the school tyrant and the school prince is quite amusing. I must admit, some of those stories are rather well written. Perhaps I should share them with Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe. Hee. I can only imagine their expressions upon reading their own fanfiction. It would be absolutely delightful. The others chimed in. We want to see too. What fanfiction? Share the link. We want to peruse the stories of the school tyrant and the school prince. Yu Kuxian's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. If she could orchestrate a match between Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe, it would ensure that no one would vie for Nan Xi's affections. Hee. This plan is splendid. The first step is to show them her fanfiction. Perhaps they'll become enamored with each other. That way, Nan Xi would be solely hers. Hee. She truly is a genius. Gu Yunchuan sensed a peculiar gaze upon him and turned to find Yu Ku Xian regarding him with an odd, somewhat excited expression. It made him uncomfortable. But he had no time to concern himself with her. His focus was on Nan Xi, as he seemed to resolve himself to some important declaration. I. Nan Xi looked at Gu Yunchuan in confusion. Why are you stuttering? Can you not articulate your thoughts? Oh no. It seems his position as the school tyrant is in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan steeled himself. Nan Xi. I am here. Goodness. That tone startled me. I thought the teacher was calling my name. The others couldn't help but stifle their laughter, unable to find words to describe Nan Xi's thought process. Gu Yunchuan was clearly in a state of panic, yet she mistook it for the teacher calling her name. How entertaining. In the distance, Gu's father captured the moment with his phone. Ha. Is my son about to confess? No doubt he is my son, so swift. Ha. He is going to have a daughter-in-law. I must return and boast to those without daughters-in-law. Capture this moment. I shall send it to my wife shortly. He provocatively glanced at Yu's father from afar. Did you see that? My son is about to confess. Once he succeeds, your daughter will truly have no chance. Yu's father was infuriated, looking at his daughter with disappointment. Dear daughter, if you do not take the initiative soon, you will genuinely lose your chance at a daughter-in-law. Alas, this is quite distressing. Nan Xi observed Gu Yunchuan, unable to suppress a frown. His face is quite flushed. He appears as though he might suffocate. What on earth is he trying to convey? If he has something to say, he should just say it. Surely, he cannot be the first person to be rendered speechless. Gu Yunchuan's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson.
Wow.
So red. The others clamored. We want to see.
Show us. Quick.
Present the photos. Gu Yunchuan, feeling like a boiling kettle, seized Nan Xi's hand and exclaimed, Nan Xi. I'm here? Then speak up. The others fixated on the two, nodding in agreement. Go on, say it. Yu Ku Xian glared at Gu Yunchuan holding Nan Xi's hand, as if she could burn a hole through it with her gaze. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she looked up at Gu Yunchuan, realizing that the opportunity had to be expedited. She was determined to bring these two annoying individuals together. Then, Nan Xi would be entirely hers. With this thought, her mood lightened considerably. As everyone awaited Gu Yunchuan's words, a gentle voice echoed, Xiaoxi, I'm back. Nan Xi jumped at the sound of Mu Zhe's voice, startled as if she had stepped on a cat's tail. How strange. Why do I feel a twinge of fear? Surely, my mind is playing tricks on me. Gu Yunchuan glared back at Nan Xi's unspoken thoughts with evident displeasure, as if he wished to pierce Mu Zhe with his gaze. The others nodded in agreement. If such a scene were to unfold for them, they too would feel fear. However, they were not Nan Xi. Instead, they felt a thrill of excitement. Ah! Mu Zhe has finally returned. Things are about to get interesting. They glanced at Mu Zhe, then back at Gu Yunchuan and Nan Xi, and finally at Yu Ku Xian standing beside Nan Xi. Hee. Mu Zhe noticed Gu Yunchuan holding Nan Xi's hand, his eyes darkening with discontent, and his expression turned notably frosty. Nan Xi greeted Mu Zhe with a smile and a wave. Mu Zhe, you're back. Where have you been? Why so late? Seeing Nan Xi's lively demeanor, Mu Zhe's expression softened significantly, and he smiled warmly as he approached her, pulling her close. Gu Yunchuan watched his empty hand. The shyness that had just enveloped him vanished in an instant, replaced by indignation directed at Mu Zhe.
Mu Zhe, just you wait.
Gu Yunchuan stepped up to Nan Xi, childishly bumping into Mu Zhe, then said to Nan Xi, I haven't finished my sentence. Before Nan Xi could respond, Mu Zhe interjected, Xiaoxi, you must be hungry. I had someone bring this for you. He placed a thermos on the table. As expected, Nan Xi's attention was swiftly captured by Mu Zhe. Gu Yunchuan stood by, glaring at Mu Zhe in frustration. How had he not realized Mu Zhe was so cunning? Using food to entice Nan Xi, and he was utterly powerless to stop it. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Yu Ku Xian glanced between Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe, her resentment escalating. She knew these two were insufferable. She was determined to bring them together. Chapter 73. I am about to become angry. I shall reward Gu Yunchuan and Mu Zhe with a red envelope each. The others observed Gu Yunchuan, then Mu Zhe, and seeing Gu Yunchuan's furious expression, they couldn't help but retort, who told you to dawdle? If you had spoken up sooner, would you be in this predicament now, unable to express yourself? Oh, how tedious. Their failure to hear was truly disappointing. Equally disappointed was Gu's father, who had planned to capture his son's confession moment. Suddenly, it had been intercepted. Useless. He would not claim him as a son anymore. He couldn't bear the shame. Oh, dear. He dejectedly set down his phone. Nearby, Yu Papa, who was seething with anger and itching to confront Gu Papa, felt a wave of satisfaction upon witnessing Gu Papa's misfortune. I told you not to gloat too soon. Now you're facing the consequences, aren't you? Ha ha ha. This is utterly gratifying. Nan Xi, savoring the snacks brought by Muze, was initially in high spirits. But her joy would have been amplified had it not been for the presence of someone resembling a forlorn wife, casting her a woeful gaze. With a hint of exasperation, she glanced up to find Gu Yunchuan looking at her with a pitiful expression, as if she were a heartless seductress. She sighed in resignation. What on earth does Gu Yunchuan want? Why is he being so tedious? He hardly resembles a school bully at all. Upon hearing her thoughts, Gu Yunchuan felt even more aggrieved, tears welling up in his eyes. Nan Xi blinked in surprise, as if a sudden realization struck her. Wait, this look is so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Gu Yunchuan quickly wiped his tears away and stared intently at Nan Xi, resembling a well-behaved puppy. The others exchanged glances, excitement bubbling within them. Could it be? Is she really about to remember? Are we on the verge of a juicy revelation? They were eager to uncover the truth about Gu Yunchuan's fiancée. Yu Kursen rolled her eyes, feeling envious. Why is it that everyone else had the chance to meet Nan Xi as children, but I didn't? It's so unfair. I'm getting annoyed. I want to reward Gu Yunchuan and Muze with a good scolding. Muze's eyes were inscrutable as he looked at Nan Xi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet it strangely conveyed an air of irritation. He unwrapped a chocolate and fed it to Nan Xi, who instinctively took a bite. Delicious. This chocolate is amazing. Gu Yunchuan, however, hung his head in disappointment. Yu Kursen shot Muze an approving glance. Although she held no particular fondness for him, seeing Gu Yunchuan upset brought her joy. It would be even better if Muze was unhappy too. Ha ha ha. That's just the kind of wicked woman I am. Their discontent brings me delight. Others interjected. Is it time for chocolate now? We're at a pivotal moment, and yet this is being interrupted. They wished to retract their previous hopes for Muze to return, urging him to leave instead. They craved the gossip. Jealousy could wait. The revelation was of utmost importance. The anticipation is unbearable. After finishing the chocolate, Nan Xi turned to Gu Yunchuan, increasingly convinced of his familiarity. He really looks so familiar, especially when he cries. Why can't I remember? Gu Yunchuan raised his head, filled with hope, gazing at her expectantly. The others eagerly urged, hurry, remember. We want the scoop. Nan Xi rubbed her temples, closed her eyes, and concentrated, envisioning a young girl with big, watery eyes looking at her. Yes, it was indeed a little girl. She shook her head vigorously. I must be mistaken. Why would I think of a little girl? Gu Yunchuan is clearly a boy. It can't be him. I must be wrong. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunchuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he surveyed the onlookers, questioning his decision. If Nan Xi remembered, would his past misdeeds be exposed? Seeing her disbelief brought him relief. It was fortunate she hadn't recalled anything. He could find a moment alone with her later. Away from prying eyes, Muze raised an eyebrow at Gu Yunchuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Yu Kursen chimed in, what little girl? Oh great. Another childhood acquaintance. Now I have to wait my turn. The others were baffled. Little girl? ISN Tia Gu Yunchuan were talking about? Who is this little girl? They were desperate to uncover the identity of the fiancé. The suspense is killing me. Gu Yunchuan coughed, contemplating that if she didn't remember, it would be for the best. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? Just a moment ago, you were desperate for her to remember, and now you're saying it's fine if she doesn't? No. Absolutely not. They demanded the scoop, come what may. Nan Xi regarded Gu Yunchuan with a bemused expression. Is he out of his mind? He was just pestering me for ages. And now he tells me not to think about it? Is he toying with me? I must figure this out. What could possibly make Gu Yunchuan so fixated? Gu Yunchuan felt a mix of joy and anxiety at her determination to remember, worried about his past being uncovered. Oh. It's all my fault for being so impatient. Now that he was on the verge of losing her, he couldn't bear to stop her. His thoughts raced as he concocted a plan. Why don't we step inside? You can think at your leisure. His idea was clever. It would allow him to be alone with Nan Xi and keep his past hidden. However, reality was less forgiving. Muze had already sensed Gu Yunchuan's unusual behavior and would not let him and Nan Xi slip away, even if Muze was willing. Yu Kursen was adamant about not allowing this foolish boy to be alone with Nan Xi. It would be more painful than death. In unison, they declared, no way. The others nodded in agreement. They too opposed the idea. They had suffered through this suspense for far too long to let it go easily.
Sulele.
Watching the scene unfold while scrolling through her phone was growing anxious. Her parents were on their way, and she needed to know the truth before they arrived. At least let me have a taste of the gossip before I leave. Nan Xi looked curiously at the two. Why the opposition? Muze coughed lightly, Xiaoxi. You only have a few problems left to finish, and this back and forth is rather troublesome. It's best if we don't go in. Nan Xi nodded, right. I'm about to finish. Once I'm done, I'll get the list. No need to move. She then turned to Yu Kursen, who stammered. Boys and girls shouldn't be alone together. Nan Xi responded with a puzzled, huh? Yu Kursen grasped Nan Xi's hand, speaking earnestly, Xiaoxi, you're a girl. How can you be alone with a boy? And this one is clearly. She trailed off, but those who understood got the message. Gu Yunchuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What's the big deal? I'm not some villain. Is it really necessary to be so wary of me? If Yu Kursen were to know, she would undoubtedly exclaim, of course, you should be cautious. You sly character. Don't dare approach Nan Xi. Chapter 74. Could it be that Gu Yunchuan has undergone a transformation and is actually a girl? Seeing the unwavering stance of the two, Nan Xi agreed, acknowledging their reasoning. She wouldn't accompany Gu Yunchuan. He looked at the two blocking her path, gazing at Nan Xi with a pitiful expression, his eyes reddening like a forlorn puppy. Observing Gu Yunchuan's woeful demeanor, Nan Xi couldn't help but smirk. Gu Yunchuan, your persona is crumbling. Aren't you supposed to be the school bully? Shouldn't you be fierce and imposing? Why are you crying so easily? Aren't you afraid of being usurped by your underlings? Gu Yunchuan's eyes brimmed with tears. To him, his reputation mattered little. He wasn't concerned about being overthrown. What mattered most was getting Nan Xi away from those two. Everything else was secondary. As long as his strategy worked, he didn't care about others' opinions. The others had grown accustomed to the school bully's behavior. They had witnessed him cry several times that day alone. Within their hearts, the once feared school bully had lost all semblance of authority. Instead, he now appeared as nothing more than a weeping little child. How should one put it? It was rather amusing. At the very least, he seemed far more approachable than the previous tyrant. From afar, Mr. Gu observed his son crying once more, and it no longer struck him as surprising. He didn't even bother to capture the moment on his phone. After all, his device was already cluttered with hundreds of photographs of his son in tears. And his wife had received them too. He sat quietly on a bench, watching his foolish son, curious to see what sort of antics he might conjure next. Nan Xi gazed at Gu Yunchuan's tear-streaked face, a thought flickering in her mind, her expression betraying a hint of disbelief. Could it be? No way. It can't be what I'm thinking, can it? The others around her, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Can't you explain it clearly? The suspense was unbearable. Did he truly have no one in this world to cling to? Was he not afraid of inciting the wrath of the crowd? The urgency was maddening. How could Nan Xi behave this way? They had to uncover the truth about this fiancé today. Otherwise, they would surely lose sleep over it. Their eyes fixated on Nan Xi, not daring to blink, lest they miss something significant. At that moment, the voice of the learning system echoed. It is indeed as you have imagined. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's round, watery eyes widened in astonishment. It's true. I can't believe it. Ha ha ha. Gu Yunchuan actually ha ha. Gu Yunchuan's face flushed crimson, looking utterly pitiful. The students of class 13 were on the verge of losing their composure, internally screaming, what is it? Just tell us already. Nan Xi, seemingly oblivious to the mounting tension, finally declared. But Gu Yunchuan was truly a beautiful little girl when he was younger. The others exclaimed, what do you mean beautiful little girl? Are you suggesting Gu Yunchuan was a pretty girl as a child? They turned to Gu Yunchuan, jaws dropping in sheer astonishment. Could it be that he had undergone a transformation and was actually a girl at heart? They eagerly gazed at his pants, aware that to transition from male to female typically involved certain alterations. How they longed to see. Su Lu clutched her phone, fervently praying for her parents to delay their arrival. She was utterly thrilled and anxious to discover what would unfold next. She did not wish for her parents to interrupt her at such a pivotal moment. Otherwise, she would hardly sleep a wink that night. So, please, dear parents, take your time. I'm not finished eating yet. Feeling the weight of his classmates' stares, Gu Yunchuan shivered with discomfort, yearning to shout, "I am a boy. I have always been a boy." He had never undergone any transformation. He merely had an unreliable mother. The voice of the learning system chimed in once more, defending Gu Yunchuan's honor. By the way, why did Gu Yunchuan wear girls' clothing as a child? Back then, I genuinely thought he was a lovely sister. Even when Gu Yunchuan was rude and ignored me, I would still eagerly seek him out. But one day, while witnessing the beautiful sister in the restroom, I noticed something he possessed that I did not, which left me perplexed. When I asked my mother, I discovered I had been deceived. Woe is me. The beautiful sister turned out to be a boy. How distressing. I wasn't even angry. I was simply upset that the lovely sister would no longer acknowledge me. Gu Yunchuan's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and as he recalled the memory, he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. The others murmured. So he never transformed after all. What a letdown. We wasted our excitement on this. Furthermore, they chastised. Could you not express yourself in a manner that doesn't lead to such misunderstandings? Yet, they remained eager to know what this fiancé was all about. The voice of the learning system interrupted again. Is it not true that he ignored you because you saw his bird and innocently asked why you lacked one? You even tried to touch it, scaring him so much that he wouldn't leave his home for days. It's a miracle he didn't retaliate. And yet you're upset he ignored you. Nan Xi chuckled awkwardly. Hee. I was just a child. How could I possibly understand so much?
Besides,
it was clearly Gu Yunchuan's fault for deceiving me. What does that have to do with me? The others exclaimed. Oh. Who would have thought Nan Xi was so bold as a child? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. They were amused by the revelation. Yet their curiosity about the fiancé persisted. Please, just tell us already. We're on the edge of our seats.
Gu Yunchuan,
feeling exposed from the revelations of his childhood, resembled a palette of colors, both red and blue. Mu Ze's expression darkened as he heard the learning system's words, his gaze toward Gu Yunchuan laced with a hint of malice. Yu Ku Xian glared at Gu Yunchuan, exclaiming in frustration, how could you be so shameless? Wearing girls' clothing to get close to Nan Xi when she was just a little girl. How could you let her see that? It's infuriating. Gu Yunchuan, initially feeling awkward, found his spirits lifted when he noticed the disapproving looks from Yu Ku Xian and Mu Ze. Reflecting on his childhood, Nan Xi glanced at Gu Yunchuan, feeling a twinge of discomfort. What's going on? Why do I feel so embarrassed looking at Gu Yunchuan now? It's not my fault he wore girls' clothing and tricked me. She shot a glance at Gu Yunchuan, her delicate face pouting unhappily. This is still so embarrassing. Why on earth did he wear girls' clothing? Nan Xi glared at Gu Yunchuan in indignation. Gu Yunchuan thought to himself, how adorable. Even her glares are charming. Why does she only glare at me and not others? She must see me as special. The voice of the learning system chimed in. You cannot blame him. This is due to his mother's influence. Nan Xi blinked her large eyes, pondering, based on my extensive reading of novels. Could it be that Gu Yunchuan's mother favored girls, which is why she dressed him as one? The learning system regarded her with a frigid demeanor, responding curtly.
No.
Disappointed, Nan Xi asked, what then? The others nodded in agreement. We want to know too. Chapter 75. Gu Yunchuan's mother was exceedingly unreliable. His survival to this age could be deemed a miracle. Gu Yunchuan recalled his erratic mother, a headache forming at the thought. Unable to resist, he shot a glare at his father, silently accusing him, it's all your fault. Mr. Gu, taken aback by his son's sudden glare, was bewildered. What has gotten into him now? My son is acting strangely. I'm beginning to miss your mother. If not for your happiness, I would have left long ago. Before the learning system could speak, Nan Xi interjected, wait. You're not going to make us solve problems again, are you? The learning system looked at her, its tone laced with delight. Oh, it seems studying has its rewards. Now you're willing to engage your brain. Nan Xi frowned. Are you implying I was foolish before? Not at all. I'm saying you are adorable. So innocent. Nan Xi huffed. I don't believe you. The others chimed in. Indeed, your innocence is charming. The learning system prompted, so, do you not wish to know more? Nan Xi glanced at the remaining problems on the table, pouting. But I don't want to solve problems. I haven't finished yet. You have a heart of stone. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a pitiful little kitten. A pang of sympathy tugged at Mu Ze's heart, feeling a touch of sweetness at her adorable demeanor. Gu Yunchuan gazed at Nan Xi, his cheeks flushing even deeper. How adorable she was. The tearful Nan Xi appeared even more endearing, as if her sobs intensified. Gu Yunchuan was startled by his own thoughts and quickly shook his head to dismiss them. How wicked of him to wish for Nan Xi to cry. Truly, it was a cruel notion. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. Yu Ko Xian, observing the glistening tears in Nan Xi's eyes and the redness of her nose, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, to shower her with affection and comfort. The others, while sympathizing with Nan Xi, couldn't help but yearn for some juicy gossip. However, they felt the learning system had gone too far. How could it bully their class pet, Nan Xi? If they encountered the non-academic system, they would surely unleash their wrath upon it. They could always forego the gossip. Yet, relinquishing it was a difficult decision.
Sigh.
The learning system, witnessing Nan Xi's plight, felt akin to a villain. Nonetheless, it softened slightly, its cold mechanical voice tinged with a hint of resignation. All right. In light of your pitiable state, I shall show mercy. Nan Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the learning system. Does this mean I don't have to recite? The others, sensing the learning system's willingness to relent, decided against confronting it. Then, you must recite Ling Ding Yang. The learning system believed it had already been lenient. After all, this was material from middle school, and surely Nan Xi had mastered it. However, it overestimated her abilities. As Nan Xi faltered for several seconds, "Can I skip it?" The learning system, in disbelief, glared at her. This is basic middle school content.
Pray.
Do not tell me you cannot recall it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Nan Xi stammered for a while before finally uttering middle school. That was ages ago. How could I possibly remember? This is from the 9th grade. How is that considered long ago? Nan Xi's voice grew feebler. Isn't it just that my memory is poor? The learning system was on the verge of exploding from frustration. How had it ended up bound to such a character? It felt as if it might short-circuit, struggling to calm its emotions. No worries.
Stay calm.
Binding a slacker only showcased its prowess. Indeed, it was far too formidable to be exasperated by Nan Xi. Turning to her, it spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. No matter, you can recite it again. It will help solidify your knowledge. Nan Xi shivered at the system's demeanor, sensing that it was on the brink of madness. To prevent a system malfunction, she resolved to comply. Yet, she couldn't help but interject, "But I don't have the 9th grade textbook. If I take it out now with so many people around, they will certainly suspect me." The others chimed in. "Rest assured, Nan Xi, even if you claim it fell from the sky, we would believe you." The learning system felt as if it might truly short-circuit and desperately attempted to calm itself.
No worries. No worries.
After all, it was a legitimate learning system. It wouldn't lose its composure. Nan Xi glanced at the learning system, now frozen in midair. It won't crash because of me, will it? The others lamented. What a pity. We cannot witness the learning system's humiliation. How unfortunate. After a lengthy moment of self-soothing, the learning system finally spoke. Repeat after me. One line at a time. Struggling through hardships, we begin our journey. The stars are few in this desolate world. Nan Xi obediently echoed. Struggling through hardships, we begin our journey. The stars are few in this desolate world. Seeing that Nan Xi was somewhat compliant, the learning system's annoyance began to wane. Fearing she might cause a system malfunction, Nan Xi concentrated intently and soon grasped the material. The learning system regarded her ability to recite with a sense of relief. Nodding approvingly, were it not a system, it might have shed tears. With a hint of joy in its voice, it said, "Very well done. You performed admirably." Nan Xi chuckled. It was nothing extraordinary. Not as impressive as you claim. The others nodded in agreement. It was quite remarkable. Not only did she learn it, but she also taught us. In high spirits, Nan Xi asked, "Can you finally reveal it to me now?" The learning system nodded. Indeed. Nan Xi beamed. "I'm ready. Please go ahead." The others echoed her excitement. "We are ready too. Let us begin." Gu Yunchuan interjected. "I am not yet prepared." The learning system's voice reached the eager students of class 13. Gu Yunchuan's mother is rather unreliable. That he has survived to this day is a testament to his fortune. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow. Continue.
Continue.
The others urged, "Hurry up and tell us." Gu Yunchuan covered his face, lamenting, "Having such an unreliable mother truly tests my luck." Yu Ku Xian gazed at Gu Yunchuan with a smile, thrilled at the prospect of savoring the gossip about this annoying boy. She turned to the stoic Mu Zhe, wishing for even more juicy details. The learning system continued. When Gu Yunchuan was a child, his mother nearly choked him while breastfeeding. She took him swimming, and he almost drowned. When she cooked, the food was so terrible it caused him to vomit. And when they went out to play, he was forgotten and, fortunately, returned to him by a kind stranger to the police station. Nan Xi looked at Gu Yunchuan with a hint of sympathy. Yes, so unfortunate. How did he survive all that? The others nodded in agreement. What a lucky guy. Gu Yunchuan scratched his head in confusion. While he was pleased by Nan Xi's concern, her words felt oddly phrased. But he dismissed it. After all, Nan Xi cared about him. That made him happy. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi and continued. As for why Gu Yunchuan wore women's clothing, it was because his mother lost a bet with someone. To escape punishment, she pushed her son into the situation. The person, seeing how adorable Gu Yunchuan was, concocted a wicked idea to have him dress as a girl for an entire semester. Nan Xi gazed at Gu Yunchuan, unable to suppress her astonishment. His mother is truly unreliable. She even put her son in such a predicament. Gu Yunchuan nodded, finally feeling understood. He had indeed been severely let down by his mother. The others chimed in. How pitiful. Gu Yunchuan truly is unfortunate. But what of the fiancé? Could someone clarify the situation once and for all? Chapter 76 Learning System. Is the fiancé real, or did you provoke it yourself? Su Liao was equally curious about why Gu Yunchuan referred to Nan Xi as his fiancé. She glanced at the message from her mother. Her parents were arriving soon, and she was eager to uncover the truth. She approached Nan Xi cautiously, asking, Nan Xi, Gu Yunchuan says you are his fiancé. Is that true? The others perked up, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Could it really be so? Had we known, we would have asked earlier. And perhaps we wouldn't have been tormented for so long. They fixated on Nan Xi, eagerly awaiting her response. Nan Xi, taken aback by Su Liao's inquiry, widened her eyes and shook her head vehemently. No. Before she could finish, the learning system interjected. Yes. Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The others echoed her surprise. What? It's true. This is going to be entertaining. Gu Yunchuan puffed out his chest in pride, declaring, I told you. Nan Xi is my fiancé. He cast a triumphant glance at the stunned Mu Zhe and Yu Kuxian. Yu Kuxian, feeling the urge to strike him, stomped her foot in frustration. So what if it was a fiancé? As long as they weren't married, it didn't count. She still had a chance. Even if they did marry, what of it? She could still fit in. Borrowing a classic line from a beloved character, she thought, I am here to join this family, not to tear it apart. In an instant, Yu Kuxian comforted herself. With a provocative smile directed at Gu Yunchuan, he regarded Yu Kuxian with a puzzled frown. What was amiss with her? Why was she behaving so strangely? Surely, she wasn't losing her sanity, was she? Observing her continued laughter only deepened his confusion. It was truly peculiar. Turning his gaze to Nan Xi, he noticed Mu Zhe seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding scene. This was odd. Given Mu Zhe's temperament, one would expect him to be seething with rage. Why was he displaying no reaction at all? This was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Could it be that Mu Zhe harbored no feelings for Nan Xi? If that were the case, it was indeed splendid news. With one less rival to contend with. Gu Yunchuan felt a surge of elation, his eyes toward Mu Zhe now imbued with a hint of kindness. As long as Mu Zhe had no affection for Nan Xi, Gu Yunchuan was more than willing to extend a friendly demeanor toward him. However, if he were to catch a glimpse of Mu Zhe's clenched fist behind his back, he might have thought differently. Mu Zhe gazed at Gu Yunchuan. This foolish man, his simmering resentment skyrocketing. He shot a glare at him before turning away, determined not to engage with this overconfident simpleton any longer. The students of Class 13 were eagerly fixated on Nan Xi, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Do tell. Hurry. They clamored, eager for gossip. Nan Xi was momentarily taken aback, processing the situation for several seconds before responding. You, don't tell me I've made you so mad that your circuits are burning out? You're starting to spout nonsense. The learning system retorted with a glare. Even if you try to incite me, this system will not succumb to your provocations. Moreover, what I stated was true. Look at you now, aren't you rambling? The learning system inhaled deeply, striving to maintain its composure, its mechanical voice trembling slightly. Rest assured, this system is not speaking nonsense. Nor will I be provoked by you. You are the host personally selected by this system, even if you are lazy or dim-witted. I shall not be angered. Even if you are mischievous or disinclined to study, I will not lose my temper. Yes, I am not angry. I will not be angry. I certainly won't utter nonsense. What I say is indeed true. Nan Xi, witnessing the learning system nearly boiling over with indignation and listening to its rebuttals, was further convinced that she had indeed managed to infuriate it, and it was clearly quite vexed. She whispered a sarcastic remark about it, claiming to be unruffled. The others nodded in agreement. It was evident that the system was perturbed. The learning system shouted defiantly, "This system is not angry." Observing the learning system in such distress, Nan Xi feared she might actually drive it to a mechanical breakdown, so she refrained from further argument. Exactly. You are not angry. I misspoke. The learning system huffed. As long as you understand. Nan Xi nodded. MHM. The learning system finally calmed down and inquired, "Would you like to know?" Naturally, Nan Xi understood what the learning system was referring to, and, to be honest, she was quite curious. She glanced at the learning system. "You're not going to make me solve problems again, are you?" The learning system smiled slightly. "You are indeed astute." Nan Xi was exasperated. She had anticipated this. "You truly live up to your title as a learning system, always insisting that I work on exercises." The learning system chuckled. "Since you already acknowledge me as a learning system, it is only natural for me to motivate your studies." Seated on her chair, Nan Xi slumped like a deflated balloon. "I don't want to write anymore. I haven't even completed this question, and you want me to do more?
Plus.
I just memorized poetry. Why do I have to do this? It's so unfair. Why am I so unfortunate? I really don't want to write anymore." The others observed her plight and felt a twinge of sympathy. Being forced by a system to study was truly a grim fate. The learning system watched her sulking demeanor and smiled faintly. "That's not permissible. You've already called me a learning system. Therefore, you must study. Besides, I just informed you about Gu Yun Chuan's cross-dressing. Once you finish this question, I will gladly reveal the locations of other villages to you. As for the matter of your fiancé, you must still complete your exercises." Nan Xi, incredulous, retorted, "Does it really have to be so compartmentalized?" "Of course. This system is a learning system, dedicated to ensuring your academic progress. Everything must align with that goal." Nan Xi, exasperated, laid her head on the desk, resembling a lethargic fish, closing her eyes as if in deep meditation. The learning system, witnessing this, tapped her shoulder. "Hey, don't fall asleep." Nan Xi ignored it. The learning system continued, "You can't just refuse to talk. We can negotiate, right? Don't resort to silent treatment. It's truly uncalled for." Nan Xi merely rolled over, continuing to sleep. The learning system sighed. "All right, I concede. Can we agree to not write anymore?" Instantly, Nan Xi sprang up, a beaming smile gracing her face as she looked at the learning system. "That's what you said. No takebacks." The learning system, resigned, replied, "No takebacks. But I can only divulge information about your fiancé. I won't reveal anything else." Nan Xi eagerly agreed. Great. After all, gaining even a bit more information was a bonus. She wouldn't complain. Observing the entire exchange, the students of Class 13 realized that Nan Xi didn't seem so unfortunate after all. The learning system was rather indulgent toward her. Even when ignored, it would still strive to please her. Well, how should one put it? Nan Xi was not unfortunate. Not in the slightest. The learning system was quite endearing. Gazing at Nan Xi's cheerful countenance, the learning system sighed in resignation. After all, this was the host it had chosen. What could it do but pamper her? Is this fiancé truly genuine, or did you provoke Gu Yun Chuan of your own accord? Nan Xi's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. Me? The others gasped, "Wow." So, it was Nan Xi who made the first move. How thrilling! Gu Yun Chuan appeared to have an epiphany, blushing deeply. Resembling a bashful bride, his gaze fixed shyly on Nan Xi. Yu Ku Xin and Mu Zhe exchanged exasperated glances, sharing an uncharacteristic moment of agreement. They both felt an overwhelming urge to put an end to this show-off, this grinning fool. Chapter 77. Nan Xi, it's my first time witnessing my own drama unfold, and I'm still getting used to it. It feels rather strange. Nan Xi stared in disbelief, her eyes widening as she remained frozen for several seconds, as if petrified. The others looked at her, then glanced at one another, silently communicating. What is wrong with Nan Xi? Has she been stunned into silence? One of them nodded in response. Su Liao Liao observed Nan Xi, then glanced at Yu Ku Xin and Mu Zhe, noting their grim expressions, and felt that perhaps she should not be present. However, Her curiosity was piqued, and she devised a compromise by stepping back a few paces. This way, she could enjoy the spectacle without being noticed. How clever of her! She pulled out her phone and messaged Wan. It seems like Nan Xi has gone blank. When do you think she'll snap back to reality? I still want to enjoy the drama. My parents are on their way. And I'd hate for them to arrive while the juicy gossip is unfolding. What a loss that would be. Wan, if I miss out, you absolutely must live stream it for me. I'm dying to see. And why did the learning system say it was Nan Xi who provoked Gu Yunchuan? Yet she doesn't, remember? Wan, who do you think Nan Xi likes? Muze, Yu Xian, or Gu Yunchuan? I feel like it must be Gu Yunchuan, otherwise, how could she become his fiancée? And what's up with the class monitor today? He hasn't stirred at all. Usually, he'd be here stirring the pot. Lin Wan, overwhelmed by Su Liao's lengthy message, suddenly felt dizzy from reading so much text. She replied, send less. Just go check on the class monitor to find out. Upon seeing this, Su Liao scrolled back through the messages, her screen filled with text, and she awkwardly smiled at Lin Wan. Turning her gaze to the class monitor, she found him seated with an expression of exasperation beside a tearful and beautiful woman. She couldn't help but send another message, Wan. The class monitor's mom is really crying up a storm. Time has elapsed, and if I continue to weep, will I not go blind? Lin Wan glanced at her phone, just as she was about to type a message, when a thunderous voice rang out. How could this be? I am such a demure and adorable girl. How could I possibly hold on to a boy and declare myself his fiancé? You must be mistaken. Lin Wan sent a message. All right, Nan Xi has come to her senses. After sending it, she refrained from glancing at her phone, instead fixating her gaze intently on Nan Xi. Su Liao had already been captivated by Nan Xi's presence. Completely oblivious to the vibration of her phone, Gu Yunchuan, upon hearing Nan Xi's thoughts, lost the smug expression he had previously worn, replaced instead by a look of discontent. He gazed at Nan Xi with a pitiful expression, thinking, she forgot. She truly forgot. It was this little flirt who clung to me. Now that she has grown up, she has forgotten. What a flirt who forgets after teasing. Yu Xian's eyes brightened at this revelation. She always knew Nan Xi did not harbor feelings for Gu Yunchuan. Now, she was utterly taken aback. With a smug expression, she looked at the woeful Gu Yunchuan, chuckling, see? You were so cocky just now.
How does it feel now?
Ha ha ha. In her heart, Yu Xian felt a triumphant glee. Muze, while not as animated as Yu Xian, felt equally elated. Observing the gentle smile gracing Nan Xi's face, others around them scratched their ears, exclaiming, but she truly is adorable. Which lady are you referring to? The learning system echoed this sentiment. Which lady are you speaking of? Nan Xi shot a fierce glare at it, her hands resting on the exam paper.
If you dare repeat that.
The learning system, witnessing her readiness to tear the paper, let out a chuckle. Could a mere human threaten such a grand learning system? Observing Nan Xi's furious demeanor, it conceded, all right. You are the most ladylike of them all. Others gasped, what has clouded the learning system's judgment? What could it be? Nan Xi finally regained her composure, a smile adorning her face. So, you must not slander this lady. The learning system, stifling its laughter, replied, yes, you are indeed a lady, but this system has not erred. Others urged, speak. We are eager to hear. Nan Xi pouted you. Before she could finish, the learning system interrupted, do not rush to refute. You simply forgot. Gu Yunchuan nodded in agreement, exactly. It was merely forgetfulness. The others ceased their writing. All eyes now fixed on Nan Xi. However, they were swiftly reprimanded by their parents. Upon recognizing their parents, their rising tempers subsided, and they promptly lowered their heads to focus on their papers, though their thoughts drifted towards Nan Xi. Nan Xi fell silent, her expression sullen, as the mechanical voice of the learning system took on a playful tone. You used to be enamored with the good looks of others, always gravitating towards them. You would even daydream about them, causing the poor child to be too frightened to speak to you. You were relentless in your pursuit, much to the annoyance of young Gu Yunchuan. Indeed, you were quite the little flirt. Your affection for Muze was also due to his good looks. Nan Xi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the learning system's words. Isn't it natural to appreciate beauty? Others chimed in. We can't tell. Nan Xi, you are quite attractive yourself. Yet you are so enamored with someone else's looks. Yu Xian touched her own face, confident in her own beauty, recalling how Nan Xi had once complimented her. leading her to believe Nan Xi must have liked her. Mu Ze reminisced about the little girl who would always gaze at his face, unable to suppress a smile. Should he be grateful for his appearance? He glanced at Gu Yunchuan, who was not any less handsome than himself. Why had he become Nan Xi's fiancé? While he had not. Did Nan Xi truly find him less appealing than Gu Yunchuan? This left Mu Ze with profound doubts. Gu Yunchuan, as if struck by a revelation, suddenly lost his look of grievance, his face flushing instead. He glanced at Nan Xi, contemplating whether to whisk her away at that very moment, so that no one else would know. However, upon surveying the crowd, he deemed that plan unfeasible. What a vexing situation. The learning system, observing Nan Xi, continued, "As for the fiancé, you brought that upon yourself." Just as Nan Xi was about to retort, the learning system added, "Do not rush. Ponder this well." Nan Xi refrained from arguing. "This is my first time consuming my own gossip. I find it a bit peculiar." Zhao Qian chimed in, "If you're not used to it, just indulge a bit more. I wasn't accustomed to it at first either, but eventually I grew quite fond of it." Others reassured her. "It doesn't matter if you're not accustomed yet. We are." The learning system remarked, "You were quite the little flirt in your youth. I understand now. Could you refrain from bringing it up at every turn? Just tell me already. What are you keeping us in suspense for?" The learning system replied, "I simply wish to prepare you mentally. Hurry up." The others echoed, "Indeed, do be swift." Chapter 78. Gu Yunchuan is your fiancé? Moreover, you even kissed him. A forceful kiss. The learning system, observing Nan Xi's barely contained fury, was in high spirits as it began. "When you were young, you heard somewhere that marrying means being together forever. You wanted to be with your beautiful sister Gu Yunchuan for eternity. You even brought a red veil to school, placed it over Gu Yunchuan and declared, 'Sister, marry me. I wish to be with you forever.'" Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words.
So,
"This fiancé business?" The learning system confirmed, "Gu Yunchuan is your fiancé? Nan Xi retorted, "Will he agree? You aren't deceiving me, are you? I was so bold back then." The learning system nodded. He initially did not consent. Your declaration startled him. He come to school for several days. Others gasped,
wow.
So this fiancé was indeed brought upon by Nan Xi herself. Su Liao, bubbling with excitement, messaged Lin Wan. It turns out the fiancé is Gu Yunchuan himself.
How amusing.
Was Nan Xi this entertaining when she was young? Lin Wan, reading Su Liao's messages, could sense her exuberance. She set her phone down and glanced at the class monitor, who had noticeably changed color and seemed to be whispering something to her mother. Her mother had ceased her tears and was now approaching Nan Xi. A smile blossomed on Lin Wan's face. Following Nan Xi was indeed worthwhile and quite delightful. Gu Yunchuan buried his face in his hands. Now that the secret was out, it was rather fortuitous, for he had a legitimate claim, albeit a rather unconventional one. So what? He was still the recognized individual. Ha. Yu Xin felt an urge to stomp her feet in frustration but restrained herself. Why had she not encountered Nan Xi in her youth? With her looks, she could have easily charmed that little flirt, and it would have been a cinch. She could not accept this. With a snap, the pen in Mu Ze's hand broke. Lost in her thoughts regarding the learning system's words, Nan Xi failed to notice her teacher had snapped her pen. The learning system, observing Nan Xi's stunned expression, remarked, "You were worried when Gu Yunchuan had not attended school for several days, especially since you had just told him you wanted to marry him. When the bride did not appear the next day, you rushed to Gu Yunchuan's home." Nan Xi called out, "Wait, I should have behaved normally afterward, right? I didn't commit any heinous acts, did I?" Others exclaimed, "Ah." At this critical moment, do not falter. They are still eager to listen. However, upon hearing the beastly behavior mentioned by Nan Xi, their curiosity piqued. What kind of beastly behavior could it be? They were electrified with excitement. Gu Yunchuan felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face, resembling a bashful young bride who had been wronged. Such an expression only served to deepen Mu Ze's intrigue, causing the already broken pen in his hand to splinter further. Yu Xin, unable to contain her frustration, was about to interject when she was restrained by Su Liao. "Wait, don't get too worked up. Even if something occurred, it was in their childhood. Look, Nan Xi doesn't even remember it. Don't you want to know what happened? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in 100 battles." Yu Xin was ultimately calmed by Su Liao's words. "You're right. It was all in the past. I must see how this shameless Gu Yunchuan managed to entice Nan Xi. Su Liuliao interjected. Actually, it seems Nan Xi was the one who first teased Gu Yunchuan. Observing Yu Kursen's furious expression, she wisely chose to silence herself, as she still yearned to witness the unfolding drama without provoking the young lady's wrath. Otherwise, she might miss out entirely. As the learning system's voice resonated among the eager and agitated crowd, it queried, "Beastly behavior? What constitutes such behavior?" The others echoed, "Yes. What indeed qualifies as beastly behavior? We want to hear." Since the learning system had posed the question, Nan Xi candidly responded. For instance, kissing him, tearing off his clothes. The learning system interrupted. All right. No need to elaborate. Outside the learning system, Nan Xi was expected to feel bashful, yet to everyone's surprise, the young girl was unabashed, enthusiastically providing information. The system felt a twinge of fear towards her boldness. The crowd clamored, "Don't interrupt. We still wish to hear more." Yu Kursen reached her boiling point, exclaiming, "Ah, I must obliterate that beast Gu Yunchuan." Before she could act, Su Liuliao restrained her again. "Calm down. How can I not be furious? That beast Gu Yunchuan dared to treat Nan Xi in such a manner." Su Liuliao was tempted to point out that, in this scenario, it seemed that Nan Xi was the true beast rather than Gu Yunchuan. However, she refrained, fearing that Yu Kursen's fury might be directed at her as well. Instead, she gently comforted Yu Kursen. "Do not be angry. It was all a childhood incident. Nan Xi doesn't remember. She does not harbor feelings for Gu Yunchuan. Please, remain calm. If Nan Xi finds out, she might become suspicious." Slowly regaining her composure, Yu Kursen took a deep breath. Indeed, it was merely a childhood matter, nothing to fret over. Yet, I cannot help but feel incensed. Why was it not I who received the kiss? Su Liuliao hastily replied. It's not certain that a kiss even occurred. Do not let your imagination run wild.
Right.
There was no kiss. No kiss. With that, Yu Kursen's agitation began to wane. Muze cast a fierce gaze at the pen he had shattered into several pieces, then tightened his grip around it. Gu Yunchuan, recalling Nan Xi's earlier words, felt his face heat up, unable to bear even glancing at her. The class monitor approached and halted a few meters away from them, observing Gu Yunchuan's face, which resembled a boiled shrimp, and chuckled softly. His smile was light, yet his eyes bore a menacing glint. Hearing the learning system's words, Nan Xi remarked with a smile, "You don't think I would be shy, do you?" The learning system retorted, "As a young lady, could you exhibit a tad more modesty? Where is your decorum?" Nan Xi, displeased, responded, "In what way am I lacking in modesty? I merely stated a fact. I did not engage in any actions. I am indeed a very demure young lady." The learning system chuckled and dropped a bombshell. "You kissed him." Nan Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking." The learning system insisted. "You kissed him, and it was you who initiated the kiss." Nan Xi. The crowd erupted with excitement, clamoring for more details. What transpired? Why did she kiss him? Gu Yunchuan, blushing yet grinning foolishly, was the picture of embarrassment. Yu Kursen fumed, "I must take down that beast." She was just a little girl at the time. Despite her anger, Yu Kursen retained some semblance of reason, her voice barely above a whisper, heard only by Su Liuliao. Su Liuliao was tempted to clarify that it was Nan Xi who had kissed Gu Yunchuan, and that he had also been quite young. However, she dared not voice this. Wary of Yu Kursen's volatile mood, after venting her frustrations for a while, Yu Kursen finally regained her composure, determined to uncover what this mischievous boy had done to warrant such a kiss. Su Liuliao quipped, "Wasn't it Nan Xi who initiated the kiss? You really ought to adjust your memories to something more palatable." Chapter 79. Just because you are young, does it give you the right to kiss at will? Muze let out a snicker, snapping his pen with a decisive crack that successfully caught Nan Xi's attention. She turned to him with curiosity. "What happened?" Muze smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. I just exerted too much force while using the pen and accidentally broke it. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, for ruining your pen." Nan Xi shrugged. "It's no big deal, just a pen." Muze replied with a grin. "I'm glad you're not upset." As he spoke, he discreetly dropped the broken pen behind him, now in several pieces. Su Liuliao gasped in astonishment. Is the school tyrant really that strong? She had always assumed he was a delicate beauty, but it was clear now that appearances could be deceiving. He was impressively strong. She quickly took out her phone to capture the moment, thinking it wise to document this incident. After ensuring to block Nan Xi and a few relatives from seeing, she posted to her social media, "The school heartthrob is incredible. He crushed a pen with his bare hands. I wonder who would win in a fight between the school heartthrob and the school tyrant?" Accompanied by a photo, her post drew attention. The others, preoccupied with their parents nearby and focused on Nan Xi, did not notice the incoming messages on their phones. However, Lin Wan spotted it and shared a screenshot in the group chat. In the hushed atmosphere, the vibrations of phones began to echo, a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Nan Xi raised an eyebrow at her motionless classmates. "Isn't it strange? Why is no one checking their messages?" The moment the others heard this, they scrambled for their phones, eyes widening in shock at Lin Wan's post. Observing their reaction, Nan Xi mused, "How peculiar. Why do I feel like they're hiding something from me?" The others, though slightly flustered, managed to suppress their reactions, fixating on their phones and avoiding Nan Xi's gaze. The learning system chimed in, "Why concern yourself with them? Wouldn't you prefer to understand why you kissed him?" Instantly, Nan Xi's attention was captured, and she nodded. "While I am quite curious, there is an inherent awkwardness in using such behavior on others." The crowd murmured, "We are not awkward. We are eager to know."
With that,
Nan Xi ceased her scrutiny of them, and they began typing furiously on their phones.
wow.
That pen met a tragic end. Look at its fate. Is this the behavior of a jealous man? Truly frightening. They debated if Mu Zhe and Gu Yunchuan were to fight, who would emerge victorious. In the past, they would have undoubtedly sided with Gu Yunchuan, but with Mu Zhe's display of strength, they were unsure whom to choose.
Oh well.
Regardless, there will be a confrontation one day, and we shall see. The others readily agreed, and soon their conversation veered back to Nan Xi's kiss with Gu Yunchuan. Did Nan Xi really kiss him? How audacious. They giggled. Someone is bound to get angry. It's no wonder. The pen was completely shattered. This is too entertaining. Following Nan Xi truly yields some juicy drama. And this time, the drama revolves around her own antics. I absolutely love it. Meanwhile, the parents of Class 13 observe their children engrossed in their phones, their frustrations simmering to a boil. "Today, my children have been rather disobedient, and their tempers are already frayed." To my astonishment, while enduring their punishment, they are now engrossed in their mobile phones, which only serves to aggravate their frustration further. As they raise their fists in a display of affection, preparing to make intimate contact with their offspring's heads, the previously distracted children hastily abandon their devices, pick up their pens, and sit upright, utterly transformed from their earlier nonchalance. The parents are left perplexed, questioning whether their children have undergone a change of heart. How curious it is that they are now so conscientious about completing their assignments. Could it be the assignments themselves that have instigated this transformation? It seems the previous methods of reprimand were in vain, as they have now discovered a more effective approach. Henceforth, any mischievous behavior will warrant additional assignments. The students of Class 13 remain blissfully unaware that their parents have unearthed a brilliant strategy for discipline, one that may well jeopardize their future happiness. Their focus has now been entirely captivated by the voice of the learning system. Embarrassment? You are familiar with the concept of embarrassment? You certainly did not exhibit such feelings when you were being affectionate. Nan Xi stammers, finally managing to utter, I was still young back then. Does youth grant you immunity? Does being young permit you to be indiscreet with your affections? Nan Xi's cheeks flush crimson as she realizes her culpability. She had indeed acted rather shamelessly. In a soft voice, she admits, I understand my mistake now. Is that sufficient? I shall never dare again. The learning system nods in approval. Excellent. Remember, you are forbidden from being overly familiar with relatives in the future. Nan Xi assents. Before you gain admission to university, you are not permitted to engage in romantic relationships. Nan Xi replies, You are trying to manipulate me. The learning system retorts, I assure you, this is for your own benefit. What business do you have with romance as a student? Your priority is diligent study. Nan Xi rolls her eyes. You are so verbose. The others nod in agreement, recognizing the familiar refrain from their own parents, a constant admonition to focus on studies and avoid romantic entanglements. The learning system concludes, regardless, you have consented. Nan Xi crosses her arms and huffs. Truly, you are relentless in your pursuit of my academic diligence. The learning system responds, your praise is appreciated. Nan Xi shoots it a disdainful glance. That was not a compliment. Then I shall take it as such. Nan Xi chuckles. As long as you are pleased. I am indeed quite content. The others chime in urging, please cease your banter. We wish to know why Nan Xi kissed Gu Yunchen. Learning system, do enlighten us. Nan Xi, too, is curious and clears her throat, prompting, "You may proceed." The learning system asks, "Are you not embarrassed?" Well, since no one else is aware. Even if I feel embarrassed, it is only me who bears it. The others interject, "Apologies. We can hear you too."
Hee.
The learning system perches itself on the desk, clearing its throat and speaking in a refined yet detached mechanical tone. "Let us recount the tale of your attempt to seek out Gu Yunshin. When he did not appear, you ventured to the balcony of the adjacent room, intending to scale it. As you perched upon the railing, the housekeeper spotted you and screamed, successfully summoning Gu Yunshin. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of you precariously balanced on the railing, his face paling in terror as you beamed at him. Gu Yunshin shouted for you to come down, to which you defiantly replied, 'No, you have been ignoring me.' Undeterred, he reassured you that he had not neglected you, and after much coaxing, you finally descended. Nan Xi inquires, and then the others chime in, how audacious of Nan Xi in her youth, scaling balconies without fear of falling. Thankfully, she is not my sister, or I would surely be exasperated. Yukursen stomps her foot in displeasure, glaring at Gu Yunshin. You pest. How can I tolerate you more? You knew Nan Xi when she was a child, and you even shared a kiss. I am incensed. Chapter 80 reveals that Nan Xi, the little rogue, could boldly kiss someone without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Gu Yunshin recalls the incident, his face suddenly aflame with color. The others, intrigued, begin to message one another, whispering, "Gu Yunshin's face is so red. What could he be thinking? Is it about that incident? The one that was rather inappropriate? I understand now. I must hear it. Nan Xi, do tell us how it transpired." Su Liao Liao, hearing her phone vibrate repeatedly, wishes to see what they are discussing but refrains from checking her phone, fearing the wrath of the furious young lady beside her. She retreats slightly, hoping to avoid any repercussions from Yukursen. She is frightened. Why must such a simple curiosity evoke such terror? Sneaking a glance at Mu Zhe, she discovers that he appears even more intimidating than Yukursen, especially as he grips a pen with a fierce demeanor. She averts her gaze, only to catch sight of the class monitor. Her mouth agape, she thinks this gossip is thrilling. Though frightening, it is undeniably captivating. The learning system continues. After you descended, you clung to Gu Yunshin, refusing to let go, insisting that you were already wed and must therefore share a nap together. You dragged him along, startling him greatly. When he resisted, you forcibly took him to nap beside you, even planting a kiss on his cheek, claiming it was a good night kiss, stating that parents often kiss each other when going to sleep. You then sprawled atop Gu Yunshin like an octopus, leaving him too frightened to move. Nan Xi's eyes widen in disbelief. The others exclaim, "How thrilling! Was Nan Xi truly this fierce in her childhood?" Nan Xi interjects, "I feel rather like a bandit." The learning system responds, "Incorrect, you are not merely resembling one. You are indeed a bandit." The others nod in agreement. Then Gu Yunshin must be the bandit-esque consort. Gu Yunshin, having been exposed for his childhood antics, finds himself blushing uncontrollably. He bows his head, appearing much like a bashful bride. Yukursen exclaims, "Ah, I want to hit someone. I want to hit someone." Witnessing Gu Yunshin's demeanor only fuels her desire to confront him further.
What does he mean by this?
Why is he blushing like a teapot? She cannot resist venting to Su Liao Liao. Why is he blushing? Nan Xi shows no signs of embarrassment, yet he dares to blush.
Ah,
how infuriating. He is clearly provoking me. Su Liao Liao remains silent, observing the furious Yukursen, internally mocking the absurdity of the situation. Nan Xi, the little rogue, could indeed kiss someone without a hint of shame. Yet, Gu Yunshin's bashfulness is quite entertaining. Is this truly the same school bully? He certainly does not behave this way when fighting outside. How amusing it is. Upon absorbing the learning system as account, Nan Xi finds herself feeling shy in Gu Yunshin's presence, her cheeks flushing as she glances at him. The learning system observes her reaction with curiosity, asking, "You can blush?" The others exclaim, "Blushing?" Our fearless Nan Xi can still feel embarrassed. We must witness this. Gu Yunshin glances at Nan Xi, her delicate complexion now tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a succulent peach. Utterly irresistible. His throat constricts, and he lowers his gaze, fearing that should he continue to look, he might succumb to inappropriate impulses. Nan Xi's cheeks are slightly flushed, yet she stubbornly asserts, "I am not." The learning system scrutinizes her reddening face, declaring, "I do not believe you." The others shake their heads. "We do not believe you either." Nan Xi shouts defiantly, I am not. The learning system replies, You may say whatever you wish. If you insist there is no embarrassment, then so be it. Moments later, Nan Xi's inner thoughts echo. What to do? I still find this so embarrassing.
Ah.
What should I do? Perhaps I should transfer schools instead? As others overheard, they ceased their gossip, collectively expressing their disapproval. If they shared this, the juicy tidbits would slip away. Yukerson remarked, transferring schools could prove advantageous, as it would allow me to shake off both of them. Upon hearing Nan Xi's intention to transfer, Gu Yunshin immediately cast her a pitiful glance. Did he really seem so inadequate that she felt compelled to escape him through a change of schools? Humph. She had forcefully kissed him and placed a red veil upon him. How could she simply run away? He would not permit this fickle woman to have her way. Even if she transferred to a different institution, he would follow her. He gazed at Nan Xi, a possessive smile gracing his lips, reassuring himself that no matter how far she fled, he would pursue her relentlessly. This smile, however, went unnoticed by Nan Xi, but Su Lulu caught sight of it. She couldn't help but shiver at the eerie display. How terrifying. Just moments ago, everything was fine, and now he wore such a frightening grin. She decided to keep her distance, lest she inadvertently become a victim of his madness. Stealthily, she retreated, catching a glimpse of Yukerson, which made her swallow hard. She should have bolted, but her curiosity got the better of her. She couldn't resist a glance at Mu Zhe, who was scribbling something on his paper with a pen. He appeared calm, yet there lingered an unsettling stillness, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Stealing another glance at the class monitor, she noticed him smiling at her. Though he was smiling, it struck her as quite frightening. Her curiosity promptly waned, and she dashed away. Su Heng, observing Su Lulio's return, inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you going to partake in the gossip?" Su Lulu patted her chest, asserting, "Eating is essential. But it can be done anywhere." After some thought, I decided to return and keep Xiao Xiao company. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Xiao's bewildered eyes grew even more perplexed. Su Heng chuckled at her flustered demeanor. Was she startled, or was it simply her desire to be with Xiao Xiao? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to affectionately ruffle his sister's hair. The learning system interjected, "Is this truly awkward? This is just the beginning." Nan Xi gulped. "I'm not particularly inclined to listen anymore." The others chimed in, "Oh no, we want to hear it." Where Nan Xi gossip. Speak up. A qualified gossipmonger must finish their own tale. Zhao Qianqian added, "You'll get used to it. Just keep at it." The learning system chuckled, its mechanical voice carrying an eerie tone. "Hee, if you won't listen, then I must share." Nan Xi hesitated for a few seconds. "All right, go ahead." The learning system's laughter faded. "You change your demeanor so swiftly. You want to speak, I can't prevent you. And since I'm the only one in the know, let the awkwardness be awkward." The others responded, "Hee. Now we know too." The learning system glanced at Nan Xi and continued, "After you forcefully kissed him and spent the night together." Nan Xi interrupted, "Please be more precise."
What do you mean spent the night?
"We merely lay on the same bed, and we are still so young. It was nothing more than a game." All right. Just lying together." The others chimed in, "Your choice of words is quite meticulous." Yukerson nodded, "Exactly, just children playing house. No need to be upset." Gu Yunshan exclaimed, "Not happy. You clearly spent the night together. How could you just deny it?" "Heartbroken."
No wonder.
"You fickle woman." Nan Xi nodded at the learning system's words, which prompted it to ask, "Do you have any further commands?" She shook her head, and the learning system shouted, "No?" "Then please refrain from interrupting me." Nan Xi awkwardly chuckled. "I want to speak." The learning system looked at her, continuing, "After lying together on the bed for several days, you began treating him as your husband. You went to school every day, bringing him food, and even insisted on sharing a bed for your afternoon naps. When the teachers disagreed, you defiantly argued that Gu Yunshin was your husband, and of course, you should share a bed. The teachers found it amusing, dismissing it as mere childish play." Nan Xi exclaimed, "What on earth?" The others responded, "How thrilling! How amusing!" Nan Xi was quite the wild child. As a qualified gossipmonger, one must maintain composure even when discussing one's own tales. After hearing the learning system's remarks, Gu Yunshin initially felt shy. But upon noticing the gazes of those around him, he promptly regained his confidence. Straightening his posture, he surveyed the room with a proud air, as if to claim his territory. Yes, they were married. Yukerson felt somewhat dazed until she caught sight of Gu Yunshin's arrogant demeanor. which prompted her to roll up her sleeves and confront him. Stomping her foot, she glared at Gu Yunshin, desperately attempting to reassure herself. It's fine. It's fine. It's merely a child's joke. Nothing serious. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not concerned. Not at all. Just children. I'm not concerned. That's right. I'm not concerned. Just kids.
Kids.
No. Oh no. I care so much. Where's my sword? My green dragon crescent blade? I'll slay this scoundrel.
Ah.
Muse paused momentarily, a drop of ink falling from his pen onto the pristine paper. Watching as it slowly seeped and spread. The once spotless sheet was now marred by a blot of black. His gaze shifted slightly, inhaling deeply before placing his pen down and looking up at Nan Xi, his eyes filled with a profound sense of possession. At that moment, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Nan Xi's inner voice resonated. I was quite the mischievous child. The learning system retorted, not mischievous. You were a little beast. Don't attempt to embellish your past. Nan Xi shot a glance at the learning system, smiling. All right. I might have been a bit beastly. The others chimed in. No need to be so hard on yourself. The learning system observed Nan Xi, surprised to see her unashamed demeanor, and curiously inquired, aren't you embarrassed? Not blushing? Not awkward? Nan Xi shrugged nonchalantly, as a qualified gossipmonger. One must maintain composure even when discussing one's own tales. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. As a qualified gossipmonger, how could one refuse to partake simply because it's their own story? Nan Xi added, besides, no one else knows. The others replied, sorry. We know too. The learning system regarded Nan Xi's fearless attitude and asked, so, are you eager to hear more? The others eagerly chimed in. We want to hear. We want to hear.
Tell us more.
We love it. Nan Xi pondered for a few seconds before responding. Go ahead. The learning system glanced at Nan Xi and continued. After sharing a bed for several days, you suddenly asked Gu Yunshin, we've been sleeping together for so long. Why haven't we had a baby yet? Nan Xi exclaimed. You person gasped. Gu Yunshin flushed, feeling bashful and embarrassed. The others responded with confusion. How to put it? The innocent language of children is rather endearing. Muse's pupils trembled, snapping his new pen in frustration. Nan Xi, noticing this, gulped. His strength is incredible. What did my pen ever do to deserve this? This is the second time. Muse smiled slightly. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry for breaking your pen again. I'll replace it later. The others remarked. That's not an apology. He's clearly just jealous. Nan Xi shook her head. No need. I have another. As she spoke, she retrieved a pen from her backpack and placed it on the desk, casting a wary glance at Muse. This is my last pen. Please don't break it. Muse smiled and nodded in agreement. The learning system observed his expression and frowned slightly, interjecting. Are you still listening? Nan Xi nodded. I'm
listening.
The learning system continued. Your words frightened Gu Yunchuan so much that he didn't dare come to school for several days. At that time, you were oblivious. But when you sought him out, he refused to see you. You returned home to tell your mother, who laughed heartily before explaining that you were still children and couldn't have babies. She also mentioned that you scared Gu Yunchuan, urging you to apologize. That very day, you took a gift and went to find him, and then you saw. The learning system teased. Want to guess what you saw? Nan Xi, exasperated, replied, I'm rather busy right now and don't have time for your antics. The others nodded in agreement. The learning system, sensing the moment, divulged, you went to find him. And coincidentally, he was in the restroom. You walked straight in and beheld his little bird. You know what happened next. Already aware of the situation, Nan Xi was less agitated. She inquired, is there more? The learning system shook its head. There is more if you're interested, such as why you two parted ways. The others chimed in eagerly. We want to know too. We want to know. Observing the learning system's excitement, Nan Xi understood its ulterior motives and felt increasingly reluctant to comply with its wishes. Apologies. She had a slight rebellious streak. She smiled and remarked, what reason could there possibly be for childhood classmates to separate? It could only be a transfer, or perhaps attending different elementary or middle schools, or family circumstances leading to a natural drift. The others concurred. It truly seems to be the case. They had raised their expectations. The learning system stammered for a moment. Darn it. I missed an opportunity for Nan Xi to learn. How infuriating. Nan Xi's laughter only grew brighter upon witnessing the learning system's dismay. Realizing that the little girl had once again rebelled, it glanced at the papers on the table and urged, hurry and write. Nan Xi pouted. You think I'm a machine, don't you? With your lazy demeanor, There's no way you could be a machine. Nan Xi glared at it indignantly. Do you believe I would destroy you? The learning system chuckled. I do. Hence, I shall remain silent. Nan Xi huffed. I'm angry, so I won't write. It shall take a few minutes for you to realize that I am not to be trifled with. The others commented, you're truly not easy to deal with. Just a few minutes of anger. The learning system, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh, saying, all right. I was wrong. Please don't stay angry.
Nan Xi pouted. Fine.
Who told me to be so gentle and ladylike? Naturally, I won't hold it against you. The others remarked, you're far too easy to appease. Truly gentle and ladylike. Nan Xi turned her gaze to the papers and then smiled at Muze. Teacher, could you help me a bit? Muze looked at Nan Xi, who resembled a little kitten with her wide, innocent eyes, and his heart softened instantly, causing his irritation to dissipate. He smiled gently and replied, of course. Upon seeing this, Yu Kursen's ire toward Gu Yunchuan subsided. She deemed Muze to be a more formidable contender than that foolish boy. She approached to glance at the papers,
pleased with what she saw.
I can't do this. She would seek help once she returned home. Then she could teach Nan Xi. She regarded Muze, thinking to let him have this round, but next time, she wouldn't be so generous. Meanwhile, Gu Yunchuan had calmed down after some time. Yet he noticed Nan Xi's face was flushed again. However, upon seeing Muze, the redness on his face vanished instantly. He had studied diligently too. He was also capable of teaching Nan Xi. He strode toward her with purpose. Before he could reach, he saw the class monitor move quicker, smiling at Nan Xi. Xiaoxi. Is there anything you don't understand? I can teach you. Nan Xi looked up, taken aback by the class monitor's presence, and wondered, can't the class monitor see Muze? The others mused, is it possible he is simply ignoring Muze? The class monitor's smile remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze on Nan Xi. Just as she was about to speak, a loud voice boomed. I will teach you. Nan Xi turned to see Gu Yunchuan in front of her, cocking her head. I can accept the class monitor's offer, but Gu Yunchuan, ranked second to last, teaching me? The last? Is that truly acceptable? The others stifled their laughter. We mustn't laugh. We mustn't laugh. Chapter 82. We are all girls. Why would I be displeased by a kiss, especially when it isn't on the lips? From afar, Gu's father, hearing his son's words, was taken aback for quite a while. He recalled his son's grades weren't that great. Oh, second to last? Second to last. And he was going to teach a young girl. Was he not afraid she might hit him? Alas, his son was indeed foolish. Otherwise, how could he utter such nonsense? Gu Yunchuan looked at Nan Xi, his face betraying an embarrassing blush. I can teach you. Nan Xi regarded him quizzically. Has this guy lost his mind? He wants to teach me? Is he dissatisfied with how much I've written? Gu Yunchuan thought. He isn't that bad, is he? After all, he has been studying earnestly for several days. He declared, I've studied for several days, and I can teach you. How novel. I've also studied for several days. Yet, I still don't understand. Who knows what that learning system is up to? The assignments just keep getting harder. I barely grasped the last topic before they increased the difficulty. The knowledge from school is utterly insufficient. It feels as if the learning system is setting me up to fail, preventing me from resting and forcing me to study every day. The learning system raised an eyebrow, caught. Then let us increase the difficulty. But it was all for whom? It was becoming more of a spectator system than a learning one. If other systems found out, they'd surely laugh at it for hundreds of years. Gu Yunchuan felt awkward after being rejected, but as long as it wasn't a direct refusal, he could pretend to be unaware. He persisted. I genuinely believe I can help. No, I don't care what you believe. I care about what I believe. And I believe you can't. She coldly stated no. It's not necessary. After being rejected multiple times, Gu Yunchuan felt utterly defeated. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Nan Xi's inner voice. You little rascal. I advise you to be sensible. I'm very busy right now. I have no time for your nonsense. Don't push me to scold you. Gu Yunchuan felt utterly aggrieved, resembling a forlorn puppy, wishing to speak but ultimately falling silent. Nan Xi, seeing this, smiled at him. That's more like it. Now you're a good child.
Gu Yunchuan,
initially feeling a bit displeased, brightened at her words, clearing away any lingering unhappiness and beaming at Nan Xi. Nan Xi offered a polite smile in return. This utterly delighted Gu Yunchuan. Yu Kursen, witnessing this, though unable to teach, could still contribute. She promptly grabbed a chair and sat beside Nan Xi, pulling out snacks that Muze had brought. tearing open a bag of chips and offering a piece to Nan Xi, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Come, Xiaoxi, open your mouth. Nan Xi instinctively complied, a chip finding its way into her mouth. All right, this is so strange. Why has she suddenly become so gentle? And why is she feeding me snacks? The others nearly burst out laughing, so she knows Yukerson isn't gentle at all. Yukerson paid no mind to Nan Xi's words, her smile growing even brighter, and her tone more tender. Xiaoxi, you're so obedient. Have another bite. Nan Xi, with no choice, took another bite. Ugh, this is giving me goosebumps. What on earth is wrong with Yukerson? The others exchanged glances. What could it be? She's obviously jealous. Unfazed, Yukerson became even bolder, planting a kiss on Nan Xi's cheek. Hee hee. That just infuriated me, but now I finally got to kiss you. I'm so happy. The others exclaimed. Wow. She kissed her. What about Muze? What about Gu Yunchuan? Why is there no reaction from any of you? Nan Xi was kissed? Why is there no response at all? Hurry up and make a fuss. We want to see. Suddenly, Nan Xi was pecked on the lips, and after a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure, casually touching her cheek, as if it meant nothing to her. While she appeared unfazed, someone else was not. Gu Yunchuan abruptly pulled Yukerson's chair away, positioning himself directly in front of Nan Xi. Muze directly took a piece of paper and began to dab it against Nan Xi's face. Nan Xi, bemused by the unfolding scene, curiously inquired, What are you doing? Yukerson, feeling quite displeased at being pulled away, shot a glare at Gu Yunchuan before turning to Nan Xi with a pitiful expression. Xiaoxi, I kissed you. Are you upset? Nan Xi honestly shook her head. Not at all. Just as Yukerson was about to feel relieved, she heard Nan Xi's inner thoughts resonate. We're all girls. Why would I be unhappy about a kiss? Besides, it wasn't on the lips. Instantly, the smile faded from Yukerson's face as she struggled to suppress her laughter, saying, That's good. I was really afraid you'd be upset. Not at all. Before Yukerson could say more, Muze interrupted. Xiaoxi, let's work on some problems. Nan Xi nodded eagerly. All right. As Muze guided her through the exercises, Nan Xi listened intently, yet she felt as though someone was watching her. When she glanced up, she found Gu Yunchuan, Yukerson, and the class monitor staring at her intently. Confused, she tilted her head. Why are you all staring at me? How strange. Could it be that they don't understand and want to work with me? Others remarked. They don't wish to do homework. They want. Feeling uncomfortable under their gazes, Nan Xi asked, Do you all need to write as well? As soon as she spoke, Yukerson and Gu Yunchuan swiftly pulled their chairs beside her. There was only one spot left next to Nan Xi, and Yukerson and Gu Yunchuan glared at each other, neither willing to concede. However, to their surprise, the class monitor was quicker, taking a seat beside Nan Xi with a gentle smile. Xiaoxi, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yukerson and Gu Yunchuan glowered at the monitor and then at each other, finally disgruntledly taking their seats across from Nan Xi. Feeling the awkwardness, Nan Xi chuckled. Why is everyone gathered here? Surely they aren't. They were all intensely listening. Are they trying to compete for my desk? Others responded. Very well. It's still that uniquely perceptive Nan Xi. Upon hearing this, they all retreated a bit, leaving the desk for her, though they did not leave the vicinity. Unaware of their movements, Nan Xi's focus was entirely absorbed by the problems before her. Why is my life so miserable? After memorizing poems, I still have to solve problems. I don't want to write. Today has been so exhausting. Why must I write? Why? So infuriating. Why has this wretched system bound itself to me? The learning system retorted, because you are academically challenged. In fact, you are ranked last. Nan Xi shot an angry glare at it. Even in her dire straits, the learning system had the audacity to say such things. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted, Get lost. The learning system scampered away, glancing back at her paper before departing. Not bad. Just 2 more questions until you finish. Nan Xi was not pleased, her pen furiously scrawling across the paper. I really don't want to write. No way. I'm about to develop a loathing for studying. I don't want to write. I don't want to write. I truly don't want to write. The students in class 13 were tormented by Nan Xi's wailing, their heads beginning to ache. Nan Xi was quite fine, albeit a bit noisy. But it wasn't a significant issue. Why must I do homework? Homework is so tiring. My head hurts. It hurts. The students rubbed their heads. Recognizing the situation was indeed a bit more serious, the noise far too disruptive. However, they were content to watch. Surely, it would just be a little ranting, and they could endure. Yet, they underestimated Nan Xi. Her lamentation was not merely a fleeting occurrence. Chapter 83. Your desk mate's little girl seems quite pitiful. I am in such distress. This miserable life. I no longer wish to endure it. Others possess systems for world hopping or wealth. Why must I have a learning system? The learning system, observing its disdainful host, shot her a bemused glance. It was undeniably useful, yet she continued to express her dissatisfaction. The next time she saw gossip, this system would certainly not inform her. No matter how it was phrased, it would ensure she completed a few more problems before revealing anything. This system aimed to teach her that it too was not to be trifled with. Others, all right. We understand your grievances. Could you possibly quiet down? We are nearing our breaking point. Why must we write out the process? Why can't we just write the results? There is so much. Truly, so many words. So much. Really so much. Nan Xi's cries were so relentless that several students found themselves jotting down excessive notes, only to receive a stern lecture from their parents afterward. With a hint of sorrow, they continued writing, lamenting their plight. Such a tragic existence. Woe is me. Wow. I've actually written so much. How impressive. I truly am remarkable. So remarkable. Others. She has lost it. Nan Xi has gone mad with homework. I'm fantastic. I've written so much. How am I so talented? Onward. Just one more question to complete. Once I finish, I will surely throw this at the learning system's face. The learning system remained nonchalant as long as Nan Xi obediently studied. It wouldn't mind being the target of her frustrations. Children should not be hurried. Observing Nan Xi's pouting demeanor, it gently offered. Would you like to hear about your classmates' gossip? Others, no. Please don't come over. We aren't prepared. Nan Xi, however, was no longer irked, immediately smiling brightly yes. The learning system pointed at Li Shu. Would you like to know about his family? Li Shu. Not particularly. He was already aware that his family's affairs posed no threats to their safety and was not particularly eager to learn more. Nan Xi nodded. The learning system then gestured to Lin Wan. How about her? Nan Xi continued nodding. Lin Wan glanced at Nan Xi, a smile gracing her face, as she seemed rather pleased. What could possibly happen in her family? A tragic downfall? A betrayal? Or a tragic demise? Oh, dear. All sounded quite dreadful. Su Liao listened intently, casting a furtive glance at Lin Wan. She hesitated, torn between wanting to hear Lin Wan's story, especially since Lin Wan had promised to help her broadcast. Yet her desire for gossip was overwhelming. Such a difficult choice. Just as Su Liao was caught in her dilemma, Su Heng interjected, Uncle and Auntie will be arriving soon. We probably won't hear anything. Upon hearing this, Su Liao instantly deflated. All right. What a waste of conflict. After all this, I won't even be able to hear. Woe is me. I long to tell my parents not to come. Woe is me. I want gossip. The learning system pointed at several others. Would you like to know about them? Nan Xi nodded fervently, excitedly exclaiming, I want to. The others shook their heads, not particularly interested. Please don't come over. The learning system then pointed at Enlai. Your desk mate's little girl seems quite unfortunate. Enlai turned pale. Unfortunate? In what way? Deceived by a scoundrel or bankrupt? I want to know. Please tell me quickly. Nan Xi nodded. In what way unfortunate? The learning system, seeing that Nan Xi had taken the bait, pointed at her paper. Perhaps you should finish this first before pondering other matters. Nan Xi was speechless. Then what are you telling me for? The learning system replied, to ignite your ambition. Nan Xi shot it a disdainful glance. You can just leave. Enlai interjected. Wait. Don't go. Please feel free to indulge in my misfortune. Do not spare this delicate flower. All I ask is that you tell me just how miserable it truly is. Hurry up. Don't leave. A girl beside Enlai comforted her. Calm down. You should know how the learning system operates. It simply wants Nan Xi to study. Let's wait until Nan Xi finishes this paper. It's just the last question anyway. Enlai nodded in agreement, resigned to the situation. No matter how anxious she felt, it wouldn't change anything. She might as well savor the gossip from this village. She hoped Nan Xi would finish soon so she could discover just how many there were. Shifting her focus. The learning system's interruption had surprisingly quieted Nan Xi. Seeing her subdued, the others bowed their heads to write, but alas, they could only solve a few questions. Eventually, they resorted to giving up. Enlai gazed at her paper, resolved to seek a tutor upon returning. She had to master this material to help Nan Xi. Only then would she truly comprehend her own plight.
Oh,
Why must the system behave this way? To abruptly halt halfway through? How infuriating! How can it be like this? I'm going to make a scene. Her uncle arrived with a group, and upon entering, was astonished to find those rascals squatting on the ground, writing their papers. He scratched his head, bewildered by what mischief these children were up to. In such a dangerous place, they remained behind to write papers? Where were their parents? He glanced around to see the parents nearby. With a touch of exasperation, he rubbed his forehead.
well,
Now, he understood why these children were so unruly, because they had unruly parents behind them. He sighed, spotting his older brother, and approached him for a scolding. Brother, it's so perilous here. It's one thing not to leave, but to stay and write papers? Father Yu was about to speak when his younger brother interrupted. Shut up. Let me talk. Now I understand why Kurson has become increasingly mischievous. She has learned from you. Father Yu replied, while his brother continued. It's one thing for you to act foolishly, but to let Kurson learn from you is another. Father Yu retorted, you shut your mouth. Why do you look down on homosexuals? His brother shot back, I look down on you. Father Yu rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Hey, you little rascal. Don't think just because you've grown taller and stronger, I can't beat you. Believe it or not, I could stop your card right now. His brother's eyes widened. Brother, I have company shares. I'm a shareholder, entitled to dividends. Father Yu responded, then I'll stop it too. His brother decided not to argue further, waving his hand. Fine, fine. You have the final say. Before Father Yu could celebrate, he heard, but here, I make the rules. Leave immediately. Father Yu softened his tone. Don't be like that. Brother was just joking. I want to stop your card. Brother, I'm not joking. He whispered something in Father Yu's ear. Father Yu ceased his antics, obediently nodding. I'll take them away shortly. His brother nodded, preparing to have them escorted out when a loud cheer erupted. Yay! Awesome! The students of class 13 jumped up, shouting with excitement. Nan Xi looked at them quizzically. Why are they so happy? They collected themselves and, clearing their throats, exclaimed, I finished. I finished too. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's heart raced. No wonder they are so jubilant. I've finished too.
hee. System.
I want the list. Hurry. The others immediately fell silent, crouching with ears perked, eagerly listening. The parents of class 13 were taken aback by their children's antics, looking down to see the blank papers. Their anger surged. Had it not been for the crowd, they would have surely reprimanded these disobedient rascals. Only a few words written on the paper, and they dared to claim they were finished? They were infuriated. They struggled to calm themselves, reminding themselves not to be angry. Upon returning, they would make their children write a stack of papers. Nan Xi's uncle, observing the children's erratic behavior, felt a vain throb on his forehead. These rascals. Thankfully, after today, they would be gone. The learning system regarded Nan Xi's paper, nodding in approval. Very well done. Nan Xi grinned. Quick, tell me. The learning system soared through the air, conjuring a screen. The screen illuminated, revealing a vast map dotted with numerous red points. Nan Xi gazed in confusion. What is this? The others nodded, equally curious. The learning system explained, the red points indicate locations. The number of red points corresponds to the number of villages, like Qinghe village. Nan Xi was taken aback, staring at the screen in disbelief. So many? The others were equally astonished, staring at the screen with wide eyes. Some even attempted to count, only to find it overwhelming. They clutched their chests, visibly shaken. Suang fixated on the screen, then glanced at his younger sister in his arms, tenderly stroking her head. Finding his sister relied on Nan Xi, he resolved to express his gratitude upon returning. The learning system, observing Nan Xi's dazed expression, tossed out another bombshell. Would you like to see the evidence against that man? Nan Xi shook her head. I'd rather not. The less I know, the better. As for who it is, please keep that to yourself. The learning system urged. What are you afraid of? No one else knows. The others chimed in. We know. We can hear. Nan Xi pondered for a moment, then show me. The learning system glanced at the screen, which changed to reveal a photograph of a man, alongside several documents and bills. Nan Xi took a quick glance and said, Find a way to deliver these to Yu Kurson's uncle. The learning system nodded, understood. Yu Kurson gazed at Nan Xi with gratitude. Nan Xi had bestowed this opportunity of merit upon her uncle, indicating that she cared. This meant Nan Xi held affection for her. Oh, dear. How embarrassing. Her uncle observed his niece's silly demeanor with a touch of helplessness. wondering what strange behavior had overtaken her. He cleared his throat, but cousin remained unresponsive. He coughed again, yet still, no reaction. Finally, he coughed heavily. This time, Nan Xi and the others heard it, but cousin still did not respond. Unable to contain himself, her uncle tapped her shoulder, and cousin immediately snapped awake, ready to confront whoever dared disturb her. Upon turning and seeing it was her uncle, she relaxed, smiling. "Uncle, you're here?" Her uncle huffed. "Yes, you all should head back now." Cousin acknowledged with an "O." Hearing they could return, Nan Xi immediately brightened. "Finally, we can go back. Let us hurry." The learning system asked, "Which would you like to hear next?" Online chimed in, "Listen to me."
Me.
The others echoed, "Yes, yes. Let us hear her." Nan Xi considered for a few seconds, with everyone's eyes on her, awaiting her next words. Nan Xi's thoughts emerged. "I want to go back first." Online lowered her head, feeling dejected. The others mirrored her sentiment, heads drooping in disappointment. The parents of Class 13, noticing their children suddenly looking down, feared they were about to cause another ruckus. After waiting for a while, nothing transpired, and just as I was about to console my child, they lifted their head with an expression of sheer excitement. The parents of Class 13 felt as though their heartfelt efforts had been in vain, especially after worrying about their mischievous child as apparent distress. It was simply infuriating. I resolved to discipline this little rascal once we returned home. I'll deal with it later. Learning system. Why? Don't think I'm oblivious. You're surely going to make me study and solve problems. It's already so late. Let us just handle this when we get back. Learning system. All right. You call the shots. Nan Xi stood up and found a crowd of people eagerly staring at her. What is going on? Even if we can go back, there's no need for such excitement over not having to take a test, right? Their smiles only widened. Anlai immediately dashed to Nan Xi's side, beaming as he said, "Xiaoxi, since your parents aren't here, why don't you come back with me? I'll have my parents drop you home." This could be the perfect opportunity to uncover the circumstances of her plight. Upon hearing this, the others immediately objected. No way. They also wanted to return with Nan Xi. Regardless of the snacks, listening to her thoughts was a splendid idea. Nan Xi looked at them, somewhat bewildered.
Why?
Why can't I go back with Anlai? They immediately began to explain. Nan Xi, come back with me. We live close. No way. I'll take her. My dad drives better. But my mom can drive a race car. She should ride in my family's car. My dad can even drive with his feet, so she should ride with us. My car is spacious enough to lie down in. Humph. My home even has a place to sleep. Ride in my car. My dad can walk on 2 hands. My mom cooks delicious meals. I'll have her whip something up for you. My dad's farts are incredibly foul. The air fell silent as Nan Xi's inner voice echoed. No thanks, I'm not particularly keen on unpleasant odors.
No.
That is not it. Before he could finish, he was dragged away by his father, who had a notorious reputation for his foul-smelling flatulence. Let us go. I'll show you whose flatulence stinks and whose fists are stronger.
Hey, Dad.
Domestic violence is wrong. There are police here. I want to hit you in front of the police. Nan Xi watched the boy leave, feeling a pang of sympathy. How unfortunate. He is being punished. But I'm so curious about what is happening. The others chimed in. We want to see too. The boy, hearing this, cried even harder. I'm connected to you all in spirit, and yet you wish to witness my punishment. Boo-hoo. What happened to our camaraderie? Although the boy was taken away, their bickering continued. Ride in my family's car.
No, Mine.
Nan Xi took a step back. I don't want to ride in anyone's car. I want to go home by myself. The others protested. Don't. We'll stop arguing, can't we? Chapter 85. Hee. Your parents are here to scold you. Just as they were embroiled in their dispute, someone suddenly exclaimed, Didn't we come by bus? We can just take the bus back. Upon hearing this, they looked around and finally spotted the bus. They turned to Nan Xi and rushed towards her, seizing her and running off, leaving Mu Zhe and a few others wide-eyed in disbelief as they immediately pursued. A group of parents, stunned by their frenzied children for a moment, quickly joined the chase. Yu Kursen's uncle, witnessing this, felt a headache coming on from this group of rascals. He swiftly led the others in pursuit.
Ah.
Are they insane? Why are they dragging me away? The others chimed in. Of course. It's because you have the snacks. Let me go. You bunch of fools. The others echoed. Curse away. It won't change a thing for us. Help. Officer. Someone s abducting me. Come save me. The others laughed. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, it won't matter. Let me down. If you don't let me down soon, I really will scream. They completely disregarded Nan Xi's words, nodding. Go ahead and shout. Nan Xi, raising her voice, shouted police. They were taken aback, never expecting her to actually call out. Thankfully, Onlai quickly covered her mouth. Nan Xi stared at her with wide eyes, and Onlai, feeling a bit shy under her gaze, explained, Xiaoxi, didn't you want to leave? We're leaving now. I never imagined you were this attractive. How could you be such a person? And when did I ever say that?
Onlai,
flattered by the compliment, shyly touched her face. The others exclaimed, Onlai, you did beautifully. With her mouth covered, Nan Xi couldn't speak but cursed silently all the way. Even after boarding the bus. Why did you drag me up here? So annoying. So annoying.
Ah.
I really want to give this bunch of idiots a good thrashing. The others chimed. We can't hear you. As long as we can't hear you, we won't be affected. Onlai, observing Nan Xi, remained silent until she calmed down before speaking. She sat beside Nan Xi, trying to minimize her presence, hoping to avoid reprimand. As for distancing herself from Nan Xi, that was impossible. She had worked hard to secure the spot and wouldn't let it go. They sat for a while on the bus, which remained stationary. They glanced at Mu Zhe and the others who had caught up, their faces filled with fury, and smiled awkwardly. Suddenly, someone shouted, Why isn't this bus moving? My parents are catching up. Perhaps we need to wait a bit. Yes. We need to wait until the bus evolves and can drive itself. The driver hasn't even arrived. How can it move? I ask you, how can it move? Answer me quickly. The others responded, What? No driver? They looked at the driver's seat, which was indeed empty. At this moment, someone suggested, It's fine. We can just call the driver to come. It's too late. Your parents are coming with sticks to find you. Upon hearing this, they looked out to see a group of parents angrily approaching. Suddenly, someone said, How about I drive? Do you have a license? Just drive. There are plenty of police here. They won't even be on the road. And we'll get caught. Upon hearing this, the person immediately lowered their head, and others looked equally disheartened. What is going on? Why do you all look so miserable? Don't be upset. Because. They lifted their heads, excitement returning. Did they have a plan? Your parents are already here, ready to give you a good scolding. Just thinking about it is amusing. The others exclaimed, Nan Xi, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Deriving joy from their suffering. Nan Xi looked at them quizzically. Why is everyone staring at me? Look ahead. Following her gaze, they saw their parents, faces twisted in anger, making them so frightened they couldn't even think of running away. Your parents are here to scold you. The others cried out, Don't say that anymore. This was the first time they found Nan Xi's inner voice utterly irksome. They tried to explain to their parents, but their parents wouldn't hear it and immediately slapped them before twisting their ears and dragging them off the bus.
Oh wow.
These parents are quite civilized. Realizing the bus couldn't accommodate so many people and voluntarily dragging their children off to discipline them. I have to see this. Those still on the bus nearly stumbled. How is that civilized? Didn't you see them punishing their children? They barely had time to complain before being yanked off the bus by their own mothers. The once lively bus was suddenly silent, leaving only a few individuals. Nan Xi leaned against the window, watching her classmates being scolded and screaming.
Wow.
I suddenly think being dragged here isn't so bad. I get to see some punishment. I am indeed a wicked woman, deriving inexplicable delight from witnessing their misfortune. The others exclaimed, We are not pleased. We are quite displeased. Nan Xi observed this spectacle with great interest when suddenly a voice pierced her thoughts. Onlai? Turning her head, she beheld a couple gazing at Onlai. She had anticipated Onlai would also face punishment, yet to her surprise, Onlai merely pouted and, astonishingly, was permitted to return home on the bus. Nan Xi tilted her head in confusion, pondering, No punishment? What a letdown. I had hoped to witness the mixed doubles up close. But it appears that will not come to fruition. Onlai chimed in, Yes. I have disappointed you. My parents did not punish me. She turned to Nan Xi beaming, and wrapped her arms around Nan Xi's. Xiaoxi, I've arranged with my parents to return with you. Aren't you thrilled? Nan Xi awkwardly smiled, not particularly thrilled. Onlai pouted, If you're not happy, so be it. Regardless, I am sticking to you. Yuka Xian, having delayed her departure, had to plead with her father for an eternity before he finally consented to let her take the bus. Upon boarding and spotting Onlai beside Nan Xi, her mood instantly soured. Onlai made a gesture of prayer with her hands and mouthed, "Nan Xi likes you the most." Only then did Yuka Xin's spirits lift, allowing her to precede Onlai and sit behind Nan Xi. Oblivious to their subtle antics, Nan Xi leaned against the window, captivated by the commotion outside. After all, such lively events might not be witnessed again. As she gazed at her cheerful classmates on the bus, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity. They've been punished, yet appear so joyful? Is there something amiss with their heads? The others pondered, what are we planning? The most important thing is to enjoy the gossip. The bus rolled along slowly, with the students of Class 13 quietly fixated on Nan Xi, hoping for more juicy revelations. However, their hopes were dashed as Nan Xi showed no intention of sharing any gossip. Leaning back, she eventually closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. After a considerable time, her eyes remained shut, and the students, while initially disappointed at not hearing her thoughts, quickly felt sympathy, realizing she was simply exhausted. This was, after all, their beloved class pet. What would they do if she became too fatigued? They quietly resolved to remain still, contemplating whether they should purchase some nourishing treats for Nan Xi upon their return. Lost in their thoughts, they too began to doze off. However, just as they succumbed to slumber, the shrill ring of a phone erupted, rousing them from their sleep. What happened? What is going on? Chapter 86. Online. Are we about to hear my gossip? Hurry up.
Spill it.
Su Lele, startled by the ringtone, hastily hung up, offering an awkward smile to her classmates. How vexing. If only she hadn't feared her parents coming to find her, she wouldn't have turned her ringer on. And now, she had disturbed everyone. How embarrassing. Apologizing profusely, she said, "I'm so sorry for waking you." The students of Class 13, ever understanding, reassured her that it was no bother, though they were curious as to the purpose of her call. However, they recognized it was neither their business nor their place to inquire further. So they resumed their attempts at sleep. Just as they settled once more, the phone rang again, prompting Su Lele to grab her phone in irritation. She was determined to discover who incessantly called her. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was her dear mother, so all was well. She swiftly answered, only to be met with a booming voice. "Su Lele, didn't we agree you would wait for your father and me to pick you up? Why did you leave and take Su Hang and Xiao Xiao with you? Are you asking for a beating?"
Su Lele meekly replied, "Mom."
"What do you mean, Mom? Am I not your mother?" In all honesty, Su Lele responded, "All right, Ms. Lin." Ms. Lin's irritation intensified, her voice growing louder. "Su Lele, I see you've grown wings. You don't even call me Mom anymore." Su Lele sighed. "You told me not to call you that, and now you're blaming me." A calm, mature voice interjected from the other end. "All right, enough scolding her." "Oh, so now you decide to play the good cop? Who was just throwing a fit?" I was wrong. I understand you're worried about your child. I just heard Officer Yu say that Lele left with her classmates. Don't worry. If you're still concerned, I can drive over right now." Ms. Lin huffed. "No need, it's too late for that." She then shouted at Su Lele this time, "I'll let you off easy, but when we get home, just wait and see how I deal with you. Be at the airport and don't even think about running away, understand?"
Su Lele nodded repeatedly. Understood.
"Remember to listen to Su Hang on the way."
No mischief.
Su Lele nodded again, understood. The students of Class 13 chimed in. "Annie, don't worry. We'll take good care of Su Lele." Upon hearing this, Ms. Lin's tone softened, as if the irate woman from moments ago was a different person. "Thank you all. Please look after Lele for me, and when we get home, I'll invite you all over for a meal." Su Lele thought, "Is this gentlewoman truly my mother?" The students of Class 13 responded eagerly. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie. Very good. Whatever you all like to eat, just let Lele know, and I'll have someone prepare it for you." "Thank you, Auntie." "You're welcome." After speaking with the students, Ms. Lin turned back to Su Lele. "Be a good girl, all right?" Hearing that familiar tone, Su Lele was reassured that her mother had not been swapped. This was indeed her familiar mom. With a resigned tone, she replied, "Understood."
Ms.
Lin exchanged a few more words with Su Lele before finally hanging up. After the call ended, Su Lele felt her face flush as she lowered her head, feeling awkward about her classmates overhearing her mother's reprimand. Nan Xi observed Su Lele, tilting her head in curiosity at her blushing demeanor. Why is she blushing? Is she embarrassed about being scolded by her mother in front of us? Feeling the weight of her classmates' gazes, Su Lele lowered her head further, feeling increasingly self-conscious. Others chimed in, "What's so embarrassing about it? I wish I could tell Su Lele that there's no need to feel awkward. Being scolded by parents seems far more embarrassing than receiving a mixed punishment." Su Lele exclaimed, "Suddenly, I don't feel embarrassed anymore." The others responded, "So awkward. We almost forgot. Why remind us?" Unable to sleep due to the phone call, the once quiet bus erupted into chatter, with some talking, others gaming, and a few munching on snacks. Despite the commotion, they continued to steal glances at Nan Xi, eager to glean her thoughts. However, after straining to listen, they were met with silence. Just as they were about to give up, Nan Xi's inner voice broke through. "System. System." The others perked up. "Are we about to hear some gossip? Are we about to hear some gossip?" Anlai exclaimed. "Are we going to hear my gossip? Hurry up. Spill it." Eager to hear her own revelations, the anticipation sent a thrill through her. They promptly ceased their activities, abandoning their games and snacks, focusing entirely on waiting. The learning system promptly appeared. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you eager for some gossip? Will you tell me for free?" The learning system replied in its cold, mechanical tone. "That is not permissible." Nan Xi cast a glance at it. "Well, that settles it." Learning system. "Then why did you call me?" I thought we were going to have some juicy gossip. I'm a bit disappointed." The others nodded in agreement. "Indeed. What's the point of calling the learning system, if not for some gossip? Surely, it's not because you want to study, right?" They looked at Nan Xi, and all shook their heads, indicating that such a notion was highly improbable. The learning system shared the sentiment, and immediately became excited again. "Could it be that you actually want to learn?" Nan Xi, speechless, replied, "Do I look like someone who enjoys studying?" The others giggled, confirming that she was indeed the Nan Xi they knew. The learning system shook its head, its tone reverting to its usual cold, mechanical voice. "Then what do you wish to do?" Nan Xi glanced at the rapidly changing system, rolling her eyes. "Wow, you are quite the realist." The learning system displayed a standard smile. "I am the learning system. Facilitating your learning is my duty." Nan Xi interrupted. All right. Enough of that. Have you delivered the evidence to Yukirson's uncle?" The learning system, taken aback, responded, "So that's what this is about." "Of course. This matter is of utmost importance. I must keep track of it. So, is it done?" The others expressed their agreement. This matter is indeed significant. Su Heng gazed at his sister's sleeping face, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. This group was utterly monstrous. He longed for the day they would face consequences. Observing Nan Xi's agitation, the learning system promptly stated, "It has already been delivered. You can rest assured. Yukirson's uncle has submitted it, and his boss is formulating a plan to rescue those children." Upon hearing this, Nan Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. "That's good. If they end up in jail, you must inform me, especially if they face the death penalty. You must let me know." The others chimed in, eager to know as well. Su Heng shared their curiosity, wishing to discover the price the perpetrators would pay for harming his sister. The learning system replied, "Understood." With the learning system's words, Nan Xi lay back, lost in thought. The learning system, witnessing this, felt a strange sensation of headache. Pondering how a system could experience such a thing, quite a novelty, it spoke up. "Don't you wish to learn something?" Nan Xi replied, "Not at all. I just want to go home. Sleep." After a moment of contemplation, the learning system inquired, "Do you wish to know about Su Lele's mother?" Nan Xi perked up. "What happened to her?" Su Lele. The others echoed their curiosity. They too wished to know. Following, Nan Xi surely promised some juicy tidbits. Chapter 87. Could it be a terminal illness? It would be better to tell her that her parents' relationship is strained. Su Lele nearly dropped her phone. What was wrong with her mother? Was she dying? Or going bankrupt? Or having an affair? That shouldn't be the case. Her parents had such a good relationship. Yet, it was indeed possible. To outsiders, Yukirson's parents appeared to have a wonderful relationship. Even Yukirson believed so. Yet, in the end, wasn't there infidelity? And not just any affair, but one involving a stepmother and a taboo relationship. She felt a pang in her heart. Her sensitive heart truly couldn't bear the thought of her parents engaging in such sordid affairs. Speaking of which, what other scandals were there? Oh, how disheartening. She couldn't recall. Su Heng, observing Su Lele's distress, comforted her. "Don't overthink it. The learning system loves to be cryptic. It might just be teasing Nan Xi." Su Lele sobbed. Despite her disdain for the learning system, she felt it was speaking the truth. It wouldn't use gossip to toy with Nan Xi. It must be serious. Though the specifics remained unclear, Su Heng reassured her. It's fine. Let us hear what the learning system has to say. Don't frighten yourself. Su Lele nodded, resigning herself to this course of action. Anlai had been watching Su Lele closely, her anxious demeanor prompting her to urge the learning system. Spill the beans. She could handle it. She was desperate to know what kind of disaster awaited her. Whoa, how torturous. Li Shua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't he about him, there was no danger to life or financial ruin. He hoped Nan Xi wouldn't think of him just yet. Perhaps in some time, he would be able to accept it and inform her. Please, Nan Xi. Nan Xi was oblivious to their thoughts, her gaze fixed intently on the learning system. The learning system? Her mother? Nan Xi interrupted. You're not going to make me solve problems again, are you? Am I that kind of system? One that only insists you study every day? Nan Xi replied, aren't you? The learning system chuckled softly. In any case, I want to make you study this time. Nan Xi shook her head. I don't believe you. The others echoed her disbelief. We don't believe you either. Don't be like that. This time, I truly want to make you solve problems. Oh, I see. You want me to memorize poetry? Nan Xi smiled at the learning system. The learning system. I promise. Nan Xi smiled again. Still don't believe you. The others nodded in agreement. One who constantly urges you to study suddenly claims you needn't study and can play instead. They too wouldn't believe it. Whereas the trust between us? Nan Xi. There is none. The learning system feigned hurt, clutching its chest. You've wounded me. I shall never forgive you. Nan Xi replied. Then shall we sever our ties? Upon hearing this, the learning system was no longer saddened and quickly said, I believe I can forgive you. Considering your youth, this system shall exercise magnanimity and let it go. After all, this little girl had been eager to sever ties. What if she truly got annoyed and insisted on doing so? Sigh. She was just a young girl, a bit temperamental. It was only natural. A little coaxing would suffice. Nan Xi looked at it, exasperated. The others, learning system. You lack integrity. One threat and you immediately start to coddle her. The learning system chattered on beside Nan Xi. Rest assured. This time I truly want to make you study. No problems. Nan Xi glanced at it, and it quickly added, not even memorizing poetry. Only then did Nan Xi smile. Why not? The learning system. Because the matter concerning Su Lele's mother isn't truly gossip, and more importantly, I noticed you've been rather lethargic. I wish to inspire some motivation in you. The others. How disappointing. It doesn't count as gossip after all. Let us disperse. Let us all go. Su Lele sighed in relief, patting her chest. Thank goodness. That was truly terrifying. Nan Xi, exasperated. Does my laziness really concern you? The learning system quickly laughed. Not at all. So, will you listen? The students of class 13 could hardly bear to watch. This was far too sycophantic. Do you remember your once cold demeanor? We scorn you. So, obsequious. Nan Xi nodded at the learning system. Go on. You must tell your classmate to have her mother go to the hospital for a checkup. Nan Xi, puzzled, responded. Is Su Lele's mother unwell? Su Lele? Is her mother unwell? What is wrong? Could it be a terminal illness? It would be better to inform her that her parents' relationship is strained. At least they wouldn't die.
Whoa, this is so hard. No.
She must call her mother to inquire. Just as she was about to make the call, Su Heng stopped her. Let us hear what the learning system has to say first. Su Lele nodded, striving to calm herself, though her trembling hands betrayed her anxiety. Su Heng noticed and gently patted Su Lele's head. We'll listen to the learning system, and then I'll accompany you to find Aunt Lin. Su Lele was about to agree when she saw Su Xiaoxiao shake her head, saying it was fine. She could just watch over Xiaoxiao. It was okay. She genuinely wanted to take Xiaoxiao for a health check as well. Upon witnessing this, Su Liao chose not to utter another word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The learning system interjected. Indeed. Her health has deteriorated. It would be prudent to visit the hospital for an examination, for this might avert a tragic fate. Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. Die? The others echoed her disbelief. Is it truly that terrifying? Su Liao's complexion turned ashen, and her entire being trembled at the thought. Death. That would be far worse than her parents' fractured relationship. What should she do? She desired neither of these outcomes. Su Heng attempted to reassure her, reiterating the learning system's advice that an early hospital visit would prevent any dire consequences. Su Liao nodded, affirming, yes, my mother will not die. I shall take her to the hospital for a checkup shortly. The learning system affirmed. Indeed. Su Liao Liao's mother's organs are failing. If she does not seek medical attention soon, it could indeed lead to death. Nan Xi inquired, is she unwell? The mere mention of death sent Su Liao Liao reeling, as she could hardly bear to hear the word. Observing her distress, her classmates sent messages of consolation. Liao Liao, fret not. The learning system's words indicate that the situation is not grave. Yes, if you take your mother to the hospital promptly, it should be fine. As Su Liao Liao read the comforting messages from her classmates, her anxiety began to dissipate. Indeed, her mother was still alive, and the learning system had reassured her that an early hospital visit would likely alleviate their troubles. She replied, thank you all for your concern. I am all right now. No need for thanks. No need for thanks. It's nothing. We are all classmates. Amidst the chorus of reassurances, one message stood out. My mother is a doctor. You can consult her. Su Liao Liao recognized it as Lin Wan's message. She glanced at Lin Wan, smiled, and mouthed a silent thank you. Lin Wan smiled back. Though she rarely smiled, when she did, it was captivating and brought a sense of comfort. Watching Lin Wan's smile, Su Liao Liao finally understood why protagonists in novels were often healed by the smiles of their love interests. Some smiles possess a healing quality, exuding warmth and comfort. At that moment, she felt as if Lin Wan had indeed healed her. Oh, Lin Wan is so wonderful, so gentle. She even comforted her. How she adored her. The others chimed in, what about us? Is our consolation worthless? Chapter 88. I am starting to entertain some conspiracy theories. Since it is not an illness, could it be that someone has poisoned her? The learning system shook its head, no. Nan Xi's eyes flickered. I am beginning to suspect foul play. If it is not an illness, could it be poison? The others gasped, poison? Su Liao Liao nearly fainted. What heinous acts had her family committed to deserve such a fate? Who could possibly wish harm upon her mother? Why such animosity? The thought of poisoning left her trembling. Her fists clenched tightly. If she discovered who was responsible, she would make them pay. Liao Liao, do not fear. The learning system assures us that if your mother goes to the hospital now, she will not die. We shall take her there shortly. Su Liao Liao turned to Su Heng, tears streaming down her face. Su Heng. Su Heng gently patted Su Liao Liao's head. Let us listen further. Su Liao Liao nodded, though her demeanor was steeped in despair. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and something sweet and chocolatey was placed in her mouth. She looked up to see Lin Wan sitting beside her, somewhat perplexed as she had not noticed Lin Wan's arrival. Lin Wan cleared her throat. It was too noisy in the front, so I moved to the back. Listening to Lin Wan's clumsy reasoning, Su Liao Liao smiled and embraced her, whispering, thank you. Lin Wan acknowledged her with a nod. Su Liao Liao beamed, thank you for the chocolate. It is delicious. Lin Wan nodded again, remaining silent, but her hands produced 2 more pieces of chocolate, which she placed in Su Liao Liao's hands. Thereafter, a serene silence enveloped them as they both gazed at Nan Xi ahead. Su Liao Liao unwrapped a piece of chocolate and savored it, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the voice of the learning system chimed in. It is not precisely poisoning, but it is somewhat akin to it. Nan Xi, exasperated, retorted, then what is it? Could you please elucidate clearly in one go? The others nodded in agreement. We are truly fragile. We cannot endure such tension. Please, just tell us everything. Su Liao Liao clutched the chocolate tightly, her heart racing. She fixed her gaze intently on Nan Xi, feeling the intensity of Su Liao Liao's stare. Nan Xi turned to meet her gaze, puzzled. Why is Su Liao Liao staring at me? Su Liao Liao quickly donned a smile in response. Nan Xi, observing the bright expression on Su Liao Liao's face, struggled to maintain her composure. Poor child. Smiling even when your mother is in trouble. How tragic. Su Liao Liao's smile faltered. Please, do not remind me. Just tell me what is wrong with my mother. Wait. I will discreetly inquire with the learning system and let you know. But how should I remind you? Would telling you directly seem inappropriate? Let me think. Su Liao Liao's expression brightened with gratitude. She knew Nan Xi was the best. Rest assured, whatever method you choose, even if it is just leaving me a note, I will believe it. The learning system observed Nan Xi's dazed expression and promptly leapt onto her head, a dictionary landing squarely upon her, causing a slight discomfort. Nan Xi, eyes brimming with tears, clutched her head, gazing at the learning system with a pitiful expression. Why did you hit me? The learning system, Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Nan Xi's gaze, cleared its throat and resumed its cold, mechanical tone. Someone fed Su Liao's mother some incompatible foods, leading to her deteriorating health. Nan Xi's attention was piqued, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. Incompatible foods? But did they not all eat the same meals? Why is only Su Liao's mother affected? The others concurred. Indeed. Why is that? We are so curious. Please tell us. Su Liao stared at the chocolate in her hand, perplexed. Nan Xi focused on the learning system. So, what is the reason? The learning system replied, it is simply because someone desires Su Liao's mother to perish. Nan Xi, exasperated, retorted, I am well aware of that. Can you refrain from stating the obvious? The others chimed in, indeed. Hearing one word from you is like receiving an entire lecture. Su Liao was on the verge of madness. Why was the learning system so tedious? Had Nan Xi never considered confronting it? She was far too busy. There was no time for this. Could you please hurry up and explain? This is driving me to distraction. The learning system sensed an overwhelming tide of resentment directed at it. How peculiar. Why was there such intense animosity? As if someone were about to strike it? It could not comprehend until it met Nan Xi's murderous glare and instantly understood where the resentment stemmed from. It decided to dispense with any further suspense. It was done by Su Liao's family's maid. Although they all consumed the same meals, she would discreetly add certain ingredients to Su Liao's mother's food each time. Over time, this naturally led to her declining health. Nan Xi's eyes widened in shock. The maid? Why would she harbor such hatred for Su Liao's mother? Su Liao bit down hard on her lip, desperate to understand the source of such animosity. But what was most unbelievable was that it was Li Ma who had committed this act. Li Ma had served her family for nearly a decade, receiving a generous salary and treated with kindness. How could she possibly do something so despicable? The learning system chimed in, you may take a guess. Nan Xi gazed at her in silence, exclaiming, why don't you just leave? The others reacted. Su Liao said, what time is it now, and you're still guessing? Su Liao was truly infuriated, wishing to strike the learning system. If only she could see the learning system. She would have gladly given it a good beating right now. The learning system chuckled, I merely wish to lighten the mood. Nan Xi glared at it in fury. No need for that. I just want to smash you to pieces. The learning system, realizing the gravity of the situation, continued, this matter is quite lengthy. Nan Xi shouted. Then make it brief. The others felt their hearts racing in agitation, relieved that this was not their scandal. Otherwise, they would surely be driven to madness. Wait, a scandal? Was the learning system not being accurate? How could this not be a scandal? This was undoubtedly a major revelation. They could only hope the learning system wouldn't recall it, lest it interrupt the unfolding drama with a question for Nan Xi, leaving them all in a flurry. What was Su Liao's condition now? After all, it was her scandal that was being exposed. The onlookers were deeply perturbed by the learning system's antics, wondering how Su Liao would react. They secretly peeked at Su Liao, who appeared unruffled, calmly tapping away at her phone. It seemed she had no significant reaction, which suggested that perhaps all was well. One could only admire Su Liao's formidable mental fortitude, while Nan Xi was embroiled in a scandal involving threats against her mother. She remained composed, engrossed in her phone. What remarkable resilience!
How enviable.
If only they could maintain such composure amidst their own scandals. Only Lin Wan, seated beside Su Liao, understood that Su Liao was, in fact, quite furious. She glanced at Su Liao's notes filled with exclamations like Dad,
Mom, D,
and winced at the sight. The sheer intensity of her outbursts was astonishing. Not a single phrase was repeated on that entire page. Chapter 89. The nanny lay on Su Liao's parents' bed, wearing her father's clothes. Nan Xi raised her fist, smiling at the learning system. Though her smile seemed cheerful, it was clear she was irate. Care to guess if my fist will land upon you? The learning system flinched back. Are you threatening me? Which host is as violent as you? Nan Xi, exasperated, retorted, then which system speaks only in half-truths and makes me guess? I guess you're just a big-headed doll. The others nodded in agreement. The learning system was infuriating. We support you in giving it a thrashing. Su Liao set her phone down, fixated on Nan Xi. Even if she couldn't see the learning system being struck, the sound of impact would suffice. The learning system, noticing Nan Xi's readiness to strike, wisely declared, this tale begins long before Su Liao's birth. Nan Xi rolled her eyes, Must you start from the creation of the universe? That would be unnecessary. Nan Xi crossed her arms and glared at the learning system. Speak quickly. The others were rapt, eagerly awaiting the learning system's revelation. Su Liao pinched her thigh, striving to retain her composure. Lin Wan, witnessing Su Liao's self-inflicted torment, felt a pang of sympathy. Such forceful pinching, would it draw blood? Yet she refrained from commenting, knowing Su Liao was in no state to absorb any external input. She glanced at Su Liao, then turned her gaze back to Nan Xi, anticipating the unfolding drama between her and the learning system. The learning system took a deep breath. Nan Xi, observing it, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Will you speak or not? Is it because you didn't assign me any tasks this time that you're reluctant to share? The learning system clutched its chest. How dare you presume to judge my intentions? Nan Xi shrugged. Indeed, I am the petty one. So you, the gentleman, should speak swiftly. The learning system felt an inexplicable tension in the air. The others were nearly exasperated by the learning system's reluctance. How could a system be so sluggish? Had its previous hosts never felt the urge to strike it? The thought of Nan Xi's frustration leading to a confrontation with the learning system suggested that it had indeed been struck before. Yet despite numerous beatings, it remained unchanged. Was it possible that this learning system had a peculiar affinity for being beaten? A system that appeared so cultured, yet had such tendencies. Quite unexpected. Unbeknownst to the learning system, it had already become a figure of peculiar fascination among the students of Class 13.
Now,
it found itself locked in a staring contest with its host, neither willing to break the silence. Ultimately, the learning system could no longer bear the tension. As a dignified system, it would not stoop to squabble with a mere girl. It began. This matter pertains to Su Liao's father. Nan Xi remained silent, her gaze fixed on the learning system. Seeing her unresponsive, the learning system pressed on. Su Liao's father was quite handsome in his youth, attracting many admirers. However, he never reciprocated their affections, ultimately falling head over heels for Su Liao's mother. He doggedly pursued her until she finally yielded, breaking the hearts of his other suitors. Nan Xi continued to observe the learning system without uttering a word. Meanwhile, the other students in Class 13 had much to say, engaging in a flurry of messages on their phones. Why did it feel as though the learning system was merely rambling? After listening for so long, all they had gleaned was Su Liao's father's romantic escapades, nothing of substance. Was it possible that the women who once adored Su Liao's father could not bear his affection for her mother, thus plotting revenge? This seemed plausible. Su Liao watched the discussions unfold on her phone, but chose not to participate. This was a matter concerning her family, and she had little desire to engage in such discourse. The learning system stared at Nan Xi for a while. Seeing her still silent, it awkwardly hovered in the air, clearing its throat to continue. There was one girl in particular who was exceptionally enamored with Su Liao's father. Do you know how she reacted upon learning this news? Nan Xi remained silent, her arms crossed as she quietly observed the learning system. The learning system, undeterred, continued. Naturally, she became furious. Consumed by rage, she plotted to eliminate Su Liao's mother. Do you know what she did? Nan Xi still did not respond, but the urgency of the others was palpable. The students of Class 13 urged, just tell us already. The learning system, recognizing that its host was resolute in her silence, decided not to prolong the suspense any further and divulged everything at once. She was enraged, harboring murderous intentions towards Su Liao's mother. She concocted the perfect plan. She underwent plastic surgery to become a nanny at Su Liao's home, allowing her to get close to Su Liao's father while also plotting against Su Liao's mother. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi's expression shifted from impassive to slightly unusual. Her lips twitched involuntarily. The perfect plan? To undergo surgery and become a nanny? What a brilliant idea. The others nodded in agreement. This woman was quite deranged. For the sake of a man, she resorted to surgery and became a nanny. Did Su Liao's father possess such immense charm? They glanced at Su Liao. Nodding in acknowledgement, she was indeed quite attractive, so her father must not be lacking in appeal either. Moreover, he had been validated as a handsome man by the learning system. Su Liao clenched the chocolate in her hand. She had never anticipated that Li Ma had such a backstory, and it was related to her father. She had never noticed it before, but now, upon the learning system's revelation, she realized that Li Ma had always acted a bit strangely, particularly towards her father. She had thought it was merely because her father was the employer. Now she finally understood why. It turns out that her father is the beloved of Li Ma.
Ah.
She can hardly bear it. Upon her return, she must thoroughly investigate Li Ma and give her father a piece of her mind. In his youth, he was a charmer, attracting the attention of many. And now, look where it has led, directly to a venomous wasp that threatens her mother's life. Truly detestable. The learning system observed that Nan Xi had finally reacted. The entire system buzzed with excitement, its mechanical voice infused with delight. Did you know? That woman, after becoming a nanny, would lie on Su Liao's parents' bed, dressed in her father's clothes, while they were away. Nan Xi. Others. How disgusting. No way. They need to check if their own nanny has engaged in such behavior. This is utterly revolting. Su Liao.
Ugh.
Her father is tainted. Tainted. The learning system interjected. There's something even more vile. Would you like to know? Nan Xi, dropping all pretenses, nodded directly. Let me think. Others. We want to know too. Although it's disgusting, we must listen. Su Liao, I don't want to. Please, don't say any more. If this continues, I truly want to know how to face my father. Chapter 90. Stealing Su Liao's father's underwear. The learning system, seeing its host finally react to its words, earnestly declared. She even stole Su Liao's father's underwear, wearing them to sleep every night, flaunting them in front of Su Liao's mother. She would hide under the bed at night, peeping at their intimate moments, her teeth gnashing in frustration. Once her parents fell asleep, she would stealthily emerge and cuddle beside Su Liao's father. Just a friendly reminder, Su Liao's mother was also in bed. Nan Xi's eyes widened. Others. Although feeling a tad guilty towards Su Liao, they found this gossip utterly delightful. Especially since the learning system had not held back. Su Liao lay there like a lifeless fish, her entire being appearing as if her soul had ascended. Her father is tainted. Her father is tainted. Her father is tainted. Lin Wan, observing Su Liao's state, was at a loss for words on how to comfort her, ultimately choosing silence. Su Heng wished to console her, but the current situation made it difficult to speak. So, he pretended nothing was amiss. In the corner, Su Xiaoxiao watched the bizarre scene unfold, puzzled by why her older siblings seemed so peculiar after merely waking from a nap. The learning system, satisfied with Nan Xi's shocked expression, continued. She also secretly used Su Heng's father's bowl to eat, lurking like a shadowy specter, spying on Su Liao's father. Nan Xi placed a hand on her chest. Compared to stealing Su Liao's father's underwear and climbing into his bed, this hardly seemed significant. Others nodded in agreement. Su Liao, I beg you. Please don't remind me anymore. I implore you. Suddenly, Nan Xi's inner voice rang out. Wait a moment. With Su Liao's parents sleeping, how could they not notice such a large person climbing into their bed? Others nodded. Right. How could they not feel it? Su Liao covered her ears, feeling as if she were dead. If there's a matter, burn paper. If not, don't disturb. The learning system responded. They were drugged. Didn't I just mention that? Did you? The learning system thought for a moment and realized it had indeed not said so, offering an awkward smile. Others. Let us not discuss this any further. We just want to know if there are any more secrets. Su Liao sighed in relief, wondering why she felt relieved. Oh no, I'm becoming twisted. Nan Xi, disregarding it all, asked. Is there more? Next is what I mentioned before. She plans to use food to harm Su Liao's mother. Nan Xi nodded, only to hear the learning system exclaim dramatically. Oh no. I can't believe I spilled the beans without making you answer questions first. How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Nan Xi shifted back. Since you've said it doesn't require me to answer questions, you cannot go back on your word. The learning system feigned regret, but its tone was decidedly cheerful. All right, this time I'll take a loss. Nan Xi immediately smiled. No takebacks. The students of class 13, having witnessed the entire exchange, were left speechless. They couldn't shake the feeling that the learning system didn't seem unhappy. Rather, it appeared to be enjoying itself, almost teasing Nan Xi. This little system had two faces. However, it wasn't so bad. It knew how to comfort Nan Xi and suddenly made binding to the system seem less terrible. It could spill secrets, supervise learning, and offer comfort. Quite impressive. This little system would make a fine class pet. Su Liao, unlike her classmates, simply wanted to find her mother quickly and take her to the hospital for a checkup. Feeling anxious, she pinched her thigh, and Lin Wan, witnessing this, thought Su Liao's method of relieving stress was rather unique. She gazed at Su Liao's thigh, wondering if it truly didn't hurt. After such a commotion, wouldn't her leg be in agony? After rummaging through her small bag for a while, she finally produced an item and handed a pair of nail clippers to Su Liao. Su Liao, still lost in her thoughts, noticed a delicate hand holding the clippers. Indeed, it was beautiful, with long fingers. She looked up, puzzled, at its owner, not fully comprehending Lin Wan's intent. Lin Wan calmly stated, "If you clip your nails, it won't hurt anymore." Su Liao paused, releasing her grip on her thigh, accepting the clippers and thanking Lin Wan. Lin Wan replied, "No need. I'm just worried you won't sleep well if it hurts tonight." With Lin Wan's interruption, Su Liao felt less troubled. She smiled and said, "I think this method is great. I won't have to worry about leaving marks on my leg anymore. Do you want me to help you?" Su Liao shook her head, taking the clippers and began trimming her nails. Su Heng, observing from behind, noted Su Liao's little habit, one her parents had tried to correct many times without success. He thought to urge Su Liao not to pinch her thigh, but was surprised when Lin Wan directly handed her the nail clippers. Why hadn't he thought of that? Why hadn't her parents? Finally, as Su Liao anticipated, the bus arrived at the location her parents had chosen. As soon as the bus stopped, she dashed out like a gust of wind. Nan Xi, puzzled, stared at the bus door. Why is Su Liao running so fast? Is she that scared of her parents? The students of class 13, seeing her rush out, followed suit. Nan Xi, observing this, remained seated. In such a hurry? Are you rushing to be reborn? Running so fast? Aren't you afraid of a stampede? The students of class 13, of course, they are hurrying to see Su Liao's father. What kind of fox spirit could possibly enchant someone to such an extent? Although anxious, upon hearing Nan Xi mention a stampede, they slowed down and stopped crowding. And Lai remarked, "Su Liao's parents have arrived. I wonder what they look like?" I'm genuinely curious to see what Su Liao's father looks like, especially how he could charm someone into stealing underwear, climbing into beds at night, and working as a nanny. The students of class 13, it's not just us who are curious. You want to see too, don't you? Having already dashed away, Su Liao was taken aback by the voice of Nan Xi, nearly losing her balance. How could she still be reminded of this matter after having run away? She truly wished to avoid confronting the fact that her father had an extraordinarily devoted fan. Just as she quickened her pace to escape, the voice of the learning system resounded. "Aren't you curious to take a look?" "As much as I'd like to know. I think I'll pass on squeezing in with them." The learning system dropped a bombshell. The nanny has arrived. Chapter 91. Where is the nanny? Where is that explosive nanny? Upon hearing this, Nan Xi thought, why wait? She must run. Just as she rose, someone else was even quicker. And Lai seized her hand and raced towards the car door, shouting, "Make way. I need to use the restroom. I can't hold it any longer." The others instinctively parted to create a path, not out of fear of Lai's potential mishap, but rather to follow Nan Xi and see that sensational nanny. Yu Ku Xin, witnessing Nan Xi being whisked away, didn't hesitate to follow suit. She wanted Nan Xi. She wanted to witness the drama.
Gu Yinchuan,
observing Nan Xi being dragged off, followed closely, only to catch sight of Mu Zhe, to whom he huffed disdainfully. Mu Zhe, unperturbed, swiftly positioned himself in front of Gu Yinchuan, hastening toward the car door. Gu Yinchuan, realizing he couldn't catch up, found himself jostled behind other eager classmates. In an instant, the car had emptied, leaving only Su Heng and Su Xiaoxiao seated in the back. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes at Su Heng, her gaze seemingly inquiring, what happened to the older siblings? Why did they all run off in a moment? Su Heng cleared his throat to explain. The older siblings needed to use the restroom, hence their urgency. Although Su Xiaoxiao didn't quite understand why all the older siblings would go together, she nodded obediently. Seeing he had successfully diverted her attention, Su Heng took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and led her down, continuing, "Xiaoxiao, let us go." Su Xiaoxiao looked at her brother, wondering if he too needed to use the restroom. They needed to hurry, otherwise it would be troublesome if he had an accident. Nan Xi, being dragged by Lai, widened her eyes at him. "Wait. Why are you grabbing me if you need to use the restroom?" "I don't want to go." Lai chuckled awkwardly, and in the next moment, Nan Xi's inner thought surfaced. However, it would be nice to get down quickly and see that nanny. Lai breathed a sigh of relief. The other students from class 13, little did they know you had two faces. But they found it delightful. They, too, were eager to see what that nanny looked like. Furthermore, who exactly was Su Liao Liao's father, capable of enchanting others so thoroughly? As Nan Xi was being pulled along, she glanced around, her large eyes scanning. Where is the nanny? Where is that sensational nanny? The others echoed. Where? Where? We want to see. We want to witness this spectacle. Ihith, Su Liao Liao. Suddenly hearing Nan Xi's voice, froze for a moment. What? Lima has arrived too? That meant the entire class would soon be privy to the gossip about her family. How bothersome. The entire class would be in the know. Wouldn't that lead to her social demise in front of everyone?
Wait.
Just moments ago on the bus, Nan Xi had already spilled most of the beans. She had nearly reached the point of social demise herself. So it was fine. No embarrassment left. She decided to stop running and wait for Nan Xi, not only welcoming her, but also her entire class. As she observed the throng of first-year students charging towards her, with their expressions resembling frantic monkeys escaping a May mountain, she felt a pang of fear and considered fleeing. Before they arrived, Nan Xi's thoughts reached her first. Su Liao Liao.
Su Liao Liao.
Upon hearing this, Su Liao Liao grew even more anxious, wanting to run. She wished to escape this place. So embarrassing. Fortunately, Nan Xi's thoughts had not been vocalized. She had yet to exhale a sigh of relief.
Suddenly, abuming chorus erupted. Su Liao Liao. Su Liao Liao. Su Liao Liao.
Like the calls of the Huluwa to their grandfather, it instantly captivated the attention of passers-by. The onlookers, witnessing the children resembling monkeys fleeing from a May mountain, paused to see who Su Liao Liao was. As she saw the crowd gathering, a singular thought consumed her mind. Run. Dying in front of her classmates was one thing. Dying in front of strangers was utterly unacceptable. She took off. Nan Xi, with keen eyes, noticed Su Liao Liao fleeing and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why is Su Liao Liao running?
Did she see the nanny?
Or perhaps her parents. The others perked up. What?
She saw the nanny?
We must go see. The students of class 13 took off in a sprint. Before Nan Xi could process it, Anlai was already pulling her along. Nearby, the onlookers observed a girl sprinting ahead, pursued by a gaggle of boys and girls, all shouting, Su Liao Liao.
Su Liao Liao.
In that moment, Su Liao Liao's name became well known, and nearly every passerby was aware of a girl named Su Liao Liao. Even Su Papa and Su Mama, on the other side, heard the commotion. Su Mama, puzzled, inquired, Dear, did I just hear someone calling for Liao Liao? Su Papa listened intently. I heard it too. It must be Liao Liao and her classmates. It seems they are searching for her. Su Mama replied, Then let us hurry to find Liao Liao. All right, Su Papa agreed, taking Su Mama's hand as they walked. Rather than searching for their daughter, it resembled more of a leisurely stroll. Trailing behind them was a woman clutching a thermos, her eyes blazing with resentment as she observed the affectionate couple. Her hands tightened around the thermos, and in that moment of contact, she gradually calmed down. Lowering her gaze to the thermos, a smug smile crept across her lips. No rush. Before long, that position would be hers. Regaining her composure, she held the thermos and stepped forward. Meanwhile, Su Liao Liao, covering her ears, ran ahead, wishing she could tell the foolish group behind her, I truly saw nothing. Can you please stop chasing me? If the students of class 13 could hear her thoughts, they would undoubtedly express disbelief. Thus, after several laps of frantic running, Su Liao Liao finally reached her limit, leaning against a wall, panting heavily as she faced her equally breathless classmates. She longed to speak but found herself unable to articulate anything, resigning herself to continue gasping for air. Nan Xi and Anlai leaned against a pillar, also catching their breath, with Nan Xi observing Su Liao Liao, who was on the verge of collapse. Didn't he realize Su Liao Liao could run so fast? Goodness. I feel like my lungs are about to explode. Next time, we should let Su Liao Liao participate in the 3,000-meter race. The others nodded in agreement. We can't take it anymore. This is too much running. But we would support her in the 3,000-meter race. Su Liao Liao quickly declined. If you had a group of classmates eager to stir up trouble chasing you, you would also run. Class 13, panting in a heap, caught the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but stop and observe for a moment. Finally, once they had caught their breath, they began to speak. Though still exhausted, they all collapsed onto the ground. Seeing others seated, Nan Xi also plopped down. This feels so good. Though it may not be dignified, it truly is delightful. The students of Class 13 nodded in agreement. So comfortable. Had we known, we wouldn't have pretended. We would have just sat down from the start since we've already lost our dignity. Why bother worrying about appearances anymore? Chapter 92. Mistaken for a beggar. A group of notably attractive young boys and girls congregated on the ground, appearing utterly exhausted, successfully capturing the attention of a large crowd. As spectators gazed upon the students of Class 13 seated on the ground, it was uncertain who initiated it, but suddenly, a coin was tossed in their direction. They stared at the coin lying on the ground, then glanced at the child who had thrown it, bewildered. Were they being mistaken for beggars? In the next moment, the child exclaimed, "Mom, are these older brothers and sisters pitiful? Goodness, they were indeed being treated like beggars." The child's mother quickly covered his mouth and offered an awkward smile to the group. Just as she was about to lead him away, Zhao Qianqian picked up the coin and grinned at the child, saying, "Thank you, little brother. Now I've got dinner sorted for today." The others from Class 13 moved a bit farther away, muttering, "Who is this smelly beggar we don't even know?" Upon hearing this, the little boy's eyes filled with tears as he said, "Mommy, this brother is so pitiful. Can we buy him something to eat?" The mention of food made the students of Class 13, who had just finished a strenuous exercise, feel their stomachs rumble in unison. Hearing the chorus of hungry sounds and witnessing the forlorn expressions on the faces of the children successfully elicited sympathy from passers-by. How unfortunate. They must be starving. The students of Class 13 were momentarily taken aback as someone produced a loaf of bread. They immediately rose to express their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are truly a good person." Nan Xi dashed to the girl's side, tearfully declaring, "Sister, you are such a good person. May good people always be safe and sound." The others, upon hearing this familiar phrase, thought, "Oh no, is Nan Xi about to recite the entire good person poem? What a disaster. Would this sister be offended? Would she refuse to give them bread?" Just then, Nan Xi continued, "Oh, good person. Sister, you are truly a wonderful person and so good-looking. With such kindness, you will surely become wealthy." The others breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't recited the entire poem. If Nan Xi knew what they were thinking, she would have scoffed. Was she really that naive? Those words were merely thoughts in her head, not something to be spoken aloud. Mu Zhe, hearing Nan Xi's words, pointed at himself in confusion, then looked at her with a helpless smile. Gu Yunchen, witnessing this, could only mutter, "Another good person?" It seems that calling him a good person is merely talk. What a little liar. The sister, hearing this, felt immense joy, noticing how beautiful and sweet-tongued Nan Xi was. She couldn't stop smiling. She was almost eager to take Nan Xi's hand and declare them sworn sisters. She handed over the small cake and milk tea she had just purchased to Nan Xi all at once. Nan Xi accepted it, feeling a bit shy as she said, "Oh, I can't accept this." The others chimed in, "If you feel embarrassed, then don't take it." The sister reassured her that it was no trouble, encouraging Nan Xi to accept it. Only then did Nan Xi, feigning reluctance, graciously accept it, saying, "Then thank you, sister." She removed a bracelet from her wrist and offered it to the sister, saying, "Consider this my return gift, as a token of my gratitude." The sister, upon seeing the bracelet, thought it was lovely but quickly waved her hands, saying it was unnecessary, as it was merely a small treat she was giving Nan Xi. Nan Xi pouted. "That one tea do. If you don't accept it, then I one tea keep it." The sister, seeing this, had no choice but to accept it. She then pulled out a 100 yuan note from her wallet and handed it to Nan Xi, saying it was for the food. Nan Xi took the money, smiling brightly as she said, "All right." The sister chatted with Nan Xi for a while longer before taking her leave. The students of Class 13, observing Nan Xi's theatrics, immediately surrounded her with pleading looks. Nan Xi, exhaling a resigned sigh, finally relented. "All right then, let us go. I'll treat you all to something to eat." Nearby, a man who had been watching the scene unfolded perceived the students as a flock of little sheep. He had keenly observed that the bracelet the little girl had given away was worth several tens of thousands, exchanged for just a piece of cake and 100 yuan. It was evident that these children were naive, perhaps even foolish, scions of wealthy families. He promptly approached them with a smile, saying, "Students, I see you're hungry. Uncle will treat you to a meal." The students of Class 13 regarded him with suspicion. They were innocent, but not foolish. When a stranger suddenly offered to treat them, it surely had ulterior motives. They quickly shook their heads, and the class monitor stepped forward, saying, "No thank you, uncle. We can buy our own food." The others behind the monitor nodded in agreement, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. Their lives were valuable. And what if he was a robber or a kidnapper trying to extort their parents? Rather than paying a ransom, they would rather keep their money. Therefore, for their own financial security, they were not about to fall into a villain's trap. They were not fools, nor were they 3-year-old children. The man, seeing their heightened wariness, merely smiled. Even if they were cautious, they were still just children. How could they possibly contend with an adult like him? He continued, students, I assure you, Uncle merely wishes to treat you to a meal. Nan Xi tilted her head, scrutinizing the man before her. Why the offer? There must be something fishy about it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Learning system. Could it be that your bracelet has drawn his attention? Nan Xi puzzled over how this was related to her. It's not valuable. Why would my bracelet be the cause of this trouble? How much is it worth? Just over 1,000. Learning system. He thinks it's worth tens of thousands. Nan Xi widened her eyes in disbelief. What the heck? Is he blind? Who would wear a bracelet worth tens of thousands while out and about? What if it gets lost? That would be heartbreaking. The others nodded in agreement. Even if they were wealthy, losing tens of thousands would still hurt. It was easy to speak when one had no worries. The learning system generated a comparison image of 2 bracelets, revealing some resemblance. Nan Xi scratched her cheek. This has nothing to do with me. He misjudged it. It's not my fault. The others echoed. We can testify that he misjudged. This has nothing to do with our class. The learning system nodded. Exactly. He misjudged. It's not your fault. Only then did Nan Xi smile contentedly. So, he thinks I'm a rich girl and wants my money. The learning system paused, not expecting Nan Xi to be so blunt. Exactly. He is trying to get your money. Nan Xi waved her hand dismissively. That will disappoint him. I have no money. The learning system expressed skepticism. What is wrong? Is your family bankrupt? I'm telling the truth. The money I brought is already spent. Those people haven't paid me back. If I had money, I wouldn't be sitting on the ground begging. The learning system finally believed her. You don't have to say begging. Didn't you just give away a bracelet? Nan Xi chuckled. That was a fair exchange. The learning system muttered quietly. Well, that doesn't seem quite equal. Nan Xi didn't catch that. What did you say? The learning system. Nothing, just saying you're pretty. And clever. Nan Xi was unconvinced. I'll accept the pretty part, but claiming I'm clever must be a lie. You've always thought I was foolish and incapable of learning. The learning system was momentarily at a loss for words, but its instinct as a system told it to appease its host. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would surely throw a fit. So, it adeptly began to flatter her. Thus, the other students of Class 13 witnessed the entire process of the learning system trying to placate Nan Xi. Meanwhile, the man, seeing that the children were ignoring him, felt a simmering displeasure, but maintained his smile. Students, rest assured, Uncle is not a bad person. After being coaxed, Nan Xi felt a surge of joy. Yet her spirits dampened upon encountering this unscrupulous man demanding her money. What kind of villain would openly declare themselves as such? The others burst into laughter, remarking, "How astute your observation is." Seeing her classmates suddenly laughing, Nan Xi couldn't help but retort, "Are you all hallucinating from hunger? It's all this man's fault for obstructing our path to food." The rest nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, it's all his fault." The man, noticing the sudden laughter and the unfriendly demeanor of the 13th class students, felt a twinge of confusion, but soon rationalized that it was quite normal for children from wealthy families to exhibit a few eccentricities. He continued, "Dear children, I genuinely noticed you hadn't eaten and wished to treat you to something." Nan Xi exclaimed, "How annoying! Why is this man so bothersome? I just want to leave quickly. I'm looking forward to finishing my meal and then enjoying some gossip." Upon hearing gossip, the others couldn't contain themselves. No one should interrupt their pursuit of juicy tidbits. Just as they were about to chase the man away, the voice of the learning system echoed. "I advise you to stay. This person poses a threat." Nan Xi shrugged. "Isn't he just after my money?" The learning system replied, "It's far more serious than that." Chapter 93. Back when I was but a mere child, I found myself besmirched with great filth. More serious than wanting my money? That sounds like a threat to my life. And you want me to stay? Are you out of your mind? Don't you realize my worth? What if I perish? My family has a fortune to inherit." Nan Xi shouted incredulously at the learning system. Her classmates expressed their agreement. They valued their lives too much to engage in unknown and perilous endeavors. After being chastised, the learning system paused momentarily before continuing. Are you truly not interested in knowing? Nan Xi instantly yelled. Not at all. Absolutely not. The others nodded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, upon reflecting on their precious lives, that disappointment swiftly dissipated. In the next moment, Nan Xi's inner thoughts resounded. It's not like you'll actually tell me. You just want me to solve problems. I'd rather eat than waste time on problems. I need to find that nanny from the Su family. Upon hearing this, her classmates immediately felt reassured. The learning system persisted. It's related to Li Shu. Li Shu. What? The others. This is getting interesting. Nan Xi glanced at the learning system. Her interest piqued. The learning system, recognizing her engagement, knew she was hooked. In ancient times, Jiang Taigong fished, waiting for the willing to bite. Now, the learning system dangled gossip before Nan Xi, reeling her in effortlessly. It continued. Did you know Li Shu has an older sister? Nan Xi replied. How would I know Li Shu has a sister? I'm not acquainted with him. The learning system faltered slightly, but carried on. Li Shu has an older sister who is dating someone. Nan Xi, being quite candid, responded, I have no idea. As I said, I'm not familiar with them. Li Shu, what? His sister has a boyfriend? How could he not know? This must be related to the man before him. He scrutinized the man, noting that while he wasn't particularly handsome, he possessed a certain charm. This shouldn't be. His sister didn't typically fancy such a bland appearance. Moreover, he seemed quite aged. His sister preferred younger, dashing types with vigor. This man clearly didn't fit her taste. Could it be that after indulging in rich delicacies, she craved something lighter? He continued to observe the man, still doubting his sister would be interested in such a fellow. Unbearable to look at. Unbearable to look at. The others, sensing the situation, turned to Li Shu, seeking confirmation of their suspicions. Zhao Qianqian placed a hand on Li Shu's shoulder, whispering, Is this guy really your sister's boyfriend? That's surprising. When did she change her taste? Li Shu swiftly removed Zhao Qianqian's hand, saying, I don't know. If you want to find out, ask Nan Xi. Zhao Qianqian, grinning, replied, Nan Xi doesn't know either. Besides, if we wait for her to find out, she'll just have to solve problems. It's clearer to ask you. Do you really want to know? Zhao Qianqian nodded eagerly. I absolutely want to know. The others nearby secretly nodded, sharing the same curiosity. Li Shu chuckled, You'll be disappointed. I don't know. Zhao Qianqian remained skeptical. Really? Li Shu shot him a glare. Shall I give you my sister's number, so you can inquire yourself? Zhao Qianqian immediately waved his hands, terrified at the thought. You don't know?
Just say it.
Li Shu sighed. I feel like I've said this several times. It's you who doesn't believe. Zhao Qianqian laughed awkwardly. What's the big deal? Li Shu, unwilling to engage with the fool, redirected all his attention to Nan Xi. He awaited the moment when Nan Xi and the learning system would unveil the gossip. He was keen to discover the nature of the affair. Zhao Qianqian, sensing the tension, awkwardly rubbed his nose before turning to Nan Xi. The learning system, noticing Nan Xi's demeanor, continued. It's this man. Thus, I advise you not to leave. You could have a substantial confrontation with him. Nan Xi tilted her head. This man is no good. He's a scoundrel? The learning system remained silent, merely smiling. Its expression indicated it had ulterior motives. What do you wish to do? Solve problems? Or recite poetry? Li Shu, he knows. The learning system, recognizing Nan Xi's understanding, continued. This time, let us skip the problems and recite poetry instead. Nan Xi shook her head. I refuse. The learning system pressed on. Don't you want to know? If he's a scoundrel, can't we just advise Li Shu's sister to keep her distance? The learning system glanced at Nan Xi. But this scoundrel is quite despicable. Don't you want to know what he has done? Nan Xi shook her head. Not at all. The others, they felt a bit curious. Yet, they were generally aware of the typical antics of scoundrels. Li Shu's eyes brightened. Why not just tell his sister directly? After all, she wasn't so infatuated that she wouldn't investigate herself. The learning system observed Nan Xi. You really don't want to know that Li Shu's sister will be terribly deceived by this man. Just as Nan Xi was about to speak, the learning system revealed a photograph. The woman in the image was stunningly beautiful, riding a motorcycle, her slightly curled hair billowing in the wind, radiating a bold and carefree beauty. For a moment, Nan Xi was entranced, as were the other students in class 13. Is this Li Shu's sister? Nan Xi nodded. Don't you want to know now? Immediately, Nan Xi shook her head. It's not that I want to know. It's just infuriating that such a beautiful sister is being deceived by a scoundrel, so I must inform her of the truth. The learning system couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, oh, how amusing. I still have you in my grasp. The 13th class erupted into chaos.
Li Shu?
Is this your sister? She is stunning. Little brother, does your sister need a boyfriend?
What about me? Get lost.
You think you're worthy of such a beautiful sister? Li Shu, could you ask your sister if she needs a wife? Yes. Yes. Don't be so strict about gender. Li Shu, glancing at the messages on his phone, felt veins throbbing on his forehead. Forget it. My sister has a boyfriend. I wouldn't mind being the little one. That scoundrel. Let her kick him to the curb. I want to be the primary partner. I suppose I could settle for being the second partner. Then I'll reluctantly take the third. If no one wants the fourth, it's mine. All of you older brothers and sisters, the fifth is mine. Li Shu found it unbearable to watch. While he knew this group was merely joking, it still irked him. The thought of his classmates referring to him as brother-in-law made him feel nauseated at the prospect. Zhao Qianqian gazed at the throng vying to become concubines, wishing to utter but a single phrase. May they, after their interactions with Sister Li Shu, still clamor to become concubines. He recalled how he had been deceived by Sister Li Shu's enchanting appearance, and the reminiscence of that experience brought him to the brink of tears. Sister Li Shu had led him to the cesspit, resulting in him being splattered with filth. Most alarmingly, she had shifted the blame entirely onto him. At that time, he was but a mere child, adorned in the muck, and was punished by being made to stand outside for several arduous hours, subjected to the scornful and curious stares of onlookers. To add insult to injury, he was mocked by the very instigator of his predicament. From that moment onward, his illusion shattered. He could no longer bring himself to trust the words of beautiful girls, particularly those of alluring sisters. They are all deceivers. Alas, all are deceivers.